Your blind box shop has only one customer left, your own mother. The very next second, an ancient crown prince walks in with a pile of silver to buy up the remaining stock of mystical items. The shop is as deserted as a morgue, and just as you're about to close up and head home to sell braised pork, a mechanical voice suddenly explodes in your head. Multiverse blind box trading system. Binding successful. 10 gilded blind boxes materialized out of thin air on the counter, but the rules were outrageously unfair. The system takes 90% of the proceeds, and if you don't sell at least 100 boxes in a month, the binding is revoked. The next day, the air outside the door rippled like water as the crown prince, clad in a moon-white brocade robe, stepped over the threshold only to have his folding fan fall from his hand in shock at the welcome greeting, mistaking the heating and electric lights for divine magic. He paid another 10 taels of silver and said to the box, "Open." With a click, the voice-activated lid sprang open, revealing a solar thermal hand warmer in ancient times. This clearance item was enough to drive the powerful and noble wild. Chapter 1. The Multiverse Blind Box System goes live. To all the little treasures who come in here, may you all stay healthy and safe, and strike it rich. Brain storage. Goldie slumped in the rickety wicker chair behind the cash register, staring at her phone screen with utter despair. Live stream viewers. 1. That was her own mother's secondary account. Sigh. She let out a long sigh and slammed her phone down on the table, causing the dusty Maneki Nico beside her to wobble twice. This lousy blind box shop really couldn't stay open another day. During the 12th lunar month, she could still scrape by thanks to young people returning home for the holidays. But once the new year passed, the entire county town was as quiet as a ghost town. Rent and utilities were burning through her money every day, and her capital was dwindling faster than ever. Rather than sit here and let her savings dwindle away, she might as well close up shop early, go home to help her parents sell braised meat. At least she wouldn't starve to death, and she might even earn the nickname Braised Meat Beauty. Just as Goldie was resignedly preparing to close up shop and leave. Ding! Compatible host detected. Multiverse blind box trading system binding in progress. Binding successful. An emotionless, mechanical voice exploded, without warning, deep within her mind. Goldie froze, her scalp instantly prickling. She jumped out of her chair as if electrocuted and grabbed her phone from the table to use as a weapon. "Who's there? Stop playing tricks on me, come out here." She looked around in terror. The store was completely empty, with only the standard blind boxes standing lifelessly on the shelves, not a single ghost in sight. A ghost in broad daylight? Are ghosts these days so unprofessional that they don't even pick an auspicious day? Host, stop looking. I'm inside your head. Also, please put down that harmless cell phone you're holding. The voice rang out again, cold, mechanical, tinged with a businesslike indifference, and even a hint of disdain. Goldie froze for 3 seconds. In my head? A voice? Disdaining me? As a die-hard fan of online novels, an unbelievable thought instantly shot through her mind. A system, S&T, that the kind of golden finger only novel protagonists get. The terror she felt a second ago vanished instantly, replaced by wild elation. Goldie could even hear her heart pounding. "Oh my God, you've finally come to your senses. I knew it. After playing the background character for over 20 years, I'm finally going to rise to become the female lead. Braised pork beauty? Let whoever wants that role have it." Before she could even finish celebrating, a massive stream of cold, hard data was force-fed into her mind, making her temples throb. A virtual contract popped up in her mind, densely packed with one-sided terms, every line exuding an "I'm the boss, who's going to stop me?" attitude. Multiverse blind box trading system rules as follows. 1. This system provides 10 multiverse blind boxes daily for the duration of the trial cycle. 2. Standard price for multiverse blind boxes, 10 liang of silver per box. 3. Profit split, 90% to the system, 10% to the host. 4. Each cross-world visitor is limited to purchasing 3 multiverse blind boxes. 5. During the trial cycle, the host must sell at least 100 multiverse blind boxes. If this target is not met, the system will automatically unbind the host and erase all related memories. Goldie skimmed through the text at a glance. The corner of her mouth twitched violently, and she nearly fainted. Pointing at thin air, she exploded on the spot. "Wait a minute, system. That commission is way too steep. 90%. Even the most ruthless capitalists today would have to admit defeat. S&T, this just outright robbery? I'm providing the venue, the staff, and my time. While you're just supplying a box, why should you take 90%? This system provides core technology, cross-dimensional logistics, and security for the host, as well as seamless communication between the host and cross-world visitors. These are all costs, so the split is 90-10. No negotiation. If the host is dissatisfied, they may choose to unbind immediately, and I will seek out the next host. The system's reply was self-righteous, even tinged with a touch of take it or leave it arrogance. Goldie was momentarily speechless. Fine, you're the system, you're the boss. She took a deep breath, trying to salvage a shred of dignity. All right, I'll put up with the 90-10 split, but only 10 a day? If this takes off, that 1 TB nearly enough to meet demand. Can I sell some of my own merchandise too? The host may sell standard blind boxes alongside other items in the store, provided the price does not exceed that of multiverse blind boxes. Profits will be split 50-50, and cross-world visitors are limited to 2 per day. Goldie's eyes widened in disbelief. System, those are blind boxes I bought with my own money, and you're taking 50%? Why don't you just go rob people? The system remained unyielding. These are the rules of the multiverse marketplace, they cannot be changed. Goldie gritted her teeth in anger, wishing she could crawl through the internet cable and bite the system. This wasn't a system at all, it was Joe Poppy reincarnated. Other systems gave out divine skills and artifacts, but when it came to her, they treated her like a mere laborer. And not just any worker, an illegal one without social insurance or housing fund. But looking at her empty shop, thinking about going home to sell braised pork, and facing a future with no prospects, Goldie gritted her teeth. She'd give it a shot. Something was better than nothing. A 90-10 split was still a split, and even a pittance was better than nothing. Fine. Deal. But what's this performance requirement? Sell 100 in a month? And if I don't meet the quota, my memory gets erased. That's a strict system rule. If you can't sell them, I can't just sit around waiting for you. As for the memory wipe, it's to prevent you from leaking multiverse marketplace secrets. The system coldly added. Goldie was so taken aback she nearly choked. She looked at the virtual signature pad that appeared before her, steeled her resolve, and tapped it firmly with her finger. I'll sign. I refuse to believe that with this system, I can't turn my life around. Agreement signed successfully. Takes effect tomorrow. As the system's notification tone faded, Goldie couldn't help but ask the most crucial question. By the way, system, what exactly is inside this mystery box? Some legendary weapon? Or a rare treasure? Since it's from the multiverse marketplace, it's bound to be something great, right? The system fell silent for a second, its mechanical voice seeming to carry a strong sense of resignation. This system belongs to the multiverse marketplace logistics department, and its primary function is to clear out inventory. The items in the mystery box are all surplus stock that has been sitting unsold at the multiverse marketplace. The smile on Goldie's face froze instantly. What? Surplus stock? Unsold items? Rest assured, host. The system added in a deadpan tone. Though they're surplus stock, anything produced by this system is guaranteed to be top-notch. Plus, I'll filter out any items that are banned in your dimension. I want to get you into trouble, so as not to delay the sale of the blind boxes. Goldie stood there, completely flabbergasted. Wow. When others bind to a system, it's like defying fate. But her binding to the system meant she'd become a salesperson for the multiverse marketplace's clearance sale? Ding. Tomorrow's 10 multiverse blind boxes have all been distributed. A flash of white light, and 10 exquisitely crafted, mysterious multiverse blind boxes landed neatly on the counter. These were a world apart from the flashy standard blind boxes in the store. Entirely matte jet black, they were engraved with understated dark gold swirling cloud patterns, and the corners bore the tiny golden characters, 10,000 realms. Under the shop lights, the dark gold patterns seemed to shimmer with a gentle, swirling glow. They felt cool and smooth to the touch, exuding an indescribable sense of luxury and the scent of money. Chapter 2. The First Cross-World Visitor. Goldie's eyes instantly lit up like two searchlights. Her earlier grumbling had long since been cast to the winds. As a die-hard fan of online novels, she couldn't be more familiar with this kind of opening, although the system emphasized that these were surplus goods. Let us not forget these were surplus goods from all the worlds. Unsold elixirs from the immortal realm would be elixirs of immortality to mortal surplus technological products from the future. Even a tiny leak could probably flatten an entire street, right? With that in mind, Goldie rubbed her hands together eagerly. System, Is there a newbie starter pack? No, the system's voice was utterly flat. What company hands out perks the moment you start working? Goldie's lips twitched. With other systems, as soon as you bind to them, you get either a divine artifact, a peerless martial art, or a massive fortune, so why does she get absolutely nothing? You think that's too little? Why don't we unbind, and you go find a system that's willing to hand out perks? The system added with a dark undertone. You're ruthless. Goldie stared up at the sky, speechless. Fine, so there aren't any. But constantly threatening to unbind, did it really think she wouldn't dare? However, when her gaze fell once more on those 10 blind boxes with their incredible texture, her heart instantly settled. These weren't just blind boxes. They were clearly her lifeline, her ticket to turning the tables. Just you wait, Goldie said, running her fingers over the cool surface of the blind boxes, a sly smile curving her lips. Whether you're leftover stock or defective, once they're in my hands, they're limited editions. That evening, back home, faced with her parents' earnest pleas to back out, Goldie pounded her chest so hard it echoed through the house, stubbornly making a solemn vow and securing another 30 days of probation for herself. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Goldie opened her shop. Without a moment's hesitation, she placed those 10 multiverse blind boxes right in the most prominent spot on the counter, deliberately arranging a pile of 9.9 yuan standard blind boxes next to them for comparison. The visual contrast, one expensive, one cheap, one black, one colorful, was absolutely striking. As soon as she started the live stream, the viewer count was still a dismal 2, including her mom's alt account, and the store remained as deserted as a morgue. Goldie wasn't in a rush, though the funds had just hit her account. How could orders start pouring in that quickly? She leaned on the counter, drooling over the 10 black boxes while speculating about what kind of legendary items she might pull. As she lost herself in her thoughts, her eyelids began to droop. Just as she was staring blankly at the blind boxes and dozing off, the previously calm air by the store entrance suddenly rippled like water, and immediately afterward, an eerie chill swept in out of nowhere. Goldie jerked her head up, her drowsiness vanishing instantly. The next second, the translucent curtain was parted by a slender, fair hand. A handsome young gentleman, clad in a moon-white brocade robe and a jade sash around his waist, appeared out of thin air at the entrance to the blind box shop, as if he traveled through time and space. The man was none other than Shane, the crown prince of the Pingyang Marquisate of the Great Yong dynasty. He was gently fanning himself with an ink-wash folding fan. Clearly, one moment he had been strolling through the streets of ancient times, and the next, he was bewildered by this eerie scene. Shane stood at the doorway, looking around in confusion. The entire street was lined with old-style tiled houses featuring upturned eaves, but this shop alone had snow-white ceramic tiles covering its exterior. Its 2 translucent glass doors glinted in the sunlight, and the interior walls were blindingly white, devoid of any ink and wash paintings, yet incredibly pristine. How strange, Shane murmured under his breath, furrowing his brow slightly. I pass by here every day. When did this strange shop with glass doors and windows pop up? Overwhelmed by curiosity, he stepped inside. Just as he crossed the threshold, the smart sensor at the entrance suddenly emitted an emotionless electronic voice. Welcome. Clack. The priceless folding fan in Shane's hand fell straight to the floor. Having lived for over a decade as one of the most powerful aristocrats in Great Yong, he considered himself no stranger to countless rare treasures. Yet this voice, which had appeared out of nowhere and lacked even a hint of humanity, still startled him so much that he lost his composure on the spot. He hurriedly bent down to pick up the fan, his ears flushed crimson as he struggled to maintain the composure befitting a crown prince, though his gaze remained fixed on the counter. There, 10 exquisite boxes, entirely jet black and carved with subtle patterns of drifting clouds, were on display, exuding an allure that made his very soul tremble. Staring at those mystery boxes, Shane had unconsciously stepped inside the shop. He snapped back to his senses and surveyed his surroundings carefully, his gaze eventually fixing on the ceiling. There, rows of long, slender light fixtures emitted a soft white glow, illuminating the entire small shop as brightly as daylight. There was no flickering candlelight, no acrid smell of lamp oil, and certainly no soot from smoke and fire. This light was so pure it seemed otherworldly. What astonished him even more was that while the wind outside was bitingly cold, the shop was as warm as spring. Following the warmth with his gaze, he saw a white, square machine in the corner silently emitting hot air. No need to burn charcoal, no need to stoke the fire. Could it really generate heat out of thin air? This wasn't a shop at all, it was clearly the legendary abode of immortals. Shane took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the storm raging within. Only then did he notice Goldie sitting behind the cash register. As the crown prince of Pingyong, what grand spectacle had he not witnessed? He absolutely could not show weakness in front of a little girl. He snapped open his folding fan with a swish, attempting to mask the slight tremor in his fingertips with his signature graceful gesture. However, his ears red enough to bleed mercilessly gave him away. Goldie, leaning on the counter, watched as the noble young man's hands turned purple from the cold. While he pretended to be calm and fanned himself, she almost couldn't hold back a laugh. This wasn't some aloof playboy at all. He was clearly just a naive country bumpkin from the past. But this country bumpkin was obviously a big fish time to cash in. Shane finally regained his composure and turned his gaze back to the counter. That row of 10 jet black mystery boxes shimmered with an understated, luxurious luster under the bright lights, their dark gold swirling cloud patterns seeming to flow gently. The overwhelming sense of sophistication stood in stark contrast to the garish, ordinary boxes beside them. Goldie quickly sat up straight, flashing a professional smile. "Young master, would you like to buy a mystery box?" Shane tucked away his folding fan, clasped his hands behind his back, and did his best to maintain the image of a refined young gentleman from a distinguished family as he asked in a deep voice, "Shopkeeper, what exactly is sold inside these boxes?" "Here it comes. A big client has arrived." Goldie instantly dropped her playful demeanor, straightened her back, and adopted the posture of a professional salesperson. "Sir, these are blind boxes." She first pointed at the 10 jet black boxes, her tone mysterious. "This is our store's crown jewel, the multiverse blind box. It contains rare and wondrous items from across the multiverse. 10 taels of silver each, with a lifetime limit of 3 per person." She then pointed to the standard blind boxes beside them. "These are the standard blind boxes, 5 taels of silver each, with a daily limit of 2 per person." Shane raised an eyebrow slightly. A business actually limits how many items a customer can buy. And this term blind box, he'd never heard of it before. Blind boxes? What kind of treasures are inside? The fun of a blind box lies in the unknown. Goldie's eyes crinkled into a mischievous smile as she began to sweet talk. "Oh wait." She began to pitch. "Unless you open it, no one knows what's inside. It could be a priceless, legendary weapon. Or perhaps an immortal elixir that extends one's lifespan. It all depends on your luck, young master." Chapter 3. The Naive Crown Prince. As she spoke, Goldie stood up and walked around the counter, ready to give this VIP customer an immersive shopping experience. To ensure an auspicious grand opening today and bring in some vibrant good luck, she had deliberately chosen a burgundy, waist-cinched knit dress, paired with flesh-toned thick tights and Chelsea boots. This outfit was both warm and figure-flattering, making her look full of youthful energy, with a touch of shrewdness beneath her polished demeanor. However, no sooner had she taken a step than she heard a sharp clack. The folding fan in Shayna's hand had once again met its demise, falling to the floor. The young princess' eyes widened like copper bells. His gaze seemed glued to her legs as if by superglue. He froze in place as if struck by lightning, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. You. Shane pointed at her, his finger trembling, his face instantly turning the color of a pig's liver, as he stammered out. In broad daylight, scantily clad, what kind of behavior is this? It's simply an affront to public decency. Goldie looked down at herself. Her knit skirt fell below her knees, and her leggings covered her completely. Not even her ankles were exposed. Apart from her hands, face, and neck, not a single inch of skin was showing. If this was considered barely covered, wouldn't the nightclub style back home be sentenced to immediate beheading? She sighed helplessly, pointed at her legs, and looked at the young master as if he were a caveman. "Young master, these are leggings there for keeping warm. Back in Tianwai we call them bare leg magic. They're a fashion staple. Get it? Fashion." After saying this, to prove her innocence, she playfully bent over, hooked her finger through the leggings at her calf, and gave them a sharp snap. The tight, stretchy fabric snapped back instantly, clinging to her skin. Shayna's gaze fell upon that layer of fabric, tight against her skin, and his pupils dilated dramatically. This material, could it really cling so closely to the skin, even outlining the contours of her legs, yet reveal no visible texture whatsoever? As thin as a cicada's wing, yet not see through. What kind of treasure from beyond the heavens was this? The possessions of those from beyond the heavens are truly shocking and outrageous, utterly shameless. He hurriedly picked up his folding fan, turned his head away abruptly, his ears red enough to bleed, muttering to himself, "Do not look upon what is improper. Do not look upon what is improper. I apologize for my rudeness." He took several deep breaths, forcibly banishing those scandalous images from his mind. He straightened his posture, attempting to regain a shred of the crown princess dignity, and introduced himself. "I am Shane, Crown Prince of the Pingyang Marquisate of the Great Yong Dynasty. My mother's birthday is coming up soon, and I've been struggling to find a suitable gift. Since your shop is the heavenly immortal emporium, I wonder if there might be something in these blind boxes that would make a fitting birthday present." The Crown Prince, the Marquis of Pingyang's Manor? Goldie's eyes lit up instantly, as if she spotted a walking gold mine. This was a true blue-blooded aristocrat, the kind whose family owns a gold mine. The abacus in her mind began clacking away instantly, sparks nearly flying from it. The multiverse blind box might be high-end, but she'd only get a 10% commission, way too little. She might as well talk him into buying a standard blind box for 5 taels of silver first. After all, the items inside were just trinkets worth a few yuan in the modern world. Back in ancient times, she could just make up a story about them being auspicious omens from beyond the heavens, which would give her a much higher profit margin. Once she whetted his appetite, it wouldn't be too late to get him to buy the more expensive ones. Having made up her mind, Goldie was just about to recommend the pile of flashy standard blind boxes next to her. But to her surprise, Shane didn't even give her a chance to rip him off. The young princess gaze swept over the flashy, colorful boxes, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, as if he were looking at rotten vegetable leaves at a roadside stall. Immediately, his gaze locked firmly on the row of jet-black, gold-plated multiverse blind boxes on the counter. That dignified, mysterious, and imposing aura was the only thing befitting the prestige of the Pingyang Marquis Manor. No need for further discussion. Shane exuded an air of arrogance that screamed, "I'm not short on money. Those flashy trinkets aren't fit for a place of distinction. I'll take this one." His slender fingers swept past the standard blind boxes, pointing directly at the jet-black box with the finest texture. "1 multiverse blind box for 10 taels of silver, please." Goldie swallowed the sales pitch that had been on the tip of her tongue. She looked at the blind box, then glanced at Shane, who remained utterly nonchalant, as if he were simply buying a flatbread, and 2 words came to mind. Classy. The world of the wealthy really is this unpretentious and dull. Skip the beginner's village entirely and go straight to spending big to win the grand prize? Sure thing. You have excellent taste, Prince. You're clearly a connoisseur. Goldie immediately put on a beaming smile, her tone sweeter than sugar. Take your pick. I hope you hit the jackpot on your first try. Unbox a priceless treasure, and bring boundless blessings to the old lady. Shane gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the 10 blind boxes as if performing some solemn ritual. Finally, his eyes settled on the smallest blind box in the corner. Though the smallest in size, its dark gold patterns were the most intricate, faintly exuding an air of extraordinary charm, as if whispering, "The best is condensed into this. I'll take this one." He reached out and picked up the miniature multiverse blind box. Goldie looked at the tiny box, not even the size of a palm, and couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Young master, why do you always pick the smallest ones? If you end up with some pocket-sized trinket, like nail clippers or a mini-figurine, don't come crying to me." The atmosphere in the entire little shop froze instantly. The unknown surprise was about to be revealed. Shane held the tiny multiverse blind box, turning it over and over several times, his eyes brimming with wonder. Finally, he furrowed his brow and asked, "This box doesn't even have a clasp. How am I supposed to open it?" Just then, a system notification suddenly exploded in Goldie's mind. Only then did she realize that this multiverse blind box was voice-activated. Without showing the slightest hint of nervousness, she crossed her arms and casually said, "Your Highness, please pay first, then shout open at the box, and it'll open on its own." The moment those words left her mouth, Shane was completely dumbfounded. The folding fan he'd been fanning himself with suddenly froze mid-air, suspended there motionless. Just saying a word to the box would open it? How could something so absurd be possible? Could it be that this female shopkeeper, seeing how handsome he was deliberately playing a prank on him for a laugh? But Shane simply couldn't suppress his curiosity, coupled with that, I won't believe it until I see it, attitude. He gritted his teeth, pulled a 10 liang silver ingot from the money pouch at his waist, and slammed it down on the counter with a thud. Goldie's eyes were as quick as lightning. She swept the silver into the drawer in a flash, her heart instantly bursting with joy. Finally, the first sale. The first blind box sale went through smoothly, and her sales total finally broke zero. This wasn't just silver, it was the sweet scent of success. Chapter 4. The Crown Princess Arrogance sends the livestream into a frenzy. As for Shane, clutching the multiverse blind box, his ears were burning hot, and he was so embarrassed that his toes nearly dug a massive courtyard compound right into his boots. As the heir apparent to the Marquis of Pingyang, talking to himself over a tiny box, if word of this reached the social circles in the capital, those spoiled brats from the aristocratic families would laugh at him for a whole year. He grumbled to himself. Maybe the shopkeeper was just pulling a fast one, and in the end, he'd have to pry the box open himself. After agonizing over it for a while, Shane, half convinced, lowered his voice and whispered the two words like a thief. Open! There was a soft click. The lid of the mystery box actually popped open. Shane froze instantly. The hand holding the box trembled slightly beyond his control. His eyes widened to the size of saucers, and his face clearly read, My worldview has just collapsed. Unlocking the box with just a casual remark? Could this be some kind of magical spell? A spell that comes true the moment it's spoken. Shane composed himself, forcing down the storm raging in his heart, and looked down into the box to examine its contents closely. Inside lay a palm-sized object, round and adorable, that felt faintly warm to the touch, looking every bit as exquisite as the finest warm jade. At the same time, item details popped into Goldie's mind. Item: solar thermal hand warmer. Grade: slow selling clearance item from the 10,000 realms. Functions: solar energy storage, constant temperature, sustained heat, long-lasting winter warmth. Expiration: 3 years. Goldie silently marveled. In ancient times, when coal and cotton were scarce, this thing would have been a treasure worth its weight in gold. Even she, a modern person, found it tempting. And carrying it in her pocket during winter would be nothing short of a life-saving gadget. She suppressed her envy, put on an air of mystery, and began her introduction. Your Highness, this is a rare treasure that has drifted down from beyond the heavens, known as the solar thermal hand warmer. Clasp it in the palm of your hand, and your whole body will feel warm and cozy. If it ever stops generating heat, just take it out to soak up some sunlight, and it'll be fully recharged and ready to use again. However, it does have a limited lifespan. It'll stop working completely after 3 years. The more Shane listened, the brighter his eyes shone, and the faster his heart raced. No need to burn charcoal or set up a bulky heater. It generates heat just by soaking up the sun, and it lasts a full 3 years? How could such an incredible treasure exist in this world? He'd been full of skepticism at first. Could such a tiny thing, no bigger than the palm of his hand, really warm his entire body? But the moment his fingertips touched the solar thermal hand warmer, a gentle warmth surged from his fingertips through his entire body in an instant. The bone-chilling cold he'd endured for days vanished instantly, and the comfort was so profound he nearly let out a sigh of relief. As the heir to the Marquis's mansion, Shane was known in public as a dashing young nobleman. To maintain his dignity and poise, even in the depths of winter, he always wore a thin brocade robe and carried a folding fan. In past winters, he'd suffer terribly from the cold, his hands and feet often turning purple and going numb. In modern terms, he was a classic example of style over warmth, truly sacrificing comfort for the sake of appearances. This solar thermal hand warmer was a direct hit, striking right at the core of Shane's heart. For a young man from a distinguished family like him who loves to put on airs, this is absolutely a rare treasure. After experiencing the warmth firsthand, the aloof persona Shane had maintained for years crumbled to pieces. He carefully tucked the solar thermal hand warmer into his roomy sleeve pocket and held it close, a smile spreading uncontrollably across his face, just like a child who'd stolen a piece of candy. Earlier, he'd thought 10 taels of silver was a bit pricey and had even suspected the shopkeeper of pulling a fast one. But those thoughts had long since been cast to the winds. Paying 10 taels of silver for such a treasure was a total steal. Goldie, watching from the side, looked on with envy, a pang of jealousy in her heart. She was naturally sensitive to the cold but didn't like wearing bulky cotton clothes. She, too, wanted this compact and portable solar thermal hand warmer, but unfortunately, Since it was a system-exclusive item, it wasn't available for sale to the public. With the steady warmth filling his sleeve, Shane couldn't put down this compact solar thermal hand warmer. The way he looked at this blind box shop and at Goldie had already changed completely. A strange shop that appeared out of thin air, voice-activated blind boxes, and unheard-of treasures from beyond the heavens. This was no ordinary shop, it was clearly a treasure trove hiding endless opportunities. He exclaimed in genuine admiration, "Shopkeeper, these boxes are filled with treasures. These 10 taels of silver are well worth it." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shane's gaze immediately locked onto the 9 remaining multiverse blind boxes on the counter, with only one thought in his mind: buy them all and take them home. At that moment, Goldie had absolutely no idea that her usually quiet and sparsely attended livestream had already gone wild. Ever since Shane walked in and the Doris welcome speaker startled him so much he dropped his folding fan, passing netizens had been flooding into the livestream. In just a few short minutes, the online viewer count skyrocketed to over 100, and the chat was packed with a constant stream of comments. "I'm dying of laughter." The young master was so startled by the welcome speaker that he dropped his fan-proof "he is a pure-hearted guy." The production quality and costumes totally outclassed those cheesy short dramas. "I thought I'd accidentally stumbled into some big-budget period drama. Just looking at the female lead makes me blush. Isn't the crown prince way too innocent? I'm loving this cute contrast. Could this be the streamer teaming up with a partner to film a skit? But those special effects look pretty real. I'm sticking around until the end. Update the next part ASAP." As Shane tucked the solar thermal hand warmer into his coat, more and more viewers set their sights on that magical little gadget, and the chat exploded with purchase requests. "This solar thermal hand warmer looks super practical. Does the streamer sell them separately? It'd be so nice to keep this in my hands during winter. I really need one. Give me the link." Longtime viewers who logged in a minute or two earlier rushed to set the record straight. "They don't sell individual items. The streamer only sells blind boxes. What you get is all up to luck." Inside the store, Shane couldn't see the live chat comments. His mind and eyes were completely focused on the treasures inside the blind boxes. He waved his hand grandly, brimming with confidence. "Shopkeeper, I'll take all 9 remaining black boxes." Goldie quickly reached out to stop him, her expression saying, "I'd love to make money off you, but I just can't do it. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but there's a strict rule for these special black mystery boxes. A person can only buy a maximum of 3 in their lifetime. I really can't let you buy more." Shane paused for a moment, then shrugged it off, casually pulling out 20 taels of silver and slapping them on the counter. "That's such a shame. I'll just pick out 2 more." With that, he walked straight over and selected 2 multiverse blind boxes. One was a massive box, a full 30 centimeters tall, looking substantial. The other was a small box, about 10 centimeters tall, looking delicate and cute. Shane drew a deep breath, focused his energy, and shouted, "Open!" at the largest black box. With a crisp click, the lid sprang open. Inside, instead of the expected jewels or jade, lay a modern soccer ball with black and white stripes. The live stream instantly erupted in laughter, and the chat was flooded with comments. "Ha ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard I'm spitting out my drink. 10 liang of silver for a soccer ball. A sky-high price soccer ball is born." The crown princess inner monologue at this moment. What was the point of this? Did I just get ripped off? The thrill of blind boxes is off the charts. It's all about luck, and this luck is off the charts too. Where's the store? I want to join the fun too. Wake up, guy above. If you want to buy a blind box, you'd better have 10 taels of silver first. Viewers in the live stream all felt that spending a whopping 10 taels of silver just to get a soccer ball was an absolute rip-off. Shane, on the other hand, didn't feel cheated in the slightest. Chapter 5. A steel 8 liang. Shane carefully cradled the soccer ball in his hands and pressed it gently. It felt soft and springy, so much more comfortable than those rock-hard rattan balls and kuju from the Great Yong dynasty. Plus, its design was unlike anything he'd ever seen before, striped in black and white, and the more he looked at it, the more mysterious it seemed. Goldie chimed in at just the right moment. "Your Highness, this ball is incredibly durable. No matter how you kick it, it won't break easily. It'll last 3 years." A ball that lasts 3 years? Shane's eyes lit up instantly. He felt he'd gotten an incredible deal. It was practically a treasure trove. Immediately, he picked up the last mystery box with eager anticipation and said, "Open it." The box popped open at his command, revealing an empty interior, nothing inside at all. Shane froze for a moment, feeling a bit disappointed. But the Crown Prince's train of thought was uniquely unconventional, and he quickly turned the situation to his advantage. Just this magical mechanism box that opens and closes automatically with a single command was worth far more than 10 taels of silver. Taking it back to the Marquis's mansion would definitely blow his family and friends' minds. This silver was money well spent. The live stream chat was flooded with comments again. Ha ha ha, an empty box, 2,000 yuan down the drain. Spent a fortune on a voice-activated box. Only the Crown Prince can afford to be so flush. If it were me, I'd be crying by now. So entertaining. Keep going. Keep going, I'm waiting for the next update. Far from being upset, Shane was actually left wanting more. Shopkeeper. This thing is really fun. I'd like to keep buying them. Goldie looked at this walking ATM right in front of her. Her mental abacus clicking away. There was no way she was going to let him walk away so easily. With a smile, she reminded him. Prince, you've already bought the maximum of 3 of these special black blind boxes. You're not allowed to buy any more. However, you can still buy 2 more of these colorful standard blind boxes over here today. Shane cheerfully paid another 10 taels of silver and, from the pile of colorful boxes, picked out a striking red blind box and a refreshing green one. Imitating what he'd done before, he cupped the boxes in his hands, drew a deep breath, and said earnestly, "Open." The air suddenly fell silent. The boxes remained completely still, not making a single sound, as if they were looking at a fool. Shane was instantly baffled. Goldie's shoulders shook violently as she struggled to stifle her laughter, nearly bursting out laughing on the spot. She quickly pulled out a small box opening knife, deftly slit open the cardboard box, and bluffed with a straight face. "Don't worry, Your Highness. The standard blind box is cheap. It doesn't have that fancy voice-activated feature, so you'll just have to open it yourself." Shane's expression froze for a split second, but within a second, he regained his aloof, aristocratic composure. He nodded calmly, feigning immense poise. "I see. As they say, you get what you pay for, and the same goes for serendipity." As soon as those words came out, the live chat exploded with laughter. The screen was flooded with nothing but ha 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 ha, all teasing this innocent, hapless Crown Prince so concerned with saving face that he is suffering in silence. He was just too adorably clueless. Goldie took the opportunity to open the red blind box, revealing a luxurious matte red lipstick lying quietly inside. She carefully explained to Shane the magical uses of this lipstick. Next, she opened the green blind box, which contained a small folding stainless steel comb, the rounded teeth wooden snag hair, and it even came with a clip for storage. It was exquisitely crafted. Keep in mind, these 2 little items wooden cost more than 30 yuan combined in modern times, but in ancient times they were definitely top-tier rarities. The lipstick doesn't fade easily, outshining all the luxury lip balms of the time. With a stunning, sophisticated finish, the stainless steel folding comb is a treasure. Even imperial court ladies wouldn't have access to it. Doesn't rust, doesn't snag hair, and is compact and portable. Giving these 2 items to Lady Shin as a birthday gift instantly raises the prestige to the highest level. The live stream chat exploded with laughter. Confirmed. The Crown Prince is a total sucker, spending 2,000 yuan on stuff worth just a few dozen yuan. He's just a rich fool with money to burn. This is hilarious. The best part is that he just seriously shouted, "Open!" at the cardboard box, only for the shop owner to have to tear it open by hand. So adorably clueless. I really don't get the joys of the rich. Goldie secretly did the math in her head, grinning to herself. She made a net profit of 8 liang of silver today. That's over 1,000 yuan a total steal. She quickly stuffed the lipstick and comb into the empty multiverse blind box she just opened, then neatly stacked the 3 multiverse blind boxes of varying sizes and handed them to Shane. The scene instantly became both bizarre and hilarious. The Prince of Pingyang, dressed all in white, with an air of nobility and stunning good looks, was clutching 3 strange, pitch-black square boxes in his arms, creating a stark contrast that was absolutely off the charts. Passers-by along the entire ancient street were stunned, frantically turning to gawk and whispering among themselves. Shane didn't care one bit. He clutched the boxes tightly with both hands, treating them like precious treasures, afraid they might get even the slightest scratch. After saying goodbye to Goldie, he strolled leisurely out of the little shop. At that moment, Shane's personal attendant was sweating buckets with anxiety, on the verge of a nervous breakdown. But in the blink of an eye, the esteemed Crown Prince of Pingyang had vanished into thin air right there on the street. The valet was running around in a panic, turning the entire street upside down from end to end. Yet he couldn't find a single trace of him. Frustrated, he stamped his feet, about to rush back to the mansion to report to the Marquis and mobilize the mansion's forces for a citywide search. But just as he turned his head, the scene before him left him frozen in place. There stood his master, the lofty, aloof, and dignified crown prince, who was always meticulous to a fault, strolling back leisurely with 3 oddly shaped black boxes cradled in his arms, his expression betraying a hint of unhidden delight. The servant hurried forward and spoke anxiously. "Crown Prince, where did you go just now? You gave me quite a scare. Let me help you carry those." Shane stepped slightly aside to avoid him, clutching the mystery boxes to his chest as if guarding priceless treasures, and replied in a flat tone, "I just went to a newly opened shop on the corner." With that, he personally carried the 3 treasures, his posture upright and his stride composed, as he strolled leisurely toward the Marquis mansion. The servant glanced around. Where was there a newly opened shop in the vicinity? The spot where the crown prince had just been lingering was originally nothing more than a dilapidated, empty house. Following behind the crown prince, the servant's mind was filled with doubts. He felt that strange things had been happening one after another today, but out of respect for the master-servant etiquette, he dared not ask for more details and could only silently keep pace with the crown prince. Goldie in the store was absolutely over the moon. A great start. A perfect finish. 3 multiverse blind boxes sold. The system S100 order assessment task had successfully broken the 0 mark. The number of viewers in the livestream steadily climbed to over 300. All of them netizens there to gawk and gossip. Goldie's smile stretched from ear to ear, and she was over the moon. This is it. Pure profit. An unbelievable start. Once the customers left, the shop fell completely silent. Goldie looked down at the few heavy ingots of snow-white silver on the table. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she couldn't take her gaze off them. She suddenly recalled a little-known fact she read online. Gold doesn't ring. Silver doesn't bounce. Goldie's curiosity was through the roof. She picked up an ingot of silver and gently tossed it onto the floor. Thud. A dull, heavy sound, not crisp at all. Definitely solid, genuine silver. Goldie immediately bent down to pick it up, pulled out a wet wipe, and carefully, meticulously polished the silver ingot until it shone like a mirror. She peered out the window, scanning the old street left and right. Not a soul in sight. Goldie completely let loose, picked up the silver ingot, popped it into her mouth, and took a big bite. Crunch! A clear set of teeth marks was left right on it. The texture was soft and squishy, 100% pure silver. No doubt about it. Goldie smacked her lips with delight. Oh my gosh! So the silver that made her rich overnight was actually sweet. She knew full well that this was genuine ancient silver, not some cheap modern prop. She really hit the jackpot today. But her childish, money-obsessed antics throwing silver, polishing silver, and chomping on silver were all broadcast in high definition. And over 300 viewers saw every single detail. Chapter 6. The streamer gains fans online. Goldie cradled the heavy silver ingot in her hands for a long time, feeling absolutely thrilled. In her 20-plus years of life, this was the first time she'd ever touched real ancient silver. It was such a novel experience. After playing with it to her heart's content, she carefully tucked the silver ingot away in a drawer. But when she looked up, her eyes met a screen full of scrolling comments. Goldie froze on the spot. Oh no, she'd completely forgotten. She hadn't even realized her live stream was still on. And when did her stream get so many viewers? That clueless, naive look she had just now clutching the silver ingot, touching it and even nibbling on it had been seen by absolutely everyone in the live stream. In an instant, her face flushed from the roots of her ears all the way to her cheeks. It burned so intensely, and she was so embarrassed she could dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. It was a full-blown social death scene. There was no saving her now. The comment stream was still going wild with jokes. The streameress blushing. So cute. The whole internet is watching this iconic, nibbling on silver moment. She must be so excited about making big money, she's gone a little crazy. The actress couldn't keep it together. She broke character right there. Haha. Goldie looked at the screen filled with comments about a script, and just didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And really, who could believe something this outlandish? A historical prince appearing out of thin air, a multiverse blind box of mysterious origin, and real ancient silver ingots. Anyone watching would assume it was the script for a carefully produced short drama. Even if she screamed a million times that this was real, that she actually connected to the ancient world, netizens would just assume she'd gotten too caught up in the drama and was rambling. Goldie sighed quietly. Fine. Being treated like a script was actually pretty good, keeping a low profile, quietly getting rich, that was the safest bet. She cleared her throat twice, suppressed the flushing embarrassment on her face, and pretended to be calm as she tidied up the counter. No big deal. As long as I'm not the one feeling awkward, it's everyone else who's in the hot seat. Social embarrassment is nothing. The important thing is, 8 liang of silver safely in the bag. My system evaluation has successfully broken the 0 mark. A huge win. A sure win. Pure profit. Looking at the live chat comments still teasing her on the screen, Goldie thickened her skin and fired back at the camera with righteous conviction. What's so funny? If you were in my shoes and saw this much real silver, who could resist touching it a couple of times or taking a bite? That's a normal reaction. What's so funny about that? As soon as she said that, the chat exploded with laughter, and the comments immediately fell into lockstep. Ha ha ha. She's right. If I saw that much silver, I'd hug it and gnaw on it all day. I'd bite it too. I've never seen real silver ingots in my life. So true. Who wouldn't he be excited after winning a huge sum? The streamer is so cute. I get it. It's your first time touching silver, you just can't hold back your curiosity. Silver. What did I ever do to deserve this? Everyone wants to take a bite out of me. It's not embarrassing. Not at all. You've totally nailed the money-hungry persona. Viewers who had been wondering if this was scripted were instantly won over by her genuine, unfiltered reaction. Not a single one of the 300+ viewers left. They all stayed glued to the livestream to watch the spectacle. Goldie quietly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the chat had stopped teasing her. She secretly thought to herself, whether they think it's scripted or an act, as long as no one discovers the true secret of the multiverse blind box, let them guess whatever they want. The most important thing right now was to complete the system's tasks and make some serious money. Looking at the screen filled with comments that all showed understanding, along with the occasional tip floating in, Goldie smiled, her eyes crinkling. She completely relaxed, leaning back on the counter to leisurely chat with the hundreds of viewers in the live stream. It's not that I'm money hungry, it's just that this is my first time seeing ancient silver, and it's just so fascinating. Resting her chin in her hand, she spoke in a soft, exceptionally sincere tone. No matter how much you see online or on TV, nothing beats actually holding it in your own hands. It's so solid and heavy. It feels really reassuring. The viewers in the live stream were completely won over by her, and the comment stream was both warm and lively. So relatable. Who wouldn't he lose control seeing ancient silver for the first time? The host has such a great personality, cute and genuine. I just popped in to check out the fun, but now I'm totally hooked on this stream. Whether it's scripted or not, this setup with the ancient noble and the mystery box is so stress-relieving. Can't wait for the Crown Prince to come back tomorrow. Goldie casually scanned the comments, replying to viewers here and there. The little shop was quiet and peaceful, and life felt exceptionally pleasant. Though she appeared relaxed on the surface, deep down she quietly asked the system, if I keep streaming like this, will it expose our secret? Will the netizens figure out the true identities of the customers in my shop who traveled here from other worlds? The multiverse blind box system spoke slowly and soothingly. Host, rest assured, streaming 1T cause much of a problem. People in your world are open-minded and accepting. Even if guests wear ancient or eccentric costumes, viewers will just assume it's part of the shop's themed setup. They'll never believe they're real-time travelers. As soon as she finished speaking, the system immediately started calculating and began coaxing her. Besides, you can make money quickly through live streaming in your world. The more money you earn, the more silver you can exchange for, and with silver you can buy more blind boxes from me. The more you buy, the higher my sales will be. But the blind boxes you buy don't count toward the system's tasks. Goldie asked curiously, System, do I have the same limit as regular people, only 3 blind boxes in a lifetime? Multiverse blind box system, you're my host, so naturally you enjoy special privileges and aren't subject to those restrictions. However, to prevent you from spending recklessly, you can only buy 1 every 3 days. Goldie drawled, trying to sound sweet. System, you're so thoughtful. Host, drop that sappy act. No matter what, I won't give you any discounts. Goldie's face fell instantly, and she muttered resentfully, not even a single cent off? Other systems offer newbie perks and spend and save promotions, but you're a tightwad, you one teapot with a single penny. The multiverse blind box system replied in a completely flat tone. The blind boxes are sourced from countless dimensions, so the costs are extremely high. Pricing is standardized, there's no such thing as a discount. Focus on streaming to earn money. Once your income is stable, you'll be able to afford a multiverse blind box. Goldie's eyes darted around as she tentatively tried to negotiate a perk. Well, if I buy your blind boxes often in the future, does that make me a VIP customer? VIPs should get some exclusive perks, right? Host, being able to purchase one multiverse blind box every 3 days is, in itself, an exclusive privilege I've granted you. Don't be too greedy. The multiverse blind box system paused for a moment before continuing to coax her gently. Focus on streaming to make money. The more you earn, the more funds you'll have on hand, and the more consistently you'll be able to open blind boxes. I maintain steady sales volume, and you keep reaping treasures from across the multiverse. That's the best win-win scenario. Goldie pursed her lips. So after all that beating around the bush, you're just trying to trick me into earning more money and spending more with you. The multiverse blind box system replied candidly. That's exactly right. The sooner you save up enough capital to open more blind boxes and acquire all sorts of rare treasures, the better it'll be for you. It's a surefire win with no downside. Meanwhile, at the Pingyang Marquis Manor, Shane carefully carried 3 black boxes back to the manor, leaving all the servants speechless. The young Marquis, usually gentle, refined, and unassuming, was guarding these unremarkable black boxes with his life. Everyone was filled with confusion and couldn't fathom why. As soon as Shane returned to his courtyard, he immediately dismissed all the servants and arranged the 3 black boxes neatly on the table. He picked up the items he opened and examined them repeatedly, marveling inwardly these were one-of-a-kind treasures even within the entire Great Yong dynasty. He took out one of the medium-sized black boxes, carefully packed the lipstick and stainless steel comb inside, intending to present them as a birthday gift for his mother. The moment he thought of the blind box rules, Shane felt a deep sense of regret. The multiverse blind box limited each person to 3 purchases in a lifetime. He had completely used up his quota and would never be able to buy these magical black boxes again. Out of sheer frustration, Shane simply picked up the soccer ball he unboxed and headed out to visit a few close friends from prominent families, determined to show off the extraordinary treasures he acquired. Chapter 7. A down on his luck mystery shopper pays a visit. Meanwhile, inside the little shop, Goldie was still leisurely chatting with her livestream audience, completely unaware that the solar thermal hand warmer, soccer ball, lipstick, and small comb she pulled from the mystery boxes had completely won over the heir to the ancient Pingyang Marquis. Tomorrow, a large group of ancient tycoons would be coming to the shop. The number of viewers in the livestream was still slowly rising. Before she knew it, it had quietly surpassed 500. Everyone was filled with anticipation. What new surprises would the mystery box shop bring next? Goldie chatted casually with the viewers while secretly calculating in her mind. After a busy morning, the shop had welcomed only one customer, Shane. Although she earned a full 8 taels of silver in one go, which, converted to modern currency, was over 1,000 yuan, it was indeed a substantial amount. But according to the system's requirements, she had to sell 100 multiverse blind boxes in a month, averaging at least 3 per day. She only sold 3 today, barely meeting the daily minimum. She couldn't afford to slack off at all from here on out. As noon approached, Goldie's stomach was growling with hunger. She opened the food delivery app and decisively ordered a box of their signature braised pork rice bowl, chatting away on her live stream as she placed the order. Even though I'm making big money now, I still have to use coupons when I can. This coupon I'm using today is a total steal: spend 16, save 12. I used to order their shiitake mushroom and Chinese cabbage rice bowl all the time, but that 12 yuan dish doesn't qualify for the coupon. Only this braised pork one does, so today I'm definitely having the braised pork rice bowl. That's what I call saving where I should and spending where I should. The braised pork rice bowl, originally priced at 16 yuan, qualified for the platform's 16 yuan off when you spend 16 yuan deal. With a 2 yuan delivery fee on top, it ended up costing just 6 yuan, a total steal. Goldie happily placed her order and sat back to wait for her meal. Before long, the delivery guy arrived right on time with the takeout box. Goldie quickly cleared a small space at the counter, pulled up a chair, and sat down with a satisfied smile. She didn't rush to eat. Instead, she deliberately held the takeout box level and waved it in front of the camera before slowly lifting the lid. In an instant, The rich, mellow aroma of the pork exploded, filling the entire little shop with a tempting fragrance. The braised pork in the box had a bright red hue, with a perfect balance of lean and fatty meat. It glistened with oil and was still steaming, looking incredibly appetizing. Goldie raised an eyebrow and smiled at the camera. "I just ordered the signature braised pork rice bowl. Doesn't it look absolutely mouth-watering? I can hardly wait to dig in." The live stream chat instantly exploded with comments. "That presentation is amazing. I can practically smell it through the screen. It's right at lunchtime, and my professor is running over. I'm just staring at it and can't eat it. I'm so hungry I could cry. Who could resist that color? It looks so tender and full of flavor. I'm so jealous I'm still stuck at my desk. Is this streamer a food vlogger?" Just as everyone was joking and interacting, the semi-transparent curtain at the entrance shifted slightly. The store's motion-activated speaker immediately emitted a clear, electronic voice. "Welcome." The sudden sound startled the hunched figure at the doorway, causing them to stop dead in their tracks. The man stiffened, a look of intense wariness flashing in his eyes. He quickly scanned every corner of the shop to make sure there were no ambushes or dangers. Only then did he tense his body and step inside cautiously, one step at a time. A broken dagger was tucked at his waist, and his hand never left it for a single moment. The man was middle-aged, clad in tattered coarse cloth, covered in dust, with hair as tangled as weeds. His face was crisscrossed with scars from wind and weather, giving him an exceptionally forlorn appearance. He was gaunt, with high, prominent cheekbones, a clear sign he hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. A broken sword hung diagonally at his waist. Most of the blade was snapped off, and the edge was twisted beyond recognition, clearly a weapon that had seen countless battles and was long since beyond repair. As he walked, he would occasionally raise his hand instinctively, his palm clenched tightly around the cold hilt, as if seeking solace from this old companion. At that moment, his hunger was unbearable, and waves of cramping pain gripped his stomach. He instinctively tensed his abdomen, clenched his jaw tightly, and forced down the surging pangs of hunger, breathing so lightly it was barely audible. Yet even at the height of his hunger, his eyes remained sharp and piercing, and a battle-hardened, murderous aura surrounded him. He was by no means an ordinary street beggar, but clearly a down-on-his-luck, ruthless figure from the underworld. As soon as he steadied himself and sensed there was no danger, his gaze locked firmly on the plate of braised pork over rice on the table. The enticing aroma filled his nostrils, making his Adam's apple bob uncontrollably as he swallowed hard, over and over, unable to tear his gaze away. The pangs of hunger washed over him like a tide. He raised his hand once more to grip the broken dagger at his waist, using the coolness of the hilt to force himself to stay calm and fiercely suppress the urge to pounce. The live chat exploded instantly. "The second ancient guest is here. That broken curved blade at his waist is definitely a story in itself. Clutching the hilt the whole time, fighting off his hunger, it's so heartbreaking to watch. First the innocent crown prince, now the iron-blooded swordsman. The plot just keeps getting more exciting. Oh no, this guy has been staring at the braised pork the whole time. The hostess meal is in danger. Haha. I'm locking down the stream. I could binge-watch this mini-series all day." Goldie's hand holding the chopsticks paused. Feeling both anxious and curious, she instinctively pulled the lunchbox closer to herself. Wow, another person from ancient times has just appeared out of thin air, and a tough guy carrying a broken sword at that. Who knows where he's from? Seeing that he was so hungry his eyes were glazing over, yet he was still desperately trying to hold back, Goldie steeled herself and struck up a conversation. "Hello, this is the Multiverse Blind Box Store. Would you like to pick out a blind box and give it a try?" She didn't really hold out much hope, though. Judging by his ragged appearance, he was clearly penniless. He probably couldn't afford even a standard blind box for 5 taels of silver, let alone a premium one for 10 taels. If he really had any savings, he wouldn't be starving like this, unable to take his eyes off a box of hot rice. The man struggled to tear his gaze away from the braised pork, warily scanned the shop, and asked in a deep voice, "What's inside the blind boxes? How much do they cost?" Goldie quoted the prices honestly. The black special edition blind boxes are 10 taels of silver each, and the colorful standard blind boxes are 5 taels each. What you get is entirely up to luck. Sometimes you might even get an empty box. The man's Adam's apple bobbed again, a flicker of urgency passing through his eyes as his gaze settled directly on the row of jet black, gold-plated premium blind boxes on the counter. He searched himself from head to toe but couldn't find a single copper coin, let alone any silver. After a moment's hesitation, he took a deep breath before carefully pulling a smooth Hotan jade pendant from the inner pocket of his shirt. The jade pendant wasn't a top-tier treasure. It bore a few natural fine lines, but its color was superb, the carving was fine, and it was clearly quite valuable at first glance. Ding! System appraisal. Hotan jade pendant. Worth 30 taels of silver. Goldie instantly understood. 30 taels of silver would be exactly enough to exchange for 3 multiverse blind boxes, which were subject to a lifetime purchase limit. She said, "This jade pendant of yours is worth 30 taels of silver." The man immediately handed her the pendant, his tone steady and firm. "I'll trade it for 3 multiverse blind boxes." Chapter 8. Trading a thermos from a blind box for food. "All right, just pick them out yourself." Goldie took the jade pendant and nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man stepped forward and casually selected a medium-sized multiverse blind box. He instinctively channeled his inner energy, trying to open the blind box, but no matter how white his knuckles turned or how much strength he poured into it, the multiverse blind box remained completely motionless. The man froze in his tracks, his face filled with bewilderment. What on earth was this made of? The inner energy he spent years painstakingly cultivating couldn't he even pry open a single box? Goldie quickly reminded him, "Don't try to force it open. Just say open to the box, and it'll pop open on its own." The man stood there in a daze for a long time, his eyes filled with disbelief. Half convinced, half skeptical. He whispered 2 words, "Open." With a soft click, the lid sprang open, revealing a short dagger with a chilling, icy gleam lying quietly inside. Item: Frost Dagger. Goldie immediately began her explanation. "This is the Frost Dagger. It has a special effect. If you're cut by it, you 1t bleed. The wound will instantly freeze and stop the bleeding. It can be used for self-defense against enemies, as well as to save lives. It's valid for 3 years. After that, it'll turn into an ordinary dagger." The man's eyes lit up instantly. The moment he gripped the dagger, a bone-chilling cold washed over him. He was overjoyed. This was undoubtedly a rare treasure, 100 times more useful than the useless knife at his waist. He couldn't wait to pick up the second small black box and said decisively, "Open it." The box opened to reveal a compact, pink windproof lighter. Goldie gave a brief demonstration of how to use it. "It's windproof and durable, and it's also valid for 3 years. It's especially convenient for starting fires in the wild." The man kept fiddling with the lighter, his delight evident, and immediately opened the final mystery box. The lid swung open to reveal a smart thermos with a matte finish. Goldie picked up the cup, tapped it lightly, and explained in detail. "This isn't just any ordinary cup. It's a voice-controlled smart thermos. Just fill it with water. No need to start a fire. You can adjust the temperature simply by speaking. Switch between ice-cold, lukewarm, and boiling water at will, and it maintains the temperature year-round. However, it's only valid for 3 years. Once that period expires, the temperature control function will disappear, and it'll become just an ordinary water cup." The man held the thermos and ran his fingers over it a few times, looking rather unenthusiastic. Compared to a dagger that could kill enemies or a lighter that could start a fire, this thermos was truly unremarkable. A wave of hunger surged through him once more, causing sharp cramps in his stomach. His gaze involuntarily drifted back to the box of fragrant braised pork. His Adam's apple bobbed constantly, and he swallowed his saliva more and more frequently. Clearly, he was starving to the point of desperation. The live chat comments kept scrolling. "This guy is so hungry his eyes are practically glued to that braised pork. Ha ha ha. He opened a blind box and got a cup. I bet the guy is cursing under his breath. Is that it? I can't even eat it. I get that look in the streamer's eyes. She's got her eye on that cup too." Goldie noticed every little gesture he made, and an idea suddenly struck her. This thermos is incredibly convenient for everyday use. It would be perfect for her to keep. She tentatively suggested, "Bro, you look starving. I'll trade you this box of hot food so you can have a proper meal, and you give me this thermos. How about it?" The middle-aged man's name was Mu Chongfeng. He saw right away that Goldie couldn't take her eyes off the thermos, and immediately figured it out. This thing was definitely a gem, worth far more than 10 taels of silver. His eyes darted about as he quickly ran the numbers in his head, then spoke in a steady tone. "A trade is fine. I don't want anything else, just 100 jade of grain. Coarse or refined, either is fine." 100 jade of grain? Goldie secretly beamed inside. Converted, that was only about 200 yuan. Paying that little to get a high-tech thermos, this deal was an absolute steal. Without a moment's hesitation, she agreed readily. No problem. Just wait a moment, I'll have someone bring it over right away. After saying that, she handed him the untouched box of braised pork with both hands. Sit down and have a bite to tide you over. The grain will be here soon. Mu Chongfeng didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down right where Goldie had been sitting, picked up his chopsticks, and dug in, devouring the meal in a flash. Goldie thoughtfully unscrewed the cap on a bottle of mineral water and placed it within his reach. She quickly pulled out her phone and placed an order through the local delivery app for 250 jade bags of rice. No sooner had she submitted the order than she glanced back to see that the entire box of rice bowls had been polished off, and judging by his expression, he clearly wasn't even half full. Goldie simply pulled out her phone again and called Auntie Air, who ran a food stall at the street corner, asking her to send over a few more meals. It was already past 1 p.m., well past mealtime, and Auntie Air had practically sold out of her boxed meals. Not wanting to bother repackaging them, she simply packed up all the remaining dishes and rice, carried a large bag over, and delivered it. There were 3 boxes of side dishes and 5 boxes of plain rice in total. Since they were family, Auntie Air didn't charge a penny. As soon as Auntie Air walked in, she spotted Mu Chongfeng, dressed in rags and looking disheveled, and paused for a moment. She quietly leaned over and whispered into Goldie's ear. "Dodo, who is this guy? He looks like a homeless person." Goldie lowered her voice and explained jokingly, "Auntie, we're filming a live stream drama. He is a friend of mine who loves cosplay. He dressed up like this on purpose to grab attention and boost our view count." Live stream comments. "Ha ha ha. What the hell kind of cosplay is that? With that vibe, I believe he just stepped off the battlefield. Auntie, this young guy looks pretty sharp, but he is dressed like the leader of the beggars sect. This script is kind of interesting." Auntie was half convinced, half skeptical, and whispered a warning. "All right, just keep your wits about you, don't let anyone trick you." The two weren't speaking very loudly, but Mu Chongfeng, with his deep inner strength and keen hearing, caught the gist of their conversation in snatches. Although he didn't understand terms like script or cosplay, he guessed they were talking about him. He simply kept his head down, shoveling food into his mouth, staying quiet and not saying a word. Goldie waved at him. "Bro, dig in, there's plenty." She set aside 1 box of rice and 1 box of vegetables for herself, then pushed all the remaining food toward Mu Chongfeng. It wasn't long before the delivery guy hurried in, carrying 2 heavy bags of rice. Goldie motioned for him to just set the bags down on the ground. Mu Chongfeng looked up. Through the semi-transparent packaging, he could clearly see the plump, white grains of rice inside. His eyes suddenly stung, warm tears welling up, and the tip of his nose turned red. Mu Chongfeng had once been a centurion in the Mu family army, which guarded the borders for the Tianqi dynasty. Not long ago, while stationed in the western frontier, his unit had suffered a severe disruption in supplies, causing widespread panic among the troops and ultimately leading to a crushing defeat. He had narrowly escaped death, crawling out from among the corpses, and had taken refuge deep in the mountains and dense forests with the remnants of his troops. Day after day, they had survived by digging up wild vegetables and gnawing on wild fruits. It had been a long time since he'd seen such an abundance of snow-white, fine grain. Just moments ago, he had intended to venture deeper into the dense forest to try his luck at finding some food, but halfway there, he stumbled upon this strange little shop that seemed to have appeared out of thin air. His mind had been filled with confusion the entire way. A flood of emotions welled up inside him. Mu Chongfeng immediately stood up, clasped his fists, and bowed to Goldie, his voice hoarse yet solemn. "Thank you, young lady, for the grain that saved my life. I am Mu Chongfeng, and on behalf of all the border-guarding brothers of the Mu family army of the Tianqi dynasty, I thank you for your great kindness." Goldie was taken slightly aback. The Tianqi dynasty? She never even heard of that name clearly. It wasn't any dynasty she was familiar with. So, he was another person from a different time and space. On second thought, she didn't feel like digging deeper as long as she could sell the mystery boxes and complete her assessment task. That was all that mattered. She hadn't expected him to be a border soldier defending his homeland. So she quickly waved her hand and smiled. "General, you're too kind." Mu Chongfeng, however, shook his head repeatedly, his face betraying a hint of dejection and self-deprecation. "Miss, please don't say that. I'm just a lowly centurion, I'm not worthy of such a title." Anyone who defends their homeland and protects the people deserves respect. You've worked so hard, Goldie said with particular sincerity. That simple sentence struck a chord deep within Mu Changfeng's heart, and his eyes reddened even more. Chapter 9. Not everyone can enter the blind box store. Mu Changfeng said no more. He bent down to hoist 2 large bags of rice onto his shoulders, clutching the ice dagger and the windproof lighter tightly to his chest. He bowed deeply to Goldie, then hurried out of the store and headed straight for the dense forest. The live stream chat had long since been flooded with comments, all full of emotion. So he as a soldier from the border, it really hasn't been easy for him. The streamer's words just hit the big picture. I was instantly moved to tears. Over 200 yuan for a thermos, making money while helping others. That's so heartwarming. The storyline is getting more and more touching. It's making my nose sting. Are blind box streamers this good at storytelling these days? Haha. Meanwhile, Mu Changfeng gritted his teeth, shouldering the heavy load of grain and clutching the 2 mysterious objects from beyond the heavens tightly to his chest as he hurried back to the makeshift hideout deep in the dense forest. The moment he stepped into the rudimentary camp, dozens of emaciated, ragged survivors of the Mu clan turned to look at him in unison. When they made out the 2 large sacks of gleaming white rice on his shoulders, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Some were so overcome with excitement that they shouted out on the spot, "It's food! It's actually rice! Centurion Mu, where did you get this? Could it be that you risked your life to sneak into the enemy camp and steal it?" Mu Changfeng had no time to explain the details just then. With a grave expression, he ordered, "Send a few men to wash the rice and cook porridge right away." "Where is the general? I have urgent news to report." A soldier hurriedly pointed toward a makeshift canvas tent deep within the camp. "The general is seriously wounded and is resting inside the tent." Mu Changfeng immediately set down the provisions, quickly pulled back the tent flap, and rushed inside. The light inside the tent was dim. General Mu was leaning against a makeshift wooden bed. An arrow had pierced his right arm. When he pulled it out, it tore away a large chunk of flesh. With a shortage of doctors and medicine in the camp, the wound had gone untreated for several days and showed no signs of healing. Pus and blood seeped ceaselessly from the wound. The freshly changed bandage had long since been soaked through with blood, a sight that was truly harrowing. Mu Changfeng strode forward and carefully drew the gleaming frost-blade dagger, his tone urgent yet resolute. "General, this dagger has miraculous properties. It can stop the bleeding. Let me try it on you." General Mu's injuries were severe, and he was running a high fever, compounded by excessive blood loss and extreme weakness. He assumed Mu Changfeng was simply eager to use a blade to cut away the dead flesh and bandage the wound to stop the bleeding. Steeling himself, he clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Go ahead." Mu Changfeng gripped the icy dagger and gently pressed its cold blade against the bleeding wound. The very next second, something miraculous happened. The blood gushing from the wound instantly congealed, stopping completely. The excruciating pain he had anticipated never came instead. A refreshingly cool and soothing sensation spread throughout his body. General Mu suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring at his wound in disbelief. Seeing that the bleeding had completely stopped, leaving only a cool, soothing sensation, he was both astonished and intrigued, and immediately pressed for the dagger's origin. Mu Changfeng didn't dare to withhold a single detail and rattled off the entire story. From the strange little shop that appeared out of thin air, to the magical black box that opened automatically with a voice command, to the extraordinary effects of this celestial artifact, and finally, the deal where he traded a thermos for 100 jin of rice. He explained it all clearly and in detail. After finishing, he pulled out the multiverse blind box containing the lighter and demonstrated it right in front of the general. "General, this box is voice-activated," he said in a deep voice. "Open." With a click, the black box popped open automatically. Inside lay the pink windproof lighter, its design completely out of place in the austere military camp, absurd and outlandish. Mu Changfeng pressed his fingertip against it, and whoosh, a steady, pure blue flame shot out, burning steadily without the slightest flicker. The camp was damp and chilly, and the dead branches were all soggy. Normally, trying to start a fire there would drive a person to the brink of despair. But with this little gadget, all it took was a casual press to get a flame. Mu Changfeng casually extinguished the lighter, placed it back in the black box, and muttered, "Close." The box snapped shut automatically. General Mu's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he looked at it, his mind reeling with astonishment. A dagger that could freeze blood to stop bleeding? a versatile fire starter that ignited at the touch, a magic cup capable of producing both ice-cold water and boiling water, and 100 gene of fine grain to keep them well fed. This was no ordinary little shop. It was nothing short of a blessing from heaven, a life-saving haven in the midst of this chaotic, desperate era. The Mu family army was now in the worst possible situation. They'd been without provisions for days, with piles of wounded soldiers, their medicine and food completely depleted, and morale in shambles. They'd been forced into a corner, left to wait for death. If they could latch onto this lifeline, the entire army would be saved. General Mu's blood boiled instantly. Even though he was running a fever and his wounds throbbed with pain, he abruptly sat up and barked the order. Vanguard squad, assemble. Follow me into the mountains immediately. Find that blind box shop and seek a glimmer of hope. The stragglers, who had been on the brink of starvation and could barely stand, were instantly revitalized the moment they heard of food, treasures, and a chance at survival. One by one, they perked up, quickly got ready, and set off in hot pursuit. The group marched in a mighty procession behind Mu Changfeng deep into the dense forest, their eyes burning with intensity. Defeated in battle, cut off from supplies, and severely wounded, they had long since lost all hope of survival. Now, this mysterious little shop was their only lifeline. They hadn't gone far when Mu Changfeng raised his hand and pointed to a clearing ahead. General, this is the place. The multiverse blind box shop is right there. Everyone looked up in unison. And then, an utterly bizarre scene unfolded. Before the eyes of Mu Changfeng, the gravely wounded General Mu Lin, and the veteran scout Mu Tsangyan. The multiverse blind box shop stood there quietly, its white walls and bright windows clearly visible, with the blind boxes on the counter in plain sight. But the remaining 20-odd soldiers, eyes wide and rubbing them in disbelief, stared ahead. All they saw were dense ancient trees, tangled vines, and a barren mountain path. Completely empty, nothing at all. The soldiers were instantly baffled. They looked at one another, their faces filled with disbelief. Centurion? Where's the shop? Where is it? That's clearly just a forest up ahead. There isn't even a thatched hut. Have we been starving for so long that we're hallucinating? Panic spread through the ranks in an instant, and whispers of doubt filled the air. Mu Lin's heart sank, and he clenched his fists tightly. He had seen it clearly with his own eyes, yet not a single one of his men could see it. Beside him, Mu Tsangyan, the most seasoned scout, furrowed his brow deeply and whispered in horror. This is too bizarre. This appears only to certain people. Those without a connection cannot see it. Mu Changfeng instantly understood everything. No wonder this shop had appeared out of thin air, was so baffling, and was filled with treasures from beyond the heavens. It turned out that the multiverse blind box shop was equipped with a celestial barrier, guiding only those with a destined connection and blocking those without. Even if an ordinary person stood right at the shop's entrance with their face pressed against the door, they still wouldn't see a thing. General Mu Lin's expression instantly became incredibly solemn, a mix of shock and delight. The more mysterious and invisible it was to ordinary people, the more it proved. This was a divine opportunity. Heaven itself had come specifically to save the Mu family army. He immediately raised his hand to quell everyone's panic and commanded in a deep voice, "Quiet! This is a secret immortal shop. Opportunities choose those they favor. Those without a connection must not peer inside." The remaining soldiers stood there wide-eyed, instantly filled with both awe and excitement. Mu Changfeng looked at the clearly visible little shop before him, then glanced back at his brothers behind him, their faces blank with confusion as they struggled with hunger, and a decision formed instantly in his mind. If his brothers couldn't see the shop, they couldn't trade for food, medicine, or life-saving treasures. But the three of them could see it. So it would be up to the three of them to fight desperately and carve out a path to survival for the entire desperate, battered army. Mu Lin took a deep breath, suppressing his injuries and inner shock, and gave a decisive order. "Changfeng, Tsangyan, follow me into the shop. The rest of you stay put and stand by. Do not wander off." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the three of them set off toward the small shop. Behind them, more than 20 soldiers watched in disbelief as their general, centurion, and veteran scout walked straight into an empty grove of trees, only to vanish right before their eyes. The entire squad was left dumbfounded, their pupils dilating in shock. Chapter 10. Even generals love blind boxes. Meanwhile, at Goldie's blind box shop, After finishing the boxed meal his second aunt had brought him, Goldie was slumped against the counter, goofing off and chatting casually with his live stream audience. After the high-octane drama of Mu Changfeng trading rations and opening a treasure box had ended, the live stream's heat had been steadily dropping. The viewer count had slowly fallen from over 500 to just over 200, and the chat was sparse. Goldie wasn't the least bit flustered, sticking to her laid-back, go-with-the-flow vibe. She'd already exceeded her daily assessment goals. If she could slack off, she would, just as the live stream was about to go cold. "Welcome!" A familiar, clear, welcoming voice rang out. The shop curtain lifted gently, and three figures walked in orderly fashion. The man leading the group wore tattered battle armor. His face was deathly pale from severe blood loss, and dark red blood seeped through the bandages on his arms. Yet his back was held straight, his eyes sharp and fierce, exuding the aura of a great general. His presence was electrifying. It was none other than the commander of the Mu family army, Mu Lin. Standing beside him was Mu Changfeng, standing respectfully at his side. The last was the veteran scout Mu Zhongyan, whose gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. The moment he entered the shop, he discreetly scanned the entire room, his heart filled with both reverence and vigilance. After all, out of the entire squad of over 20 men, only these three could see this hidden shop. This one-of-a-kind opportunity filled the three with profound reverence from the bottom of their hearts. The live stream, which had been on the verge of dying out, instantly exploded with excitement. Viewers who were about to leave rushed back to the screen en masse, flooding the chat with comments. "Holy crap, big shots are rolling in. The general has arrived in person. The plot just leveled up. First the foot soldiers swapped rations. Now the general's seeking his chance. This is way too intense. The atmosphere is off the charts. Hard-hitting survivors fighting for their lives in a desperate situation. That veteran's gaze is killer. You can tell at a glance he is a tough guy who has walked the edge of death. I'm locking myself into this stream. I'm not leaving today." The plummeting viewership numbers hit the brakes instantly and skyrocketed in the opposite direction. Goldie's eyes lit up. She immediately stood up, smiling sweetly and politely. "Hello, all three of you. This is the Multiverse Blind Box Store. You can check out our blind boxes. The special black ones are 10 liang each, and the colorful standard blind boxes are 5 liang each. It's all up to luck to uncover extraordinary treasures from beyond the heavens." Mu Lin suppressed the overwhelming shock churning within him, stepped forward, and bowed slightly, his demeanor both humble and solemn. "Greetings, young lady. I am Mu Lin, Commander-in-Chief of the Mu family army. Beside me are my centurion, Mu Changfeng, and our military scout, Mu Zhongyan. We have come unannounced today specifically to seek an opportunity to save the few remaining soldiers of the Mu family army." Mu Lin's expression was earnest as he continued in a solemn voice. "Our party of over 20 ventured into the mountains, yet only the three of us were able to see your little shop and set foot here. This alone proves it is a tremendous stroke of fate." As Goldie listened to these words, her heart stirred slightly. It seemed this multiverse blind box shop had a built-in mechanism to screen for those with the right destiny. Only those destined to receive the opportunity could enter the shop and claim it. The three men before her were all soldiers who held their country and homeland dear and defended their borders to the death. It was only natural that they had been chosen by the shop. With a gentle smile, she explained, "My shop's special black blind boxes are limited to 3 per person for a lifetime. Every one contains extraordinary treasures from beyond the heavens. Perhaps they'll just happen to solve your most pressing problem." A flash of light instantly lit up Mu Lin's eyes, as if he grasped the only lifeline in a desperate situation. He bowed solemnly. "Thank you, young lady. We'd be happy to give it a try." The three stepped forward in order, with the veteran scout Mu Zhongyan going first. He searched his entire body, rummaging through every pocket, but could only scrape together 5 liang of loose silver. His purse was exceptionally empty. With no other choice, he walked over to the colorful standard blind box section and carefully selected a box that caught his eye. Goldie reached out to help him open it. As soon as the box opened, a small, exquisite pair of binoculars lay quietly inside. Goldie immediately offered a helpful explanation. "These are called binoculars. If you hold them up to both eyes, you can see objects very far away. The more open the area, the farther and clearer you can see." No sooner had she finished speaking than Mu Zhongyan's whole body jolted, and his aged eyes instantly burst with an incredulous gleam. As one of the military's top scouts, he knew better than anyone the dangers of reconnaissance. In the past, when scouting enemy defenses, he had to rely on his own 2 legs and the naked eye. From a distance, he couldn't make out the enemy's movements clearly get too close, and he'd be easily exposed. Every reconnaissance mission was a life or death gamble. But with these binoculars, enemy movements a kilometer away would be clearly visible at a glance. No longer would he have to risk his life by creeping close to enemy camps. This was nothing short of a divine artifact for a scout. Mu Songyan was so overcome with excitement that his voice trembled as he repeatedly clasped his hands in a bow. A gift from heaven. Thank you, young lady, for your generosity. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, he stepped aside of his own accord, yielding his position to the commander Mu Lin. Mu Lin's expression was solemn as he slowly pulled out 30 taels of silver. The lives of dozens of soldiers, the very survival of the entire army, now rested solely on his shoulders. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and carefully selected 3 black multiverse blind boxes, opening them one by one. The first blind box popped open with a click. Everyone stared intently inside, only to find a single smooth, palm-sized white egg. Mu Lin, Mu Chongfeng, and Mu Songyan all froze, their faces filled with bewilderment. How could a blind box meant to grant a great opportunity yield nothing but an ordinary egg? Only Goldie's eyes lit up. She immediately explained, "This isn't an ordinary egg, it's a portable grain storage bin. It contains a full 100,000 gene of grain." She carefully instructed him on how to use it. "Find an open space, say open the granary to it, and all the grain will appear when you're done. Say close the granary, and the grain will be fully stored away. This tiny jade egg can be tucked into your bosom and carried with you. It's incredibly convenient. It's valid for 3 years after that. It'll just be an ordinary egg. 100,000 gene of grain." Those few simple words sent a shockwave through Mu Lin, leaving his limbs numb. The Mu family army had been without provisions for days. The soldiers were so starved they were gaunt and emaciated, surviving on wild vegetables and fruits. The severely wounded, deprived of food and nutrients, couldn't heal their wounds, and the entire army was on the brink of annihilation. Now 100,000 gene of grain had fallen into their laps. The entire army would never have to go hungry again. In the midst of despair, this was a lifeline. Mu Lin clutched the jade egg tightly in both hands, his knuckles trembling slightly as tears welled up in his eyes. This wasn't just a jade egg, it was a priceless treasure that would save the entire army. The second mystery box was opened. A military dagger made of refined steel, with a sharp, icy gleam and clean, crisp lines, lay quietly inside the box. Its blade was snow-white and possessed an extraordinary feel. This is a lightweight, high-grade steel combat blade. It cuts through iron like mud, pierces armor, and severs thorns and ordinary weapons alike. Lightweight and comfortable to handle, it's ideal for a commander's personal defense and combat. The blind box has automatically recognized its owner. Upon opening, it remains active for 3 years. After that, it will become nothing more than an ordinary pocket knife. With this blade, Mu Lin, despite his severe injuries, could regain more than half of his combat effectiveness. The third blind box opened. A compact, exquisitely designed solar-powered air conditioner appeared before everyone. Goldie continued her introduction. This is a solar-powered temperature-controlled air conditioner. When placed indoors, it automatically adjusts to a comfortable temperature based on each person's clothing, warm in winter and cool in summer, maintaining a constant, comfortable temperature. When it's not in use, it automatically recharges in sunlight to keep running. It's valid for 3 years. Chapter 11. Scraping together money to buy a mystery box. Mu Lin stared at the temperature-controlled air conditioner that had come out of the mystery box, knowing full well that this was definitely a top-tier luxury gadget. Warm in winter and cool in summer, who wouldn't want such divine treatment? But upon further reflection, he immediately snapped back to reality. What kind of situation were they in right now? Stranded in the middle of nowhere, their camp tent torn to shreds, scattered remnants of their troops, piles of wounded soldiers, and completely out of medicine and food. A comfortable temperature was utterly useless. Life-saving medicine was their only hope right now. Mu Lin adopted an incredibly sincere demeanor, clasped his hands, and said solemnly, "Miss, this treasure is truly one of a kind, but in our army, there are countless soldiers suffering from severe, festering wounds, chills and fevers, and high fevers caused by infections. Might I exchange this treasure for a batch of life-saving and healing medicines? The entire army truly needs them desperately." Without a moment's hesitation, Goldie waved her hand decisively. No problem. It's no big deal. After saying that, she casually instructed the hundreds of viewers in her live stream. You guys keep an eye on the store for me, okay? I'm popping over to the pharmacy, I'll be right back. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter on the spot, and the chat screen was instantly flooded with comments. Oh? The streamer really treats us like family, asking us to watch the store? Are you going to pay us? Ha 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 ha. Wow, a whole team of free store clerks just went on duty. Hurry up, hurry up. The soldiers desperately need medicine. After hearing Goldie's words, Mu Lin and his two companions felt as if an unseen figure in the shadows was watching them. Terrified, they froze in place, not even daring to breathe, watching the three of them stand motionless like wooden stakes. The live stream viewers exploded with laughter in the comments section. Wow, these three must not even realize they're on live stream the whole time. It's over. People in ancient times thought they'd been possessed by evil spirits or were being watched by invisible forces. Just look at that general's deathly pale face. Don't get the wrong idea, he's pale from losing blood due to his injuries, not from fear. I'm new here, can someone fill me in on which production crew is filming here? Goldie paid no attention to what the comments were saying. She hopped on her electric scooter and zoomed off to the pharmacy. Her cousin ran a pharmacy right next to the hospital, stocked with everything from first aid ointments, anti-inflammatories, fever reducers, and cold medicine to gauze, all legitimate, high-quality emergency supplies, perfect for treating battlefield injuries. Before long, Goldie rushed back to the store carrying several bulging bags of medicine. Her cousin had charged her cost price for this pile of medicine, which still set Goldie back over 500 yuan. It really broke her heart. Western medicines, traditional Chinese medicines, hemostatic sprays, anti-inflammatory gauze, and fever-reducing granules piled high on the counter. All of them were life-saving medicines that would be worth their weight in gold in these turbulent times. Mu Lin looked at the counter overflowing with life-saving medicine. Thinking of the brothers in the camp, those who were toughing out high fevers, whose wounds had become festering and inflamed, and who were moaning in pain night after night, he felt both deeply moved and a pang of sorrow. Pushing through the pain from his own injuries, he stood up straight and gave Goldie a solemn, standard military salute. His posture was upright and solemn, and his words rang out with conviction. Miss, you have granted me a tremendous opportunity. Provisions, weapons, and medicine all have been fully replenished, saving the entire camp of wounded soldiers in the Mu family army. This life-saving grace I, Mu Lin, and every member of the Mu family army will never forget it for as long as we live. The live stream went absolutely wild. The viewer count skyrocketed past 800. And the chat was so dense with comments it was impossible to make out a single one. I'm overwhelmed. This is what true soldiers of the nation look like. From starving and dying of disease to having their supplies and medicine fully restocked, a complete turnaround. The streamer's perspective is off the charts. This storyline is so intense and heart-wrenching. Goldie was a bit flustered by this grand military salute and quickly waved her hands. No, no. You've defended our homeland and protected the people. You deserve all of this. Filled with gratitude, the three carefully packed away all the treasures and turned to rush back to their camp in the dense forest. As soon as they returned, the starving, emaciated remnants of the army instantly swarmed around them. When the 100,000 gene of grain stored in jade eggs, the refined steel battle blades, and piles of life-saving medicine were unveiled one by one, and after hearing about the miraculous effects of these celestial treasures, the entire army erupted in cheers. The dark cloud of despair that had hung over everyone's heads for days was swept away in an instant. Just as everyone was in a frenzy of joy, the old scout Mu Tsongyan, standing nearby, sighed softly, his face full of regret. It's a pity I'm short on funds. I only traded for an ordinary colored box just now and missed out on the top-tier opportunity offered by the black box. It's truly a shame. The moment those words were spoken, the entire crowd fell silent. Everyone knew the black box contained divine artifacts, each capable of changing one's fate. Upon hearing that their elder brother had missed this opportunity, the soldiers wasted no time and emptied their pockets. Scraps of silver, leftover tails, monthly rations saved for emergencies, and copper coins hoarded for years. Anything of value was pulled out. A group of soldiers on the brink of despair emptied their pockets, scraping together 20 taels of silver. Their eyes were pleading, their hearts filled with anxiety. They were so poor that coming up with this amount meant they desold everything they owned. Mu Tsongyan clutched the pile of loose silver imbued with everyone's blood, sweat, and tears and felt a slight sting in his eyes. Without further ado, he took Mu Changfeng with him, and the two rushed deep into the dense forest once more, heading straight for that secret blind box shop that only grants entry to the truly destined. When the two arrived in a hurry, Goldie was in the middle of a live stream, demonstrating the cutting-edge technology of a voice-activated thermos. Plain water instantly turned to ice-cold water, then boiled in the blink of an eye, hot or cold at will. The live stream viewers were amazed, shouting that the magic was so realistic and the special effects were mind-blowing. Goldie couldn't be bothered to explain. No one would believe the truth anyway, so he just went with it and played along as if it were a magic trick. Meanwhile, behind the counter, the very last ultimate black gold multiverse blind box lay there quietly. Goldie pointed it out to them. Each person is limited to 3 of these special black blind boxes for life. This is the very last multiverse blind box in the store today. Mu Zhongyan handed over the money, his heart skipping a beat. He solemnly accepted the multiverse blind box, held his breath, and said in a low voice, "Open it." Click. The lid popped open. A military-grade solar-powered strobe flashlight lay quietly inside the box. Goldie immediately explained its battlefield effectiveness. This is a cutting-edge military flashlight. It charges automatically when exposed to sunlight and features both constant on and strobe modes. When patrolling the mountains at night, its intense beam shines 100 zhong far, letting you see as clearly as daylight. The beam is focused and doesn't scatter, so it absolutely won't give away your position. Once you activate the strobe mode, it instantly blinds the enemy, blinding them so they can't open their eyes. It's unbeatable for ambushes, night combat, and self-defense. It comes with a 3-year warranty. Mu Zhongyan's eyes lit up instantly. This was practically a battlefield marvel tailor made for him as a scout. He then opened 2 more colorful mystery boxes. The first, a high-definition portable telescope. It offers a clearer view and greater range than that kid's telescope. More of this kind of game-changing gear is always a good thing. From now on, scouts can take turns using the telescope to scout the area, effectively doubling the entire Army's reconnaissance capabilities. The second, a mini portable self-defense pepper spray. Goldie explained it in great detail, tailoring it to the ancient battlefield. This thing is a close-quarters killer. One spray leaves your opponent in tears. Unable to open their eyes, they're instantly incapacitated. The best part is it can be reused indefinitely. Just refill it with chilly water or concentrated hot herb juice after use. Recycle it over and over. It's perfect for ambushes, sneak attacks, and close-quarters self-defense. The 2 men felt a rush of excitement coursing through their bodies, their elation reaching its peak. A solar-powered, long-lasting flashlight, a pair of binoculars, and a sneak attack tool with unlimited refills. All 3 were essential, game-changing items for the battlefield. They carefully stowed them away and bowed deeply. "Thank you, young lady, for this heavenly blessing. We, the Mu family army, will never forget this." With that, they turned and sprinted back to camp. As soon as they left the shop's vicinity, the sky had completely darkened, and the woods were pitch black. Mu Zhongyan couldn't wait to turn on the flashlight. Whoosh! A straight, dazzling, highly concentrated beam of white light instantly pierced the darkness. Within 100 zhong, the vegetation was crystal clear, and even pebbles and birds were visible. The light didn't spread at all. Not a single glimmer was visible from the outside. The veteran scout's whole body shook with excitement, his face beaming with joy. Having served as a scout his entire life, he knew better than anyone that using a torch was tantamount to suicide. It would easily give away the entire army's position. With the flashlight, he could clearly see the enemy's situation, yet the enemy had no idea which direction the light was coming from. He ran as fast as he could, rushing back to camp to report the good news. The moment he stepped into the camp, the entire army instantly surrounded him. Mu Zhongyan opened the boxes and tested them right then and there. As soon as he looked through the binoculars, the enemy situation on the distant mountains and their defensive movements were crystal clear, and the risks of reconnaissance were completely eliminated. When he turned on the flashlight, the night instantly turned to day. The strobe light was so intense that even the soldiers nearby were blinded. After the demonstration of the pepper spray, everyone exclaimed that it was unbelievable, mind-blowing, and incredibly effective. In just a few short moments, these 3 divine weapons completely ignited the entire army's morale. What were once stragglers in a desperate situation, out of food, out of medicine, defeated and waiting to die, are now well-fed, fully stocked with medicine, protected by divine weapons, with reconnaissance at full capacity, and invincible in night combat. The fierce, unyielding spirit has reignited in the eyes of every soldier. A comeback from the brink of defeat. A rebirth against all odds. The moment for the Mu family army's counterattack has finally arrived. Chapter 12: The Stingy System. Today, a total of 10 black multiverse blind boxes and 5 colored standard blind boxes were sold, generating total revenue of 125 taels of silver. According to the established revenue sharing rules, 10 liang 10% from the multiverse blind boxes and 50% 12 liang 5 qian from the colored standard blind boxes. A total of 22 liang 5 qian is Goldie's actual personal income, while the remaining 102 liang 5 qian is fully allocated to the system. Goldie shut down the live stream, crouched down at the counter, and carefully divided the silver into 2 piles. She neatly set aside 1 pile for the system. No sooner had she spoken than the pile vanished into thin air, instantly retrieved by the system from a distance. The remaining small pile, her own 22 taels and 5 qian glistened silver on the table. She fiddled with the silver ingots between her fingertips. The more she looked at them, the more her heart ached. She muttered to the system in her mind, "System, look, I worked so hard to get my hands on all the silver, and now it's just sitting out in the open in a drawer, right under my nose every day. If I keep earning this much every day from now on, what if a thief breaks in one day and cleans me out stealing it all? I'd be so heartbroken I'd have a heart attack right on the spot. Could you please do me a favor and set up a dedicated storage space for me? I can stash my earnings right in there safe and sound and never have to worry about theft or losing my fortune again." To her surprise, the system was exceptionally quick to comply. Almost the moment she finished speaking, a brand new multiverse blind box materialized out of thin air on the counter. Goldie's eyes lit up. She eagerly picked up the box and blurted out, "Open!" The lid sprang open, revealing a jade bracelet with a smooth texture and exquisite craftsmanship. With just a brief touch, she grasped its remarkable function. The bracelet could change shape at will, switching freely between a bracelet, a jade pendant, or a charm. To others, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary piece of jewelry, but only she could access its inner space. The internal space was as large as a small room, more than ample for storing items. Thrilled by the novelty, Goldie picked up the water glass on the table and repeatedly stowed it away and retrieved it, having the time of her life. When she had her fill of playing, she decided to store all 22 liang and 5 qian of her personal savings in the space. She looked down to count the silver, and her whole body froze in place. 10 liang of silver were missing right before her eyes, leaving only 12 liang and 5 qian. Goldie flew into a rage on the spot, screaming at the system in her mind, "I was just asking you for a storage space, and you secretly skimmed 10 liang of my silver? Are you robbing me?" A cold, mechanical system prompt slowly rang out. "Host, this is your custom blind box. Opening a blind box also requires payment of the corresponding usage fee." The more Goldie thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She grumbled indignantly, "When customers open blind boxes and place orders, I at least get a 1 liang commission, but when it's my turn to buy one, I don't get a single share of the profits. You've got to give me at least 1 liang back as compensation." The host selects the mystery boxes on their own. There are no discounts, and this doesn't count towards system quests. We made that clear from the start. The system coldly dropped that line and fell silent, refusing to respond no matter how much Goldie nagged and complained. Goldie hung her head, feeling frustrated and helpless, with no choice but to accept her fate. She counted out the remaining 12 liang and 5 qian of silver and carefully stowed it away in the storage space of her jade bracelet. At market rates, 1 liang of silver is worth about 200 yuan. Her total earnings for the day amounted to over 4,000 yuan, and spending 2,000 just on mystery boxes would make anyone wince. Fortunately, having acquired the jade bracelet with its storage space, this expense was well worth it, which offered her some comfort. After putting the silver away, Goldie casually slipped the jade bracelet, which could change its shape at will, back onto her wrist. She raised her hand and pulled down the roller shutter of the blind box shop with a click, bringing the day's business to a crisp and decisive close. At lunchtime, she snagged several steaming hot boxed meals from her second uncle and aunt for free. Since she accepted their generosity, she had to be a decent person and help out at their shop. She absolutely couldn't just eat and take without giving anything back. She hopped on her little electric scooter, the evening breeze whistling against her face, and rode leisurely toward her second uncle and aunt's home-style restaurant. It was just before dinner time. Auntie was bent over, clearing dishes and wiping down the counter. When she looked up and saw Goldie walk in, she immediately put down what she was doing, came over with a curious look on her face, and grabbed her by the arm. "Dowdu, you've been holed up in that blind box shop all day. You didn't even have time to come home for dinner. How's business? Did you sell a lot?" Uncle number 2, who was in the kitchen, heard the commotion and immediately poked his head out, his face full of anticipation. Right. I've been wondering all day, did you get swamped with orders?" Goldie was still feeling a little resentful about how the system had ripped her off. Hearing this, she pouted, waved her hand, and bluffed with a straight face. "Oh, the blind box business is just so-so. Nothing special, didn't sell much. Just average." Afraid her second uncle and aunt would worry about her, she quickly changed the subject. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she smiled broadly. "But my live stream went a little viral. My stream was packed today, so many viewers tuned in, and the buzz just skyrocketed. I didn't make much from the blind boxes, but my account is totally on fire now. I even got over 100 yuan in tips from viewers." Upon hearing this, her second uncle and aunt instantly breathed a sigh of relief, smiling and praising her repeatedly, their faces full of pride. Goldie chuckled to herself. Little did they know that her blind box shop was anything but ordinary. Even ancient generals and border scouts had come knocking on her door seeking their fortune. She absolutely couldn't reveal such an extraordinary turn of events. Keeping a low profile and working diligently was the safest bet. She immediately rolled up her sleeves, full of enthusiasm. "Auntie, you take a break. I'll handle all the work at the shop tonight. Sweeping, wiping tables, washing dishes, serving food, I'll do it all. I want to eat for free. Oh, and uncle, will you be making your signature stir-fried noodles tonight? I'm dying to have some of your stir-fried noodles." Uncle number 2 called out cheerfully from the kitchen, his voice booming. "Sure. I'll cook it right away. The very first bowl is definitely for you." Soon, plate after plate of fragrant dishes came out of the kitchen. Tonight, the little shop was still selling boxed meals, with 2 main options: chewy stir-fried noodles and soft, sticky white rice, both home-style favorites of the neighborhood residents. Uncle Ares' fried noodles were the best on the whole street. He mastered the heat perfectly. Each strand was distinct, glossy yet not greasy, dry and chewy, never clumpy, with an aroma that wafted straight up your nose. Goldie didn't hold back either. She grabbed a clean takeout box, filled it to the brim with fried noodles, found an empty seat, and sat down to enjoy her meal with relish. It wasn't quite rush hour yet, so the place was still sparsely populated, and Auntie could easily handle everything on her own. As soon as Goldie finished her noodles to her heart's content, she washed her hands and stepped up to lend a hand. Standing side by side with Auntie Air at the serving counter, they each gripped a large serving ladle and methodically dished out dishes and rice to the customers. She was well versed in this work on holidays. She'd either help out at her parents' shop, assist at Uncle Air's place, or pitch in at her uncle's supermarket. In any case, no one would ever let her help for free. As the sky grew dark, the dinner rush arrived right on schedule, and the line of customers grew longer and longer. Uncle 2 also stopped what he was doing at the stove, stepped out of the kitchen, and joined in serving food. The 3 of them worked in perfect harmony, dividing tasks efficiently. They moved quickly yet steadily, and the small shop was filled with a lively, warm, homey atmosphere. They worked until the streetlights came on, and as the line of diners gradually dispersed, the shop finally quieted down. Goldie picked up the warm meal her second aunt had packed for her parents, said goodbye to her second uncle and second aunt, and hurried to her parents' shop. By then, the busy period at her parents' shop had long since passed. After they finished a simple dinner and tidied up, her parents walked side by side down the small path, while Goldie rode her little electric scooter behind them, chatting and laughing as they made their way home at a leisurely pace. Back home, Goldie remained tight-lipped as always. Whether it was the secret of her own binding to the multiverse blind box system or the extraordinary opportunity for her little shop to connect to ancient, otherworldly realms, she didn't reveal a single detail for fear of worrying her parents. A day full of twists and turns yet deeply fulfilling came to a perfect close amidst this gentle, peaceful, and heartwarming domestic scene. But no one knew that at that very moment, in a mountain camp thousands of miles away, the entire Mu family army was armed with divine weapons from beyond the heavens, with ample provisions and a full supply of medicine. The desperate situation had been completely turned around. The border troops, who had been lying low for so long, were now fully prepared and ready to go. A counterattack to reverse their defeat and crush the enemy was about to quietly begin in the dead of night. Chapter 13. The Mu family army's night raid turns the tide. The entire army seeks a breakthrough. The night was as dark as ink. Yet the Mu family army's camp deep in the mountains radiated an eerie sense of excitement. Earlier, the Mu family army's front lines had collapsed, forcing them to retreat deep into the mountains. Only a few dozen defeated soldiers remained in the camp with supplies cut off and morale at rock bottom. The entire army seemed on the brink of annihilation. But ever since Mu Lin and his two companions stumbled upon the multiverse blind box store, this desperate, remnant force has been completely revitalized. The arrival of 100,000 gene of grain immediately filled the entire army's stomachs, and the soldiers finally no longer had to wait to die on empty stomachs. Coupled with the various medicines traded with Goldie, the critically wounded were stabilized, the lightly wounded recovered rapidly, and the lifeless gloom that had hung over the entire army was swept away. If Goldie knew that the ordinary medicines he bought on a whim were so effective in the Tianqi dynasty, his jaw would probably drop. The scattered remnants of the Mu family army, upon hearing that their commander, General Mu, was still alive and that the main force was regrouping, rushed back through the mountains and forests in the dead of night to rejoin their ranks. In just a single day, these scattered forces managed to muster over 400 combat-ready men. Binoculars, solar-powered flashlights, refillable pepper spray, and steel daggers sharp enough to cut through iron like butter. Armed with these divine artifacts from beyond the heavens, the entire army's combat effectiveness skyrocketed. The pent-up frustration the soldiers had been holding in for days erupted completely, and their fighting spirits soared to the heavens. Everyone had already figured out how to use the new gear, especially the pepper spray. Filled with specially formulated chili water, it made close-quarters ambushes a complete game-changer. To that end, the entire force stayed up all night boiling several large pots of extra-strong chili water, which they poured into leather water bags. With their secret weapons tucked away, everyone was ready to exact revenge and turn the tide tonight. During the first half of the night, the entire army ate their fill, drank their fill, and rested up. In the wee hours of the night, when the enemy was fast asleep, Mu Lin gave the order, and 200 elite soldiers crept silently toward the enemy's valley outpost. It was pitch black. The enemy camp's sentries were dozing off, and the soldiers inside were sleeping like logs, completely unprepared. Just then, Mu Tsangyan, positioned on the high ground, suddenly turned on his solar-powered flashlight. A blindingly pale beam of light crashed down, instantly engulfing the entire enemy camp. The pitch-black night was suddenly as bright as day. The sleeping enemy soldiers were all startled awake, sitting up in a daze, their faces filled with terror. Holy shit, what's going on? Is it dawn already? Bullshit. There's no moon tonight. Where's this light coming from? The entire enemy camp instantly erupted into chaos. The enemy commander frantically herded his men into an open area to assemble. Everyone stared up at that eerie white light, their legs trembling with fear, completely baffled by what was happening. The blinding light pierced their eyes, causing them to tear up and feel dizzy. They couldn't make out a thing in the shadows. The opportunity had arrived. In the darkness, Mu Lin gave a wave of his hand, and 200 Mu clan soldiers, taking advantage of the blind spots in the light, silently closed in on the enemy camp. Simultaneously, they unscrewed their leather water bags, and a torrent of thick chili water sprayed wildly as if it were free, instantly engulfing the entire area. Caught completely off guard, the enemy soldiers' eyes, noses, and throats were instantly seared by the excruciatingly spicy mist. The sensation was so intense it was almost exhilarating. In an instant, the enemy soldiers were wailing and screaming, tears streaming down their faces, coughing uncontrollably. Unable to even hold their weapons steady, they had become nothing more than lambs led to the slaughter. Already blinded by the blinding light, and now with their faces drenched in chilly water, the enemy's formation collapsed in an instant. The Mu family army seized the opportunity to charge, advancing with unstoppable momentum. Unable to put up any resistance, the enemy was forced into a retreat, screaming in agony. In the brief time it takes to burn half an incense stick, the enemy's unsuspecting outpost was completely overrun. The Mu family army pulled off a thrilling comeback victory against all odds at minimal cost. As dawn broke, the entire army tallied their spoils, and everyone's hearts were burning with excitement. This stroke of luck at the multiverse blind box store was practically cheating. Over 400 soldiers marched in a mighty procession deep into the dense forest, all hoping to try their luck and enter the shop to unbox more divine artifacts. The result? Another epic, hilarious fiasco unfolded. 400 grown men crowded into a clearing in the woods, rubbing their eyes and scanning the area only to find that 99% of them saw nothing but grass, trees, and rocks, with not a trace of the shop in sight. The entire group was left high and dry, their eyes red with envy. Out of the whole contingent, only 4 people were blessed enough to actually see the multiverse blind box store. They were Mu Lin, Mu Tsangyan, and Mu Chongfeng, the 3 who had visited the store before, plus the Army's highly respected veteran medic, Dr. Su. Only then did everyone realize that this opportunity had nothing to do with numbers, it was all about luck. Or rather, destiny. Still, this was a massive surprise. The army had always been short on medical supplies, so Dr. Su unlocking access to the store was a godsend for the Mu family army. Mu Lin ordered the main force to stand by on the outskirts, then led Dr. Su and the other 2 forward at a brisk pace, reaching out to push the mysterious glass door. But no matter how hard they pushed, the door wouldn't budge an inch, it was firmly locked shut. The group froze on the spot. No one knew if it was because the store wasn't open yet, or if today's entry quota had already been filled. The 4 stood at the entrance, their hearts racing with unease, feeling inexplicably nervous. Meanwhile, far away in a small, obscure town, Goldie was sleeping soundly. She had no idea that the few little blind boxes she desold on a whim had actually revived a powerful army on the brink of collapse and quietly rewritten the fate of the entire border region. Just as Goldie was sound asleep in her modern town, another ancient, alternate world was already in complete upheaval. Shane, the crown prince of the Pingyang Marquis, had been camped out at the intersection with a few of his rowdy friends since early morning, waiting for the multiverse blind box store to open. To understand this, we have to go back to yesterday. Yesterday, Shane had opened a strange soccer ball from the blind box store. He went back and dragged this bunch of spoiled brats along to play with it like crazy all afternoon. They were absolutely thrilled. Where had this bunch of rich kids ever seen such a novel gadget? They were so envious their eyes went wide, and they swarmed around Shane, frantically asking where he'd gotten this treasure. Feeling smug, Shane didn't hold back. He openly admitted that he'd accidentally stumbled into a super mysterious multiverse blind box shop, and this soccer ball was a treasure from beyond the heavens he'd pulled out of a blind box. To prove he wasn't bragging, he pulled out a constant temperature solar thermal hand warmer and handed it around for everyone to try. The moment they placed that little gadget in their hands, their whole bodies felt warm. No need to burn charcoal or boil water, it generated heat out of thin air. It was practically a magical treasure. The rich kids were instantly green with envy. Money was the last thing they lacked. What they craved were these rare items that money simply couldn't buy. The whole group swarmed around Shane, pestering him relentlessly and pleading with him to show them the way so they could broaden their horizons and try their luck with some blind boxes too. Shane was so overwhelmed by their persistence that he had no choice but to agree. Unfortunately, it was already too late yesterday, and they were afraid the shop would be closed, so they had to call it off. They immediately decided to meet at Shane's front door at the crack of dawn today. 7 people were originally supposed to meet up, but those 2 sleepyheads couldn't get up and stood up the whole group. In the end, only these 5 lucky ones showed up early in the morning as planned. Chapter 14. A lazy store opening, but the live stream is packed. Shane and the other 4 headed straight for the multiverse blind box store on the corner, full of excitement. But as soon as they arrived, an absurd scene unfolded. Out of the 5 of them, 2 couldn't even see the store at all. To Sha Iran and Du Fan, there was no ethereal little shop before their eyes. It was clearly just a dilapidated, drafty, abandoned shack. Forget about mind-blowing blind boxes or once-in-a-lifetime opportunities, it didn't even have a decent counter. And the inside was so empty you couldn't see a single soul. The 2 were completely dumbfounded on the spot, and then their anger shot straight to the top of their heads in an instant, sending them into a rage. Shane, you're fucking messing with us again, aren't you? You tricked us into coming out here in the dead of night, before dawn, just to catch a chill? All for this run-down, empty shack. And what about that mysterious celestial shop and once-in-a-lifetime treasures? I think you're just daydreaming, trying to make fools of us. No wonder Xiao ran, and Su Si didn't show up. They must have figured out you were pulling our leg ages ago. Shane, Li Tong, and Su Su, who were standing nearby and could clearly see the shop, were completely dumbfounded. They hurriedly pointed at the storefront and explained. The shop is right here. The 5 big characters Multiverse Blind Box Store are written clearly and in plain sight. How could you possibly not see it? But no matter how the 3 of them explained it, the 2 who claimed not to see it simply wouldn't believe them. Sha Iran and Du Fan felt more and more aggrieved as they thought about it, convinced that these 3 had teamed up to play a prank on them. Being made fools of first thing in the morning left them utterly humiliated. Their faces turned ashen with rage, cursing under their breath. They flung their sleeves back with a flourish and stormed off, unwilling to stay even a moment longer. Only Shane and the other 2 were left standing there, exchanging bewildered glances, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The shop was right in front of them, yet those without a connection were as blind as bats. They simply couldn't see it, no matter what. The 3 sighed in resignation, having fully grasped the rules of this shop of 10,000 worlds. Those with a connection will meet even from 1,000 miles away. Those without will pass each other by even when face to face. If fate isn't on your side, even standing right in front of opportunity, all you'll see is a dilapidated empty house. Shane stepped forward and gave the shop door a push, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge an inch. Frowning, he muttered, "Could it be that it's not opening time yet?" The 3 had no choice but to stand obediently in front of the closed shop door and wait, their hearts filled with both nervousness and anticipation, eager to rush inside the moment it opened and open another round of premium blind boxes. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that Goldie finally crawled out of bed at a leisurely pace. Her parents were always hardworking. Her dad had left early to restock, and her mom had gone to the shop to get things ready after making breakfast. Goldie took her time washing up and getting ready, and by the time she finally strolled over to the blind box shop, it was already past 9 o'clock. Her shop was always laid back to begin with no set opening hours. While others work from dawn till dusk, she alone embraces a laid-back lifestyle. Opening at a little past 9 is considered early for her. As she pushed open the door, Goldie noticed the system had already neatly arranged 10 black multiverse blind boxes on the shelf. She quickly tidied up the counter, pulled out her phone, and launched her daily live stream with practiced ease. She thought it would be just like any other day, but the moment the live stream icon lit up, a massive crowd of viewers swarmed in all at once. In just a few seconds, 300 or 400 people flooded into the chat room. The comments scrolled by so fast it was dizzying, and the chat exploded in an instant. "The streamer is finally live. I've been waiting all morning. Finally. Will there be any period drama heartthrobs today? Is that Crown Prince from yesterday coming back? Yes, absolutely gorgeous. Where on earth does the host find these handsome guys in period costumes? Yesterday's mystery box was amazing. I'm definitely going to camp out for a lucky draw today. Camping out for the live stream. Camping out for the mystery box. Camping out for the new script." The screen was flooded with comments urging her to update, waiting for big names, and hoping to open blind boxes. Goldie looked at the bustling live stream with a smile that made her eyes crinkle, greeting everyone in a lazy yet gentle tone. "Good morning, everyone. Our blind box shop is open for business again today. Let us just chat casually and open blind boxes as fate allows." She was completely laid back. She ran her shop with a go-with-the-flow attitude, and the live stream was just for fun and relaxation. Just as Goldie officially opened for business. Deep in the forest, Mu Lin and his group, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly noticed that the shop, which had been closed all night, had finally opened. Their spirits soared, and they immediately rushed forward to pull back the curtain and enter the blind box shop. Almost at the same time, Shane and his 2 companions, who had been waiting in another world, also saw the shop's door open. They immediately quickened their pace, pulled back the curtain, and walked in. Whoosh! No sooner had Mu Lin, Mu Tsangyan, Mu Changfeng, and Dr. Su pulled back the curtain and stepped inside than they collided head-on with Shane and his 2 companions, who were rushing in. Both groups were moving at full speed, and they crashed into each other with a violent thud. Mu Lin and his 3 companions, having spent years defending the borders and fighting in battles, were built as solid as iron. They stood firm, not budging an inch. In contrast, Shane and his 2 pampered, spoiled playboys from the capital were sent reeling by the impact. Shane, in particular, let out an ouch as he landed hard on his butt, his hair thrown into disarray. The 3 of them were instantly livid. Shane stood up, clutching his butt, his expression darkening as he adopted the air of a crown prince, and roared, "How dare you? Who are you? How dare you bump into this crown prince?" Su Su, standing nearby, immediately drew on the prestige of his family background and shouted harshly in support. How dare you? Do you know who we are? This is Shane, Crown Prince of the Pingyang Marquis. This is Li Tong, second son of the General of the Guards, and I am Su Su, son of the Chancellor. Just how much guts do you have to dare to bump into us? Mu Lin and his three companions were taken aback for a moment, but their expressions instantly turned cold as rage flared within them. Mu Lin placed his hand on the fine steel dagger at his waist, drawing it half an inch with a clang, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. This is utterly ridiculous. How dare you impersonate the nobility to swindle people? I am Mu Lin, commander of the Mu family army and a resident of the capital. I have never heard of any crown prince of Pingyang. And you, the general of the Imperial Guard's surname is Ma. How could his son bear the surname Li? The current chancellor is a brilliant young man in his early 20s who hasn't even married yet. Where on earth did you get a son this old? You lot have some nerve, daring to pull such a scam right in front of me. Shane and his two companions were completely taken aback by the rebuke. Refusing to back down, they rolled up their sleeves and argued their case. You're talking nonsense. We're the real aristocrats. In all our lives, we've never heard of any General Mu, let alone the Mu family army. You're the imposter. Tensions flared instantly. On one side, a group of fierce border defending generals; on the other, a bunch of spoiled rich kids from the capital. They glared at each other, on the verge of a brawl right there on the spot. The live stream went absolutely wild. The comment section exploded with messages. Holy crap, what's going on? Did two groups of period drama big shots run into each other yesterday? Wow, today a script is so intense they're actually arguing right here on camera? Is this going to be a real-life showdown? Host, you've really gone all out on the actor budget. This is hilarious. Both sides are calling each other fakes. General Mu, I'm the real deal. Crown Prince Shin, I'm the real deal. Host, I'm totally confused. Goldie knew exactly what was going on. She quickly stepped forward, held out her small hands to block the way, and calmly tried to smooth things over. Everyone, calm down, calm down. Let us talk this out. No fighting. Why don't we all introduce ourselves and explain our backgrounds? That should clear things up, right? Chapter 15. Every blind box holds a treasure. Upon hearing Goldie's words, both sides realized she had a point. They immediately suppressed their anger and began introducing themselves one by one. Mu Lin, radiating a fierce aura honed on the battlefield, said in a deep voice, Tianqi Dynasty, General of the Frontier Garrison, Mu Lin. Shane and his two companions were completely dumbfounded on the spot. The Tianqi Dynasty? They pored over every history book and heard every rumor circulating in the court and throughout the realm. Yet they never heard of this dynasty in their lives. Several members of the Mu family army also introduced themselves. When it was their turn, Shane lifted his chin haughtily. Great Yong Dynasty, Crown Prince of Pingyang Marquis Shane. Li Tong followed closely behind. Great Yong Dynasty, second son of the General of the Guards, Li Tong. Su Su gave a faint, cold snort. Great Yong Dynasty, son of the Chancellor, Su Su. Goldie spread her hands in exasperation, smiling with obvious amusement. See, this is just a huge misunderstanding. You aren't even from the same dynasty. You aren't even from the same world. As soon as those words were spoken, the pupils of everyone on both sides widened in shock, and they froze in place for several seconds. Mu Lin and the others from the Tianqi dynasty had already witnessed the various wonders of the blind box shop. Upon hearing this, they simply thought to themselves, just as I suspected, and were filled with nothing but awe. Meanwhile, Shane and his group from the Great Yong Dynasty were initially stunned by the notion of a different world, but upon reflecting on the shop filled with strange artifacts, they quickly regained their composure. As outlandish as it was, both groups remained surprisingly calm, quietly accepting this earth-shattering reality. In Goldie's livestream, however, the place went absolutely wild. The comment stream was so overwhelming it was impossible to keep up. Holy crap, not the same world. This plot twist is off the charts. So it wasn't impersonating the elite after all. It's a cross-world collision. Ha ha ha. The real deal. Two big shots from different worlds meeting in person. Host, this isn't just opening a store. You're controlling the fate of all worlds. Hurry up and keep going. I want to see them all crowd around and open mystery boxes. The two groups finally had a complete epiphany. After all that commotion, no one had been intentionally impersonating anyone. It was purely a cross-world, cross-dynasty mix-up. Everyone instantly let go of their tensions, exchanged glances, bowed in unison, and reconciled amicably. 1 second they were on the brink of a brawl, and the next they transformed into peaceful bystanders. Mu Lin was a regular at the blind box shop. He knew exactly what was going on. Multiverse blind box had a limited daily supply. Once sold out, you'd have to wait another whole day for nothing. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled out a hefty 50 taels of silver. This was the hard-earned money that the more than 200 brothers of the Mu family army had scrimped and saved, bit by bit. Yesterday, Scout Mu Tsongyan had opened only one multiverse blind box, leaving 2 draws remaining for today. Surgeon Su even had 3 multiverse blind box slots at his disposal. Mu Lin assigned the tasks decisively. Tsongyan, you open 2 first. Then it's Dr. Su's turn. Shane and his 2 companions stood quietly on the sidelines, watching the spectacle unfold without the slightest hint of competition. Shane had already used up his 3 multiverse blind box slots yesterday, so he had absolutely no chance today. Li Tong and Su Su watched the entire scene with wide eyes, completely captivated and amazed. Everyone's gaze in the room was fixed squarely on Mu Tsongyan. Mu Tsongyan took a deep breath, stepped forward, picked 2 multiverse blind boxes, and opened them right away. The first multiverse blind box was opened completely empty, not a single thing inside. Everyone in the room let out a collective, quiet sigh, while viewers in the live stream chat immediately wailed, "Ha ha ha, proof he is a non-lucky player. Got all worked up for nothing. It's okay. It's okay. There's still one more chance. He'll definitely turn this around." Immediately after, Mu Tsongyan opened the second multiverse blind box. This time, his luck did a complete 180. Inside the box lay a pair of exquisite, compact solar-powered wireless earbuds. Goldie immediately chimed in with an explanation. These are long-range walkie-talkie earbuds, a pair of 2, with 1 for each person. They allow real-time communication within 1,000 li, crystal clear with 0 lag. Just leave them in the sun occasionally to recharge, and they'll last 3 years. The entire audience erupted in excitement. What's most lacking in border warfare is intelligence and communication. With these earbuds, scouting, troop deployment, and nighttime raids would all be rock solid, a guaranteed, unbeatable cheat code on the battlefield. Mu Tsongyan carefully placed the headsets back into the box, hugged it, and stepped aside to make room. Next up was the moment everyone had been waiting for. Army Dr. Su from the 3rd Company opening the multiverse blind box. At that moment, the entire crowd held its breath. The air was eerily silent. Mu Lin clenched his fists so tightly his palms were white. He was incredibly nervous. Su Junyi was under even more pressure. A fine sheen of sweat was beading on his forehead. Shane and the other 2 were craning their necks and staring wide-eyed, watching the spectacle with even more tension than the participants themselves. The live stream chat cleared out completely as everyone waited with bated breath for the reveal. Su Junyi steadied his nerves and said in a deep voice, "Open it!" The first multiverse blind box popped open with a click. Inside lay a translucent, smooth sphere about the size of a grape. Goldie explained, "This is a hibernation breathing pearl. Just hold it in your mouth, and it'll induce a brief, stable coma. Your breathing remains normal throughout, with 0 physical strain and 0 side effects. It's 100 times safer than any ancient knockout drugs or pain-relieving powders. When passing it to the next person, just rinse it with water. It's good for 3 years. For military surgeries, treating severe injuries, or relieving excruciating pain with this single bead. All problems are instantly solved." Before everyone could recover from their shock, military Dr. Su immediately opened the second multiverse blind box. 1,000 pain-free wound sealing patches. They come with ultra-strong pain-relieving effects. Goldie quickly explained, "No stitches, no catgut. As long as the wound is clean and sharp-edged, just apply the patch and give it a gentle tug. The wound will close instantly. It's faster and safer than traditional suturing, and it heals without leaving a scar. The only downside is that it's disposable, can't be reused, but it has a 3-year shelf life." The live stream instantly went wild. "This thing is so practical. A military miracle. I just had surgery. I need this right now. No more suffering through stitches. What a blessing for soldiers." The host's blind boxes always exceed expectations. With 2 top-tier items opened in a row, everyone's hearts were pounding. Now for the main event, Dr. Su's final, and most anticipated, ultimate multiverse blind box. Everyone's eyes were glued to the tiny multiverse blind box. Dr. Sue took a deep breath and barked, "Open it!" With a soft click, the multiverse blind box sprang open. A palm-sized, pure white, translucent egg lay quietly inside the box. Goldie announced in a loud voice, "This is the sterile operating room space egg. Don't let its small size fool you. It contains a self-contained space housing a complete modern sterile operating room. It comes fully equipped with an operating table, a surgical lamp, precision surgical instruments, hemostatic agents, anti-infective medications, and medical supplies. The most incredible part is that after use, all equipment and the entire space automatically undergo comprehensive sterilization, remaining permanently sterile and eliminating the risk of infection. Activated by a drop of blood or voice command, you can perform top-tier precision surgeries anytime, anywhere, whether in the wilderness, on the battlefield, or at a makeshift camp. Even if you don't know how to operate it, don't worry. Once you enter the space, the instructions will automatically appear. Valid for 3 years. Chapter 16. The Modern Young Lady. The moment Goldie finished speaking, the entire room fell silent for 2 seconds, then erupted into chaos. Surgeon Sue was trembling all over, and his eyes instantly welled up with tears. He'd been practicing medicine for decades, and the most frustrating thing was the camp's abysmal conditions. How many brave young men weren't afraid to die on the battlefield, only to ultimately fall victim to infected wounds or delayed treatment? This miraculous egg had instantly addressed every shortcoming in the Mu family Army's medical capabilities. Combined with the hibernation breathing pearls and over 1,000 healing patches, the Mu family Army's battlefield medical standards had been instantly upgraded, leaping forward by 1,000 years. As long as a soldier still had a breath left, they could definitely be saved. Mu Lin solemnly clasped his hands and bowed deeply. "Thank you, shopkeeper, for bestowing this divine treasure. This treasure will safeguard the lives of tens of thousands of our border troops. The Mu family army will forever remember your great kindness." The 3 young masters of Great Yong standing nearby were completely dumbfounded. Just think about the soccer ball and solar thermal hand warmer that Shane pulled out yesterday, and then look at these god-tier items today. It's like the difference between children's toys and divine artifacts. The live stream chat exploded with comments. 3 consecutive god-tier drops. The Mu family army is now fully powered up. With communications and medical support maxed out, who could possibly defeat this army? Now that's a top-tier stroke of luck. Crown Prince Squad, step up. It's your turn to draw. At this point, Mu Tsongyan had used up his 2 multiverse blind box chances, and Dr. Su had used up his 3. The 4 members of the Mu family army had struck it rich and were thoroughly satisfied. Shane, Li Tong, and Su Su, who'd been watching the whole spectacle from the sidelines, could no longer contain themselves. Having witnessed such an extraordinary stroke of luck with their own eyes, their eyes burned with excitement, and each of them was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Now there were only 5 multiverse blind boxes left on the counter. The store's rule was clear. Each person could open a maximum of 3. Having just watched the entire scene, Li Tong and Su Su's eyes lit up instantly, and they couldn't wait to push their way forward. Li Tong was the first to shout, "Miss, I'll take 3 multiverse blind boxes." As he reached for his silver, Su Su panicked on the spot. There were only 5 in total. If Li Tong took 3, that would leave him with just 2. "No way," he quickly cut in. "Shopkeeper, I'll take 3. He gets 2. The 2 of them immediately got into a heated argument over the last 5 multiverse blind boxes. Just then, a crisp electronic chime suddenly rang out from the shop entrance. "Welcome." The curtain fluttered open, and a lively young girl stepped inside. Her name was Snow. She wore a playful bun, short sleeve top and shorts, with a small bag slung diagonally across her shoulder. Her stylish and sleek outfit made her look full of youthful energy. Standing among a room full of ancient figures in wide-sleeved traditional robes and heavy battle armor, the contrast was simply mind-blowing. The entire room instantly fell deathly silent. Mu Lin and the others all froze in place. The 3 noble young men, Shane, Li Tong, and Su Su, had their eyes practically popping out of their heads. Their gazes were glued to Snow, and they simply couldn't look away. The live chat exploded, with question marks flying all over the screen. Holy crap! Where did this modern girl come from? A cross-world brawl wasn't enough. Now a regular person just drops in out of nowhere. The script's gone crazy today. Twist after twist. Goldie was the first to be dumbfounded. Her immediate reaction was, Isn't she cold? It's still the first month of the Lunar New Year, and the late winter chill is still biting. To be considerate of the ancient people and avoid awkwardness, she herself was bundled up tight in a sweater, a jacket, and fleece-lined pants. But then she realized the shop had climate-controlled air conditioning no matter what you wore. You wouldn't feel cold, so she figured this girl must be from another world too, and let it go. The live stream chat erupted into total chaos. Wearing short sleeves in the first month of the Lunar New Year? It's below zero over here, I'm freezing to death. I'm sunbathing at the beach, also in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. The seasons are all mixed up between the north and south, right? Check out those ancient heartthrobs. They're all mesmerized, their innocence is off the charts. Ha ha ha. Their faces are bright red, proof they're innocent and a bit clueless. Snow, who had just walked in, was completely baffled. Looking at the room full of aristocratic young men in flowing robes and fierce, imposing generals, she blinked her big eyes and looked curiously at Goldie. Shopkeeper, is this a group cosplay or a movie shoot? The costumes and props are way too realistic. Goldie's eyes flashed, and she instantly understood. This was a modern person from a parallel world connected to her own through time. She curved her lips into a faint smile. You can think of it that way if you like. Want to buy a blind box? Snow's interest was instantly piqued. Blind boxes? How much are they? Multiverse blind boxes are 10 taels of silver each, and colored blind boxes are 5 taels of silver each. As soon as she said that, Snow burst out laughing on the spot, clutching her stomach and crouching on the ground, unable to get up. Ha ha ha. What era is this? You're accepting silver. Where am I supposed to find antique silver coins? Shopkeeper, you're really getting into character. After laughing her fill, she joked with feigned seriousness. So I guess I'm part of the film crew too. I don't have any silver, what should I do if I can't pay? As she spoke, she slipped off the gleaming gold bracelet on her wrist and held it out. Can I use this instead? System scan. Gold-plated silver bracelet. Market value 15 taels of silver. Goldie replied honestly, sure. That gold-plated silver bracelet is worth 15 taels of silver, enough for 1 multiverse blind box and 1 colored blind box. Unexpectedly, Snow's pupils suddenly contracted. She quickly slipped the bracelet back onto her wrist, her face a picture of shock as if she'd just been ripped off. No way, sis. You're way too good at this, you could tell just by looking that this is gold-plated silver. I paid over 3,000 at the brand boutique for this, and you're trading it for just 2 lousy blind boxes. This ISNT business, it's blatant fraud. I'm calling the consumer hotline right now. The ancient dignitaries in the room were all left completely baffled, their faces full of question marks. The live stream went wild with laughter. Ha ha ha. Help, this consumer advocate is so real. Ancient aristocrats, first time seeing modern consumer advocacy tactics, were totally lost. Trading a 3,000 bracelet for 2 blind boxes, anyone would be furious. Cross-time haggling plus consumer advocacy, an iconic moment is born. These ancient aristocrats, who were used to seeing tens of thousands of taels of gold and silver and spending money like water, were completely dumbfounded and left speechless today by Snow's hardcore modern consumer advocacy tactics. Hearing this, Goldie couldn't help but chuckle. Looking at Snow standing before her, she spoke slowly. Sweetheart, you haven't even opened a single blind box yet, and you're already accusing me of fraud and threatening to file a complaint? You should try things out first. If you feel you've been shortchanged after opening the blind box, it's not too late to call and complain then. Snow paused for a moment, thought about it for 2 seconds, and realized Goldie had a point. With a pained expression, she slipped the bracelet off her wrist again and handed it over cautiously, looking reluctant. I'm warning you in advance. This is a gold-plated silver bracelet, and gold prices are sky-high right now. You said it's worth 15 taels in exchange for 2 blind boxes, 1 black and 1 colorful, so don't try to rip me off. If what I get isn't worth it, you have to give the bracelet back to me. Otherwise, I'll really call and file a complaint against you. Goldie didn't respond, but turned to look at Li Tong and Su Su, who were still standing there in a daze. The two had been so mesmerized by Snow just now that their minds had gone completely blank, they hadn't even snapped out of it yet. Excuse me, gentlemen. Could you let this young lady open hers first? The two stood there dumbfounded, nodding mechanically. Sure. No sooner had the words left her mouth than they both felt a sudden warmth at the tips of their noses. A stream of warm liquid slowly trickled down their nostrils. Chapter 17. The hovercraft stuns the crowd. As Li Tong and Su Su looked up, their eyes landed on Snow's outfit, and they were instantly petrified. Blood rushed to their heads in an instant, and their noses began gushing blood as if a floodgate had opened. After all, in the Great Yong dynasty, Confucian etiquette was strict, and women were all dressed in loose, wide-sleeved robes, wrapped up tightly. These two innocent, old-fashioned young men who hadn't even gotten married yet had never seen such a modern, sexy style that showed off bare legs and flaunted a free-spirited, uninhibited look. They simply couldn't hold it, and blood gushed straight from their noses. Goldie, quick on the draw, whipped out a few tissues and shoved them toward them, shouting with a mix of laughter and exasperation, "Wipe it off fast! Don't let it drip on the floor, I just mopped it, and it's a real pain to clean." Viewers in the live stream went wild with laughter at the sight of these two guys with nosebleeds, and the chat exploded with comments. "Ha ha ha ha! Help! These two are so clueless and innocent, it's ridiculous. The hostess priorities are so weird. Don't drip on the floor, it's a pain to clean. That is so heartbreaking. Ha ha ha! Getting a nosebleed just from seeing an outfit that shows some leg? Ancient nobleman's health bars are way too fragile. Ha ha! If these two went to a modern beach and saw a girl in a bikini, wouldn't they just ascend to heaven right then and there? You can tell they've never been on a big film set. This is solid proof they're the epitome of innocence." Snow didn't have time to watch the show play out. She spoke up immediately. "I'll take the smallest multiverse blind box, and the biggest colorful blind box on the shelf." Her mind was racing with a cunning plan. "That multiverse blind box isn't even as big as the palm of my hand. It's definitely a piece of junk. Once I open it, I'll make this shady shop owner give me my bracelet back. If they don't, I'll call and file a complaint right away." Goldie couldn't be bothered with the crowd of heckling viewers in the live stream. She turned around to fetch the items. She casually grabbed the smallest multiverse blind box from the counter, then hopped onto a small stool and struggled to pull down an enormous, flashily packaged colorful blind box from the very top shelf, handing them both to Snow in one go. Snow eagerly caught it, grabbed the package opener from the counter, and with a loud ripping sound, violently tore open the giant, colorful blind box. The next second, a giant, fluffy, pink teddy bear taller than a person popped out with a thud, like a little mountain. Snow's eyes went wide on the spot. She let out a whoop and pounced to hug the giant bear, so happy she practically flew off the ground. "Oh my gosh, this is way too cute. I've been craving a giant teddy bear like this for ages. They're ridiculously expensive at the brand stores, $700 or $800, and I've never been able to bring myself to buy one." She buried her face in the bear's fur and rubbed against it wildly. Her earlier arrogance vanished instantly, replaced by a look of both shame and excitement. "Shop owner, I'm so sorry. I was wrong. I take back what I said. You're not that shady after all." The ancient bigwigs watching the scene were completely baffled in their eyes. This soft, fluffy stuffed animal was an utterly unprecedented, strange creature. Goldie calmly reminded her, "Don't rush to claim kinship, you still have a multiverse blind box left to open." Snow reluctantly stuffed the giant teddy bear back into the box and reached for the tiny multiverse blind box. She fiddled with her pocket knife for a while, examining it from every angle, but couldn't find a single opening. Looking completely baffled, she asked Goldie, "What is this thing? There's no seal or opening. How do I open it?" "It's a voice-activated blind box. You don't need to open it, just shout open at it." Snow was all for it. She immediately tossed aside the small knife and shouted at the multiverse blind box in a clear, crisp voice, "Open!" Click. The blind box popped open automatically, revealing a plain, matte black, unremarkable round egg lying quietly inside. Just as everyone was wondering what this pitch-black egg was, Goldie's voice rang out at just the right moment. Her tone as matter-of-fact as if she were describing a head of Chinese cabbage. "This is the spatial storage egg. Contains a hovercraft. It's also voice-activated. Just say retrieve the hovercraft to activate it, and it'll automatically recognize its owner. Everyone, step back a bit. This thing's pretty big, don't get hit by it. It's valid for 3 years after that, it's just a piece of junk." Everyone present instantly went stiff with tension. Mu Lin's group of 4 and Shane's group of 3 braced for battle, retreating in unison and coming to a halt right up against the shop's 4 walls, clearing a large open space in the center. Each of them was so nervous their palms were sweating. Only Snow looked utterly speechless. Watching this group of old-timers dodging it like the plague, she silently rolled her eyes. "It's just a lousy egg. Is all this fuss really necessary? Are they all drama queens or something?" Without further hesitation, she cupped the black egg in her hands and shouted, "Deploy the craft!" Buzz. A faint mechanical hum filled the air as the black egg's lid popped open, and a dark shadow shot out with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a black board materialized out of thin air. It was about the size of a skateboard, no wheels, no deck, and hovered eerily a meter above the ground, looking bare and rather shabby. The live chat instantly exploded with laughter-filled comments. "Ha ha ha, did the prop team oversleep? This is way too half-assed. At least paint it or slap on some reflective tape. A bare blackboard? Way too plain. I thought it'd be super cool, and this is it? Thumbs down." Snow stared at the massive object floating out of the egg and froze on the spot. It took several seconds before she curiously reached out and grabbed the flying machine. The moment it touched her hand, her eyes widened in shock. Such a large piece of board, yet as light as a feather, it defies the laws of physics. Her mind was instantly flooded with excitement. No wonder a blind box dares to sell for so much. It really does contain cutting-edge technology. Goldie calmly explained. "The craft has already bonded with you. It only listens to you. You can adjust the altitude, speed, and direction however you like. You can try it right now." Half believing, half doubting, Snow tried giving a soft command. "Lower the altitude to 10 centimeters above the ground." As soon as the words left her mouth, the flying board descended steadily, hovering just above the ground. Snow still felt a little uneasy, so she cautiously placed one foot on it. Only after seeing that the board didn't budge did she dare to put her other foot on it. Once she was steady, she maneuvered the craft to circle slowly around the store, staying perfectly stable the whole time. Snow's courage grew, and she raised the altitude to 20 centimeters above the ground, flying back and forth at low altitude around the store, as delighted as a 200-month-old child. The live stream instantly shifted from laughter to sheer shock. "Holy crap, it's really floating. No wayes. No ropes. Newton's coffin lid can't keep it down. How did she do that? Those special effects are way too realistic. It's not a prop. It can really fly." "I'm speechless." Snow was both thrilled and guilty, mentally slapping herself. "Oh my god! That crappy bracelet of mine was a total steal. And to think I was just about to complain about them. I'm so clueless." Shane, watching from the side, couldn't resist chiming in. "Miss, since this treasure can levitate, it must have incredible potential. Why don't you try flying a little higher?" Snow quickly shook her head and replied meekly, "I'm a scaredy cat. I don't dare fly too high. I'm afraid I'll fall." Goldie casually offered a tip. "If you're afraid to stand, just sit on it. It's just like riding a horse. It'll be more stable." Snow thought that made perfect sense. She immediately maneuvered the hoverboard to rise a little higher, then straddled it with a carefree swagger. Her two slender, snow-white legs dangled naturally, swaying gently in the air as she piloted the hoverboard on a low-altitude joyride through the store. Her posture was relaxed and carefree. That uninhibited, free-spirited demeanor was a vibrant sight entirely unfamiliar to the people of ancient times. Yet this sitting position, which was perfectly normal in modern times, appeared utterly scandalous and immoral in the eyes of the noble young men of Great Yom, where strict Confucian etiquette reigned supreme. This is simply scandalous. Chapter 18, 3 million poems across all realms. That is terrifying. Su, who had just managed to stop his nosebleed, finally couldn't hold back any longer. His brows were furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly, and he launched into a lecture. "Young lady, your posture is far too casual and indecent. Men and women must not touch one another, and proper deportment is of the utmost importance. Your attire and behavior are simply an affront to public decency." As soon as those words left his mouth, Snow rolled her eyes sky high and fired back with a domineering retort. "I'm sitting in my own flying machine, flying my own path. What the hell is it to you? It's early in the morning, and you're still harping on posture and decorum? Your brain must have been wrapped up in a 1,000-year-old foot-binding cloth until you went bonkers. You're so rigid and old-fashioned." That blunt retort left Susu speechless on the spot, his face turning as red as a pig's liver. The live stream instantly split into two camps, and the comment section exploded. "Ha ha ha ha. Well said. Nice one. I can't stand people who use outdated Confucian ethics to control others. She can dress and sit however she wants. It's none of your business. That girl is so badass. My online voice is finally here. Though she was a bit too blunt. That's just how people thought back then. No need to be so harsh, haha." Susu's words were way too harsh, too. Doesn't that girl have any pride? If you don't like it, just don't watch. Your eyes are practically glued to her, you hypocrites. I can see both sides. The clash of worldviews is hilarious. Proof of a cross-dimensional generation gap. Every ancient big shot in the shop stood there dumbfounded, completely stunned by Snow's blunt, sharp-tongued style. General Mu Lin remained the calmest and was the first to snap out of it. He stepped forward, solemnly clasped his fists towards Snow, and spoke with urgency and sincerity. Young lady, I am Mu Lin, the border defense general of the Tianqi dynasty. I am willing to pay a hefty sum for this hovercraft of yours. Might you be willing to part with it? Standing nearby, the three noble young men from Daong Shane, Li Tong, and Su Su immediately caught on. That right treasures can be traded privately. The three immediately surrounded her, scrambling to make offers. Miss, I have countless gold, silver, jewels, and rare antiques. I'm willing to trade them all for your flying machine. My family is of distinguished lineage and possesses countless treasures. Just name your price, miss. As a group of ancient aristocrats swarmed around Snow, frantically spending big to buy her flying machine, Goldie cleared her throat and spoke up to stop them. Everyone, please follow the rules. If you want to trade for treasures, you can only do so with me. No private exchanges with other customers. After saying this, she turned to Snow and asked gently, Young lady, are you considering selling your flying machine? The moment Snow heard this, alarm bells went off in her head. Fearing that Goldie might keep the treasure she just pulled out, she quickly jumped off the flying machine, shaking her head like a rattle. No way! I absolutely want to trade it. No sooner had she spoken than she gave a soft command to the storage egg to put away the flying machine. She carefully slipped the space egg back into the blind box, shoved it all into her small crossbody bag, then scooped up the giant pink teddy bear as tall as a person and dashed out of the little shop at lightning speed. She was terrified that if she hesitated even for a second, her treasure would be snatched away by this group of rich snobs. Viewers in the livestream went wild with laughter as they watched Snow dash off at lightning speed, clutching the giant teddy bear. Ha 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 ha. She is running so fast. She is clearly terrified by the enthusiasm of these ancient big shots. I'd run too. Who could bear to trade such an incredible treasure? Does anyone here know that girl? I'm not here to snag a flying machine. I just want to make a friend. The abacus beads from the post above just hit me in the face. Stop pretending. As Snow vanished in a flash through the door, the store finally fell silent. Right now, there were only 4 multiverse blind boxes left on the counter. Li Tong and Su Su, who had been arguing fiercely over the blind boxes just moments ago, exchanged a glance, instantly made up, and stopped bickering. They immediately pulled out their money and each bought 2 multiverse blind boxes. It was finally their turn to open them. With Snow having bolted, all eyes in the room turned to Su Su. He took a deep breath and opened his first multiverse blind box. As the box opened, a sleek, minimalist black fountain pen lay quietly inside. When Goldie saw the pen, the corner of her mouth twitched violently, and she screamed inwardly. It's actually a replica of Malyang's magic brush. I want one too. Although what it draws doesn't actually turn into real objects. As long as the owner visualizes something in their mind, the pen can precisely bring it to life with lifelike quality and meticulous detail. It's practically a top-tier artist on the go. With such an incredible treasure falling into the hands of this composed young gentleman, she truly didn't want to part with it. But since she ran the store, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and give the sales pitch. This is the Follow Your Heart magic pen. Although it can't turn drawings into reality, as long as you visualize it in your mind, no matter how complex the image, you can use it to draw it perfectly. Every stroke becomes a masterpiece. When the pen runs out of ink, just let it soak up some sunlight. It's good for 3 years. Netizens were instantly speechless when they saw this pen. This blind box shop girl is such a smooth talker. It's clearly just an ordinary pen, yet she is hyping it up as a magic brush? What do you know, OP? This is scripted. Haven't you seen the trope in dramas where they pass off a little potato as the earth spirit pearl?
Suce eyes lit up.
He clutched the magic pen tightly, forcing himself to resist the urge to pick it up and try drawing right then and there. Suppressing his excitement, he immediately opened the second blind box. When the box opened, a massive book 1/2 meter square and just as thick as the box itself lay quietly inside. The cover boldly read 3 million poems from all realms. Staring at this colossal tome, Su Su was instantly dumbfounded. It was so thick that it would be a struggle just to flip through it, let alone carry it around. It would be an absolute nightmare. Seeing this, Goldie continued her explanation. This book looks incredibly heavy and bulky. Normally, it's so heavy that people can't even lift it, let alone flip through it, but now that it has recognized you as its master, once it's in your hands, it will transform into just a few thin pages, lightweight and easy to hold. Once you finish reading the current page, the next one will automatically appear. It contains a vast collection of poetry, everything you could imagine, including the finest verses and masterpieces from every world. It's valid for 3 years, after which it will automatically disappear. At those words, Susu's pupils suddenly contracted. As the son of the chancellor, he had read widely and dreamed of making a name for himself throughout the land through his literary talent. When he first laid eyes on this treasure trove of poetry, he assumed it was a stroke of divine fortune, a true artifact of the literary world. But once he grasped the sheer volume and the time limit, he was completely dumbfounded. 3 million poems, with a 3-year deadline that averaged out to over 2,700 poems a day. Forget about fully understanding and memorizing them, just the task of copying them out by hand was nothing short of a fairy tale. He paced back and forth in a panic, inwardly lamenting, "I'm in big trouble now." At this point, there was no turning back. These peerless poetic masterpieces absolutely could not be lost to the world. He silently resolved that once he returned, he would do whatever it took to speed up the work. He absolutely had to transcribe every single poem before this treasure vanished, preserving them all in their entirety. Viewers in the live stream went wild with laughter, flooding the chat with comments. "Ha ha ha ha. Help, I've already gone bald memorizing the 300 Tang poems, 3 million poems. When others cheat, they get stronger. When he cheats, he enters hell-level memorization mode. Susu. Thanks, but I'll really be in trouble. Do you want this blessing or not?" The director's imagination is off the charts. This isn't a stroke of luck. It's academic torture. Ha 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 ha. Next up was Li Tong opening his mystery box. Chapter 19. The Crown Prince is acting up again. Next up was Li Tong's turn to open his blind boxes. He'd been unable to contain his excitement for a while and couldn't wait to step forward and open his 2 multiverse blind boxes. The first multiverse blind box popped open with a click. A flash of cold light appeared, revealing a slender, sharp-edged flying sword that shimmered with radiant light, lying quietly inside the box. A faint glow flowed along its blade. It was clearly no ordinary object. Goldie quickly stepped in to give a detailed explanation. This is a flying sword. It recognizes its master the moment the box is opened. It can slay demons and monsters, pierce armor, and kill enemies. It's incredibly sharp. Can also fly through the air, serving as your very own personal aircraft. It's extremely fast, faster than 1,000 Li horse. It's valid for 3 years. Compared to the hovercraft the girl had opened earlier, this sword had a wider range of uses and more functions. As soon as viewers in the live stream saw Li Tong open the flying sword, the chat exploded with comments. "Whoa, flying on a sword. Proof of an ancient-style private jet." Li Tong's combat power just skyrocketed to the ceiling. "I'm so jealous I could cry. I want a flying sword to look cool too." Li Tong's eyes lit up instantly. He stared at the flying sword, unable to tear himself away, his heart soaring to the heavens. Next, he excitedly opened the second multiverse blind box. Inside lay a silvery white, sheer veil as thin as a cicada's wing, almost transparent. It felt light and soft to the touch and looked no different from an ordinary silk scarf. Goldie continued her explanation. "This is invisible, form-fitting soft armor. Don't let its lightness and softness fool you. Ordinary blades can't pierce or cut through it. It's truly impervious to blades and spears. It feels completely unrestricted when worn next to the skin. It's a life-saving divine artifact for combat. This item requires a drop of blood to bind to its owner. Once bound, it automatically adjusts its size to fit your body, and it's valid for 3 years as well." The live stream chat exploded with laughter. "Wow, we've got both a spear and a shield now. A flying sword is the strongest spear, and this sheer veil is the strongest shield. This combination of offense and defense makes it completely invincible." Li Tong had a moment of madness. A reckless curiosity suddenly took hold of him. He grabbed the glowing flying sword in his hand and was about to test it against the soft armor. "One is the sharpest, the other is bulletproof. I'll see which is more powerful. This sword or this soft armor that can take a beating." As he spoke, he raised his hand to strike. Goldie, terrified, quickly reached out to stop him, reminding him with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Don't be reckless. This soft armor can only withstand attacks from ordinary swords and blades. Your flying sword is a legendary weapon of destruction. Its sharpness far surpasses that of ordinary weapons. This soft armor can't withstand it. One strike and it'll be ruined. Li Tong froze on the spot. Resentfully, he sheathed his flying sword. A chill ran down his spine, and he patted his chest in relief. He nearly destroyed his own life-saving artifact with his own hands. Li Tong's eyes fell on Mu Lin's short dagger, and he hurriedly clasped his hands in a bow. General Mu, may I borrow your dagger to give it a couple of slashes? Let us see if the soft armor really is impervious to blades and arrows. Mu Lin turned to look at Goldie, waiting for the shopkeeper to speak. Goldie quickly waved his hands to stop him. Absolutely not. That dagger of his is also a top-tier weapon from a blind box. You can't use it to test the soft armor. One swing and your armor will be ruined. Go back and use any ordinary sword or dagger from the army to test it. Upon hearing this, Li Tong could only grudgingly abandon his plan to test the armor right then and there. He carefully folded the soft armor neatly, tucked it close to his body, and treasured it as if it were a priceless treasure. With that, Li Tong and Su Su had opened all their blind boxes. Standing in the corner, Shane grew increasingly frustrated and agitated the more he watched, his face turning green with envy. He stood frozen in place, frantically recalling the treasures he'd been incredibly lucky to open yesterday: a soccer ball and a solar thermal hand warmer. Then he looked at what this group had opened today: a spatial divine egg, a flying vehicle, a battlefield sterile operating room, a cheap-powered magic pen, a hell-level poetry database, a sword-riding flying sword, and invincible soft armor. Shane's mental state completely shattered, and he just wilted. Help me! What kind of childish junk did he open yesterday? A soccer ball? A solar thermal hand warmer? While everyone else is riding swords through the skies, saving lives on the battlefield, and becoming literary legends, he's just kicking a soccer ball around and warming his hands. Compared to these game-changing treasures, his two items are nothing more than street stall toys meant to amuse 3-year-olds. The gap between people and the gap between yesterday and today is just too absurd and heartbreaking. Shane hung his head, his face a picture of resentment and grievance, a veritable giant lemon, bubbling with jealousy. He wished he could travel back in time to yesterday and give his impulsive, blind box opening self a good thrashing. Viewers in the live stream were laughing so hard they were pounding their screens, and the comment stream was flooded with non-stop messages. Ha 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 ha. The Crown Prince's major meltdown. I'm dying of laughter. Yesterday I was on cloud 9. Today I'm the clown. Soccer ball, solar thermal hand warmer vs flying sword, soft armor operating room. Anyone would lose it. The Crown Prince. If I'd known, I would waited until today to open it. I'm so regretful. Haha. Next time you're guaranteed a top-tier drop. Hang in there. Crown Prince. Goldie looked at Shane, whose face was a picture of despair, gloom, and near autism, and struggled so hard to hold back her laughter that her shoulders shook uncontrollably. She almost burst out laughing right then and there. There's just no helping it. That's how unpredictable the multiverse blind box is. Open early and be happy, open late and face a disaster. If you miss the good times, you just have to accept your fate. All you can say is it's timing, fate, and luck. Watching Li Tong and Su Su pull off one mind-blowing treasure after another, Shane, who'd been sulking for ages, suddenly lit up, as if he'd grabbed a lifeline. He slapped his forehead right. Even though he'd already used up all his multiverse blind box slots and couldn't open any more, he could still buy the colored blind boxes. Who says you can't get good stuff from colored blind boxes? What if he unboxed an incredible opportunity right away? He could turn the tables in an instant. Shane perked up instantly, the gloom on his face vanishing completely. He hurriedly fished 10 taels of silver from the pouch at his waist, strode confidently to the counter, and declared with full confidence, "Shopkeeper, give me 2 colored blind boxes, this big one, and that small one over there." The live stream instantly buzzed with excitement, and the comment feed exploded with messages. Ha ha ha. The Crown Prince is making a last-ditch effort. You won't admit defeat, will you? No luck with the multiverse blind box. Now he's switching to the colorful ones. The gambling-addicted Crown Prince is online. This is his one chance for a comeback. With the soccer solar thermal hand warmer fiasco as a cautionary tale, I bet he'll pull out a bunch of snacks and toys. Goldie stifled a laugh as she handed him 2 colorful blind boxes, one large and one small, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Good luck." Shane took a deep breath, clenched the blind boxes tightly, and his expression instantly turned incredibly serious as he prayed frantically inside. It has to be a rare item. Please don't give me another soccer ball or solar thermal hand warmer. Shane picked up the smaller, colorful mystery box first and gently pried it open with his fingertips. Inside lay a pair of exquisitely crafted stainless steel nail clippers, attached to a tiny ear scoop. They gleamed brightly and looked exceptionally delicate and smooth. Chapter 20. Shane's Vase Breaks. Goldie began her introduction. These nail clippers are sharp and rust-resistant, and the ear scoop is delicate and gentle on the ears, perfect for daily grooming. The live chat instantly exploded with laughter and comments. Ha 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 ha, the Crown Prince's comeback? And all he gets is an ear scoop and nail clippers, a modern trinket that costs just a few bucks, and in ancient times, it's practically deified. It's confirmed the noble heir is a true, refined boy. At least these nail clippers are practical. Haha. Shane was taken aback at first, but then his eyes lit up slightly. All his life, he'd used only rough, blunt copper scissors. Trimming his nails was a struggle. He'd never seen anything so smooth, sharp, delicate, and compact. He immediately treated it like a priceless treasure, carefully tucking it into the silk pouch at his waist. Right after that, he excitedly unwrapped the large, colorful mystery box. Glacier-patterned glass vase. Goldie continued her explanation. This is a thick-walled glacier-patterned glass vase. It's waterproof and crystal clear, perfect for displaying flowers and instantly elevating the ambience. Everyone in the ancient audience was instantly stunned. Where in ancient times could you find glassware this clean, clear, and free of impurities? Even colored glass was exorbitantly priced. A vase this large and transparent was simply a treasure of the world. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Whoa, a glass vase from the big box. What a score. It's the exact same vase I use for my lucky bamboo. It costs just a dozen or so in modern times, but in ancient times, it's treated as a family heirloom. The Crown Prince has finally made a name for himself. Even colored blind boxes can yield great finds. From now on, using glass vases for floral arrangements at home will make us stand head and shoulders above other noble families. The Crown Princess acting is spot on. He's already showing off in an instant. Shane gazed at the large, luminous vase, and his whole demeanor instantly perked up. All his previous resentment and bitterness vanished in an instant, and he stood up straight. Although it couldn't compare to the divine flying sword egg, among the young masters of noble families, these two items would definitely be one of a kind. He was overjoyed. He'd finally turned the tables. Li Tong could think of nothing but heading out to test fly his flying sword, while Su Su was eager to return home to use the divine brush for painting. The two hurriedly bowed in farewell to the Mu family's soldiers, then dashed back the way they came, each returning to their respective homes to prepare for testing their treasures. Meanwhile, Shane was happily carrying his newly opened mystery box home when, just as he stepped onto the street leading to the Pingyang Marquis mansion, four figures suddenly darted out from a blind spot in the alley, completely cutting him off. Sha Iran, Du Fan, Xiao Ran, and Su Si, the four of them had been seething with anger for quite some time, convinced that Shane had been spinning a web of lies to fool everyone. They unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. You still dare to feed us a bunch of lies? Today we're going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Shane curled up, clutching the cardboard box containing the glass vase tightly to his chest with both arms. As he frantically dodged the blows, his voice cracked with panic. I really wasn't lying to you. This shop is all about fate. If you're not meant to be here, you won't even see the storefront. Li Tong and Su Su are genuinely selling extraordinary treasures. Just ask around, and you'll see for yourselves. Sha Iran raised his foot and kicked Shane hard in the butt, sending him stumbling back a full step, his face full of scorn. It's definitely a setup. The three of you are in cahoots. Going to them for confirmation is just a scripted line. It's a waste of time. Guys, let us teach him a lesson. Du Fan clenched his fist and swung it viciously at Shane's forehead. At the last moment, Shane instinctively raised his hand to block the blow, causing the cardboard box in his arms to slip from his grasp and crash heavily onto the bluestone pavement. Crash! A crisp, piercing sound of shattering echoed through the air. The four attackers all recoiled sharply, their eyes fixed intently on the scattered shards. The fragments strewn across the floor were crystal clear and luminous, their quality far surpassing even the finest glassware on the market, the kind that's worth its weight in gold. The men's pupils dilated in shock, and a chill ran down their spines. Such a large, solid piece of translucent glass ornament was of incalculable value. Accidentally shattering it meant they caused a massive disaster. The frustration that had built up all day, combined with the rage over the destroyed treasure, instantly boiled over. With bloodshot eyes, Shane scrambled to his feet and grabbed each of the 4 men in turn, striking back. Knowing they were in the wrong for shattering the priceless treasure, the 4 kept their heads down the entire time, too afraid to fight back. After a fierce scuffle, all 5 were left battered and bruised, their faces covered in black and blue marks, a scene that was both comical and chaotic. The servants of the young masters stood gathered nearby, all caught between a rock and a hard place, unsure of what to do. When young men from prominent families came to blows in private, taking sides no matter which would lead to severe repercussions afterward, so no one dared to step in rashly to break up the fight or mediate. They absolutely dared not intervene to help their masters beat up the other young men yet. Standing by and watching their masters get the short end of the stick was equally unacceptable. The servants exchanged glances, understanding each other without words, and immediately began a well-rehearsed charade, feigning a fierce scuffle in one corner. Though they appeared to be fighting fiercely, they actually kept their attacks measured and refrained from landing any serious blows. This allowed them to avoid getting involved in the dispute between their masters while still appearing to defend their masters with all their might. Thus, they managed not to offend either side. Upon receiving an urgent report from the gatekeeper, the Marquis of Pingyong rushed to the scene. As soon as he looked around, his heart sank. His son was bruised and battered, and the other 4 involved in the brawl were all injured, their faces swollen and bruised. Seeing the fragments of precious glass scattered across the floor, the Marquis felt a sharp pang of pain in his chest. He immediately gave orders to have the 5 swollen-faced youths escorted back to the hall of the Marquis' mansion, and summoned the court physician to treat and examine each of them one by one. He instructed the servants to carefully gather all the shards and bring them back, and dispatched messengers on fast horses to the other 4 families to invite all the elders to the Marquis' mansion to sort out this troublesome matter face to face. Sha Iran and Su Si came from long-established military families. Their fathers arrived at the Marquis' residence shortly thereafter. Du Fan, the youngest son of the current chief minister, also rushed to the Marquis' residence on the spot. Xiao Ran had the most distinguished background. He was the legitimate grandson of the Prince of Xiaoyao. Since the Prince of Xiaoyao had entered the imperial palace and had not yet returned, and the princess heir was physically disabled, he sent word that his family should be compensated in the same manner as the others. Shane, his face covered in scars, laid out the entire story. The rules of the multiverse blind box store, the fact that outsiders couldn't see inside the shop, the 4 men who had cornered and beaten him, and how he accidentally shattered the vase. The elders didn't believe for a moment that such an outlandish shop existed, but looking at the pile of gleaming shards, they were deeply distressed. After several rounds of back-and-forth negotiations, the 4 families each contributed 3,500 taels of silver to compensate Shane for his losses. Even after the compensation was settled, the elders remained deeply skeptical. Shane simply sent someone to summon Li Tong and Su Su to testify in public. Su Su took out his inkless divine brush with a mere thought. He was able to sketch lifelike objects as he drew, stunning the entire crowd. Li Tong manipulated the flowing light flying sword to hover a man's height above the ground, circling and weaving through the air. All the elders present were left speechless, and they could no longer question Shane's account. The group couldn't wait and urged Shane to lead the way to the mysterious little shop to see it for themselves. When the group arrived at the alley, everyone except Xiao Ran looked around and saw nothing but a dilapidated, abandoned old house, not a trace of the multiverse blind box shop to be found. Chapter 21. Xiao Ran opens a blind box. Shane took Xiao Ran by the hand and walked straight into the multiverse blind box shop. Outside the door, the group of VIPs' eyes nearly popped out of their heads as they watched the 2 figures sink into the wall and vanish into thin air. At that moment, the last shred of doubt in everyone's minds was completely dispelled. Well, this strange little shop really does only recognize those destined to enter. The moment Shane and Xiao Ran stepped inside, Goldie's livestream instantly exploded. A torrent of comments flooded the screen like a waterfall. Ha 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 ha. Help! The crown princess face is swollen like a leaven-steamed bun. Did he get beaten up outside? The battle-scarred crown prince Shin, how come he looks both pitiful and hilarious at the same time? The guy in the brocade robe next to the crown prince has such a commanding presence. He is clearly no ordinary person. Goldie glanced up at the colorful bruises on their faces, desperately suppressing the smile threatening to break out, her shoulders twitching uncontrollably. she exclaimed in surprise. Whoa! What happened to the crown princess face? Did you run into trouble out there? And you even brought a new friend along today. As soon as those words left her mouth, Shane, who'd been bottling up a belly full of grievances, could no longer hold back his emotions. He hung his head, his face a picture of despair, his voice thick with a nasal tone as he muttered plaintively. I'd just gotten back to the entrance of the Marquis' mansion when 4 guys cornered me and beat me up. That glacial glass vase I'd worked so hard to get was smashed right there on the spot. As he finished speaking, his eyes reddened, and tears began to fall in a steady stream. Coupled with his battered, bruised face, the scene was utterly ridiculous. Xiao Ran, standing nearby, remained calm and completely ignored Shane's antics. His gaze swept directly across the shelves, and he got straight to the point. Shopkeeper, ID like a multiverse blind box. Goldie spread her hands in resignation. That's too bad. Today's multiverse blind boxes are already sold out. Why don't you take a look at the colored blind boxes and try your luck? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ran pulled out 10 taels of silver and deliberately selected 2 giant blind boxes similar to the glass vase Shane had just opened. He silently calculated. With his top-tier luck as the legitimate grandson of the royal family, he was sure to unbox a top-grade glass treasure and thoroughly overshadow the attention Shane had just garnered. As the legitimate grandson of the Prince of Xiaoyao, a member of the imperial bloodline, what rare treasures had Xiao Ran not seen? Just moments ago, Shane had casually opened a colored box to reveal a vase worth a fortune. Today, Xiao Ran had specifically bought 2 top-tier, oversized blind boxes, driven by a fierce desire to outdo his rival. He might not have snagged a multiverse blind box, but with his royal destiny, whatever he opened was sure to outshine his rival. Xiao Ran had long fingers and a regal bearing. Every movement exuded the dignified grace of a scion from a distinguished royal family. He leisurely unwrapped the first giant blind box. The moment the lid swung open, the small shop fell into sudden, deathly silence. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Shane's eyes widened in shock. Even the bruises on his face stopped hurting as he stared intently at the contents of the box. The dazzling, iridescent glass ornament he'd imagined? No. A rare treasure? Not that either. The enormous box was stuffed to the brim with a giant pink plush bear, as tall as a person. The bear's fur was fluffy and soft. Its round black eyes were adorably innocent, and its pale pink color was practically blinding. Xiao Ran, who was usually aloof, taciturn, and radiated an icy aura, suddenly froze. A clear look of astonishment instantly cracked through the composed, detached expression on his handsome, impassive face. Shane had seen Snow open the exact same pink bear before, and now, seeing Xiao Ran open the exact same thing, his shoulders began to shake uncontrollably. He clenched his teeth to stifle a laugh, his jaw muscles nearly cramping up as he barely managed to keep from bursting out laughing in public. Inside, he was ranting furiously. My sky-high priced vase which I worked so hard to get got smashed, and I've been stewing in frustration for half a day. And now you, the most noble and aloof crown prince of the carefree kingdom, go and summon a giant pink bear that's pure teenage girl fantasy. The live stream's comment section instantly exploded with laughter. Ha 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 ha. This contrast is absolutely legendary. An aloof royal prince paired with a giant pink teddy bear. I've already imagined a 10,000-word drama in my head. The crown prince is instantly back to full health. So I'm not the only one with terrible luck. I thought it was a priceless heirloom, but it turned out to be a top-of-the-line kindergarten stuffed animal. Goldie clutched her thigh tightly and explained in an extremely serious tone. Congratulations, young master, on unboxing the extra-large soothing pink plush toy. The fabric is soft against the skin, breathable, and comfortable. You can lean against it during the day and use it as a pillow at night to help you sleep. It not only soothes your mind but also makes for a perfect gift for a lady. Xiao Ran's mouth twitched uncontrollably. A gift for a lady? In the capital, the noble young ladies eager to climb the social ladder by associating with him could line up from one end of the street to the other. Did he really need to go out of his way to give away such a soft, cute, and pink thing? Did this have even the slightest connection to his solemn and aloof demeanor? He forced down his inner exasperation and quietly reassured himself. Never mind. There's still a second box. The first one was just bad luck. The second one is bound to contain a rare treasure that will command the room. Xiao Ran took a deep breath, his fingertips stiffening slightly as he reached out to open the second giant blind box. As he lifted the lid, a large, Uniquely designed portable light-up bubble machine lay quietly inside the box. The body was gray and white with pink trim, the casing was translucent and clear, concealing a ring of colored lights inside, with a large capacity bubble solution bottle attached at the bottom. Its design was novel and rare, and its craftsmanship was exquisite and ingenious, an object never before seen in ancient times. At that moment, not only Xiao Ran but even Shane was left staring in awe. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. With its unique shape, lustrous casing, and intricate internal structure, this object was anything but ordinary. In their eyes, it must be a secret treasure from another world, crafted with the finest artistry, perhaps even a protective talisman capable of casting light and shadow spells. Their expressions instantly turned solemn as they fixed their gaze on the bubble machine, their hearts filled with awe. Viewers in the live stream were already laughing so hard they were pounding the floor, and the comment stream scrolled by at lightning speed. Ha 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 ha. These two ancient guys failed to appraise the treasure with the naked eye. Look at how shocked they are, they really have no idea what they're looking at. Ha ha ha. This thing costs just a few dozen yuan at a night market. In ancient times, they have treated it as a priceless treasure. I'm dying of laughter. A top-tier royal prince and the Prince of Pingyang, both completely captivated by a viral toy. Goldie couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. She picked up the bubble machine and flipped the switch right in front of them. Bzzz. A low hum from the motor filled the air, causing Xiao Ran and Shane to flinch instinctively. The next second, the machine's colorful lights flashed to life, casting a kaleidoscope of shifting patterns. Countless crystal-clear bubbles streamed endlessly from the nozzle, filling the air above the little shop with a mix of large and small bubbles. The interplay of light and shadow created a dreamlike, ethereal scene. The two stared in awe at the wondrous scene before them, unable to resist reaching out with their fingertips to gently touch a bubble floating right in front of them. Pop! With a soft sound, the bubble burst. A shower of colorful bubbles drifted in all directions, their light and shadow swirling around them, creating a scene that seemed straight out of a dream. Chapter 22. Everyone wants to grab the giant mystery box. Goldie spoke up, her words instantly shattering the two's mystical daydreams. This item is called the Super Bright, fully automatic bubble machine. It produces bubbles automatically with the press of a button. It features colorful lights for a festive atmosphere, generates a large volume of bubbles, and has long battery life. It's purely a fun gadget for relaxation and stress relief, suitable for all ages. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the store instantly froze. The solemnity, awe, and high expectations on Xiao Ran's face crumbled inch by inch. His heart gave a violent jolt. So this exquisitely crafted, mysteriously luminous object from another world wasn't some secret light magic, a protective talisman, or even a priceless treasure at all. It was just a toy for children to play with and pass the time. If even a common street vendor trinket was this wondrous, then this blind box fairy shop and its young shopkeeper were truly unfathomable. Xiao Ran stared blankly at the dreamlike bubbles floating all around him, then looked down at the two large boxes at his feet, a giant pink teddy bear as tall as a person and a shimmering bubble machine. His heart was filled with absurd and bewildered astonishment. Just how many mind-bending wonders did this otherworldly realm hide? Shane, standing nearby, froze for 2 seconds before he could hold it in any longer. He burst out laughing on the spot, shaking so hard he couldn't straighten his back. He felt a sense of balance he'd never experienced before. Li Tong had opened a flying sword and soft armor. Su Su had opened the divine brush that reaches the heavens. Even he himself had once opened a glass vase. Only Xiao Ran had drawn 2 children's toys in a row. All the grievances, resentment, and frustration from being beaten up earlier and having his vase smashed vanished into thin air in that moment, leaving him feeling completely at ease. Xiao Ran watched Shane laughing unrestrainedly, his cheeks flushing as he felt utterly embarrassed. These 2 items were indeed novel and unique, but in the end, they were just toys, not at all impressive enough to command the room. Goldie played with the bubble machine in her hand, watching the colorful bubbles float through the store, and said with a smile that lit up her eyes, "These 2 items are incredibly attractive. They're perfect for both display and everyday play." Xiao Ran remained expressionless, gritting his teeth to suppress all the exasperation and embarrassment churning inside him. He bent down and silently, carefully placed the giant pink teddy bear and the bubble machine back into their cardboard boxes, sealing them shut. Shane rubbed the bruise on his face, in high spirits, and offered to help carry one of the boxes. The two walked side by side out of the multiverse blind box store. With no customers left in the store, the number of viewers in the live stream gradually dropped, but the comment feed remained densely packed with messages, leaving the entire audience both amused and exasperated. Occasionally, a netizen would casually send a virtual gift, and the comment feed would instantly explode with messages. The script is genius here as a tip. Who would V thought the aloof prince would end up carrying a pink teddy bear and a bubble machine home? The perspective of ancient high-ranking nobles has been thoroughly outwitted by modern street stall toys. Don't get too caught up in it, it's just a live stream script. See through it, but don't call it out, just enjoy the show. With the crown prince and the princess heir already here, could the next one be the emperor himself? You're overthinking it. But I'm really looking forward to it. No one could have imagined that a casual joke from a netizen would later turn out to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. The moment Shane and Xiao Ran stepped out of the blind box store, the crowd of aristocrats, servants, and elders waiting outside the alley instantly swarmed toward them. Everyone had just witnessed with their own eyes how the two had walked right through a wall, vanished, and reappeared. They were already convinced that any item in the shop must be a divine treasure from another world. Seeing Xiao Ran grab two massive colored boxes at once only strengthened their conviction. Inside those two huge boxes must lie rare treasures even more precious than the glass vase. A constant chorus of praise and adulation rang in his ears. Xiao Ran's stiff expression softened slightly, and a sliver of hope remained in his heart. Even if they were useless, the unique and extraordinary appearance of these items alone would be enough to live up to the grandeur befitting a prince. The crowd escorted the two of them back to the Pingyang Marquis mansion in a grand procession. Unable to resist everyone's curiosity, Xiao Ran simply opened the cardboard box, allowing the crowd to see what was inside. A giant, soft, and fluffy pink teddy bear and a translucent, shimmering bubble machine instantly captured everyone's attention. Someone reached out to touch the bear's fur. It felt soft and delicate, with a smoothness and warmth that far surpassed even the finest brocade or silk. The crystal-clear bubble machine sat quietly on display, its body concealing shimmering lights that gave it an indescribably mysterious and ethereal quality. On a whim, Shane picked up the bubble machine and flipped the switch.
BZZZ.
Colorful lights suddenly flared to life, and a sky full of crystalline bubbles rose into the air, creating a dreamlike, ethereal scene of shifting light and shadow. The aristocrats and dignitaries, who were accustomed to seeing ancient artifacts and treasures, were all mesmerized and had their eyes truly opened. At first, the gasps of admiration were non-stop, but before long, the admiration in their eyes gradually faded, replaced by undisguised greed and covetousness. The atmosphere instantly soured, with a faint sense of chaos as the crowd began scrambling for the treasure. Seeing this, Shane quickly turned off the machine, shoved the bubble machine back into the box, and backed away rapidly, afraid of getting caught up in the commotion. Xiao Ran spread his arms wide, shielding the two boxes fiercely, his face ashen with anger. But alone as he was, he stood no chance against a crowd of envious aristocrats. Just a split second before the situation spiraled completely out of control, a series of imposing, intimidating footsteps suddenly echoed through the room. The old king of Xiaoyao, clad in a luxurious brocade robe adorned with python patterns and exuding an aura that dominated the entire room, strode into the Marquis mansion. He cast a cold, sweeping glance with his lowered eyes, and the crowd who had been clamoring and scrambling instantly froze in place, falling silent as if struck by a chill. Not a single person dared to make the slightest improper move. The carefree king stepped forward, steadily took the two large cardboard boxes, and ordered his men to load them all onto the carriage. Even though the assembled nobles were green with envy, they retreated grudgingly out of fear of the carefree king's overwhelming power, not daring to utter a single word. The Prince of Xiaoyao returned to the prince's mansion with Xiao Ran and asked in detail about everything that had happened inside the blind box shop. Upon learning the full story, he immediately ordered his servants to bring the giant pink plush bear into the inner courtyard as a gift for the princess consort to amuse herself. As for the remaining light and bubble machine, he held it in his hands and examined it repeatedly. The machine's body was translucent and exquisitely crafted, concealing a mechanism with colored lights once activated. It produced a sky full of magical bubbles, a sight both novel and beautiful, unlike anything seen before. The current emperor, having lived deep within the palace for so long, found his days monotonous and tedious. He was in desperate need of such novel curiosities to relieve his boredom and lift his spirits. If this item were brought into the palace as a tribute, it would surely bring great joy to His Majesty. More importantly, the opening of the multiverse blind box store, where one could unbox treasures from other worlds, was earth-shattering news. He dared not keep this a secret. He must report it to His Majesty immediately. Given the gravity of the situation, the Prince of Xiaoyao dared not delay and immediately decided to enter the palace for an audience. Before departing, he specifically sent messengers to summon Li Tong and Su Su, instructing them to wait at the palace gates for their summons. The group rushed to the palace at top speed. When the carefree king arrived at the imperial garden, he specifically had an attendant announce his arrival and request that the emperor come out to meet him. The emperor was filled with confusion. Court had just adjourned. How could the carefree king have returned so hastily? And why had he specifically invited him to the imperial garden? Once the emperor was seated, the carefree king wasted no time on small talk. He immediately took out the bubble machine and pressed the switch. In an instant, colorful light strips lit up, dazzling hues swirling around the machine's body, while a sky full of crystalline bubbles rose gently into the air, dancing and drifting with the breeze. The interplay of light and shadow was ethereal and beautiful, as if a fairyland had descended to earth. Every eunuch, guard, and palace attendant in the imperial garden stood frozen in place, gaping in astonishment. In a century within the depths of the palace, no one had ever seen such a wondrous, beautiful, and mind-boggling object. At just one glance, the emperor, the sovereign of the realm, was completely transfixed. The bubbles filled the sky, floating and swaying, their luminous glow so breathtaking it shook the very soul. The emperor gazed intently at the unprecedented spectacle before him, his expression grave, and asked in a deep voice, "What is this?" Chapter 23. Even the emperor visits the blind box store. The emperor stared at the bubbles floating all around him, his eyes filled with awe, and hurriedly asked about the origin of this wondrous object. Taking advantage of the moment, the Prince of Xiaoyao rattled off every single mind-bending wonder found in the multiverse blind box store. The spatial divine egg, the battlefield sterile operating room, the divine brush that defies the heavens, flying swords that could take to the skies, and invulnerable, invisible soft armor. One after another, each and every one was a peerless divine artifact that defied all human understanding, things people had never even heard of. The more the emperor listened, the wider his eyes grew, and a tidal wave of emotion surged through his heart. He couldn't be calm for a long time. To verify their authenticity, he immediately issued an imperial edict, summoning Li Tong and Su Su to the palace at top speed to demonstrate the treasure's divine powers on the spot. Before long, Li Tong, led by his father, and Su Su hurried into the palace. In front of everyone, Su Su pulled out his miraculous brush. Without a single drop of ink, he could draw anything simply by the power of his mind. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains, and rivers, whatever he sketched came to life, looking exactly like the real thing. Immediately afterward, Li Tong summoned his radiant flying sword, which hovered in midair, swirling freely. His father even produced the trace-less soft armor he wore close to his body and demonstrated it on the spot. It was truly impervious to blades and spears, and its astonishing effectiveness left the entire audience in awe. With these precious treasures appearing one after another, the emperor was completely dumbfounded, and the last shred of doubt in his heart vanished completely. My goodness! Could there really be such a place in this world, a treasure trove of extraordinary opportunities hidden away? The emperor's heart was pounding wildly, and he was itching to act. He wanted to rush right out of the palace on the spot and head straight to the blind box shop to open one himself. But then he thought better of it. After all, he was the sovereign, the son of heaven. The protocols for an imperial procession were ridiculously complicated. The imperial procession, imperial guards, city-wide lockdown, road clearance and patrols, officials in tow. Going through all that would take half a day. It was simply impossible to just up and leave. The emperor rubbed the bridge of his nose, filled with regret, and could only force himself to suppress the restlessness in his heart. No rush. The treasure trove will still be there. This opportunity isn't going anywhere. Might as well pay a visit in grand and dignified style. With the authority of the emperor's word, he made the decision on the spot. Let us call it a day. Tomorrow, after the morning court session, I shall lead the entire court, civil and military officials alike, to the multiverse blind box store. As soon as the imperial edict was issued, the entire palace was thrown into upheaval, and the whole court and the country were in an uproar. That night, the emperor tossed and turned, unable to sleep. his mind filled with thoughts of the various extraordinary treasures inside the blind boxes. Every official in the court was also filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity the next day. At the morning court session the next day, the officials in the Grand Hall were all distracted. Not a single one was focused on handling court affairs, as everyone was privately speculating about the strange events that had unfolded over the past few days. The emperor on the dragon throne, in particular, had completely abandoned his usual unhurried, deliberative demeanor. He just wanted to wrap up the court session as quickly as possible. Trivial matters that had previously been the subject of endless tug-of-war and heated debates among various factions, matters that had often remained unresolved for half a day, were today met with zero tolerance for stalling or passing the buck. His thinking was clear and logical. With just a few well-chosen words, he cut to the heart of the matter, fairly settled all proposals, and handled each piece of government business decisively and in an orderly fashion. With all court affairs settled, the emperor ordered in a deep voice, "Dismiss the court!" All civil and military officials fell into formation and followed the emperor in a grand procession, heading straight for that mysterious little shop. The few who had previously opened blind boxes and received their opportunities were, of course, among the crowd. Xiao Ran, in particular, was brimming with determination. The last time he opened a colored blind box and pulled a pink bear bubble machine, a massive public embarrassment, he still couldn't get over it. He'd been itching to try the multiverse blind box for ages. Even though he'd been so sleepy this morning that his eyelids were drooping and he really didn't want to get out of bed, with the emperor himself in attendance, he wouldn't dare miss it even if he had 100 times the courage. Then there was Shane. After his vase was smashed yesterday and he cried in public out of frustration, a day of sheer humiliation, he arrived extra early today, hoping for another chance. Just past 7 in the morning, the emperor, accompanied by a host of court officials, arrived at the entrance to the alley. The alley had already been cordoned off by layers of imperial guards. Though the scene was teeming with civil and military officials, imperial guards and palace eunuchs, aside from Shane, Li Tong, Su Su, and Xiao Ran, just 4 people, only 4 others could see the multiverse blind box door. Emperor Xiao Jingyuan, his personal eunuch De Fu, Chancellor Su Hongyuan, and Grand Steward of Agriculture Li Chongqing. The emperor led the group as they stood quietly at the entrance of the alley, waiting, but the shop remained closed. This time, it wasn't because Goldie had overslept. She'd gone out early that morning specifically to visit the physical store and pick out a brand new, extra thick, glacier-patterned, oversized glass vase. Just thinking about how Shane had cried with a hurt little face after his vase was smashed yesterday made Goldie chuckle. She might as well buy a new one and sell it to that crown prince later, a surefire way to make a profit. But that physical store was a total rip-off. That vase would cost 20-something at most online. Yet the store actually had the nerve to ask for over 50. Goldie grumbled to herself all the way there, firmly resolving she'd sell this vase to him for at least 10 taels of silver. When Goldie pushed open the shop door and stepped inside, 10 multiverse blind boxes were already neatly arranged on the counter. She casually opened her live stream, found a sturdy cardboard box, carefully packed the brand new glacier vase, sealed it tightly, and placed it securely on the inner side of the counter. Hundreds of viewers flooded into the live stream instantly, all staring at the camera as she packed the vase. Immediately, some viewers saw through the truth, and comments flew across the screen. "I get it. This is for the crown prince who was crying his eyes out yesterday, right? Definitely. The crown prince's vase broke yesterday, and he was so upset he was practically about to have an emotional meltdown right there. Can someone fill us in on what happened yesterday?" Soon, a helpful viewer began explaining the whole story, word for word, to the newcomers. Goldie finished packing the vase and finally pushed open the shop's double glass doors. Outside, the emperor, who had been waiting for quite some time, accompanied by a group of ministers destined to see the shop, saw the doors swing open. De Fu, the emperor's personal eunuch, immediately pulled back the semi-transparent curtain, and the emperor stepped forward to enter the store first. Once all 8 of them had entered the multiverse blind box store, the civil and military officials, guards, and eunuchs waiting outside were all left speechless. Several people had simply vanished into thin air. It turned out it wasn't a hoax after all, they just didn't have the necessary karma. The small blind box shop, not particularly spacious, was suddenly packed to the brim and felt a bit cramped with 8 people flooding in at once. At the same time, the live stream exploded with a barrage of comments flooding the screen, showing no signs of stopping. "Holy crap, it's really the emperor. The netizens' predictions were spot on. I'm laughing so hard. Just a casual wish and we actually summoned the reigning emperor. The ultimate display of prestige. The entire imperial court crammed into a little shop to open blind boxes. All the top nobles of ancient times have gathered. This little shop is going to become legendary today. Can't wait to see the emperor open a blind box. Please, let him get the greatest artifact of all time. Chapter 24. The imperial jade pendant takes the internet by storm. The atmosphere inside the little shop was solemn. The emperor, radiating an aura of a dragon and exuding an imposing presence, instantly silenced the entire place. Everyone present held their breath. Not a single person daring to make a sound. All eyes were respectfully fixed on His Majesty. Meanwhile, millions of viewers in the livestream were at the peak of excitement, staring intently at the emperor on screen, utterly thrilled. At first, everyone was frantically flooding the chat, eagerly anticipating that the emperor would open a mystery box to reveal a priceless treasure. But just then, a few seemingly ordinary comments suddenly broke through the crowd, completely shifting the entire atmosphere. Wait, has anyone noticed the jade pendant at the emperor's waist? I zoomed in. The patterns, the patina, and the carving something s off. It's absurdly top tier. The texture isn't that of an ordinary imperial jade pendant at all. It's way too extravagant. At first, no one took it seriously. Everyone was glued to the blind box storyline. But the more they looked, the stranger it seemed. Hanging from the emperor's waist was a palm-sized white jade pendant. Its entire surface was smooth and delicate, with a subtle, lustrous sheen. It was clearly no ordinary item. The jade pendant's patterns were simple yet majestic, and the carving was absolutely top-notch. It was brimming with ancient charm that had been refined over 1,000 years. When the shop lights hit it, the jade became translucent and lustrous. With a subtle shimmer, its quality completely outshone all modern imitation antique jade. At first, hundreds of viewers online all assumed this was scripted, thinking the emperor was an actor with exceptional presence and that the scenes were all staged with props. Especially when they saw this jade pendant, netizens went wild, praising the production team for their extravagance, saying the props were more authentic than in any other period drama. An archaeology major jumped right out of his chair. Unable to confirm it himself, he rushed home clutching screenshots and video clips. His grandfather was a leading archaeologist and an academician specializing in cultural relics. Early that morning, the old man was sipping tea and reading the newspaper when his grandson suddenly shoved a phone right in his face. "Grandpa, please take a look at this jade pendant. I'm begging you." The old man had initially looked dismissive, but the moment his gaze fell on the jade pendant, he froze solid. His teacup hung motionless in midair. His pupils suddenly contracted. His breathing became rapid, and he quickly put on his reading glasses to examine and compare it repeatedly. He scrutinized every detail: the carving, the patterns, the quality of the jade, and the signs of weathering. The more he looked, the more violently his hands trembled. His expression shifted from calm to shock, and finally settled on utter disbelief. After a long moment, the old man's voice trembled wildly. "It's real, it's all real. This isn't ordinary ancient jade. It's the ancient Juntian jade, extinct for 1,000 years, known only by name in historical texts, and never before unearthed." He immediately called his old friends and had his grandson share the livestream with them. Goldie had no idea the outside world had already gone into a frenzy. He calmly began explaining the rules. "Your Majesty, our store offers 2 types of blind boxes, black and colored. There's a lifetime limit of 3 multiverse blind boxes per person, and a daily limit of 2 colored blind boxes." The emperor nodded slightly and gave his order. "Su, you go first." Su immediately stepped forward to bow, brimming with enthusiasm. "Shopkeeper, I'll open a multiverse blind box." He handed over 10 taels of silver. Not daring to be picky, he grabbed a small black box at random and barked, "Open it!" The box popped open automatically, revealing a pair of glasses resting quietly inside. Netizens immediately went wild with memes. "Ha ha ha! An exclusive eye protection buff for top students. The shopkeeper is so thoughtful." Worried Su would go blind from reading. After reading 3 million poems, he'd really go blind without these glasses. Goldie added the full description. "These are multifunctional protective glasses. Wearing them allows you to read for long periods without eye strain, and even under dim lighting, your vision remains crystal clear. They're valid for 3 years." After everyone had a look, the emperor turned to Li Tong. "Li Tong, your turn." Li Tong stepped forward to pay and open a blind box only to find his luck was absolutely the worst. He pulled an empty box. Goldie vented to the blind box system in his mind. So out of 10 blind boxes a day, there's bound to be one empty box to rip people off, right? But the blind box system replied, I said 10 liang of silver per blind box, and that means exactly 10 liang per box. That empty box is your 1/10 share. If you don't want that 1/10 share, I can be generous and kick that empty box out. When Goldie heard they wanted him to work for nothing, that was definitely out of the question. After all, he didn't pay for the empty box himself, they only had their own bad luck to blame. Netizens watching her open an empty box were laughing their heads off in front of their screens. I was actually looking forward to it and feeling nervous just now, but it turned out to be just an empty box. So true. A real blind box has both flops and lucky draws. It doesn't feel scripted at all. Immediately afterward, the emperor turned to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, it's your turn. Xiao Ran's mind was racing. With the emperor present, he certainly didn't dare open 3 multiverse blind boxes at once. If he happened to draw a legendary treasure, there was a high chance the emperor would confiscate it at total loss. He took out 10 taels of silver, casually picked up a small multiverse blind box, and said calmly, open it. The very next second, a blinding white light exploded with a thunderous roar. A blinding white light suddenly flooded the small shop, so bright that everyone's vision went white in an instant, they nearly went blind on the spot. Everyone closed their eyes, and no one could open them. Goldie quickly grabbed a tissue and covered the box with it, and only then did the light gradually fade. Everyone, including the emperor, stared intently at the box. No one dared to lift the tissue covering it. The netizens' vision also returned. Holy crap, that scared the hell out of me. I thought my phone was going to explode. You're telling me, I thought I was going to go blind. So bright, what kind of treasure could it be? Then Goldie stepped in to reveal the secret. It's a solar-powered high-brightness night light. Just expose it to the sun occasionally, it lasts 3 years. Place it in a high spot, and it'll illuminate an area within a 3,000-meter radius as bright as daylight. You can turn it off by covering it with something. It works day or night. Xiao Ran, the entire court, millions of netizens online. Just a moment ago, he thought he'd been blessed by the god of luck and had gotten his hands on a legendary treasure, but instead, he nearly blinded himself only to unbox a giant streetlight. Xiao Ran was speechless and quickly closed the box lid. The live stream instantly erupted in laughter, with the comment section flooded with non-stop messages. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. An epic light fixture drop. I thought it was an ancient divine artifact, but it turned out to be an ancient outdoor, high-powered LED streetlight. The most pretentious reveal, the most practical piece of junk. First an empty box, now a blindingly bright streetlight. This blind box shop really knows how to mess with your head. Xiao Ran. My earlier ecstasy was the biggest mistake of my life. Watching Xiao Ran unbox this massive, dazzlingly bright night lamp, the emperor not only didn't find it ridiculous, his eyes were filled with delight, and his face betrayed deep interest. In his view, this object required neither firewood nor lamp oil. It could store light and illuminate simply by absorbing sunlight, with a range of a full 3,000 meters. Whether placed in the imperial palace's grand halls, the palace corridors and courtyards, or military camps at the border, it was an irreplaceable, peerless treasure, extremely practical. The emperor grew more and more satisfied the longer he looked at it, and his anticipation for what this blind box might hold grew ever stronger. He immediately decided to step forward and open the blind box himself. Chapter 25. The Emperor opens the blind box. Difu, the eunuch who served closely by the Emperor of Great Yong's side, was a master at reading people's expressions and had a keen, piercing gaze. Noticing that the Emperor was considering opening a blind box, he nimbly stepped forward, paid the silver on the Emperor's behalf, and stood ready for the Emperor to open it. The Emperor casually picked one from the remaining multiverse blind boxes and handed it to Difu, intending for the eunuch to help open it. At that critical moment, Goldie, standing nearby, quickly spoke up to warn him. Your Majesty, it would be best if you opened it yourself. Most of the treasures in this shop possess their own spirit. Many of the finest treasures, once opened, will immediately recognize the person who opened the box as their sole master. No one else can change this or forcibly take them, no matter what. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's heart gave a sudden jolt, and his expression turned grim. His mind raced with calculations. If such a divine treasure were to be claimed by a eunuch first, wouldn't he, the supreme ruler himself, end up as a colossal sucker, losing an arm and a leg? He wasn't about to take a loss like that. The emperor immediately snatched the mystery box back and clenched it tightly in his palm. With a stern and solemn expression, he uttered a single word in a deep voice, "Open!" At that moment, there were 8 people inside the mystery box shop, including the emperor. The remaining 7 ministers all held their breath, firmly convinced in their hearts that His Majesty would surely unearth a treasure of unparalleled value. The lid sprang open with a snap, revealing a plump, round pill resting quietly inside. Goldie spoke up at just the right moment. "Your Majesty, this is the immunity to 100 poisons pill. Once ingested, it grants immunity to all poisons for 3 years. Even if you were to consume various poisons as if they were your daily meals, your body would show not the slightest sign of distress." Everyone's eyes lit up, and the emperor could hardly contain his elation. Undercurrents had long been swirling within the imperial court, with the ever-present threat of being secretly poisoned. A single pill could directly eliminate this grave threat, ensuring his life would be completely safeguarded for the next 3 years. The ministers vied with one another to praise it a genuine, life-saving elixir, priceless beyond measure. In the live streaming chat, netizens' imaginations ran wild, and the screen was flooded with a dense stream of comments. Now the emperor can eat to his heart's content. He can even show off poisonous mushrooms at will. A native of Yunnan raises his hand with tears in his eyes, a survivor of 2 mushroom poisonings begging on bended knee for a single pill. "Hurry up and tell us. After being poisoned, can you really see little people dancing around you?" The imperial kitchen is rushing to update the menu. Red caps, white stems eat 'em all, and we'll all end up on the stretcher together. No more fear of poisoning or assassination attempts. The emperor has unlocked total freedom to eat whatever he wants. For 3 whole years, he'll be touring the length and breadth of the empire, sampling every poisonous mushroom one by one. A perfectly good life-saving elixir has been turned into nothing more than a special permit to eat mushrooms. Everyone, stay calm. This is just a scripted performance. In real life, never eat wild mushrooms on a whim. The emperor, clutching the immunity to all poisons pill, felt a tingle of excitement and was about to swallow it on the spot, but his ministers rushed forward to dissuade him, leaving him momentarily undecided. Just then, Goldie's livestream was suddenly hit with a sky-high tip that set the whole place ablaze. A luxury spaceship worth 5,000 yuan dropped in from out of nowhere, instantly topping the leaderboard, as archaeology expert Shi Jiahui firmly secured the #1 spot. Usually, during Goldie's streams, the most viewers would send were small gifts worth a few yuan or at worst, free hearts. No one had ever seen a single gift worth 5,000 yuan before. This was a first. Shi Jiahui, the archaeology expert with official yellow V verification, typed directly into the chat, "Host, please point the camera at the jade pendant at the emperor's waist." Netizens instantly went wild, and the live stream's heat skyrocketed once again. "Oh my god! A top archaeologist has personally stepped in. Could this jade pendant be a genuine national treasure?" No sooner had the words been spoken than another yellow V verified archaeologist, Yang Yongxing, rushed into the livestream. "Is there any way to contact the host? This is an emergency. This is absolutely wild. Another industry heavyweight has rushed over. This is definitely no ordinary matter." At that moment, Goldie's full attention was focused on the group of ancient visitors in her shop. She had no time to pay attention to what was happening in the live stream, and had no idea that a massive uproar had already erupted there. It wasn't quite lunchtime yet, so Goldie's mother, Chen Jinxiu, wasn't busy and decided to open her daughter's live stream to help boost viewership. The moment she casually tapped into the stream, a dense stream of comments scrolled by at breakneck speed, making her eyes spin. She almost accidentally closed the window, mistaking it for a top-tier influencer's live stream. Only after double-checking the account to confirm it was indeed her daughter's stream did she patiently begin to read the comments. Phrases like jade pendant, imperial dragon robe, archaeological appraisal, and lost national treasure flashed by non-stop, leaving her completely baffled and at a loss. She followed the camera's gaze to the center of the screen, where a man clad in an imperial dragon robe exuded an intimidating aura. Everyone in the shop bowed their heads, behaving with reverence and humility. Their every movement was perfectly measured, without a trace of the stiffness or artificiality typical of acting. Jean Mu instinctively concluded that her daughter must have spent a fortune hiring professional actors to film a short drama. She was secretly amazed this emperor possessed a natural, regal presence, and the minister's cautious demeanor showed that the entire cast was delivering top-notch performances, far surpassing the caliber of professional actors in theaters. The more she thought about it, the more puzzled she became. Her daughter ran nothing more than a small blind box shop. Where on earth had she found the funds to support such a massive cast? Scrolling through the comments, she saw that everyone unanimously agreed the props were comparable to ancient artifacts, so authentic that even archaeologists would struggle to tell them apart. Netizens estimated that the entire set and props must have cost at least $1 million. She had originally planned to send Goldie a private message to get to the bottom of things when had Goldie secretly started preparing this short drama. And where had she found the cast and those exorbitantly priced props? Deep down, she couldn't help but feel anxious, fearing her daughter had impulsively drained all her savings and would end up losing everything. Although netizens were convinced it was all just a script, tens of thousands of them were flooding the comments section with heated discussions, generating more buzz than the vast majority of dance streamers. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Jinsho simply dialed Goldie's backup phone number. On the other end, the emperor, ignoring the pleas of his ministers, had already swallowed the immunity to all poisons pill in one gulp. Feeling no discomfort whatsoever, he now stood at the counter, ready to pick out his second multiverse blind box. Suddenly, a jarring ringtone blared, its distinctive melody echoing through the small shop. May you strike it rich today, may you strike it rich tomorrow. If you don't strike it rich tomorrow, you'll definitely strike it rich the day after. Anyway, there's no need to say anything, you're simply destined for wealth. The crisp, catchy melody echoed throughout the entire shop. The room instantly fell silent as everyone listened quietly to the ringtone. The tune was surprisingly pleasant and catchy. The emperor and his ministers of the Great Yong dynasty were all startled by this sudden sound, their bodies stiffening as they exchanged glances. Though the tune was novel and pleasant, it was simply too blunt and unrestrained. The emperor raised his eyebrow imperceptibly, muttering to himself, "This song is festive enough, but the lyrics are far too crude. They lack even a shred of elegance or subtlety." Repeating the words, "strike it rich," over and over. What kind of decorum is this? Defu was so startled he even forgot to wave his dust wiper, assuming this must be a message from some immortal realm. But how could the proprietor of this immortal shop be so vulgar? Viewers in the live stream instantly burst into laughter, and the comment stream was flooded once again. "I'm dying of laughter, my ringtone is exactly the same." The emperor's expression, part disdain, part curiosity, is priceless. This ringtone is practically tailor-made, it suits the streamer perfectly. Goldie quickly turned to the side, bent over, and hurriedly answered the call in a hushed voice. "Mom, what's up?" Chapter 26. The Jade Pendant. On the other end of the line, Chen Jinxiu spoke rapidly, her voice brimming with shock and anxiety. "Dodo, do you realize your livestream has gone completely viral? Everyone's talking about that jade pendant the emperor is wearing. They're all saying it's an ancient national treasure lost for 1,000 years. Even archaeologists have specifically called out for you to pan the camera and get a close-up shot. Was this scripted in advance? How much money did you pour into this? Do you even have enough left? A jade pendant?" Goldie instinctively looked up, her gaze quickly sweeping over the lustrous, translucent jade pendant at the emperor's waist, with its ancient and intricate patterns. She knew better than anyone. This wasn't some actor at all, he was a genuine ancient emperor. And this ancient jade, which archaeology experts all over the internet were scrambling to identify, was undoubtedly a one-of-a-kind heirloom. Goldie gasped, her heart rate instantly skyrocketing to 180. After the initial shock came an overwhelming wave of envy and an uncontrollable flutter of excitement. But she didn't dare show the slightest hint of her true feelings. She had to act calm and nonchalant, quietly reassuring her mom. "Mom, don't listen to the netizens' nonsense. It's just an actor I hired and a replica prop. It's so realistic that people got the wrong idea. It's all for the show, there's no national treasure involved." After hastily fobbing off her mom, Goldie hung up the phone. On the surface, all was calm, but inside, a storm was raging. Oh my God! The ancient heaven-sealing jade, lost to history for 1,000 years. The only one of its kind on the entire internet, a one-of-a-kind national treasure. Who could resist that? At that moment, Goldie's mind was completely made up. She had originally planned to sell her newly purchased glacier-patterned glass vase to Shane for 10 taels of silver to recoup some of her losses. Now, she completely changed her mind. This large glacier-patterned glass vase, with its exquisite craftsmanship and exquisite design, might not be worth much in the modern world, but in the ancient world, it was a one-of-a-kind, peerless ornament and a top-tier auspicious treasure. Exchanging it for the Emperor's ancient jade pendant? This wasn't just a trade, it's practically trading glass for gold pure. No-brainer windfall that would bring even a capitalist to tears. The more Goldie thought about it, the more excited she became. She secretly glanced up at the reigning emperor standing before her, radiating an air of dignified grace, calmness, and majesty. As long as the emperor agreed to the exchange, she'd become an overnight millionaire. Meanwhile, the emperor remained impassive, standing as steady as a pine tree, completely unaware of any of this. He could never have imagined that the jade pendant he'd worn for years, something he'd long taken for granted, was actually a priceless national treasure, one that would be worth a fortune in modern society. Even less could he have imagined that the demure and gentle shopkeeper standing before him was already frantically scheming to swap for that national treasure. By now, the live stream chat had gone completely wild, with comments flooding the screen non-stop. Ha ha ha. Dowdu is stubbornly trying to fool her own mom. I'm laughing so hard. On the surface, it's a fake prop. In her heart, holy crap, I'm definitely getting that jade pendant. I see right through her. The shop owner's eyes have changed. She has definitely got her sights set on that jade pendant. She has definitely changed her mind. That look just now doesn't lie. No way. Is she really going to trade the vase for that ancient jade pendant? If this trade goes through, it'll be an unbelievable turnaround. She'll get rich overnight. Suppressing her excitement, Goldie remained calm and unflappable, zooming in with the live stream camera directly onto the jade pendant at the emperor's waist. As soon as the high-definition close-up appeared, the entire internet instantly got a clear view of the pendant's full details. A host of gold-certified archaeology experts in the live chat flooded the screen with conclusive evidence. Sure, Jiahui. The details are spot on, 90% sure it's an ancient authentic piece. Yang Yongxing. Where exactly is this little shop? I want to appraise it in person. Lu Baoku. This is definitely not a prop. Modern craftsmanship can't replicate this weathered texture or millennia-old patina. The patterns and carving techniques perfectly match the textbook examples of ancient royal jade. 100% authentic. Netizens are frantically taking screenshots to scrutinize every detail. Fake ancient jade on the market looks stiff and unnatural. You can spot a fake at a glance. But this jade pendant worn by the emperor features natural weathering, perfect patina, rustic carving, and a rich, mellow luster. It's an indisputable national treasure. The entire internet is going wild. National-level authorities have collectively confirmed its authenticity. The jade pendant the current emperor wears is actually a millennia-old, one-of-a-kind ancient national treasure. The live comment section has gone wild. Holy crap, it's actually a real national treasure. I'm laughing so hard. Everyone has been obsessed with blind boxes, but the greatest treasure has been hanging right on the emperor's waist the whole time. This isn't just a TV show. It's a real cross-time connection. It's terrifying when you think about it. This is someone from a real ancient dynasty. The people inside the store were completely unaware of this. The entire court was eagerly anticipating the emperor opening another mind-blowing blind box, completely oblivious to the fact that a single jade pendant had already sparked an earth-shattering archaeological storm outside. Goldie looked at the screen filled with irrefutable evidence in the live chat comments and made up her mind. She would wait until the emperor finished opening the blind box, then seize the opportunity to swap treasures. She switched the live stream back to its original angle. Just then, the emperor picked up the second multiverse blind box and said in a deep voice, "Open it!" The lid slid open gently, revealing a pair of exquisite headphones unlike anything anyone had ever seen before. The all-metal casing shimmered with a delicate, cool silver sheen. The body was polished to a smooth, flawless finish. The design was rounded and minimalist, compact, dainty, and unbelievably exquisite. Goldie leaned forward slightly and whispered, "Your Majesty, please step a little closer." The emperor leaned forward slightly and moved closer to the counter. Goldie whispered an explanation into the emperor's ear. "These are the Heart-S voice headphones, valid for 3 years. They allow you to hear the innermost thoughts of everyone within a 5-meter radius. If they stop working, simply take them out into the sunlight to restore them. It has now automatically recognized you as its master. Only you can use it." The emperor leaned forward slightly, staring intently at the tiny metal object inside the box, his mind brimming with curiosity. It shone with a silvery luster and was no bigger than a fingertip. The palace had never seen such a treasure before, and he had absolutely no idea what it was for. After listening to Goldie's explanation in his ear that this was an exclusive treasure capable of eavesdropping on the innermost thoughts of anyone within a 5-meter radius, lasting 3 years, and restoring its function simply by being exposed to sunlight, the emperor's eyes widened suddenly, and a storm of emotions raged within him. The court officials appeared respectful and humble in public, but harbored their own ulterior motives behind the scenes. Despite going to great lengths to plant spies, he had always found it difficult to uncover their true intentions. With this treasure in his possession, everyone's inner schemes and ambitions would be laid bare. No conspiracy or intrigue in the court could ever be hidden from him again. The emperor was overjoyed inside, though his expression remained stern. His fingers clenched tightly, his eyes brimming with determination, and he secretly rejoiced at having drawn such precious treasures one after another. Goldie and the emperor leaned in to whisper to each other. Since they were very close to the checkout counter, their voices were clearly picked up by the livestream equipment, and thousands of viewers heard every word of their private conversation. The livestream chat exploded with excitement once again. Holy crap, a device that reads minds. This is way too overpowered. Personal eunuchs, palace maids, and all civil and military officials have absolutely no privacy left. The emperor has activated a mind-reading cheat. He got the whole place in the palm of his hand. A gleam lit up in the emperor's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he popped the earbuds into his ears. The very next second, except for Goldie, the inner thoughts of everyone around him poured straight into his ears. Eunuch Defu was filled with curiosity. Your Majesty has obtained yet another mysterious treasure, truly extraordinary. I must ensure it's kept safe for your Majesty from now on. Standing nearby, Shane felt utterly wronged and was going through an emotional roller coaster. The Empress opened another great item. Why does my luck suck so much? Before, I only got a solar thermal hand warmer and a ball. I finally managed to open a glass flower vase, only to have it smashed to pieces. Wah! My life is so miserable. Chancellor Su, what treasure did the Emperor open that he let us know about? Xiao Ran. I got up way too early today, I'm so sleepy. Hurry up and open them. Once you're done, I'm going back to sleep. The Emperor's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt a buzzing in his ears. He expressionlessly took off his headphones and tossed them back into the box, as if what he just heard wasn't his inner thoughts, but the haggling of old ladies at the farmer's market. He took a deep breath, ignored the nagging chatter around him, and picked up the very last multiverse blind box. Chapter 27. Pet food from a blind box. The Emperor took a deep breath and picked up his last multiverse blind box. With a click, the lid popped open. Everyone craned their necks to look inside, their hearts sinking. Oh no, oh no! The Emperor's last blind box was actually empty? But before anyone could react, Goldie hurried over and whispered mysteriously into the Emperor's ear. Your Majesty, don't panic. It's an invisibility cloak. Can't you feel it already? It's recognized you as its master. No one can steal or take it from you. It can keep you invisible for up to 6 hours, and it's valid for a full 3 years. Your Majesty, your luck is absolutely off the charts. Although Goldie spoke softly, the viewers in the livestream still heard her, and the chat exploded. Holy crap, an invisibility cloak. Your Majesty is now invincible. Invisibility plus mind reading. Isn't the Emperor going to have his ministers wrapped around his finger? No wonder the Emperor. Ordinary people couldn't match this kind of luck in 10 lifetimes. Haha, this is just the Emperor's new clothes. Isn't it? Ha ha ha. Please, put it on right now so we can see it. The archaeology expert's rocket ship stunt earlier had just sent the hype through the roof, drawing a massive wave of new viewers into the livestream. The new viewers walked in completely baffled. What's going on? Is this a movie set? The production quality is amazing. The props are so realistic. The actors' performances are spot on, not a single awkward moment. I'm sticking around to watch. I thought it would be cheesy at first, but the more I watch, the more hooked I get. The plot is totally addictive. Of course, there were also those who left after just a glance. It's way too fantastical. The script feels way too contrived. I'm outta here. With the comments split down the middle and viewership skyrocketing, Goldie had no time to worry about any of that. She was too busy collecting money and watching the people of Great Yong open their blind boxes. At that moment, there were only 4 multiverse blind boxes left on the counter. The Emperor waved his hand grandly and assigned tasks on the spot. Chancellor Su, you open 2 blind boxes. Defu, you open 1. Grand Steward of the Treasury, you open 1 too. Everyone immediately took their places, with the Chancellor leading the way. Chancellor Su wore a solemn expression as he picked up the largest black blind box, his demeanor suggesting it contained a divine artifact for governing the nation or a priceless heirloom. But when the lid was opened, a fully automatic, temperature-controlled foot massage tub lay quietly inside. The room fell deathly silent for a second. Seeing this, Goldie immediately cleared her throat and introduced the product. This foot-soaking tub utilizes the latest constant temperature heating technology and features built-in bionic massage rollers at the bottom. Soak your feet for just 15 minutes, and it's guaranteed to improve blood circulation and completely relieve fatigue. Everyone listened in stunned silence, but they all realized this foot-soaking tub was a great product. Chancellor Su's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he raged inwardly. I'm the first-rank Chancellor. You give me a foot bathtub from a blind box? This thing doesn't even require a master, anyone can use it. But with the Emperor watching, what could he do? He could only force a respectful smile. This is a treasure for health and wellness. Your servant humbly presents it to your majesty. The live stream went wild with laughter. Ha 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 ha. The Chancellor's moment of total breakdown. A high-ranking official opening a foot bath bucket, absurd yet makes perfect sense. Chancellor, I'll be truly grateful. I want a divine artifact too. Immediately afterward, the Chancellor steeled himself to open the second large blind box. He prayed frantically in his heart. Give me something awesome. Give me a treasure that recognizes its master. Please. As soon as the lid of the second mystery box opened, a smart toilet made its grand entrance. Yet another universal household item that doesn't recognize a specific owner. Goldie continued her introduction. This is a smart toilet. The seat warms automatically, and it handles washing and drying all in one go. It's absolutely the ultimate pleasure for using the restroom in winter. Although the Emperor and his entourage didn't quite understand terms like constant temperature or smart, just hearing them made it sound incredibly impressive. A toilet could actually be made like this. Truly, divine artifacts are in a league of their own. Chancellor Su's composure completely crumbled. He wore a smile on his face but was crying inside. 2 extra large mystery boxes in a row, both filled with household marvels, and not a single one landed in his hands. Outwardly, he bowed to present the treasures, but inwardly he was ranting furiously. What gives? Why the foot bath and smart toilet I opened recognize me as their owner? Can't I use them myself? The comment section was in stitches. Everyone else is cheating, while the Chancellor is dedicated to tending to the Emperor's every need. Emperor, my one-stop wellness service from foot soaks to using the restroom is now complete. Chancellor, I don't want to work this shift for even a single day. After tearfully presenting his 2 treasures, it was finally Eunuch Defu's turn. Eunuch Defu carefully picked up a small mystery box, slowly opened it, and inside was a plump, space egg containing a fully automatic full-body massager. Still, it didn't recognize him as its master, and still, he had to hand it over to the Emperor. Eunuch Defu fell silent as well. So it turns out the Emperor is today's biggest beneficiary. Both new and old viewers in the livestream burst into laughter. The Emperor's haul today: a giant light bulb, a divine pill, mind-reading headphones, an invisibility cloak, plus a full package of foot soaks, bathroom assistance, and full body massages. While others unbox game-changing artifacts, his subjects are unboxing a housekeeping service gift pack. This plot is too hilarious. I'm totally hooked and not leaving. New here. This really isn't just awkward acting. The randomness of these blind boxes is so over the top it's actually realistic. Finally, it was the turn of the Grand Steward of Agriculture, who held the realm's farming, sericulture, and grain supplies in his hands. His heart was filled with solemnity, yet he secretly hoped. The item I'll open as the grand finale must surely be a divine treasure capable of revitalizing agriculture, enriching the nation, and bringing blessings to the people. He took a deep breath, held it, and opened the last medium-sized multiverse blind box. Inside the box lay a peculiar bag, one side transparent, the other printed with colorful animal patterns. The bag was bulging and stuffed to the brim. Inside was a large sack of mixed livestock and poultry feed. Through the bag, plump grains of wheat and millet were clearly visible, mixed with many strange, round grains he'd never seen before, as well as quite a few crushed grain fragments. The Emperor hurried over as well, peering closely through the transparent bag. They recognized the wheat and millet, but couldn't name a single one of the remaining golden, round grains or the plump, reddish-brown mixed grains. Goldie explained, A bag of spirit pet feed. Animals fed this feed have smooth coats, grow well, and are less prone to illness. Spirit pet feed at this revelation. Both men's faces instantly froze in utter astonishment. However, when the Grand Steward leaned in for a closer look, he noticed something unusual. He extended a finger and gently poked at the wheat grains inside the transparent bag. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. The wheat in this bag was far rounder and plumper than any variety he'd ever seen before. Each kernel was as big as a peanut. Even the millet was noticeably larger than the finest tribute grain of the Great Yong dynasty, each kernel as massive as sorghum, golden and translucent, as if brimming with astonishing vitality. Although Goldie was a girl who had grown up in the city, who hadn't seen wheat and millet at the supermarket. When she got a clear look at the bag of feed, she froze in her tracks. She hurried forward, tore open the feed bag, picked out a few grains of wheat, and cradled them in the palm of her hand. Then she turned around, fished a half-eaten bag of Wangzi mini buns from the cash register drawer, and held it right up to the camera to compare. Look, everyone, these wheat grains are about the same size as Wangzi mini buns. Chapter 28. The Chief Agrarian Distributes Feed. Goldie herself was so shocked her eyes widened. And look at this grain, every kernel is as big as sorghum, whose livestock gets to eat such luxurious feed. And these corn kernels are as big as popcorn. As soon as she made that comparison, the live chat exploded. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Are these wheat grains really the size of peanuts? Holy crap, how come the wheat in this feed is so huge? The chief agrarian's expression was priceless. He went from utter despair to wild joy in just 1 second. Using a Wangzi mini steamed bun as a reference? I'm speechless. These grains are bigger than the sorghum I eat. This must be a new variety. Give me some. The Grand Steward wasn't lying. If we can grow this, how many times will the yield per moo increase? The Emperor and the Grand Stewardess expressions have gone from shock to sheer ecstasy. Ha ha ha. This mystery box is amazing. An invisibility cloak for the Emperor, high-yield grain seeds for the Grand Steward. Spot on. Experts at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, hurry up and popularize these high-yield seeds. I'm quitting my job right now to go farm. The Grand Steward also picked out a few whole grains of wheat and millet, cradling them in the palm of his hand as his hands trembled slightly. With disbelief in his eyes, he muttered, "Your Majesty, to these plump, large grains, if they could be widely adopted." The Emperor, too, stared intently at the bag of feed, his breathing growing slightly more rapid. The two exchanged a glance and instantly saw ecstasy and awe in each other's eyes. This was no ordinary feed. This was clearly a batch of entirely new, unknown grain varieties. Even mixed in with the feed, these grains remained perfectly intact. They could undoubtedly be planted, cultivated, and propagated. The Emperor's expression shifted rapidly several times. This was no ordinary item. It was clearly a treasure sent from heaven to save the realm. If they could successfully cultivate it, expand the nation's grain production, and fill the state granaries, the common people would never again have to fear famine. This was a tremendous opportunity that would benefit both the country and its people. However, there were far too many different types of grains mixed in with the feed, and even Goldie herself couldn't identify all of these obscure varieties. She quietly snapped a photo and searched for them on her phone, only then figuring out what they were. She hurried forward to explain to the two of them, "Your Majesty, Minister, there is wheat, millet, corn, sorghum, and more, along with a variety of mixed grains. All of them are extremely high-yield crops." Upon hearing this, the Emperor and the Grand Steward of Agriculture were completely stunned, their eyes brimming with even greater joy. The Grand Steward of Agriculture carefully cradled the bag of feed grains, as if it were a priceless national treasure. Trembling slightly with excitement, he bowed solemnly and respectfully presented the full bag of this extraordinary treasure to the Emperor. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream had absolutely no idea what the Emperor and his minister were so ecstatic about. They were too busy flooding the chat with memes. I'm dying of laughter. The Grand Minister of Agriculture saved the best for last: a bag of livestock feed. First, a full set of health and wellness appliances, and now he's giving the Emperor a livestock farming package plus grain reserves. All the ministers are just tools. Their sole purpose is to stock up on goodies for the Emperor, right? The way the Emperor and minister act like they've struck gold is hilarious. Isn't this just feed for chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep? Ha 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 ha. This blind box lineup is so comprehensive. It's got the Emperor covered for everything from food and clothing to housing, transportation, retirement, and farming. I want seeds this big from my hometown in the countryside. 2. With that, all the black multiverse blind boxes for the day have been opened. After hearing Goldie's preliminary introduction, the crowd compared the wheat seeds to the finest varieties tribute from across the empire and immediately spotted the difference. The wheat kernels in the bag were plump and full-bodied, larger in size, compact, and round, and the contrast with the wheat currently cultivated in the dynasty was stark. A thought struck the Emperor of Daong, and he couldn't wait to ask, if these crops were planted in the fields, how much grain could we expect to harvest from one mu of land? This question stumped Goldie. She had only heard the names of many of these varieties and had no idea about their specific yields per mu. Although these grains were larger, she assumed the cultivation methods would be more or less the same. So she quickly searched for them using Doubao. First, she pointed to the golden, plump corn kernels and told the two that this was corn. It was extremely adaptable to its environment and could be grown on barren mountainous land or dry, marginal plots with careful tending. The yield per mu far exceeded that of local grains. She then pointed to the reddish-brown sorghum kernels, explaining that sorghum was tolerant of both waterlogging and drought, and capable of stable yields even in lean years, suitable both as staple food and for feeding livestock. She also briefly explained the advantages of improved varieties of millet and wheat, detailing for each crop the suitable soil, planting season, and key points for daily care. Of course, all of this was based on modern varieties, but since the grain seeds from the mystery box were so large, she assumed these techniques would apply just as well. The Emperor and the Grand Steward of Agriculture listened intently, each word etched deeply into their hearts, their expressions growing increasingly awestruck as they listened. As the official in charge of agriculture and sericulture nationwide, the Grand Steward of Agriculture had devoted his entire life to farming and was all too aware of the shortcomings in the nation's grain production. Even on the nation's finest farmland, where every mu of wheat was cultivated with the utmost care, the highest yield never exceeded 200 jin. Should natural disasters such as drought or flooding strike, a grain shortage would erupt immediately. Yet, based on the yields Goldie described, any one of these foreign crops could multiply grain production. Barren wastelands could be revitalized, the people's food supply could be fully secured, and there would be no need to fear famine during disaster years. He clenched his fists, his heart pounding violently. Earlier, he had merely thought he'd stumbled upon rare grain seeds, but now he realized this was a treasure capable of rewriting the entire dynasty's agricultural landscape. Excitement and elation surged in the Emperor's eyes as 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. For many years, the greatest hidden threat facing the imperial court had been grain shortages. Year after year, despite the allocation of grain and fodder and the stockpiling of reserves, the risk of famine could never be completely averted. Now, with multiple high-yield grain varieties in hand, as long as they were cultivated and promoted on a large scale, the imperial granaries would surely be filled to the brim. The common people would live in abundance, and the root causes of vagrancy and uprisings would be significantly reduced. The foundation of the court's rule would become as solid as a rock. What had originally been a sack of feed for livestock had, in the blink of an eye, become a divine opportunity to revitalize the nation. He silently rejoiced that he had stepped into this little, blind box shop today. This chance was priceless. The two men bent down to examine the plump grains in the sack once more, and the look in their eyes as they gazed upon these unfamiliar crops was one of deep reverence, as if they were beholding a national treasure passed down through the ages. After hearing about the yield per mu and the cultivation methods, the assembled ministers were instantly energized and crowded forward to examine the seeds closely. Even Prince Xiao Ran of the Xiaoyao kingdom, who was usually sleepy and lazy, and had planned to go back to sleep, stopped in his tracks and stared intently at the seeds. He held no official position and normally paid no attention to agricultural matters, but as a member of the imperial family, he understood that food security was vital to the stability of the realm. Local grain yields were low. If these high-yield crops were widely adopted and fallow land put to use, the people's basic needs for food and clothing could be met. Xiao Ran shed his usual lazy demeanor, stood up straight, and quietly listened to the explanation alongside everyone else. Everyone listened intently as Goldie explained the knowledge behind the high-yield grain seeds, from seedling cultivation and planting to field maintenance, with exceptional focus. Goldie looked down at the information on her phone. Her soft, crystal-clear voice drifted slowly through the small shop, creating a calm and comfortable atmosphere that perfectly captured the feeling of peaceful, unhurried days. The shop was eerily quiet. Even the faint sound of everyone's breathing could be heard clearly, and the air seemed to stand still. But right in the midst of this serene silence, ding welcome, the cold, metallic chime of the motion sensor doorbell suddenly blared, shattering the shop's tranquility in an instant. The sound came so abruptly that everyone shuddered, Their hearts tightened, and their nerves snapped to attention. Instinctively, everyone turned their heads toward the entrance in unison, all thinking the exact same thing. A customer has arrived. 8 pairs of eyes fixed intently on the semi-transparent curtain at the entrance. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the new customer to enter. The very next second, the peaceful tranquility before their eyes was shattered completely. The atmosphere in the entire shop changed in an instant. A bizarre turn of events that completely upended everyone's expectations had suddenly arrived. Chapter 29. The guest who floated into the shop. Everyone in the shop was staring intently at the doorway, waiting for the new guest to enter. As the crowd peered through the semi-transparent curtain, their hearts nearly leapt out of their chests. Outside the door, a long-haired woman in a red dress was floating, her entire body suspended in midair, her feet not touching the ground at all. At first, she was floating too high, her head nearly hit the crossbeam above the door, so she quickly lowered her body in a panic. Once she reached a height of 20 or 30 centimeters above the ground, she extended both hands. Her nails were sharp and long, a blinding red, as if stained with blood. A few fingers slipped through the gap in the curtain, swept it aside with a swish, and she floated silently into the shop. Everyone was so terrified their bodies went numb. Their hair stood on end, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, the clothing of the Great Yong dynasty was loose-fitting, so even if they were shaking like leaves, outsiders wouldn't notice a thing. Everyone in the room, including Goldie, gave a sudden shudder at the sight of the woman. The woman's long, jet-black hair hung in a tangled mess across her face, completely obscuring most of it. Only a sliver of her fair chin was visible, set off by bright red lips and 10 slender, blood-red fingernails that stood out strikingly. Her bright red dress was so garish it hurt the eyes. It looked just like a bridal gown, and she hung motionless in midair. Her appearance and posture were indistinguishable from the red-clad female ghost depicted in plays and folktales, sending a chill down the spines of everyone from the Great Yong dynasty. They had weathered every kind of political turmoil in their lives, but none of them had ever seen anyone floating in midair without touching the ground. One by one, their faces went pale in an instant, their calves trembled uncontrollably, and their bodies swayed so violently they were on the verge of collapsing. Yet, out of a sense of dignity and decorum, they forced themselves to remain upright, afraid to lose their composure. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily, their eyes fixed intently on the red-clad woman in the air, not daring to look away for even a moment. Even the viewers in the livestream were stunned. 1 second they were bustling with comments, and the next, the red-clad figure suddenly burst into the frame. The comment stream froze for an instant, then moments later, the screen was flooded with a barrage of messages. Holy crap, that was sudden. A floating red-clad ghost just darted into this perfectly normal room. I've got goosebumps. The ghost almost smashed her head into the crossbeam. She's not that scary after all. Floating through the door off the ground, who could handle that? I'm scared out of my wits. I'm hiding behind the comments to save my life. Please, streamer, just tell us this is all scripted. Goldie's legs went weak with fear. She leaned her back against the cash register, barely managing to keep from collapsing onto the floor. Just then, the multiverse blind box system chimed in sarcastically in Goldie's mind. Host, you're way too timid. Isn't this just the customer who opened the flying vehicle yesterday? Is it really worth getting this scared? As soon as Goldie realized it was the girl who opened the hovercraft yesterday, her legs stopped trembling instantly. All her fear vanished in an instant, and the eerie, terrifying atmosphere in the room dissipated just as quickly. Seeing everyone frozen in place, silent, the woman in red raised her hand to sweep her hair aside, revealing her eyes and brows. Goldie took a look. It was indeed the beautiful woman who flown the hovercraft out yesterday. She wasn't some ghost or spirit at all. Her taut nerves completely relaxed, and the knot in her throat finally loosened. She hurriedly called out, "Hey, beautiful, you're back to buy blind boxes again." That casual greeting instantly shattered the room's terrifying atmosphere. The livestream instantly switched from panic mode to laughter mode, with comments scrolling nonstop. Ha 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 ha. Help, everyone else is scared out of their wits, but the streamer's welcoming customers. That ghost, who almost hit her head, is just too cute. The contrast is legendary, switching from horror to comedy in a second. The ancient figures in the hall remained stiff, their legs weak and numb, standing frozen in place for a long time, unable to snap out of it. The extreme terror clashing with the absurd reality created a charming contrast. Which genius wrote such a spooky script? Shane, Li Tong, and Su Su recognized her as Snow and immediately realized who she was. The three of them had seen her summon a flying pet with their own eyes just yesterday. So they hurried forward to reassure everyone. Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, please don't be afraid. This person isn't some ghost or monster, she is a regular customer of the shop. The very one who summoned a flying pet yesterday. She is floating above the ground thanks to her personal flying device. It's certainly not some kind of demonic magic or black magic. After hearing the trio's explanation, the crowd's fear finally subsided somewhat, and their tense bodies slowly relaxed a little. They'd been terrified moments ago. Their bodies were stiff with tension and utterly exhausted, and the cold sweat on their backs had soaked through their undergarments, leaving them feeling icy and bone-chilling against their skin in the bitter cold. Still, no one was fully convinced. One by one, they stared wide-eyed, their gazes fixed on Snow, who was hovering 20 to 30 centimeters above the ground. Just then, seeing the stunned expressions on everyone's faces, Snow couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her crisp, clear laughter instantly dispelled the shop's extremely oppressive atmosphere. Ha 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 ha. Didn't I scare you all to death? Snow gathered her long, tousled hair with her hand, pulled a hair tie from her wrist, and tied it into a neat high ponytail. Instantly, a face with delicate features and a radiant spirit was revealed. Not a trace of a sinister ghost remained. She was simply a pretty young girl. She stowed away her hovercraft, landed firmly on her feet, and, with a twinkle in her eyes and a slightly mischievous grin, scanned the room before finally turning to Goldie and teasing cheerfully. Ha ha! Did I scare you? I knew it. My ghost vibe is totally on point. As she spoke, she gently swayed the hem of her bright red skirt, looking smug. I dressed up as a red-clad ghost just for today. Just wearing a red skirt isn't enough without my hovercraft. I wouldn't have achieved this effect at all. The ancient-themed customers in the shop exchanged bewildered glances, completely clueless as to what she meant by cow si. Seeing this, Snow felt a bit embarrassed and quickly explained. When I came into the shop yesterday and saw all of you dressed in such authentic ancient costumes, I thought you were all into role-playing. So I decided to dress up as a female ghost and ride in on my flying machine just to tease you guys a little, but I didn't realize I'd actually scare everyone. I'm really sorry. After saying this, she covered her face, looking a little embarrassed. It's just a shame I didn't control my altitude well. At first I almost crashed right into the storefront. The aloof ghost persona I'd worked so hard to pull off completely fell apart right then and there. Only after hearing this did the cast of the Great Yong Dynasty finally realize what had happened. It turned out this wasn't some ghostly phenomenon at all. It was just a prank pulled by this young girl. And she actually managed to scare the living daylights out of the entire cast. The live stream was in stitches, with the comment section flooded with messages. Ha ha ha. So it was just a prank. Ancient people. I was scared out of my wits for nothing. The aloof female ghostess act fell apart in a second. That head bump mishap was so real. I can't get enough of this twist. From horror to hilarity. Give the screenwriter a chicken drumstick. You're a total beauty. Why are you pretending to be a ghost? You owe me a pair of pants. The person above really peed their pants. Ha 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 ha. Everyone looked at Snow, who was beaming with embarrassment, and the pallor slowly faded from their faces as they felt both awkward and amused. That terrifying scene from just a moment ago, which had nearly scared the living daylights out of them, turned out to be nothing more than a prank pulled by this young girl. Snow spoke up immediately. Miss Shopkeeper, I'd like to open a black voice-activated blind box. After saying that, she held out a silver bar. Goldie didn't take it and shook her head gently. The multiverse blind boxes are sold out today. Why don't you try opening 2 of the colored ones? Snow immediately pulled the silver bar back, looking disappointed. Then I'll come back another time. The standard blind boxes are honestly a bit too expensive. She asked one more question. So when will the voice-activated blind boxes be available? Goldie replied, they'll be restocked tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Snow immediately pulled out her hovercraft, maneuvered it to hover 20 centimeters above the ground, and said goodbye with a smile. See you tomorrow, miss. As soon as Snow left, everyone in the room let out a collective sigh of relief. Eunuch Defu looked completely baffled. He turned to Goldie and asked, Miss, what exactly did that girl in red mean when she kept muttering cow si just now? Goldie quickly explained, that just means role-playing. Fearing these ancient people might not understand, she thoughtfully added, she dressed up as a female ghost on purpose to scare everyone. She even thought your period costumes were part of a special performance too. Chapter 30. trading a glass vase for the Emperor's jade pendant. Goldie then slowly raised her eyes and addressed the Emperor of Great Yong in a leisurely tone. "Your Majesty, I have an unseemly request." Her crisp voice suddenly shattered the silence in the shop, causing all the civil and military ministers present, as well as several crown princes, to turn their heads in unison. The small shop was already cramped, and now it was packed with people. The ministers and crown princes stood as still as wooden posts, not daring to even breathe. Only the Emperor himself stood tall and straight as a pine tree. His mere presence exuded an aura of authority without a trace of anger, weighing down on the entire room so heavily that everyone could barely breathe. The Emperor nodded slightly, his expression composed. "Shopkeeper, please speak your mind." Goldie gave a faint smile. Her tone as casual as if she were chatting about everyday matters. "It's nothing major. Just now, I happened to notice the jade pendant at your Majesty's waist. The pattern is simple and antique, and it really caught my eye." She didn't go out of her way to praise the jade's value, she simply seemed to like the way it looked, showing not the slightest hint of covetousness. The Emperor was momentarily taken aback, then explained gently. "This is merely an old jade piece passed down through generations of the imperial family. I've worn it for years, it's just a personal accessory." In his eyes, although this jade pendant had accompanied him for many years, the palace storerooms held countless similar pieces of fine jade. It was by no means a priceless treasure. Goldie turned smoothly, bent down to lift a large, neatly packed cardboard box from behind the counter, and set it steadily on the countertop. "Our shop just happens to have a rare item. Previously, there was another piece of the same design in the possession of Crown Prince Shin, but unfortunately, it was accidentally shattered. This one here is the only one of its kind in the world. There will never be another like it." As she finished speaking, she unwrapped the outer packaging and slowly unveiled the glacier-patterned glass vase. Sunlight streamed through the window and fell upon the vase. The three-dimensional glacier patterns refracted delicate streaks of light. The entire piece was crystal clear and pure, so pristine that not a single impurity could be found. The crowd was instantly mesmerized, holding their breath and daring not to make a sound. They had seen countless top-tier glassware pieces worth a fortune in the imperial court, but compared to this precious vase before them, they all seemed like crude, rough stones. Of such exquisite quality, it was truly a treasure crafted by heaven and earth. Goldie lightly touched the vase with her fingertip and casually proposed an exchange. "I am quite taken with your Majesty's jade pendant. I intend to trade this one-of-a-kind vase for it, as a token of our serendipitous encounter. What do you think, your Majesty?" The moment her words fell, the entire shop fell into dead silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The minister's eyes widened in shock. They froze in place, their faces etched with disbelief. "She's crazy, how utterly audacious. An Emperor's personal jade pendant embodies the imperial lineage's fortune and serves as a symbol of the royal family. It has never been lent or exchanged." Yet here was this young shopkeeper, casually offering to trade for the Emperor's treasured ancient jade with a single, offhand remark. Shane, Xiao Ran, and the others stared wide-eyed, their mouths slightly agape, frozen in place as a storm of emotions raged within them. They knew this item was rare, but never imagined there was only one left. If Shane's hadn't been broken, this would have been a matching pair. The live stream exploded with excitement, as a dense barrage of comments flooded the screen. "Oh my God! Who could possibly match that mindset? She talks about a national treasure as casually as if she were trading for candy. An ancient jade pendant that so many people spend their entire lives searching for. She wants to snag it just because it catches her eye. Top-tier high-stakes gamble trading a glass vase for a 1,000-year-old national treasure. The thrill is off the charts. The ministers are practically about to faint on the spot. She's way too bold. Waiting for His Majesty's response. Will he make the trade or not?" Inside the blind box shop, the Emperor's gaze was fixed on the radiant vase, his mind churning with thoughts as he pondered silently for a long time. After weighing his options, the Emperor nodded in agreement. Both sides secretly rejoiced at the exchange, each feeling they'd come out ahead. The Emperor thought to himself, "It's just a jade pendant I wear. The imperial treasury is overflowing with jade, and recreating the exact same color and pattern wouldn't be difficult. But a glass vase of such unparalleled translucency was one of a kind in the world. If he missed this opportunity, it would be nearly impossible to find another." No matter how he looked at it, he had come out ahead. Goldie remained outwardly impassive, but deep down, he was already screaming with joy. "I've got it! The national treasure I've been longing for has finally fallen into my hands. I'm going to strike it rich overnight." The more the emperor looked at the glacier-patterned vase, the more pleased he was. In high spirits, he immediately ordered Defu to bring out some silver, intending to buy 2 more ordinary colored mystery boxes. Eager to join in the fun with everyone, he ordered that each person present be given 10 taels of silver to take turns opening the boxes and testing their luck. Holding the silver they just received, the group, both nervous and excited, stepped forward one by one to open the colored mystery boxes. A succession of modern everyday items appeared, leaving the ancient crowd utterly bewildered and providing endless laughs. The first to open his box was Chancellor Su, who pulled out a stack of ultra-thin stockings, lightweight, smooth, and soft to the touch. He held the thin layer of fabric in his hands, examining it over and over, completely baffled as to its purpose. As he ran his fingers over the delicate material, he couldn't fathom why such a fine piece of cloth had been made so thin and fragile, so thin it couldn't even block the cold wind. For a moment he was at a loss, his face a picture of confusion. The Grand Steward squeezed out an entire tube of toothpaste, a tube design unheard of throughout history. The milky white paste that oozed out carried a faint, crisp minty scent. When he brought it close to his nose, a wave of coolness shot straight to his forehead. They had never seen toothpaste before. They tentatively dabbed a little on their lips, only to instantly wince from the chill, gasping sharply as their features contorted into a grimace. Others received plush toys with cute, soft designs. The fluffy, soft fabric felt amazing to the touch, and the figures were exquisitely crafted and adorable. In ancient times, there were only wooden carvings, clay sculptures, and crude cloth puppets. Such soft, delicate plush toys were a rare sight. Even grown men who received them couldn't put them down, turning them over and over and kneading them endlessly. Others opened a large package of vacuum-sealed beef jerky. As soon as the wrapper was torn open, the rich aroma of meat instantly filled the entire shop. The meat was firm, well-seasoned, and had a satisfying chew. In ancient times, when resources were limited and cattle couldn't be slaughtered at will, this kind of well-cured, easy-to-store beef jerky was exceptionally rare. The moment the package was opened, people all around craned their necks, their mouths watering with anticipation. The unboxing continued to reveal a series of quirky yet delightful items. A portable disposable raincoat, a thin layer that could keep out the rain. The ministers tugged at it, puzzled as to how such a light, soft membrane could possibly shield them from wind and rain. Someone else unboxed a jar of fruit-hard candies, whose colorful packaging exuded a Western flair. Peeling one open and popping it into their mouths, the rich fruity aroma exploded instantly, sweet and delicious. Everyone in the Great Yong dynasty had their eyes sparkling as they ate, secretly thinking to themselves, "This refreshingly sweet taste is a world apart from that sticky malt sugar they usually eat." There were also disposable towels, lipstick, mirrors, nail polish, building blocks, and other common modern items. Viewers in the live stream couldn't stop laughing, and the comment feed was flooded with messages. "Wow! These colorful mystery boxes are basically lifestyle gift packs. They've got every daily necessity covered." Stockings appearing in an ancient imperial court. This is a major social embarrassment in the making. The beef jerky had the ancient nobles drooling. Who could resist such a tasty snack? Ancient people. These things are weird and strange, but they're strangely useful. What should we do? The emperor and his court are all unboxing on the house. This round of perks is way too awesome. Everyone gathered around, touching and examining all sorts of curious objects, reluctant to leave this bizarre multiverse blind box store. They stayed inside the multiverse blind box store for over an entire hour, while outside, the carefree prince and the civil and military officials were already pacing anxiously. Chapter 31. The blind box store's address is leaked. The civil and military officials waiting in the alley watched as the emperor and his entourage entered the multiverse blind box shop and didn't emerge for ages. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and they couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that the emperor and his party have been detained by the immortals inside the shop? Will they even be allowed to return? Most crucially, this mystical shop was invisible to anyone outside. Only those who entered could see it. No matter how anxious they were, there was simply nothing they could do. The civil and military officials paced anxiously in circles. Finally, with no other options left, the Prince of Xiaoyao had no choice but to dispatch someone back to the palace at top speed to inform the empress. Meanwhile, inside the multiverse blind box store, the emperor, seeing that everyone had finished opening their blind boxes, bid farewell to the shopkeeper, Goldie, along with his entourage of ministers. Carrying the various treasures they unboxed, the group filed out of the store. As soon as they stepped outside, the officials waiting outside immediately surrounded them. Unable to contain their curiosity and setting aside their reverence for the emperor, they crowded around, chattering excitedly and bombarding them with questions, eager to know exactly what had happened inside the store and what treasures everyone had unboxed. For a moment, the scene was chaotic and boisterous, as lively as a farmer's market. Watching the growing commotion, the emperor spoke up. "Let us return to the palace first. We'll discuss any matters once we're back." Only then did the officials quiet down, and the procession set off in grand style back to the palace. Just as they arrived at the palace gates, they happened to run into the empress and the crown princess, who were preparing to leave the palace. The emperor and the empress exchanged a few brief words, then led the court officials straight to the hall of state. The empress and the crown princess were overcome with curiosity. They turned back toward the inner palace and immediately summoned eunuch Defu, who had been inside the multiverse blind box shop, and ordered him to recount in detail everything that had happened when the group entered the small shop. Defu dared not conceal anything and told them everything exactly as it happened. After hearing the story, the empress, too, became intrigued by this mysterious little shop. She silently thought to herself, "Once the multiverse blind boxes arrive at the shop tomorrow, I'll go try my luck and see if I can get inside." In the Golden Hall, all the civil and military officials were present. The ministers who had previously visited the blind box shop took turns recounting their experiences in detail, with the emperor occasionally chiming in to add a few details of his own. The group discussed the various rare artifacts found inside the shop, as well as the red-clad woman who had suddenly appeared out of thin air, an event that had given everyone quite a start at the time. They also spoke of how the shopkeeper had traded a glass treasure vase for the emperor's precious jade pendant, and of the diverse treasures everyone had drawn from the blind boxes. Everyone brought their own treasures into the throne room to display them one by one, except for the emperor, who never produced the voice of the heart headphones or the invisibility cloak he had drawn. After recounting the entire sequence of events, the emperor's expression turned serious, and he issued an order before everyone. "From now on, whoever is able to see or enter this mystical shop, regardless of what they open or what treasures they find, must report it truthfully, even if the treasure has already recognized its master. Even if commoners are able to enter, it must still be reported as usual. No one is permitted to prevent anyone from entering the mystical shop. Furthermore, station imperial guards permanently in that neighborhood. Their sole duty is to monitor and record who enters the shop. They are not to drive away or obstruct commoners." The civil and military officials bowed in unison to acknowledge the decree, then withdrew from the hall one by one. Everyone knew full well that this mystical shop harbored countless rare treasures and was a matter of great importance to the emperor. Those ministers who hadn't been allowed inside all lamented their lack of divine fortune, which prevented them from seeing the immortal shop. So, upon returning home, they all selected the people in their households whom they deemed to be the luckiest and sent them to that street to try their luck, hoping they might gain entry to the mystery box shop. For a time, the entire street was bustling with activity. Fortunately, with the Imperial Guard standing guard, order was maintained, and not a single incident occurred. The scene shifts to the Jean family braised meat shop on the other side of town. Goldie's mother, Chen Jinxiu, had been on edge all morning and couldn't concentrate on her work at all. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became for her daughter. Her daughter was running a shop, doing live streams, and had even hired so many actors to help with the filming. Just looking at those people's costumes and props, she knew the expenses must be substantial. But her daughter had never asked the family for money. Where could she possibly be getting the funds to cover all this? The more Chen Jinxiu thought about it, the more panicked she became, terrified that her daughter might have Goldie never imagined that her mom's impulsive decision to come looking for her would completely give away the exact location of the blind box shop. On the other side of the screen, a prominent figure spotted this comment and had already started packing his things, preparing to rush over just to see with his own eyes the jade pendant Goldie had traded with the ancient emperor. This person was none other than Yang Yongxing, the top archaeologist in the livestream with a gold badge. He immediately contacted Shi Jiahui and a group of other renowned archaeologists in the field. The group grabbed their professional tools and set off straight for SZ City. SZ City was just a county-level city. The county town wasn't very big, and there weren't many blind box shops to begin with, so it was incredibly easy to find. Inside the shop, Goldie was listening to her mom's endless nagging. "Hiring so many people for this little shop, how much is that going to cost? Stop trying to keep it afloat. This place isn't making any money. Don't keep pouring money into it. Just close it down and come back to sell braised meat with us." It'd be so much better to live a steady, down-to-earth life. Goldie had originally intended to tell her mother the truth, but seeing her phone still streaming live, she could only brush it off for the time being. Mom, don't worry. I really haven't spent any money. I didn't hire any of these people, they just love acting, it's purely a hobby. They bring all their own props and costumes, and they write their own scripts. I haven't spent a single penny, I'm just using this to boost my live stream's viewership and gain some popularity. The live stream comments kept scrolling by. Chapter 32, Restocking. The live stream comments kept scrolling by. The shop owner's mom is so sweet, she worries about her daughter's every need. It's so touching to watch. Too bad I don't have a mom anymore. Parents are all the same, she's just afraid her daughter will get scammed or taken advantage of. I'd like to ask the shop owner, does the actor who played the emperor have any contact info? Our short drama production team is short-staffed and looking to hire. Could the shop owner hold that jade pendant up to the camera? I've only ever seen ancient jade of this quality in museums. I told you this was scripted, but some people still didn't believe me. Now the streamer herself has spilled the beans. Goldie calmed her mom down, picked up her live streaming phone, and smiled at the camera. Sorry, everyone. It's almost noon, so I'm gonna wrap up the stream and take my mom out to lunch. You guys should go eat and take a break, too. With that, she shut down the live stream. In reality, Goldie knew full well that all the customers in her shop were special visitors from the multiverse. She kept streaming because, in just 2 or 3 days, her tip earnings had already exceeded 10,000. Although the platform would take a cut, for Goldie, who had just graduated, had never held a job, and had been operating at a loss, this was already a huge sum. That was only a secondary reason, however, more importantly, she always felt uncertain. But making money was a minor concern. What truly unsettled her was something else. The system allowed her to open one multiverse blind box every 3 days. From time to time, these blind boxes would yield cutting-edge items and top-tier black technology that didn't exist in the real world. The items were so extraordinary that Goldie had long planned to hand over the secrets of the system and her blind box shop to the government. After all, only with the backing of the government could she run her shop with peace of mind, free from anxiety. Handing those rare treasures over to the government for research would also allow them to be used for national development and to benefit ordinary people. But she was just an ordinary citizen with no connections or backing. She had absolutely no idea where to go to contact the relevant authorities to report this. She had no choice. The system had assured her that live streaming was fine. So she kept streaming, waiting for officials to reach out to her through the live stream. This way, she could protect herself while also preventing these rare treasures from being targeted and squandered by bad people, wasted for nothing, unable to serve the nation's interests, and potentially putting her own safety at risk. While her mom was peering curiously at the blind box right beside her, Goldie quickly called out to the system in her mind, telling it to collect the silver she was supposed to pay. She planned to store all 50 taels of her silver in her storage bracelet. But when she counted it while putting it away, she found that, for some reason, 2 taels and 5 chien were missing. Just as she was about to ask the system's haughty voice rang out in her head. That imperial jade pendant was so precious, and you traded it for just an ordinary glass bottle. I was already being very generous by only charging you for a regular colored blind box. You should be grateful I didn't deduct half the value of your jade pendant, and you still dare to complain? After hearing this, Goldie wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. She felt the system had a point, yet also thought it was just being unreasonable. She thought about it for a moment, then decided to let it go. After all, she already secured the precious jade pendant. So a measly 2 liang and 5 chien of silver wasn't worth getting worked up over. After all, if it weren't for the system, forget about the jade pendant, her shop would be gone out of business long ago. Goldie soothed the system in a soft voice. Okay. You're the best, system. Thanks a lot. The multiverse blind box system gave a haughty little snort in her mind, then went completely silent. Goldie briskly locked the door to her blind box shop, grabbed her mom, Chen Jinxiu, by the arm, and headed straight to Second Aunt's house for lunch. Second Aunt ran a box lunch business. Her house was always bustling with people coming and going, and the family wasn't one to make a big deal out of things. It was right around lunchtime, and the 3 of them took turns eating, focusing on getting it over with quickly. Around 1 o'clock, the line of customers finally died down, leaving only a few stragglers. Her second aunt finally had a moment to rest and casually remarked, "How come you 2 are here together today? That's quite a rare sight." Goldie's eyes crinkled with a mischievous smile. I made a little extra money from my live stream today. After lunch, I'll head straight to the market to restock. Chen Jinsho quickly chimed in. My braised meat shop was dead quiet today. Since I had nothing better to do, I came over to give you a hand. Auntie Air felt a warm glow in her heart. She immediately packed 2 large boxes brimming with food, all of Jean Manchong's favorites, and handed them to Chen Jinsho. Sister-in-law, hurry up and take these to Big Brother's shop first. Chen Jinsho grabbed the takeout boxes and rode off on Goldie's little electric scooter. Goldie hopped on her mom's little tricycle and headed straight for the wholesale market. Along the way, she kept mulling over the business at the blind box shop. Currently, a standard blind box was priced at 5 taels of silver each, and most contained cosmetics and small toys, things young girls loved. Although these items were novel in ancient times, they weren't exactly what people in the ancient dynasties needed most. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she came up with a new approach. If she replaced all the blind boxes with daily necessities that people in ancient times couldn't live without, customers would feel they were getting a great deal for 5 taels of silver. She wouldn't have to worry about attracting customers, and in the future, people would surely come by with collectibles to trade, just like that emperor earlier, who casually pulled out a jade pendant that would be considered a national treasure in modern times. If he came back again, she could trade it for plenty of rare and valuable items. Goldie wasn't quite sure what exactly to buy, so she parked her tricycle by the roadside and pulled out her phone to search for items that are cheap today but scarce in ancient times. The results showed that salt, sugar, seasonings, daily necessities, common medicines, and small farming tools all met the criteria. With low procurement costs in the modern world, these items would be exceptionally valuable in the ancient era. No matter how much she stocked up, she wouldn't easily lose money. Having made up her mind, Goldie went on a major shopping spree at the wholesale market. She prioritized essential goods. A bulk pack of 50 bags of table salt. Each bag cost a little over 2 yuan when bought individually, but the whole pack went for just 65 yuan. Next, she hauled a case of individually packaged white sugar and picked up seasonings like pepper, chili powder, and 13 spices. While she was at it, she also bought 5 10 bags of high-quality rice from the grain and oil store. She also picked up miscellaneous daily necessities: a high-powered flashlight, glass cups, small bottles of baijiu, a sharp kitchen knife, and a wide-mouthed water cup. For farming tools, she chose only hoes, shovels, and firewood axes without wooden handles, so they fit easily into cardboard boxes. She bought medicines in bulk: povidone iodine, emergency heart medicine, Yunnan baiyao, medicated plasters, and various anti-inflammatory drugs, all common medicines that were scarce in the past. Finally, she went to a cardboard box shop she knew well and brought back a large pile of sturdy, blank craft cardboard boxes. Once she pasted colored paper on them, they would become custom packaging for the mystery boxes. After filling a truck with goods and transporting them back to the store, Goldie went live. Viewers in the live stream watched as she crouched on the floor, busily sorting the goods and reorganizing the blind box inventory. When she got tired, she'd sit down by the cash register to rest and interact with her viewers for a while. As you can all see, most of the customers who come to my shop are from ancient feudal dynasties. This time, I've stocked up on in-demand items like table salt, white sugar, and farming tools. Could you all give me some advice on what else I should add to the blind boxes? Chapter 33. Viewers offer advice. Netizens in the comment stream were still enthusiastically offering Goldie suggestions. Don't just stock ordinary goods. Print up blueprints for refining fine salt, processing white sugar, and making fireworks. Trade your skills with the ancient people. It's a surefire way to make a profit. Lighters are a total hit. They cost 50 cents each to make, but you can sell them for 5 taels of silver, not expensive at all. Also get blueprints for gunpowder and muskets. Those are the most sought-after commodities. Goldie smiled and nodded as she read the comments. You're all right, those are great ideas, but I'll finish packing this batch of mystery boxes today, and I'll find time tomorrow to print the blueprints. I'll stock up on lighters and matches too. No sooner had she finished speaking than a flood of new comments appeared on the screen. Streamer, don't forget the instant noodles. You've got to include spicy strips. The ancients definitely never tasted those. I want to see you cook luosafen and fry stinky tofu right in front of the ancients. Goldie was left both amused and exasperated. She turned to the camera and complained, "The viewers coming up with these ideas are just too mean. What if one day the emperor comes by to open a mystery box, smells this, and thinks I'm cooking something weird? Wouldn't he just run away in a panic? If he gets the wrong idea that we ordinary people eat this stuff all the time and live in abject poverty, I'll never be able to clear my name, even if I jumped into the Yellow River. While she bantered back and forth with viewers in the live stream, her hands never stopped as she kept her head down, packing the mystery boxes one by one. Just then, the store's welcome chime rang out with a ding. Walking in were two middle-aged women who ran a women's clothing store on the next street over. It was the middle of the afternoon, and the streets were deserted. Their own store was quiet with no customers, so while scrolling through their phones, they came across Goldie's live stream. They thought the young girl's stream looked fun and lively, so they decided to tag along and check it out. As soon as they walked in, they called out cheerfully, "Dodo, grab us a few mystery boxes to play with." Goldie immediately greeted them with a smile. "Aunties, feel free to look around and pick whatever you like. The small ones over here are 10 yuan, the medium ones are 20, and the biggest one on top is 100. Choose whatever price range you prefer." One of the women, in her 40s, had a keen eye. She immediately noticed Goldie packing rice into a cardboard box. Glancing at the box's design, which looked exactly like the store's most expensive 100 yuan mystery box, she asked curiously, "Dodo, you're not really putting regular rice in your most expensive mystery box, are you?" Goldie's mind raced, but she gave nothing away, smiling calmly. "Of course not, Auntie. Rice is so heavy, how could I possibly put it on such a high shelf? That big box is filled with plush toys." Both aunts were practical women, thoughtful and level-headed. They circled the store, looking at the farming tools, salt, sugar, spices, and a pile of medicines scattered all over the floor. The more they looked, the more curious they became, bombarding her with questions. Goldie's mind was racing, and she quickly came up with a story on the spot. "These are all props I use for my live stream short dramas. You know, period dramas need to feel authentic. These items are cheap and down to earth. They fit perfectly into the ancient settings, making it look natural when the actors open the mystery boxes." After saying that, she added with a smile, "Ladies, feel free to drop by my live stream whenever you have time. It's just for fun." The ladies immediately followed up with a question. "So when do those period drama actors in your shows usually come to film?" "It's really hard to say," Goldie replied, making it up with a straight face. "They're all friends who come over for free cameos, no pay involved. They come and go as they please. I get a bit of live stream traffic and they get to act out their passion. It's all about keeping it real and natural." After hearing this, the two ladies finally got the picture. They'd just come by to browse and see what the fuss was about. Being older, they weren't into trendy things like blind boxes. After mulling it over for a while, they ended up buying nothing, chatted with her for a bit, and then strolled away at a leisurely pace. Once they were gone, Goldie went back to work. This time, she decided not to use any of those flashy colored papers at all. All the blind boxes were packed in plain brown paper boxes. She had done the math. Modern people open blind boxes just to get the contents, leaving the boxes behind, so sticking on colored paper allows for reuse. It's not a waste. But those ancient guests from the multiverse always take the boxes with them every time. Since she couldn't keep them anyway, sticking on more and more paper was a waste of effort. Plain boxes were both hassle-free and cost-effective. The entire afternoon passed as she packed mystery boxes while chatting with her stream viewers. No other customers came into the store. Once everything was done, Goldie ended her stream on time, rubbed her sore and stiff wrists, bent down to tidy up the counter, and prepared to lock up and close the shop. But just as she was about to lock the door, she heard several sets of footsteps outside. The steps were light yet exceptionally steady, not the kind of sound made by casual passersby. Goldie looked up to see three elderly men standing at the entrance. All three were dressed in neat, formal attire, exuding a gentle yet dignified demeanor. They radiated the calm composure that comes from years of academic research. It was clear at a glance that they were no ordinary people. The elderly man leading the group had graying temples and a straight, upright posture. He looked affable, yet his eyes and brows exuded a natural air of authority. He was none other than Zhou Jinghong, a leading authority in China's archaeological community and a lifetime academician at the National Institute of Cultural Heritage and Archaeology. Having dedicated over 50 years to archaeology, he specializes in ancient imperial jade artifacts and cultural relics from imperial tombs. He has authenticated countless national treasures and serves as a specially appointed chief expert for the National Cultural Heritage Administration. He spearheads the verification, cataloging, and preservation of rare cultural relics in the private sector and is widely recognized as an undisputed authority in the field. The two men standing beside Zhou Jinghong are also renowned experts in their own right. Yang Yongxing, director of the Provincial Archaeological Research Institute, specializes in dating artifacts and authenticating their authenticity. Treasurebound focuses on imperial artifacts from the Tang, Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties, and a senior researcher of court artifacts. With these three heavyweights standing side by side at the shop's entrance, their solemn presence made it inexplicably difficult for anyone to speak. Mr. Yang explained the purpose of their visit. Goldie instantly realized why they were there, but she kept her composure, stepping aside and raising her hand. "Esteemed seniors, please come in." She ushered the three into the tiny blind box shop. The simple, down-to-earth decor inside stood in stark contrast to the expert's stern and solemn demeanor. Goldie remained completely unfazed as she accepted the credentials the three handed her, carefully flipping through and verifying each one. Academician certificates, professional licenses, and exploration specialist credentials all were complete, with proper seals and verifiable serial numbers, proving they were genuine official qualifications. Once she confirmed their identities were in order, Goldie reached out and locked the shop door from the inside, completely blocking out the outside view and noise. She turned back to the cash register, pulled open the drawer, and, using it as cover, retrieved the imperial jade pendant from her storage bracelet. The entire pendant was crafted from top-grade Hotan mutton fat jade. Its texture was so pure that not a single impurity could be found. It was lustrous and translucent, radiating a faint, soft glow. The carving featured ancient imperial motifs long lost to history. The patterns were intricate and elaborate, exuding an air of dignified grandeur. This was the treasure she had traded for an ordinary large glass vase from the Emperor of Deyong. Whether in terms of jade quality, craftsmanship, or design, it was a one-of-a-kind national treasure. Chapter 34. A Visit from the Experts. Goldie casually placed this priceless national treasure of a jade pendant gently on the countertop. No brocade box, no silk, and no specialized conservation padding or equipment whatsoever. Just lying there, bare and exposed on an ordinary wooden counter, it caused the three leading archaeologists to catch their breath. Zhou Jinghong stared intently at the jade pendant on the table. His normally gentle expression darkened completely. He leaned forward instinctively, his eyes filled with utter astonishment and solemnity. He had spent his entire life dealing with ancient jade and had seen countless imperial treasures. Yet he had never encountered an imperial jade pendant of such perfect condition, aura, and craftsmanship. He could tell at a glance that once this artifact was made public, it would undoubtedly fill a major gap in domestic archaeological research. It was a one-of-a-kind national treasure of immense value. Standing beside him, Yang Yongxing and Shi Jiahui were also completely transfixed. They held their breath, their eyes glued to the jade pendant, their hearts churning with overwhelming emotion. They had previously seen clips of the jade pendant in Goldie's livestream and had already concluded there was a 90% chance it was authentic, so they had mentally prepared themselves in advance. Yet, the moment they laid eyes on the actual artifact, they were still utterly stunned. The jade pendant's rarity and perfection far exceeded everyone's expectations. What pained the three industry luminaries the most, leaving them physically queasy, was this: such a one-of-a-kind, priceless national treasure of ancient jade, requiring constant temperature and humidity control, sealed in a silk-lined box, and needing the utmost care, was now sitting there completely unprotected, bare and exposed on an ordinary cash register counter, with the utmost carelessness imaginable. Watching this scene, the three experts felt their hearts clench so tightly it was as if they were bleeding from the pain. The store was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, with only the gentle hum of the air conditioner's warm air breaking the silence. With solemn expressions and not a hint of casualness, the three experts reached into their briefcases, pulled out specialized dust-free white gloves, and put them on. They also prepared portable professional appraisal tools such as magnifying glasses and small flashlights for measuring light. Zhou Jinghong had brought a black storage box in advance, lined with thick, dark velvet. He placed the box steadily on the counter. In the world of antiques and archaeology, there has always been one strict rule: jade must never be passed from hand to hand. Precious ancient jade must never be passed from hand to hand first, because it's easy to drop, chip, or shatter it second, because the sweat and oils from human hands can erode the jade's patina. The industry rule is that after one person has finished examining it, the jade must be returned to the silk box, and the next person must retrieve it from the box to examine it themselves, ensuring the entire process remains secure and dust-free. With his gloves on and everything ready, Zhou Jinghong was the first to begin the appraisal. He carefully picked up the jade pendant from the counter, cradled it steadily in the palm of his hand, and intently brought a magnifying glass close to examine it. Standing beside him, Yang Yongxing actively assisted, holding a small flashlight and gently and evenly adjusting the angle of the light to help illuminate the details of the jade. The two worked in perfect harmony, scrutinizing it bit by bit and repeatedly verifying every detail of the jade's quality, patterns, and patina. Only after everything had been confirmed did Zhou Jinghong gently place the jade pendant back into the velvet-lined box. Yang Yongxing then stepped forward to take over the examination, while Zhou Jinghong stood by to assist with the light, cooperating throughout the process to carefully verify every detail. After confirming everything was in order, Yang Yongxing also carefully placed the jade pendant back into the box. Finally, Shi Jiahui stepped forward, took out the jade pendant for a thorough re-examination, while Zhou Jinghong assisted by providing additional lighting and used professional tools to complete the final cross-checks and detailed verification. Throughout the process, the three strictly adhered to professional standards, taking turns to examine the piece, conducting layer-by-layer verification, and coordinating with one another. Their movements were steady and deliberate, and they proceeded with the utmost care at every step, fearful of causing even the slightest damage to this precious ancient jade. Once the thorough and meticulous round of inspection and appraisal was complete, Zhou Jinghong's expression grew somber and incredibly solemn. He gazed intently at the jade pendant inside the brocade box, his gaze sweeping inch by inch over every detail of the jade, his expression growing increasingly grave. It was not until quite some time later that he finally spoke slowly, his voice steady and deep. "This is top-tier, special-grade mutton fat white jade, a quality rarely seen even once in 1,000 years. Its creamy luster, oiliness, and translucency are all of the highest caliber I've ever encountered in my lifetime. Most remarkable of all is the aged patina on its surface, moist and rich, with layers of subtle depth, a texture naturally refined over hundreds of years." His fingertips hovered just above the jade pendant, hesitant to make contact, as he continued his detailed appraisal. "Now consider the carving. The chisel work is crisp and fluid, executed in a single, seamless stroke. The lines are understated and reserved, yet they exude a majestic, imperial aura. This is a craft exclusive to the imperial artisans of ancient palaces, something the common people simply cannot replicate. In particular, this hidden pattern of coiling dragons amidst dark clouds is a design reserved exclusively for legitimate emperors. Not only ordinary commoners, but even princes and marquises were not qualified to wear it. This is, without a doubt, a genuine imperial jade pendant of the highest rank." At this point, Zhou Jinghong raised his eyes to look at the other two experts, his tone brimming with absolute certainty. "I can be 100% certain that this is neither a folk imitation nor a later-era replica. It is an authentic piece worn directly on the person of an ancient emperor. Moreover, it is the sole surviving example in the world. There is no record of any identical piece in the nation's current museum collections. It can directly fill a significant gap in the study of ancient jade archaeology in China. Its cultural, historical, and artistic value all place it at the level of a national treasure." Yang Yongxing, standing nearby, nodded repeatedly and added earnestly, "I've just carefully cross-checked the grain, age, and layers of patina. Everything fits together seamlessly and matches perfectly. Moreover, it's preserved so exceptionally well its condition is beyond imagination. Throughout history, there have been very few imperial jade pendants as exquisite and intact as this one. Not a single piece in any museum or private collection on the market can compare to it." Shi Jiahui also agreed in a solemn voice. "The imperial aura of this jade pendant is simply impossible to fake. Its design and composition are flawless. The hidden chronological markings and exclusive totems on the jade are unique symbols of the reigning emperor. There is absolutely no possibility of forgery. This piece is a genuine, time-honored national treasure." After the three of them took turns examining it and cross-verifying their findings, their final conclusion was firmly established, with not a shred of controversy. Zhou Jinghong removed his gloves. His demeanor was serious yet humble, completely devoid of the airs one might expect from a leading authority in the field, as he looked gently at Goldie. "Young lady, our visit tonight is not a private one. We've been commissioned by the State Administration of Cultural Heritage to specifically identify and catalog rare ancient artifacts scattered among the general public. The jade pendant you're holding is of the highest grade and is a rare national treasure under key state protection. According to regulations, we need to officially register it, classify it, and create an archival record. Rest assured, we will never take it for ourselves or keep it privately. All subsequent procedures will be conducted openly and in accordance with official channels, Fully respecting your personal rights, we will absolutely not act improperly. We come here tonight to conduct an on-site verification and create a preliminary record precisely to prevent any mishaps that might occur if this top-tier national treasure were kept in private storage. A dedicated representative will contact you shortly to handle all matters related to the artifact's registration, protection, and archiving in detail. Chapter 35. The Jade Pendant Sold for 1 million. Goldie listened quietly, fully understanding the situation. Her expression remained calm and composed as she nodded slightly. I understand. Thank you all for taking the time to come here. I've always kept this jade pendant in safe custody. It's never been damaged or scratched, nor have I shown it to anyone. I'll fully cooperate with all official verification and registration procedures. Zhou Jinghong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a clear look of approval flickering in his eyes. Having devoted his entire life to the cultural relics industry, he was well accustomed to seeing ordinary people become restless and profit-driven once they came into possession of treasures. In contrast, this young girl before him, despite holding a peerless national treasure, maintained a steady and clear-headed mindset free from greed or delusion, which was truly rare. That you possess such a broad perspective and awareness is a stroke of luck for this artifact. Zhou Jinghong said solemnly. Today, we completed the preliminary physical verification. Upon returning, we'll immediately submit a special report to open the highest-level official channel for you. From here on out, a dedicated national official will handle the entire process. With that, an exclusive channel directly to the nation's highest cultural heritage authority was fully established for Goldie. Goldie tapped her fingertips lightly on the counter, her demeanor open and sincere, and spoke frankly. Professors, I feel that keeping such a precious jade pendant in my possession, simply letting it gather dust, is a terrible waste. Moreover, I don't have sufficient security to safeguard it myself, so it's not very prudent. I'm willing to hand it over to the state. If possible, let us just go through the official acquisition process. Zhou Jinghong paused slightly, then laughed heartily, his candor devoid of any bureaucratic formality. Young lady, I'll be honest with you. Given this jade pendant's condition and rarity, it could easily fetch several million at a public auction. But since this is a national public interest acquisition, we're bound by fiscal budget constraints and can only offer you a maximum of 1 million. The moment those words were spoken, the tiny blind box shop fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Goldie's mind went blank, her heart pounded wildly, and she was completely stunned. 1 million. Just a jade pendant she'd casually traded for an ordinary glass bottle from an emperor of another world. It was actually worth 1 million. For a recent graduate with no steady income, whose shop had been operating at a loss all along, this was a sum so enormous she'd never even dared to dream of it. The massive surprise instantly sent her emotions reeling, and she couldn't contain the wild joy surging within her. But the very next second, the words several million lodged themselves firmly in her mind. She hesitated instantly. That's right, her teacher had said that genuine pieces were extremely rare, and a private auction could easily fetch several million. 1 million versus several million, that's a difference in profit of several times over. To be honest, it would be a lie to say she wasn't tempted. Goldie's mind raced as she wrestled with the decision, torn between options. Earning a few million more could completely transform her life and grant her total financial freedom. But after just a few seconds of calm reflection, she snapped back to reality. The money looked tempting, but the risks were enormous. The origin of this jade pendant was completely unexplainable. It was a secret of the multiverse blind box. Once it entered the private market and fetched an astronomical price, it would inevitably attract countless people to dig deeper, pry into her life, do a deep dive on her, and track her down. By then, the secret behind her blind boxes would almost certainly be exposed, leaving her beset by trouble. Her shop wouldn't run smoothly, her life would be anything but stable, and she might even face unknown dangers. It simply wasn't worth it to risk endless complications just for the sake of greedily making a few million. On the other hand, selling it to the government would only net her 1 million, a much smaller sum, but it would be clean, legal, stable, and backed by official guarantees. No need to live in fear or worry about being exposed. She could run her shop with peace of mind and live a stable life from then on. After weighing the pros and cons for just a few seconds, Goldie came to a clear realization. Rather than the astronomical price of getting rich overnight, she valued long-term stability more. Suppressing the regret and temptation she felt at the thought of such a huge profit, she composed her fluctuating emotions, regained her composure, and nodded calmly. I know its private market value is much higher, it could fetch several million. But I've still chosen to sell it to the government for 1 million. Having it properly preserved in your collection is far more reliable than taking risks by keeping it myself or profiting from it privately. Yang Yongxing immediately chimed in, his tone crisp and decisive. However, we come here today with special temporary acquisition authority granted by the General Administration. There's no need for layer-by-layer reporting or waiting in line for approval. Your piece is a one-of-a-kind, irreplaceable artifact that fills a gap in our collection. It fully meets the criteria for on-site pricing and immediate transaction. Shi Jiahui nodded in agreement. Only ordinary cultural relics require cumbersome approval processes. This piece is of a special category, and the General Administration has already granted special approval. The three of us here have full authority to make the decision on the spot. Zhou Jinghong looked at her earnestly and spoke frankly. If you agree, we'll purchase it for the full 1 million. We'll sign an official, formal agreement right here, transfer the funds directly to your corporate account with real-time settlement, no need to wait for business days, and there will be no taxes or hidden deductions. The entire process will be recorded and archived in the national system. It's legal, compliant, and absolutely secure. Agreed. 1 million it is. Goldie's tone was resolute. Excellent. You're a sharp, level-headed young lady, calm and clear-headed. Zhou Jinghong praised her sincerely, immediately pulling a tablet from his briefcase, opening a dedicated temporary acquisition agreement, and tapping away with his fingertips. We brought the General Administration's exclusive mobile financial system. It's a dedicated fast track for transactions involving rare national treasures. In just half a minute, the electronic agreement with clear, transparent, and compliant terms was drafted, free of any hidden tricks. Goldie quickly skimmed through it, verified the details, and signed her name after confirming everything was correct. Zhou Jinghong reviewed and approved it on the spot, then submitted it directly for financial settlement. The very next second, a bank deposit notification popped up on Goldie's phone. National Cultural Relics Special Acquisition Fund deposit. 1 million yuan. Credited in real time. Seeing the massive sum actually hit her account, Goldie couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curl upward slightly. Her heart was absolutely bursting with joy. Even if she earned a few million less, this 1 million was clean, legitimate money that belonged squarely to her, enough to leave her utterly satisfied. Yang Yongxing looked at the deposit notification and said with a smile, the full amount has been received, and this transaction is now officially effective. From this moment on, this imperial jade pendant becomes part of the national collection, and all your transaction rights and registration records will remain valid permanently. Zhou Jinghong carefully cradled the national treasure jade pendant from the velvet-lined brocade box. His eyes filled with tenderness and solemnity, and spoke earnestly. Comrade Goldie, thank you for voluntarily parting with this heirloom-level national treasure, and willingly sacrificing substantial personal gain to support cultural heritage preservation. The inclusion of this unique artifact in the national collection holds immense value for domestic archaeological research, and the State Administration of Cultural Heritage will forever remember your goodwill and contribution. The 1 million acquisition was finalized on the spot, with the full payment transferred instantly, and the official dedicated coordination channel was fully established. In their hearts, several leading archaeologists were actually secretly surprised and overjoyed. They had assumed the young girl was inexperienced and unaware of the true market value, which was why she had agreed so readily to the 1 million deal. They secretly felt they had struck gold, completely failing to realize that Goldie had just gone through a process of deep deliberation and careful weighing of her options. Chapter 36. The ancient silver ingot with no record in any dynasty's annals. While others tend to get carried away when they strike it rich, Goldie remained level-headed and exceptionally cautious throughout, not daring to draw attention to herself in the slightest. The first thing she did after receiving the huge sum wasn't to splurge, but to file her taxes immediately. While the bigwigs were busy checking documents and registering the jade pendant's details, she quietly slipped into a corner, her fingers flying over her phone as she opened the tax app and dutifully reported the million-yuan income. She paid every cent of tax she owed and followed every step of the process without skipping a single one. Goldie had her priorities perfectly clear. No matter how sudden her wealth, she would never cross the line. Only by earning money honestly, recording it legally and in compliance with regulations, and leaving no shady history behind could she sleep soundly at night. After filing her taxes, she let out a long sigh. Her eyes darted around, and she suddenly realized that several top-tier archaeologists were sitting right there. Why not take advantage of the opportunity? She pretended to be retrieving something from the cash register, but in reality, she was quietly pulling 2 heavy ancient 10 liang ingots of official silver from the space inside her bracelet. This was the silver used by the people of the Great Yong dynasty when opening mystery boxes. It didn't belong to any known dynasty on Earth. Although she had several of these silver ingots, she didn't plan to bring them all out. She took only these 2 to test the waters. "Professors, I have 2 small silver ingots here. Could you take a look for me?" Goldie put on an innocent, bewildered expression as she gently placed the 2 rustic silver ingots on the counter. The experts instinctively glanced up. At that single glance, their eyes all lit up instantly. Another treasure. Their expressions, which had been relatively relaxed just moments ago, suddenly tensed. They all leaned forward in unison, their gazes fixed intently on the silver ingots, their eyes brimming with disbelief. The 2 silver ingots were perfectly shaped, with a rustic yet standard casting technique, conforming to the official 10 liang silver standard. Their surfaces were covered with a blackish-yellow patina that had settled over centuries. They were warm to the touch and substantial, with signs of aging deeply ingrained, a texture of time that modern machine-made replicas could never possibly replicate. But what truly caused the top experts' expressions to grow grave and their minds to be filled with conflict were the reign titles, official mint marks, and decorative motifs engraved on the silver ingots. The 3 experts took turns examining it, repeatedly cross-checking and verifying the details, growing increasingly perplexed the more they looked. These engraved inscriptions, chronological numbers, and official mint marks, despite scouring all known historical records and archaeological accounts of every dynasty in China, could not be matched to any existing records. It does not belong to the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, or Qing dynasties, nor to any obscure regional regimes. It is an unknown ancient silver ingot that exists entirely outside the history of Earth. The silver was genuine, pure ancient silver. The patina, casting marks, pores, and surface texture were all natural characteristics of an aged artifact. It could not possibly be a forgery. Yet the dynasty, the year, and the official seal all lacked any historical documentation. Yang Yongxing, wearing gloves, repeatedly ran his fingers over the patterns on the silver ingot, his expression both excited and solemn. Strange. The silver quality, craftsmanship, and signs of aging. It's 100% an authentic ancient official casting. There is no doubt about it. But as for the reign title and the official signature on it, we've spent our entire careers in this field and combed through every archaeological text. Yet we've never seen any record of it. Another expert added in a solemn voice. The design is that of orthodox imperial official silver. It's in perfect condition, and the only one of its kind in existence, an unknown ancient artifact unrecorded in historical texts. Ordinary antique silver is already rare, but this extinct, untraceable, one-of-a-kind piece, its research and collection value are simply incalculable. The group was absolutely certain. This was neither a modern replica nor a known historical artifact. It was ancient official silver from another world, one that had vanished or had never even appeared in Earth's history. Its rarity was off the charts, making it incredibly precious. Goldie knew exactly what was going on. She was well aware that this was an artifact from the Great Yong of another world. So naturally there would be no records of it on Earth, but she maintained a completely clueless expression. Huh? Is this actually valuable? I always thought it was just ordinary old silver. The experts looked at her, holding this peerless, one-of-a-kind artifact yet completely oblivious to its value, feeling both helpless and sighing in admiration. Precisely because these 2 silver ingots featured prehistoric craftsmanship, lacked historical records, were one-of-a-kind, and impossible to replicate. Their research value far exceeded that of ordinary ancient silver. After careful deliberation, the experts specifically offered an extremely high purchase price for these rare, one-of-a-kind pieces. A single 10 liang ancient silver ingot was valued at 50,000. The 2 together totaled a full 100,000. Keep in mind that 20 liang of ordinary modern silver is worth a mere 4,000. But these 2 ancient silver ingots, unique artifacts from an unknown dynasty, were directly valued by experts as top-tier cultural relics, skyrocketing their price to more than 20 times the market rate. This was already the fairest and most reasonable offer the experts could make after careful deliberation, one that truly reflected their rarity. Goldie appeared calm and composed on the surface, but inside she was over the moon. It was a pure windfall. Both parties quickly finalized the deal, and the 100,000 payment was transferred immediately. At that moment, her bank account balance soared past 1.1 million. With the silver ingot transaction settled, Goldie wiped the smile from her face, adopted a serious expression, lowered her voice, and looked solemnly at the three senior experts as she voiced her most pressing and genuine concern. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a sincere request. I can only ask you to keep this confidential. Please, under no circumstances reveal to anyone that this jade pendant and these silver ingots were purchased from my shop. She had thought this through very clearly and laid all her concerns bare. If you experts in the field can pinpoint my little shop so precisely by following livestream traces, online clues, and transaction records, then countless netizens, busybodies, curiosity-seeking bloggers, and speculators across the internet will likewise be able to trace my information online. That would only put me in even greater danger. I'm just an ordinary young woman who runs a shop and occasionally live streams. I have no means of protecting myself. Once word gets out online that I once possessed a mysterious, priceless antique not recorded in any historical texts, and that I completed a large transaction for it, netizens won't even need to investigate. Using image recognition, tracing my live streams, and digging up local clues, they'll easily pinpoint my shop's address and personal information. Then, countless people will come to check it out, snoop around, and dig deeper into my personal details. There are so many envious people out there. I'm really afraid it will endanger my personal safety, and I'm also afraid my shop will be harassed or targeted by scam artists, making it completely impossible to run my business normally. After saying this, she carefully explained the official line she had prepared in advance. So from now on, whether it's online buzz or industry insiders inquiring about the artifact's origins, please make sure to stick to the same story when speaking to the public. At the time, I only caught a brief glimpse through the live stream camera. The image was blurry and the details incomplete. After making a special trip to examine it in person, I discovered that the jade pendant's actual value is only around 20,000. It's just an ordinary, high-quality craft item, not a genuine ancient artifact at all. After hearing these words, the bigwigs instantly saw the light and fully understood her concerns. Having worked in the field for many years, they were well acquainted with the chaos in the antiquities circle and the investigative prowess of netizens. They also witnessed cases where ordinary people, after becoming overnight millionaires, were subjected to doxing and relentless harassment. Moreover, this silver ingot had no documented history, and its origins were shrouded in mystery. Once exposed, it would undoubtedly trigger a frenzy of online scrutiny and in-depth industry investigations. The consequences would be unimaginable. The young girl, despite her tender age and possession of multiple priceless treasures, remained humble and free from greed. Her first priority was her personal safety and privacy, a level of foresight and rationality that was truly rare. Chapter 37. Who knew there was so much gold and silver stashed at home? Yang Yongxing immediately nodded solemnly, his tone exceptionally earnest. Child, we understand. You've thought this through very thoroughly. You're absolutely right. These two items are far too special, especially this nameless ancient silver. If the truth were to leak out, it would bring endless trouble for a young girl like you. It's just too dangerous. Rest assured, the three of us will keep our mouths shut tight. We won't reveal a single detail about their origin. We'll stick to a unified story across the entire internet, just as you said. We'll claim it was a mistake during the live stream, a high-quality replica worth 20,000 yuan. We'll completely erase all traces of you. All transaction details for the silver ingot and jade pendant, their cultural relic characteristics, and the secrets of the unknown dynasty. Will keep everything strictly confidential and ensure no one traces it back to you. With these solemn assurances from the three leading experts, Goldie's heart finally settled. The experts packed away the ancient silver ingot and jade pendant and left the small shop. Goldie closed the door to her blind box shop, and the place instantly fell silent. She was the only one left in the entire room. The composure and calm Goldie had maintained in front of everyone just moments ago finally gave way. She jumped up and began dancing around the empty store, unable to hide the joy shining in her eyes. She checked her bank balance over and over again, her lips curling into an unstoppable smile as a wave of ecstasy washed over her. A massive million had just hit her account. She had already dutifully reported every penny of this money on her taxes, so she didn't have to worry about any trouble. Her path to sudden wealth had finally, completely, and utterly opened up. That's just how people are after a rush of extreme excitement. Their minds actually start racing countless times faster than usual. Goldie's mind raced, and in a flash of inspiration, she suddenly devised a brilliant money-making strategy that was sure to turn a profit. She silently calculated in her mind. The blind box system only cares about collecting silver. It doesn't distinguish between ancient and modern silver. Nor does it care whether an item is an antique or has collectible value. From start to finish, it only considers the intrinsic value of the item itself. Isn't that a massive loophole? From now on, she'd use ordinary modern silver to cover all the system's commission deductions. All the silver ingots and bars she collected from the ancient world would never be used to fulfill system tasks. She'd sell them all as antiques at a high price. Take the 10 taels of silver ingots she'd acquired today, for example. Sold as an antique, this single ancient silver ingot could easily fetch 50,000 yuan. And with 50,000 yuan at the bank, she could directly purchase over 200 liang of modern pure silver. Even if ancient silver ingots became less rare in the future and couldn't fetch 50,000 yuan each, even if she sold them for just 10,000 yuan apiece, the profit margin would still be massive. No matter how you look at it, it's a huge windfall. Once she fully grasped the ins and outs of it, Goldie's eyes lit up astonishingly, and her whole being radiated a clear sense of elation. The only pity was that all the ancient silver she'd acquired earlier had been confiscated by the blind box system long ago. The blind box system stated that it had been uniformly submitted to the multiverse marketplace's main system and could never be retrieved. Even Mu Chongfeng's jade pendant had been confiscated along with the rest, and it had already appeared on the multiverse marketplace. The more Goldie thought about it, the more she regretted it. If she'd kept that jade pendant until now and sold it as a collectible antique, she could have made at least tens of thousands of yuan a surefire, risk-free profit. What a wasted opportunity. Regret aside, her heart was filled with anticipation. Tomorrow would be the 4th day since she opened her shop, and it just so happened to be the day she'd open a new multiverse blind box. As soon as she bought some modern silver, she'd go open the new multiverse blind box. She was brimming with curiosity, wondering if this time she'd unbox a divine artifact from another realm, a heirloom treasure, a god-defying artifact, or a one-of-a-kind relic from another world unrecorded in any historical texts. With over 1 million in her pocket, Goldie locked up the shop and headed home, her heart full of joy. As soon as she walked in the door, her parents asked her, as usual, about how business had gone at the shop that day and how the livestream had gone. This time, Goldie didn't hold anything back. She decided to spill the beans on everything. She told her parents the whole story. Her blind box shop could connect to ancient times, and the silver ingots and jade pendants she obtained from people of the past could all be sold for high prices. In just 3 short days, she had amassed a fortune of over 1 million. After finishing her story, Goldie made a sweeping gesture and transferred 300,000 each to her father and mother. 2 consecutive bank deposit notifications popped up on her phone. Chen Jinshou and Jean Manchong stared at the screen, completely stunned. They sat there dumbfounded for a long while, unable to recover from the shock. Taking advantage of her parents' shock, Goldie explained the money-making plan she had devised. She planned to go to the bank the next day to stock up on modern silver, specifically to fulfill the system's cash register tasks, while keeping all the ancient silverware to sell as antiques. As soon as Chen Jinshou heard her daughter wanted to spend money to stockpile silver, she immediately waved her hand and said calmly, "Don't go to the bank. We have some in our safe at home, just take that for now." No sooner had she finished speaking than Jean Manchong turned and walked into the bedroom, opened the family safe, and carried out a large pile of old silver bars and small heirloom silver ingots that had been tucked away at the bottom of the safe. Chen Jinshou also dug out items she had treasured for many years, all kinds of silver bracelets and necklaces, as well as heavy, solid gold bracelets and small gold bars, and brought them all out in one go. Gold and silver jewelry of all sizes, along with silver and gold bars, filled the entire bed, their brilliance so dazzling it made one's eyes water. Goldie quickly fetched a small scale and began weighing each item one by one to calculate their market value. The more she calculated, the wider her mouth gaped finally. She was so stunned that her eyes widened in shock, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my goodness! When you add it all up, this gold and silver is actually worth over 1 million. In all my years, I had no idea our family was hiding such a huge fortune." Chen Jinshou slowly gathered the jewelry from the bed, while explaining with a smile, "You were too young back then. If you'd known early on that our family had all these valuable treasures stashed away, your mind would have wandered off long ago. We were afraid you'd lose all interest in your studies and spend every day thinking about these treasures. So your father and I kept it a secret from you. You're our only daughter, and all our family's assets will be yours sooner or later. Now is the perfect time to hand them over to you early, so you can use them to keep your business running." After hearing her parents' words, Goldie felt a warm, swelling sensation in her heart. Right in front of her parents, she focused her mind and waved her hand. All the gold and silver items her parents had hoarded and treasured for most of their lives vanished into thin air in an instant, all neatly stored away in her storage bracelet. Hearing it from their daughter was one thing, seeing it with their own eyes and experiencing it firsthand was quite another. The couple was completely dumbfounded and couldn't recover for quite some time. To make sure it wasn't an illusion, they insisted that Goldie take the items out and put them back in repeatedly, testing it several times over. Jean Manchong, filled with wonder, couldn't help but tease her. "Sweetheart, do you have any more of these treasures? Could you get one for Dad, too?" Her mother also looked envious, her eyes brimming with desire. Chapter 38. The Emperor of Great Yong goes incognito to explore the harem. Goldie was amused by her parents' adorable reactions and seized the moment to extend an invitation. "Mom and Dad, take a day off tomorrow and come visit my store. You can each open 3 of my multiverse blind boxes. If we're lucky enough to get a rare treasure, our whole family won't have to work a day in the rest of our lives. We'll be rolling in money just by opening blind boxes." She went on to explain the situation to her parents in detail. Although the system has a mandatory monthly sales target of 100 orders, we've already completed 30 orders in just 3 days. At this rate, we'll have absolutely no trouble meeting it. Jean Manchong and Chen Jinsho felt their hearts flutter as they listened. The more they thought about it, the more lucrative and tempting the idea seemed. But their family's braised meat shop couldn't run without them. Closing it for an entire day would result in too much waste and loss. After discussing it for a long time, the couple finally decided that only one of them would take time off each day to help out at the blind box shop and open some blind boxes. Just as the couple had agreed to take turns going to the store to open blind boxes, the system, which had been silent for half a day, suddenly spoke out loudly in Goldie's mind. "Host, this plan won't work. There must be only you, the sole modern person in the entire store, for guests from another world to enter through the spatial portal. If any other modern person remains in the store beforehand, the spatial portal will be immediately sealed, and the ancient people won't be able to enter to make purchases. Additionally, your parents aren't destined to open the blind boxes. They can't open the multiverse blind box on their own." Goldie froze on the spot and couldn't help but argue with the system in her mind. "When Mu Chongfeng came to the store earlier, my second aunt came by to deliver a boxed meal, and the delivery guy dropped off rice and flour. There were constantly outsiders coming in and out of the store, yet he still managed to enter just fine. Didn't he?" The system calmly explained the difference. The sequence was different that time. Mu Chongfeng, the visitor from the past, stepped into the store first. As long as a visitor from another realm successfully enters the store, the number of modern people coming and going afterward has no effect. But if modern people are already waiting inside the store, the spatial portal cannot form, and visitors from another realm won't be able to come at all. Having understood the hidden rules of running the store, Goldie turned to her parents and carefully instructed them. The system just explained the rules. Only I, as a modern person, can be inside the store for the spacetime portal to open. You must not arrive at the blind box store early if there are other modern people inside. The ancient visitors won't be able to enter. If you want to see the ancient guests, just wait in the live stream. They look just like ordinary people, it's just that their clothing and style are in an ancient style. After clarifying the entry restrictions, Goldie, still clinging to a sliver of hope, secretly asked the system if it could make an exception and let her parents open the multiverse blind box themselves. In an instant, the system's cold voice rang in her mind. The multiverse blind box can only be opened by those with a karmic connection between the present world and the other world. Those without such a connection cannot see the physical blind box. Even if they stand right in front of the shelf, they can only watch it on your live stream. Your parents are not on the list of those destined to open it, but as the host's closest relatives, I can make an exception. I'll allocate 3 of your daily unboxing slots, 1 every 3 days, to each of your parents, granting them a total of 3 chances to open a multiverse blind box. Goldie suddenly understood. Although her parents didn't have their own dedicated slots, and opening a multiverse blind box would count toward her own quota, this was the greatest concession the system could offer. Allowing her parents to experience opening a multiverse blind box firsthand was far better than having them watch enviously from behind a screen. She immediately explained the store's rules, as well as the conditions and restrictions for this special exception, to her parents in full detail. The 3 of them gathered to discuss the matter in detail and quickly settled on the best plan. Their family's braised meat shop would operate as usual, so their main livelihood wouldn't be disrupted. During their free time, they log into the live stream to monitor the shop's operations, ensuring they be aware of any developments on Goldie's end at any time. Once the multiverse blind box refreshed tomorrow, Goldie wouldn't open one herself right away instead. She'd give her mom priority to use this unboxing opportunity. 3 days later, it would be Dad's turn to open a blind box. Over here, Goldie's family was filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting tomorrow's unboxing to see if luck would be on their side. Meanwhile, in the Great Yong Dynasty, Emperor Xiao Jingyuan had just unboxed a huge haul of rare treasures from the Multiverse Blind Box store today. It was all incredibly exciting. With nothing else to do, he took out these treasures one by one to admire and handle them. As he looked, his gaze fell on two new items: the mind-reading headphones and the invisibility cloak. A thought struck him, and he decided to test out these two treasures right away. Xiao Jingyuan slipped on the invisibility cloak, put on the mind-reading headphones, and slipped silently out of his private chambers. Eunuch Defu, who was standing guard at the entrance to the chamber, was secretly slacking off, muttering to himself. His Majesty is currently engrossed in examining those newly acquired treasures. He certainly won't need my service for a while. I'd better find a place to sit down and rest for a bit. Running back and forth all day has nearly worn my legs thin. While Eunuch Defu was slacking off and zoning out, Xiao Jingyuan walked right past him without a care. Amazingly, Defu didn't even lift an eyelid. He didn't notice a thing. The Emperor passed right by him without stirring the slightest breeze. The invisibility was nothing short of perfect. Xiao Jingyuan was instantly intrigued and decided to seize the opportunity to secretly explore the entire harem. He was determined to see for himself what these concubines, who were usually so dignified, docile, and well-mannered in his presence, were really like behind closed doors. His first stop was the Empress's bedchamber. The Empress's chambers were warm and cozy, at just the right temperature. At that moment, the Empress was huddled with a few of her closest maids, whispering about something in hushed tones, her voice brimming with anticipation. The Empress whispered, "First thing tomorrow morning, we'll leave the palace and head straight to that Multiverse Blind Box store. That place offers incredible opportunities. We simply must try our luck there. Remember to bring plenty of silver." The maids standing nearby all murmured their agreement, each brimming with anticipation. While the Empress appeared calm and composed on the surface, she was secretly worried. "I've heard that these blind boxes are all about personal luck. What if I go and don't get anything, while the other concubines all win treasures and have great luck? People gossip behind my back, saying I'm unworthy of my position as Empress? Never mind, there's no use worrying about that. I've heard there's a limited number of blind boxes each day. Let us just go and see. I absolutely must get there early tomorrow. If I'm late, I'm afraid I won't even be able to secure a spot." Xiao Jingyuan, hiding nearby, heard every word clearly and understood perfectly. So even the Empress herself was so preoccupied with that mysterious multiverse blind box shop. After observing the Empress, Xiao Jingyuan turned and headed straight for the palace of Consort Li, who was currently the most favored concubine. The moment Xiao Jingyuan stepped into Consort Li's chambers, a heady, sultry fragrance washed over him. The charcoal fire blazed fiercely within, radiating such intense warmth that it nearly spilled out of the room. Consort Li was reclining lazily on a soft couch, clad in a sheer, flowing nightgown. Her eyes sparkled with desire. Her posture alluring. She looked pitifully vulnerable and gentle as water, exceptionally alluring. Standing by the couch was a tall, well-proportioned eunuch, who was bowing and carefully massaging Consort Li's legs. His movements were stiff and awkward, and he appeared extremely nervous. In the quiet hall, the only sound was Consort Li's soft, gentle moan, a sound so seductive it seeped to the very marrow. Xiao Jingyuan had been watching quietly, but Consort Li's filthy, explicit inner thoughts instantly seeped into his ears, word for word. Chapter 39. The Emperor is cuckolded. Xiao Jingyuan had been watching quietly, but Consort Li's filthy, explicit inner thoughts instantly seeped into his ears, word for word. What's this fool dawdling for? Hurry up and take the initiative. I can't wait any longer. Do I really have to lower myself and make the first move? I've already sent all the palace maids and eunuchs out of the palace. Not a single outsider is left. It's perfectly safe. Hurry up and make love to me properly. Better yet, do it hard. Get rid of this bastard in my belly once and for all. If I can't get rid of it in one go, it's no big deal. I'll just take an abortion potion myself later. I absolutely cannot let this filthy thing ruin my future. Xiao Jingyuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and rage flared up in his heart with a whoosh. He simply couldn't believe it. The Consort Li, who was usually so delicate, docile, and utterly dependent on him in his presence, was actually so depraved and vicious behind his back. She was even carrying another man's child. Before he could suppress his rage, the eunuch massaging her leg as fear and panic spilled out, filled with helplessness and dread. It's over, it's over. Consort Lies's gaze is so strange. She isn't planning to make me do that kind of indecent thing with her. Is she? This is terrifying. That's a capital offense for corrupting the palace. If anyone finds out, not only will I die, but my entire family will be executed and our clan wiped out. But if I dare refuse, given Consort Lies's ruthlessness, she'll definitely not spare me. I'm just a lowly guard. I really don't understand why she's set her sights on me of all people. I don't have the guts for this. Nor am I destined to enjoy such a fate. That guard who was previously involved with Consort Lie died silently in the palace long ago. Not even his remains were ever found. I really don't want to die. Right now, my whole body is stiff. I don't dare move a muscle. My body is completely beyond my control. I can't react at all. But what if I don't obey her? Will she silence me on the spot, kill me right then and there? The inner monologues of Consort Lie and the guard posing as a eunuch intertwined, causing Xiao Jingyuan's blood to boil and rage to surge to his head. Just then, Consort Lie completely lost her patience. She reached out with her small, fair hand and reached beneath the fake eunuch. The moment her hand made contact, her anger flared instantly, and she cursed bitterly in her heart. What a useless coward! What a waste of such a tall, strapping frame. Good thing I planned ahead and slipped an aphrodisiac into his tea. He'll have no choice but to comply later. Today, I'm gonna milk him dry. If he obeys me, I'll spare his life for now, but if he dares to disobey or resist even slightly, I'll have him dragged to the lake and drowned. No one will ever know, and no one will be able to trace it. Every word of Consort Lies's inner monologue was cutting and venomous. Xiao Jingyuan, hidden nearby, was so enraged that a chill ran through his body. The fury in his chest was on the verge of exploding. He, the mighty emperor of Great Yong, the sovereign of the realm, had actually been cuckolded by his most favored concubine. Not only had she brought debauchery into the palace, but she was also carrying a bastard child and treating human life as worthless. She was utterly brazen and shameless. But now, clad in his invisibility robe and completely hidden, he had no choice but to force himself to suppress this overwhelming fury. He could not reveal himself to expose her true nature. Xiao Jingyuan fiercely suppressed the surging malevolence within him and quietly made up his mind. A woman of such unbridled depravity and viciousness would always be a major threat to the harem if left alive. This incident is far too shameful. It must not be made public under any circumstances. In due time, he would quietly find a plausible pretext, directly bestow upon her a cup of poisoned wine, and silently put an end to her once and for all. As for that guard, he would leave his fate to the heavens. He could only hope the Consort Lie wouldn't have him killed outright. Xiao Jingyuan forced down the rage boiling within him, turned, and left Consort Lies's palace, not wanting to cast another glance at that filthy place. After calming himself slightly, he proceeded to Consort Xian's bedchamber. In stark contrast to the opulent, stifling heat of Consort Lies's palace, Consort Xian's quarters were quiet and desolate, exuding an air of loneliness and desolation. Consort Xian sat alone on the edge of her bed. Her gentle, delicate face was utterly still, yet her eyes were already brimming with scalding tears. Large tears rolled silently down her cheeks, revealing her unhidden sense of grievance and bitterness. Her mind was filled with inextricable sorrow. His Majesty really hasn't visited my palace in far too long. Have I truly grown old? Has my beauty faded from what it once was, so that I no longer catch His Majesty's eye and hold no appeal whatsoever? My family back home is pressuring me day after day, closing in on me at every turn, insisting that I bear a prince, that I use the imperial bloodline to solidify my family's power and status. But now His Majesty's favor has waned, and he rarely sets foot in my palace. When I gave birth to the second princess, I damaged my vital energy. My body has long been severely depleted. How could I possibly conceive a royal heir now? Yet, if I continue to fail to bear a prince, my family intends to send my younger sister, who is only 14, into the palace. She is only 14. At an age when she should be carefree and living a happy life. How can she be trapped within these palace walls, wasting her life away? This inner palace is the most grueling and ruthless place of all. I've endured so many years here, suffering every kind of torment. I've had enough, and I'm terrified. Under no circumstances can I let my innocent and pure little sister retrace the same path I've walked, one filled with regret and suffering. But what on earth am I supposed to do? I really have no other options left. Hearing the Xian Fei's heartfelt words, filled with grievance and helplessness, Xiao Jingyuan's heart gave a slight jolt, and he was instantly overcome with guilt. He had always devoted himself entirely to state affairs, and had indeed neglected this gentle, unassuming consort Xian, who never vied for his favor. He had never realized that, in private, she had been bearing such immense pressure and grievances. After visiting Consort Xian, Xiao Jingyuan proceeded to Consort Chi's quarters. Consort Chi's palace was cold and desolate. There were only a few embers left in the brazier, and the room was freezing. Frowning, she soothed the little princess in her arms, her heart full of worry. I simply can't go on like this. It's one thing for me to make do with a vegetarian diet every day, but the child is at a critical stage of growth and can't even get a taste of meat. It's certain that the imperial kitchen and the steward have secretly withheld my allotted charcoal, diverting it all to curry favor with the favored consort Li. I want to go to the Empress to air my grievances, but the imperial kitchen falls under His Majesty's jurisdiction. If I file a complaint, it would only put the Empress in a difficult position. The Empress saved my daughter and me. I absolutely cannot drag her into this. I might as well take the child somewhere else tomorrow to scrounge for a meal. Noble Lady Su is generous and kind-hearted. If we go to her, the child will at least get a proper meal. Xiao Jingyuan hid nearby and listened quietly, taking every detail to heart. He seethed inwardly. I never imagined that in my harem, there would still be concubines living in such dire straits, to the point where even a little princess can't get a bite of meat. These servants are getting bolder and bolder. They actually dare to skim rations on their own and bully people. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Xiao Jingyuan then made his way to the chambers of noble Lady Su, whom Consort Chi had mentioned. Chapter 40. Qian Jinxiu opens the all-purpose kitchen. Consort Su's palace was elegant, clean, warm, and comfortable. The food was exquisite, and her provisions were plentiful in every respect. She sat leisurely, taking small, careful bites of the delicate pastries while smiling as her personal maidservant counted the thick stack of silver notes on the table, her eyes brimming with contentment and relief.
Consort Su reflected silently to herself.
Thank goodness my father is capable and skilled in business. He sends a steady stream of silver into the palace to cover my expenses. I have no favor from the emperor, no children. I'm just an inconspicuous, low-ranking consort with no one to rely on in these deep palace walls. If it weren't for the money from my family to fall back on, I would have been bullied to death long ago. I simply couldn't have lived here in peace. Only with silver by my side can I live without worry about food and clothing and lead a peaceful life. Xiao Jingyuan visited the quarters of several more consorts in quick succession, and he heard clearly and distinctly the true thoughts hidden in the hearts of the imperial consorts, as well as the diverse circumstances and situations they each faced. Some were depraved and malicious, acting with utter impunity. Others were filled with grievances, unable to control their own destinies. Still others were strapped for cash, struggling to make ends meet. And there were those who held silver in their hands, seeking only to live in peace and safety. What alarmed him most was that a newly appointed noble lady turned out to be a spy planted in the palace by a foreign nation. Xiao Jingyuan broke out in a cold sweat from the shock. Fortunately, he had not favored this noble lady, or he would never have known how he would have met his end. Looking at the scene before him, Xiao Jingyuan suddenly realized that beneath the opulent and seemingly harmonious facade of the harem, schemes and conspiracies lurked everywhere. Human nature was unpredictable, and the danger far exceeded anything he had ever imagined. Fortunately, he had been lucky enough to draw 2 valuable items from the mystery box: an invisibility cloak and a mind-reading headset, which could be considered a blessing from heaven. From now on, he would use these 2 treasures to thoroughly reform the harem and purge the chaos from the imperial court. After returning to the palace, Emperor Xiao Jingyuan of Daong lay awake all night, his mind consumed with plans to reform the imperial court and the harem. Meanwhile, Qian Jinxiu in the modern world was also tossing and turning, unable to sleep, her thoughts fixated all night on what treasures she might draw from the multiverse blind box. The next day, at the first light of dawn, Qian Jinxiu eagerly dragged Goldie to the blind box store, not even stopping for breakfast. Goldie pushed open the store's door and immediately spotted the brand new black multiverse blind boxes on the shelves, neatly arranged by size. She casually counted them. There were exactly 11, one more than usual. The system's notification sound rang out at just the right moment. Host, when you and your family open multiverse blind boxes, it doesn't count toward your system task quota, so you're receiving an extra one today. Reminder: you receive no commission when family members open boxes. Goldie nodded in agreement right away. She turned to her mom and began explaining the pattern she'd figured out over the past few days. The smaller the multiverse blind box, the higher the chance of getting a good item. Those bulky treasures are all compressed and stored inside spatial eggs. This advanced storage technology far surpasses the current world's standards. Even a random treasure is worth far more than the 10 taels of silver it costs to open the box. Qian Jinsho, listening nearby, immediately picked out the smallest blind box after hearing this analysis. Goldie silently pleaded with the system in her heart. System, please, please, give my mom something good. Don't let her open an empty box. You can deduct the silver from my spatial pocket, but use some modern silver first. It's purer. The system has always responded better to kindness than to force, so it went out of its way to grant the hostess' request. Qian Jinsho casually said to the mystery box, "Open." The lid popped open, and as expected, inside was a small, lustrous spatial egg. This spatial egg contained its own independent space, housing a fully automated, all-purpose kitchen. This kitchen was incredibly practical when not in use. It could be fully stowed inside the spatial egg, taking up absolutely no space. At the owner's command, the entire setup would automatically extend, adapting to the layout of the location, and instantly assemble into a complete, standardized kitchen ready for use whether placed in an open area of the courtyard or any room. The entire cooking process requires no human intervention. Once the meal is ready, the walls and floors automatically return to a spotless state, and all food waste dissolves on the spot. No cleanup is needed at all. Most amazing of all is its foolproof smart cooking feature. Simply prepare the basic ingredients, and even if you have absolutely no cooking skills, the smart system will autonomously pair them and cook them to perfection, serving up a complete meal straight from the pot. The system adds an explanatory note. Host, I specially selected this item from the multiverse marketplace because it's the best fit for your mother. From now on, when she braises food, she'll never have to worry about the braising liquid boiling over or the safety hazard of forgetting to turn off the stove while she is busy. Goldie quickly thanked the system in her heart, then asked curiously, System, does that mean you specially select the first mystery box for every customer who comes to the store? Not exactly. Of each customer's 3-box opening allowances, only the first blind box is specifically curated by the system to match their needs. The remaining 2 are entirely random, determined by personal luck. Currently, the store has few customers, so the system has the time to personally arrange this first box perk for each one in the future. As foot traffic increases, all blind boxes will be completely random, and what you ultimately receive will depend entirely on your own luck. Qian Jinsho cradled the warm spatial egg, unable to put it down, and had already made up her mind. As soon as she got back, she would set up this all-purpose kitchen in the braised meat courtyard. From then on, preparing braised dishes and cooking meals for the whole family would completely free up her hands. Filled with joy, Qian Jinsho hopped on her electric scooter and hurried back to her family's braised meat shop. She rushed straight into the back kitchen. She cleaned this kitchen thoroughly every day, and while it looked spotless, years of braising meat had left a layer of stubborn grease in the corners that was impossible to wipe away completely. Especially the stove and range hood. The grease was so thick and heavy that no amount of scrubbing could make them truly clean. These were the most headache-inducing spots in her daily routine. Looking at the room filled with kitchenware, pots, pans, and utensils, Qian Jinsho began to have her doubts. She wasn't sure if this newly activated fully automated all-purpose kitchen could be placed and put into use directly on top of her existing kitchen. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to take a chance and activated the spatial egg, releasing the smart kitchen. In the next instant, the brand new smart kitchen slowly unfolded, steadily covering the original old-fashioned kitchen. Qian Jinsho stood to the side, watching in amazement. The pots, pans, kitchenware, and miscellaneous items that had been right before her eyes all vanished into thin air. She had no idea where they'd been stored, and the entire kitchen instantly became spacious and tidy. Curious, Qian Jinsho immediately raised her hand to retract the smart kitchen. The magical scene played out once more. All the items that had just vanished returned to their exact original positions, with their placement and appearance unchanged, not a single detail out of place. Now completely reassured, she deployed the fully automatic all-purpose kitchen once more and moved closer to examine and explore it in detail. Chapter 41. Even the Empress opens a mystery box. Qian Jinsho quickly figured out the pattern. Everyday essentials like soy sauce, salt, spices, and various seasonings were all left out in the open. Ready for immediate use, only large, idle kitchen appliances and infrequently used tools were automatically covered and stowed away by the smart kitchen, without interfering with normal operations in the slightest. This smart kitchen was clearly divided into distinct zones, operating like an assembly line with an extremely well-defined division of labor. The first zone was the washing area. No matter what ingredients were tossed in, no manual effort or water control required, the machine would automatically wash them spotless, processing them entirely according to food safety standards. After washing, the ingredients would automatically move on to the cutting zone. The cutting zone was incredibly precise. All ingredients were cut to uniform sizes and consistent thicknesses. Immediately afterward, the ingredients are automatically fed into the cooking zone. The entire process runs on an assembly line, requiring no human intervention from start to finish. Once cooking is complete, the kitchen automatically plates and serves the food, making the process incredibly hassle-free. Chen Jinxiu repeatedly activated and deactivated the system, testing it 2 or 3 times in a row. The more she tried it, the more satisfied she became, and a smile never left her face. Before long, Jean Manchong returned with a tricycle loaded to the brim with fresh ingredients. Chen Jinxiu decided to demonstrate the Smart Kitchen's retraction and extension functions twice more right in front of him, showing her husband the process each time. Jean Manchong watched in awe, his mind filled with amazement and anticipation, and he couldn't help but wonder to himself, in a few days it'll be my turn to open a mystery box. I wonder what kind of mind-blowing gadget I'll get. The couple placed the prepared ingredients one by one into the Smart Kitchen's washing area. Though this section didn't look very large, it seemed to hide a boundless hidden space inside. No matter how many chickens, ducks, fish, meats, or assorted side dishes and seasonings they piled in, it accommodated everything perfectly without looking the least bit crowded. Before long, all the ingredients were fully and automatically cleaned. Even the hardest to clean whole pig's head was scrubbed spotless, with not a single stray hair left on its surface. The cleaned ingredients moved along the conveyor track into the cutting zone. The pig's head was completely deboned, and the chicken feet's claws were neatly trimmed one by one. Every piece of ingredient was cut to a uniform size and thickness, presenting a very neat and uniform appearance. The processed ingredients were then sent to the cooking area, where they were precisely lowered into the thick, secret recipe braising broth, marking the official start of the braising process. The Smart Kitchen precisely controlled the braising time for each type of ingredient, adding them to the pot in batches according to their cooking difficulty and flavor absorption needs, with the sequence never once out of order. On a typical day, they get up early to prepare, and it takes at least until 11 a.m. for an entire pot of braised goods to be fully cooked and infused with flavor. But today, thanks to the Smart Kitchen, all processes were completed automatically, and everything was perfectly braised by just past 9 a.m., saving a full 2 hours. Even more impressive is the kitchen's smart temperature control feature. As long as the desired level of doneness and flavor absorption are set in advance, even if the ingredients simmer from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. a full 2 hours, the braising broth remains at a constant temperature, just below a rolling boil. The ingredients won't be overcooked or fall apart due to excessive heat, nor will the meat become so soft that it falls off the bone or lose its shape from prolonged simmering. It's as if a pause button were pressed the moment all the ingredients in the pot reached their optimal texture, securely locking in both flavor and appearance, fully infused with flavor yet still flawlessly presented. After Chen Jinxiu left following the blind box event, Goldie quickly tidied up the shop and casually launched her live stream. Her multiverse blind box store opened right on time. It was just dawn, far too early, and most netizens were still sound asleep in their beds. Not even online yet. The live stream was deserted, with only a dozen or so night owls hanging around. Goldie gave a casual greeting to the camera and was just about to order takeout for breakfast when the shop's very first customer burst right in. No one could have imagined that the very first customer of the day, the one to kick things off with a bang, would be someone whose status was off the charts. The reigning empress of the Great Yong dynasty. Yesterday, after eunuch Defu returned from the shop, he told the empress all about the outrageous and magical things happening at this blind box store. With stories of mind-blowing treasures and all sorts of extraordinary adventures, the empress couldn't help but feel a tingle of excitement. Most importantly, Defu had specifically warned her that this little shop, Multiverse Blind Box, had extremely limited stock. If she waited too long, it would be gone. So early this morning, before the emperor had even concluded his court session, the empress led a procession of palace maids and the crown princess out of the palace, heading straight for this legendary Multiverse Blind Box shop. But as soon as they arrived, an utterly absurd scene left everyone speechless. The palace maids, attendants, and the crown princess's consort all followed closely behind the empress. Not a half step apart, yet something bizarre happened. Out of the entire group, Only the Empress could see the blind box shop right in front of them. As far as the others could see, there was nothing but a dilapidated, run-down shack, bare and empty. Completely oblivious to the stunned expressions of her entourage, the Empress raised her hand to part the transparent curtain and strode into the small shop. The very next second, the moment her figure crossed the threshold, she vanished right on the spot. Everyone outside froze instantly, staring intently at the seemingly ordinary, dilapidated little shop, filled with fear and astonishment, completely dumbfounded. But royal protocol was ingrained in their very bones. No one dared to make a sound. They could only stifle their shock, breathing as quietly as possible, leaving the entire procession deathly silent. Inside, the shop was warm and cozy. Today, Goldie was wearing a light, modernized Hanfu outfit that made her look fresh and lively, exceptionally pleasing to the eye. This outfit was a world apart from the heavy, ornate court robes of the great Yong imperial palace. Free of cluttered, flashy patterns, the skirt's hem was clean and crisp, making it a joy to look at. The soft fabric complemented her bright eyes and clear brows, giving her a pure and radiant aura, infused with a lively vitality cultivated in the streets. The more one looked at her, the more pleasing she became. A crisp electronic chime rang out in the shop. "Welcome!" Goldie turned at the sound and immediately saw a dignified and majestic figure walking slowly into the store. It was the Empress of Daeong. Goldie's heart skipped a beat. Wow! That beauty and that aura are off the charts. She embodies the authentic grace of a queen. The ancient beauties in TV dramas would be completely outshone by her. The Empress's beauty was absolutely top tier. Eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like stars, and a pair of phoenix-like eyes that were serene yet majestic, exuding an aura befitting the mother of the nation. Her beauty was dignified and grand. Without a hint of vulgarity, every gesture exuded the poise of a nation's first lady. Her hair was pulled up into a high bun, adorned with pearls and jade in just the right places. A crimson gold hairpin, a milky white jade hairpin, and a gemstone step shaker. Everything was in place, shimmering with light and radiating opulence. Each piece of jewelry represented the pinnacle of craftsmanship and was of the finest quality, truly the ultimate imperial ensemble. The imperial phoenix robe she wore was even more breathtaking. Layers of the finest cloud brocade were stacked upon one another, and the dragon and phoenix patterns subtly embroidered on the fabric shimmered faintly under the lights. The fabric was smooth and delicate, the color scheme solemn and dignified. Far from appearing cumbersome, the intricate design actually accentuated her upright posture and dignified bearing. Every movement exuded imperial majesty, a grandeur beyond words. The moment the Empress stepped into the store, the live stream, which had previously had only a dozen or so viewers, saw its audience surge instantly. The chat feed was instantly flooded with comments, so dense it was impossible to read them all. Holy crap, they actually updated this early in the morning? I thought yesterday's Emperor was just a scripted publicity stunt. That beauty, that aura, it's definitely the Empress herself. Yesterday the Emperor, today the Empress. This tiny blind box shop is pulling out all the stops. Look at all that jewelry on her head. So exquisite and beautiful. It looks just like the real thing. Chapter 42. The Empress unboxes the rainbow-colored robe. Elsewhere, upon hearing this unfamiliar yet crisp greeting, the Empress's eyes paused for a moment. She had long heard of the mysterious and enigmatic nature of this multiverse blind box shop, so she wasn't the least bit flustered. With just a hint of surprise in her eyes, she calmly looked at Goldie standing before her. Her gaze settled on Goldie as she carefully examined the modified Hanfu the other was wearing. The style and cut of this outfit were unlike anything she had ever seen, completely different from all the clothing regulations of the Great Yong dynasty. It lacked the opulent excess of court attire and the intricate elegance of aristocratic robes. Instead, it was simple, clean, and elegantly tailored. Yet upon closer inspection, she noticed the fabric was soft and fine, and the stitching was neat and exquisite, superior even to the vast majority of de Yong's silk and satin, exuding a unique, refined charm characteristic of another world. Feng Fuyao was secretly amazed. She hadn't expected the attire of this other world to possess such a unique and elegant charm. A moment later, she suppressed her curiosity, bowed slightly with dignified poise, and in a warm, steady voice, slowly introduced herself. "Greetings, shopkeeper. I am Feng Fuyao, the current Empress of the Great Yong dynasty." Goldie snapped back to her senses immediately and replied with a smile. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Are you here to open a blind box?" Though her words were polite and courteous, Her mind was already racing with calculations. Oh my goodness! This is the real deal, the empress of an ancient dynasty. That magnificent gown, that hair ornament, any single piece of it is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Today, I absolutely must treat Her Majesty the Empress well and trade modern items for all these treasures. Viewers in the livestream instantly saw right through Goldie's thoughts and couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha ha! The hostess' eyes are glowing green. She is staring intently at that headpiece. She is totally drooling over the treasures. This shop owner knows how to snag a bargain. The Empress is a stunner. Her aura is off the charts. The Empress had clearly done her homework in advance. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled out 40 taels of silver and bought 3 multiverse blind boxes and 2 standard blind boxes in one go. Goldie quickly arranged all the blind boxes the Empress had chosen on the counter, handed them to her one by one, and showed her how to open them. The Empress softly uttered 2 words, "Open!" The lid of the first multiverse blind box popped open instantly, and dazzling rosy light instantly filled the entire shop. Inside the box lay a shimmering, iridescent robe, radiating an ethereal aura. Goldie immediately began her introduction. This is a magical robe from the cultivation realm, and it has already automatically recognized its master. It's impervious to blades and bullets, resistant to water and fire, and self-cleaning. When worn, it automatically conforms to your figure and can change styles at will, and it's valid for a full 3 years. The Empress cradled it in her hands, running her fingers over it repeatedly. The more she looked at it, the more she loved it, her eyes brimming with a look of sheer delight. Unfortunately, her good luck didn't last. The first mystery box had nearly drained all her luck. When she opened the second mystery box, it was completely empty, just an empty box with nothing inside. Fortunately, the third mystery box didn't disappoint. A pair of exquisitely crafted cloud-treading boots lay quietly inside the box, perfectly complementing the rainbow robe she'd just received, a complete set that fit perfectly. Goldie continued, "These cloud-treading boots are part of a set with the sunset robe. When you wear them, you'll feel as light as a swallow, walking both swiftly and steadily. Whether on flat ground or gravel paths, even razor-sharp stones won't prick your feet. You'll walk on water as if on solid ground, and they're valid for 3 years too." Viewers in the livestream were instantly overcome with envy, and the chat exploded with cries of admiration. Who can even handle this? Immortal robes and boots, I'm absolutely dying of envy. The Empress has way too much luck. Please, let me open a blind box too. Is this some kind of cultivation drama today? After opening 3 premium black boxes, Feng Fuyao proceeded to open 2 standard blind boxes. She unwrapped the larger one, and sure enough, it contained a regular feature in blind boxes, a soft, fluffy plush toy. Viewers immediately joked, "Ha ha ha, plush toys never miss a show. They show up more often than I go to work." The smaller blind box revealed a set of exquisitely crafted, trendy modern wearable armor with intricate, eye-catching patterns and stunning aesthetics. The Empress had never seen such a novel trinket before. She cradled the box, turning it over and over to examine it closely, utterly fascinated. Goldie patiently taught her how to use it. Seeing that the moment was perfectly ripe, Goldie spoke with a smile. "Your Majesty, I have plenty of practical household items in my store. They're incredibly useful. Although you can't keep opening blind boxes, we can barter. You can trade 1 piece of jewelry for an entire box of my goods." The Empress's interest was instantly piqued, and she hurriedly asked, "Oh, is that so? What are they? Let me see." Without another word, Goldie immediately opened several cardboard boxes. Inside the boxes, everyday modern items were neatly arranged. Table salt, white sugar, rice, small farming tools, and sets of glassware. These items are commonplace and inexpensive in the modern world, but in the resource-scarce ancient times, they were essential commodities that money couldn't buy. After a brief exchange, the two immediately agreed on the terms of the trade. The Empress took the lead by removing an exquisite jade hairpin and exchanging it for a complete set of translucent, delicate glass teaware. The more she looked at it, the more she felt she made a killing. The Empress could no longer contain her excitement. She raised her hand and quickly removed everything. The golden hairpins, jade hairpins, and gemstone jewelry adorning her head were all taken off in the blink of an eye and exchanged for salt, sugar, rice, and various small farming tools. In just a few short minutes, the Empress, who moments earlier had been adorned with jewels and exuded an air of majesty, found her head suddenly bare. Her jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, not a single piece of jewelry remained, creating a stark contrast. She even removed the jade bracelets from her wrists to exchange them for medicine. The boxes of rice and flour she received in exchange were numerous and heavy. Having lived a life of luxury since childhood and never having done any manual labor, the Empress simply couldn't lift such heavy loads. Goldie was very helpful and immediately pushed all the boxes outside the shop's curtain. The palace maids and the crown princess's entourage waiting outside could clearly see the Empress's figure, but they couldn't see the large pile of supply boxes that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Everyone stood there in a daze, watching in disbelief as the Empress, usually so dignified and noble, bent over and strained to drag the boxes out. The scene was utterly surreal. Once she had pulled all the items out of the multiverse blind box store's vicinity, the group finally got a clear look at the pile of supplies and hurried forward to help. After much effort, they finally loaded everything onto the carriage. The Empress sat back down inside, instantly regaining her composure and restoring her air of majesty, and sternly warned everyone. Whoever dares to reveal even a single word of what was seen or heard today will be severely punished. The servants immediately bowed their heads in response, burying the memory of the Empress's earlier lack of composure deep within their hearts, not daring to utter a single word. The live stream had long since erupted in laughter, with the screen filled with a dense sea of "ha-ha. This is hilarious." She arrived all decked out in jewels, but left with a bare head and no makeup. The streamer really had the nerve to clean her out. She literally stripped the Empress of all her jewelry. Trading a pile of rice and flour for a full set of imperial treasures, the shop owner is definitely a business genius. Meanwhile, the three veteran experts Zhou Jinghong, Yang Yongxing, and Shi Jiahui had purchased the ancient jade pendant at a high price the previous day. Instead of leaving the city, they checked into a nearby hotel. The three of them pored over the jade pendant and the 2 ingots of silver until late into the night. They barely fallen asleep when they were suddenly jolted awake by a phone call. Chapter 43. The Emperor is back with the jade pendant. Meanwhile, several veteran archaeologists had been studying that ancient jade pendant and the 2 ingots of antique silver until well past midnight and had only just dozed off. Then Shirley, the grandson of Professor Shi Jiahui, bombarded them with a frantic barrage of calls. The moment the call connected, he started screaming wildly, as if he'd seen a ghost. "Grandpa, don't go back to sleep. That blind box shop's livestream just listed a whole new batch of out-of-print imperial hairpins and antique jewelry. They're all top-tier cultural relics." The old men instantly sat bolt upright as if roused from the brink of death, all traces of sleepiness vanishing. One by one, they were as hyped as if they'd been injected with adrenaline without even taking the time to smooth out their clothes. They rushed headlong toward the blind box shop. They'd already been completely blown away by the ancient jade and silver ingots the night before. Now that they'd heard about these peerless antiques, who could possibly sit still? They had to band together to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as the livestream was reaching its peak, several white-haired archaeology heavyweights arrived at the store's entrance, panting heavily. The sharp-eyed viewers in the livestream immediately recognized these familiar faces, and the comment section exploded. "Holy crap! Isn't that Professor Shi Jiahui and Professor Yang Yongxing leading the group? And there's Mr. Zhou Jinghong too. The titans of the archaeology world are all out in force. What a huge turnout! Are these big shots here to personally appraise the blind box shop? Quick! Let them see how much that jade pendant from yesterday is actually worth." Goldie looked at the familiar faces and instantly realized they were there for the Empress's jewelry. Without beating around the bush, she smiled and said, "Professors, since you're here, why not help our viewers with an appraisal? You saw that jade pendant the Emperor left behind yesterday with your own eyes. How much do you think it's worth?" The 3 elderly gentlemen caught on immediately. They adjusted their glasses one after another and began analyzing the piece with serious expressions as they faced the camera. "Well, we saw the message in your livestream and rushed over right away. Who knew that what we saw on camera would be completely different from the actual item? Judging by the craftsmanship, while the jade itself is of decent quality, the carving is a bit rough. It's likely a modern craft item." "That's right. A jade pendant of this quality is only worth about 20,000 to 30,000 yuan on the market. It's hardly a top-tier antique." The moment the live stream viewers heard this, they went wild. 20,000 to 30,000. And you're saying that it's not a top-tier antique? The big shots have just dropped a major Versailles moment. 20,000 to 30,000 is still a huge sum. The host just made a killing. She just scored 20,000 to 30,000 for free. That's still pretty great. 20,000 to 30,000 is enough to buy so many jeans of rice. Goldie was secretly thrilled, but she put on a look of disappointment. Oh, it's only worth that much? What a shame, and I made the 3 experts come all this way for nothing. Immediately after, she changed the subject and pointed at the cash register with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, let me show you a classic scene. Look up, do you see any multiverse blind boxes on my cash register? The elderly gentlemen all looked up in unison, adjusted their reading glasses, and carefully scanned the cash register, the shelves, and every corner of the store. The store was empty and spotless. Not a single multiverse blind box in sight, though there were a few colorful blind boxes on the shelves. Everyone shook their heads in confusion. Nope, nothing at all, Goldie added. Well then, gentlemen, why don't you step outside and take a look at the live stream feed? The live stream chat exploded instantly. A classic scene reenacted. Those not meant to see it can't spot the black boxes. The old man's hand went right through those blind boxes. That's so surreal. Who is this shop owner anyway? Did she bring these 3 big shots here just to put on a show? The 3 elderly professors stepped out of Goldie's small shop, half believing, half doubting, and Goldie followed them out. She asked each of the 3 elders to open their phones and enter her live stream. Suddenly, the live stream showed 7 multiverse blind boxes gleaming on the counter. Goldie was clearly standing right there, and there was no one else in the store. It was impossible for them to have been placed there on the spot. On the screen, the 7 multiverse blind boxes were neatly lined up on the counter. Completely black and oozing mystery, they were crystal clear. In reality, they were invisible to the naked eye, yet the live stream showed them in perfect clarity. Goldie lowered her voice and said to them, "Teachers, please don't worry. Let us keep this under wraps for now. Come back after I've ended the live stream and closed up shop tonight. I have something important to discuss with you in detail." The group of veteran experts exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock, exclaiming that this was simply outrageous. The whole thing was far too bizarre. It completely overturned their materialist worldview. Not daring to linger any longer, they turned and headed back to the hotel, their minds swirling with questions. In fact, Goldie had already worked out a plan with the system. If these 3 bigwigs were trustworthy, they would report the shop's miraculous nature to their superiors. If they weren't, the system would erase their memories of the incident, ensuring Goldie wouldn't get into any trouble. The reason these 3 were chosen was that, among those Goldie currently had access to, they were the industry figures with the highest status and greatest influence. Back at the hotel, the 3 bigwigs could no longer sit still. They gathered around the table and began to review what had happened. "Old Sure, do you think that little shop is hiding some huge secret? Why could the live stream capture things that were invisible to the naked eye? Plus, Boss Jean specifically told us to wait until after her live stream ended that night before going over there. There's definitely a secret behind this. And that ancient jade pendant, we watched the live stream too. Who would trade a jade pendant for a big glass bottle? Even if the pendant belonged to the shop owner, wouldn't she know it was a family heirloom? Looking back now, it just doesn't add up." Just as the 3 bigwigs were racking their brains over the mystery at the hotel, not long after the archaeologists had left, the air in the shop suddenly rippled slightly. The Emperor of Great Yong, accompanied by a group of trusted ministers blessed with special destinies who could enter the blind box shop, transcended the barriers of space and descended upon the little shop once more. Goldie glanced up, and her heart skipped a beat. Holy cow, we're rich! Hanging from the Emperor's waist was yet another top-grade imperial jade pendant. That luster, that texture, that translucency, it was almost identical to the ancient jade pendant that sold for $1 million yesterday. The only difference was the carving pattern. It was undoubtedly another top-tier antique treasure. The sharp-eyed viewers in the livestream immediately spotted the detail, and the chat exploded with comments. "Wait, what's that on the Emperor's waist? Holy crap, another huge jade pendant. Is the Emperor a jade wholesaler or something? Host, go for it. Snag the Emperor's new jade pendant. This one looks even more lustrous than yesterday's. It's definitely worth way more than 20,000 or 30,000. Goldie's hands were tingling with excitement, and her pupils were dilating wildly. Help! Another $1 million windfall just handed to me on a silver platter. The Emperor is way too generous. He just casually wears a top-tier imperial jade pendant around his waist. Isn't he afraid I'll snatch it? She quickly scanned the remaining blind boxes in the store. Face masks, lipstick, plush toys, figurines, and other ordinary items that young girls typically love. Although these items were also relatively rare to people in ancient times, they weren't nearly valuable enough to trade for this top-tier imperial jade pendant. Chapter 44. Cooking up a pot of braised meat. Just as Goldie was staring at the new jade pendant at the Emperor's waist with eyes sparkling, Xiao ran beside her, completely lost it. He was on the verge of crying himself into a faint in the bathroom. He clearly planned everything out perfectly last night. He intended to take advantage of the gap while the Emperor and his ministers were at the morning court session to sneak into the little shop first thing in the morning to steal the tower and quietly make a fortune. But despite all his careful planning, he hadn't accounted for staying up way too late last night. He completely overslept this morning. The Emperor had even sent someone specifically to wake him up, yanking him out of bed and dragging him along to open the mystery boxes. Xiao Ran's heart was so heavy with bitterness, he was practically at a loss for tears. As a member of the imperial family, he knew the palace rules all too well. Any treasures opened right under the Emperor's nose, as long as they weren't exclusive artifacts bound to a soul, were all considered tribute and had to be handed over. To put it bluntly, today he was nothing more than a royal laborer, opening boxes for the Emperor, stocking up for the Emperor. He wouldn't get a single hair's worth of benefit for himself. With no other choice, Xiao Ran had to steel himself and step forward, opening the first multiverse blind box with a mix of sorrow and indignation. With a snap, the lid flew open, and a futuristic silver glow nearly blinded everyone present. Inside the box lay a set of silver mechanical exoskeleton armor with an incredibly cool and mind-blowing design. With its clean lines and premium finish, it was clearly not a product of this era. Goldie's eyes lit up, and he immediately transformed into a professional commentator, explaining to the De Yong crowd, "Don't underestimate this silver exosuit. It's called the Tianshu All-Domain Bionic Power Exosuit, or, for short, a bionic prosthesis. It sounds pretty mysterious, but to put it simply, it's an incredibly advanced high-tech bionic prosthesis. It's made of aerospace-grade alloy and contains micro-hydraulic components. Once it's fitted to your leg, it automatically connects to your nerves and picks up your body's bioelectric signals. You can lift your leg, run, or jump just by thinking about it. It works exactly like a real leg, and it lasts a full 3 years." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran was instantly overjoyed. He almost couldn't resist kowtowing to Goldie right then and there. His father, the crown prince of the Xiaoyao kingdom, had been disabled for many years. This wasn't just ordinary prosthetic armor. It was clearly a life-saving marvel that would give his father a new lease on life. Viewers in the livestream were completely baffled. What is this? Silver armor?
A cosplay prop.
It looks so high-tech, but could people in ancient times even use this thing? It doesn't seem as valuable as that jade pendant. Did the streamer just lose out on this one? Xiao Ran suppressed the wild excitement in his heart, carefully put the exoskeleton away, and then picked up the second multiverse blind box. This time, he opened a palm-sized, alloy mini-safe engraved with mysterious patterns. Though unassuming in appearance, it was equipped with advanced spatial compression technology, giving it a staggering capacity. This device had neither a keyhole nor a combination lock. The only way to unlock it was through a blood bond. Just as Xiao Ran was about to bind it with his blood, he suddenly recalled that strict imperial decree: such unclaimed, mysterious treasures were all considered tribute and must be handed over. Clutching the tiny safe, he felt a mix of emotions. No matter how reluctant he was, he had no choice but to obediently hand it over to present it to the Emperor in person. In just a few short moments, 2 peerless treasures had been drawn one after another. One that could save his own father, and one that would be confiscated. In the end, he was left with nothing. Xiao Ran stared at the empty slot where the blind box had been, his heart aching so much it felt like it was being wrenched. His entire face screamed, "Life is hopeless." He was definitely the ultimate unlucky underling. Viewers in the livestream went wild with laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Xiao Ran is so pitiful. Solid proof he's just a tool. All the treasures he opened have to be turned in? This unlucky underling plot is too funny. That little box might look unremarkable, but the Emperor will definitely find a great use for it. Am I the only one who thinks this set of silver limb armor is super cool?" Next up was Chancellor Su, who had opened a blind box the day before. He immediately set his sights on the only large blind box in the multiverse blind box display. It was as big as a lunchbox. Chancellor Su cradled the heavy box in both hands and lifted the lid with eager anticipation. Whoa! Scorching steam gushed out instantly, and an intense, overpowering aroma of meat filled the entire blind box shop. Everyone looked closely. Holy cow. Inside the box was actually a pot of stewing meat, bubbling away and billowing with steam. The meat had a bright, reddish sheen. With steam rising in wispy plumes, it looked so tender and flavorful that it made everyone's mouth water. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard, their stomachs growling in protest. Goldie immediately explained, "This is meat from a low-tier spirit thread chicken of the cultivation realm. Eat just one piece, and your whole body will feel light and refreshed. It will ward off all illnesses for 3 years and extend your lifespan." Fearing this rare spiritual delicacy would get cold, Chancellor Su frantically tried to close the lid, but no matter how hard he pressed, it wouldn't shut. It was Xiao Ran who reminded him from the side, "Your Excellency, try shouting close." Chancellor Su hurriedly followed the advice. At his command, the lid snapped shut with a click, sealing in the heat perfectly. He tucked the mystery box into his arms as carefully as if he were protecting his own son. The live stream exploded with comments. Does this box have a built-in heat retention feature? How come that piping hot soup doesn't burn your hands at all? Chancellor Su is holding such a huge lunchbox it looks like he's cradling a gold ingot. Host, you just swallowed your saliva on the sly, didn't you? Don't think we didn't see it. No sooner had Chancellor Su finished than the Grand Steward of Agriculture eagerly stepped forward and opened 2 multiverse blind boxes. The first blind box contained 2 genes of plump, full-grained wheat seeds. Goldie explained, "These are improved, high-yield wheat seeds. Even in a non-famine year, the yield is guaranteed to be at least 1,500 gene per mu. With favorable weather, a yield of over 2,000 gene per mu is no problem." Everyone was stunned. What does a guaranteed yield of 1,500 gene even mean? To put it simply, that's enough to feed many commoners in the Great Yong Dynasty until they're full. Goldie's family also grows wheat, but even in the best of years with the highest yields, they only harvest 1,200 gene per mu. Even Goldie, who rarely works the fields, knew this yield was absurdly high. The live stream was instantly flooded with comments. Wheat seeds with a minimum yield of 1,500 gene per mu. Host, send me 2 gene. I want some too. If we plant this, the whole village will be lifted out of poverty. After getting over his surprise, the Grand Steward of Agriculture opened another multiverse blind box. This time, he pulled out a lustrous, translucent spatial egg. Goldie immediately began his commentary. "Your Excellency, this spatial egg contains a 10-arch stone bridge. No matter how wide the river or how deep the water, just take it out and toss it. The stone bridge will instantly take shape, spanning the ravine with perfect precision. When you're done, you can put it back in the egg and carry it with you. It's valid for 3 years as well." Upon hearing this, the Grand Steward was so delighted his back teeth were practically showing. Grain seeds plus a divine bridge, this was truly a double blessing. He quickly tucked the grain seeds and the spatial egg close to his chest, already plotting in his mind to present them to the Emperor upon his return. The Emperor, standing nearby, had been grinning from ear to ear ever since they opened the mystery box, a smile he simply couldn't suppress. His entire face beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum. It was incredibly radiant. Chapter 45. Snow unboxes a food truck. Finally, it was Eunuch Defu's turn to step forward and open the box. Eunuch Defu tremblingly opened the mystery box. An ancient bronze pectoral mirror, emitting a faint spiritual glow and with a smooth, warm texture, lay quietly on the soft cushion inside the box. Goldie hurriedly explained, "This is an ancient mystical bronze heart guard mirror. It may look ordinary, but it's actually incredibly powerful. Its greatest feature is that it follows the heart. No matter what kind of sword, spear, or hidden weapon strikes it, it won't even leave a mark. Moreover, once it recognizes its master, it will transform into a shimmering light that adheres to the chest. You won't feel a thing when wearing it. It's just like invisible armor that's grown from your own body. It's definitely a life-saving artifact. It's valid for 3 years." After hearing the full description of its properties, everyone present's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This artifact requires a drop of blood to recognize its master once bound. It becomes inextricably linked to the bearer's life. No one else can possibly take it away. It's nothing short of a top-tier life-saving cheat code. Unfortunately, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had fallen into the hands of Eunuch Defu, who couldn't possibly keep it for himself. As the Emperor's personal chief eunuch, palace regulations took precedence over everything. How could such a divine treasure possibly be kept for his own private use? Even though he was deeply reluctant and secretly heartbroken, Eunuch Defu had no choice but to plaster a subservient, forced smile on his face, carefully pack away the heart-protecting mirror, and obediently hand it over to the emperor. Goldie and the viewers in the livestream finally got the picture. These people weren't here to open mystery boxes today, they clearly banded together to work for the emperor for free. After all that hustle and bustle, the treasures all ended up in the imperial treasury, leaving everyone else with nothing but crumbs. Just as Eunuch Defu was handing the newly opened heart-protecting mirror to the emperor, light and shadow suddenly swirled in the air outside the shop, and a graceful figure glided silently through the air. It was Snow. Who would have thought that her last appearance with her face, hidden by black hair and dressed as a red-clad ghost, had scared the ancient onlookers out of their wits. Today, she looked like a completely different person. She wore an exquisitely flowing, light-colored, ethereal gown, its hem layered with sheer fabric that fluttered in the breeze. A soft, gentle glow surrounded her, making her appear both tender and otherworldly. The futuristic hovercraft beneath her feet floated silently. Supporting her steadily, she landed without a sound, showing not the slightest hint of mechanical awkwardness. Having shed the eerie, icy aura from her last appearance, Snow now stood graceful and radiant, exuding an otherworldly charm, truly a celestial maiden descending from the heavens on a cloud. The few people in the shop's eyes widened in shock. They instinctively stopped in their tracks and stepped back, their faces filled with disbelief, awe, and admiration. In the boundless sky, she stood suspended in mid-air, seemingly without support, her sleeves fluttering gracefully as she displayed an unparalleled elegance. In the eyes of these ancient people, she was no mere mortal, she was clearly a genuine celestial maiden who had descended to the mortal realm. They didn't even dare to think, this is the female ghost from yesterday. The contrast was simply too stark. A celestial maiden has appeared, treading the void. Her grace is peerless, truly a divine miracle. The crowd watched with bated breath, not daring to even breathe, each bowing their heads in deep reverence. Even the emperor, who was accustomed to seeing the most stunning beauties in the world, dared not look directly at the figure in the sky. His eyes were filled with awe, and he remained transfixed for a long time. The live stream exploded instantly, with comments flooding the screen. Oh my god! The contrast is just too extreme. Last time it was a creepy female ghost. This time it's a breathtakingly beautiful fairy. This young lady is absolutely incredible. She is sweet, ethereal, and terrifying. Her range is off the charts. With looks and presence like that, it'd be a shame if she didn't become an actress. She is so versatile. 1 second a ghost, the next a fairy, she switches seamlessly. I'm completely blown away. Goldie couldn't stop laughing as she watched the comments. Seeing this, she smiled and said, "You're just in time. We have one last multiverse blind box left in the store." That single sentence snapped everyone back to reality. Everyone in the room instantly snapped out of their trance, their eyes all fixed intently on that last black blind box. Eunuch Defu actually had one more chance to open a multiverse blind box, but he didn't dare touch it now. Snow landed lightly and stowed away her hovering craft. She asked the people from the Great Yong Dynasty, "Are you going to open this last blind box?" The emperor considered it for a moment. Since his entourage would be back tomorrow anyway, it wouldn't matter if Defu opened it then. "Let the young lady open this blind box first," he said. Snow hurriedly thanked him, raised her hand to hand Goldie a 10 liang silver bar, then took the last multiverse blind box and softly commanded, "Open!" A lustrous, translucent spatial egg lay quietly in the center of the box. Goldie stepped in to explain, "This is a fully automated viral food truck. It comes equipped with a complete set of modern, high-end appliances: frying, deep frying, steaming, boiling, bubble tea, fruit drinks, teppanyaki, and grilled dishes, as well as desserts and snacks. It's fully functional. It has already automatically recognized its owner, and the validity period is 3 years." Snow picked up the spatial egg, and her eyes lit up instantly. Inside the spatial egg was an entire pink, fully automated viral food truck. The entire vehicle was painted in a frosted pink color that exuded girlish charm, with an exquisite, adorable design and stunning aesthetics. The entire vehicle operated intelligently and fully automatically, no manual operation or dedicated supervision required. Simply load the ingredients, and with the press of a button, it produces finished snacks, beverages, and fast food. The most convenient feature is its ability to expand and contract at will for easy storage. Normally, it fits inside the spatial egg, no bigger than the palm of your hand, making it easy to carry around without any hassle when you're ready to set up shop. Just take it out, and the entire truck instantly takes shape on the ground with the lights, countertop, and refrigeration equipment all automatically turning on, transforming into a mobile food cart anytime, anywhere. Plus, the food truck comes with an unlimited supply of basic ingredients and an automatic cleaning function. It's spotless after preparing food, with zero grease fumes and zero trash. It's simply the ultimate tool for modern, social media famous street vendors. The more Snow looked at it, the more she liked it. She couldn't help but smile. This thing was exactly her style: cute, convenient, and fun, allowing her to unlock all kinds of delicious food anytime, anywhere. She said excitedly to Goldie, "Sis, this is absolutely amazing. I just graduated and haven't found a job yet, and here, a job has literally come knocking on my door. Once I make something delicious, I'll definitely bring you some to try." After saying that, she piloted her flying vehicle and floated away gracefully. A group of people from the Great Yong dynasty standing nearby watched, completely baffled. They could tell it was a treasure, but it wasn't until they heard Goldie's explanation that they realized it actually contained a little cart that could cook food. The live stream audience laughed even harder. Ha ha ha! The ultimate blind box revealed a food truck. Absurd yet adorable. While others unbox national treasures, Snow unboxes a food cart. A fairy descending from heaven just to run a food cart. This concept is so cute. Part fairy, part mischievous spirit, and a foodie to boot. This girl's persona is so endearing. The streamer is such a showstopper. Time to send some tips. In the blink of an eye, all the multiverse blind boxes were sold out. The store shelves, which had once been filled with a colorful array of blind boxes, were almost completely cleared out yesterday, leaving only a pile of old, long unsold stock scattered sparsely in the corner. Goldie glanced at the shelves and knew exactly what was going on. These leftovers were all cheap, random trinkets. You'd never get anything good from them. She seized the moment to speak up. "Your Majesty, the store is out of good items. Why don't I restock, and we'll come back another day?" But the Emperor, ever the big spender and a man who believed in "since we're already here," waved his hand dismissively. "No need. This is a rare opportunity. Don't waste it. Everyone, keep opening." Goldie secretly rejoiced, her heart bursting with joy. She was about to make a huge profit again. This is what you insisted on doing yourselves. Don't blame me if you end up with a pile of junk later. Chapter 46. Exchanging a jade pendant for seeds. After Duke Defew handed over the silver, the crowd stepped forward to open the ordinary boxes. As expected, they all contained a motley assortment of modern daily necessities. Things like portable compact mirrors, face masks, rouge and powder, calligraphy brushes, notebooks, floral water, perfume. Occasionally, a large blind box would yield a fluffy, thick cotton quilt, which was considered the top-tier item in this batch. By the time everyone had used up their chances, the floor was piled high with a jumble of odds and ends, a lively sight. But in reality, nothing but junk. The Emperor didn't seem to mind at all. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he accepted everything on the list. Looking at the clutter scattered across the floor, the crowd couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But Goldie alone was secretly delighted. This massive inventory clearance was a surefire win with absolutely no risk. After taking inventory of the items, Goldie finally seized the moment and headed straight for her ultimate goal, the exquisite imperial jade pendant at the Emperor's waist. She strode forward, smiling like a sly little fox, and got straight to the point. "Your Majesty, I see you're quite fond of those high-yield grain seeds. However, the quantity from the mystery boxes is too small. It's simply not enough for large-scale cultivation. We just happen to have a batch of high-quality, high-yield seeds here: wheat, corn, soybeans, and vegetable seeds, you name it. The yield far exceeds that of your current seeds, and they're frost and drought-resistant, hardy, and easy to grow. Even with minimal care, you'll have a bumper harvest year after year. My exchange rules are simple. I don't accept gold, silver, or copper coins, only the ancient artifacts and treasures you're wearing. Jade pendants, jewelry, and collectible folding fans all are acceptable. One treasured item you carry with you can be exchanged for 100 gene of high-quality seeds." Just this morning, Her Majesty the Empress traded all the jewelry she was wearing for the shop's supply of fine salt, seasonings, medicines, and a complete set of glassware. Your Majesty and all the officials may also trade as you please. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell instantly silent. The Emperor's eyes flickered, and he instinctively raised his hand to stroke the exquisite jade pendant at his waist. feeling its smooth, warm texture against his fingertips. He instantly saw through the young girl's intentions. She clearly had her eye on his most cherished personal treasure all along. The princes and ministers surrounding him also began to mull over the offer, silently weighing their options. Jade pendants, folding fans, and treasures to them. These were nothing more than decorative trinkets. Their mansions and storehouses were already filled with plenty of them. But high-yield crop varieties were a different matter entirely. They represented a monumental opportunity to increase grain production and stabilize the empire. This mysterious little shop came and went unpredictably. If they missed their chance today, where would they go to cry about it later? In the crowd, Shane, the crown prince of Pingyang, reacted the fastest. He hurriedly stuffed his beloved folding fan into his sleeve, guarding it fiercely, looking as though he'd rather die than trade it. The live stream chat was instantly flooded with comments. Ha 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 ha, Crown Prince Shen's reflexes for hiding his treasure are incredible. I just love how straightforward the host is, never beating around the bush. Catch him in the act. The Crown Prince is hiding his folding fan. We've got to make him hand it over in exchange for the seeds. The way the Emperor touched the jade pendant, he's definitely smitten. The Emperor surveyed the crowd and asked in a booming voice, "What do you all think? Should we make this trade or not?" Though he was asking for their opinions, his hands didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately unfastened the exquisite jade pendant from his waist and held it in his hand to examine it closely. Everyone present instantly saw through the ruse. Why even ask? Of course we'll trade. Ornaments are just ornaments after all. Getting high-yield grain seeds to benefit the region and build up political merit, it's crystal clear which is more important. Without further hesitation, everyone reached into their robes and at their waists, pulling out all the treasures they carried with them in one fell swoop. Goldie looked at the nobles and aristocrats before her, each clutching their treasures, her mind racing with calculations as a smug smile curled at the corners of her mouth. This was a huge business opportunity delivered right to her doorstep. The Emperor went so far as to order each person to produce one item for exchange. Since Goldie had specifically mentioned the folding fan earlier, Shane naturally dared not keep it to himself. He had no choice but to obediently hand it over, his face contorting with heartache. This was the apple of his eye, the ribs made of top-grade ivory, the fan surface a masterpiece by a renowned artist. He spent tens of thousands of taels of silver to acquire it back then, and now having to part with it felt like having a piece of his own flesh cut away. Goldie took stock of the items. Counting the Emperor's jade pendant and Shane's folding fan, there were a total of 13 treasures. She quietly stepped aside, pulled out her phone, and quickly dialed her mom's number, speaking so fast her words came out in a rapid-fire stream. "Mom, put everything else on hold. Hurry and have Dad go to the agricultural supply market. He needs to pick out high-yield, high-quality wheat and corn seeds, a total of 1,300 gene. While he's there, have him stock up on some miscellaneous grains and vegetable seeds too. Remember to bring the accompanying planting instructions as well. Go right now, and have him deliver everything directly to the store as soon as he's done. It's urgent." After hanging up, Goldie walked back to the crowd with confidence. She had it all figured out in her head. Modern high-yield seeds would be a one-of-a-kind treasure in Deyong. Trading these inexpensive seeds for antiques that the ancients had treasured so dearly, this was an absolute steal. A surefire win-win. After finishing the call, Goldie carefully placed each treasure into the cash register drawer, though in reality, she had already stashed them all into her personal storage space. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, she suddenly realized a fatal flaw. Even if her dad brought back the planting instructions, these ancient people wouldn't even recognize simplified Chinese characters. She immediately pulled out her phone and opened the planting guide. Sure enough, the screen was covered with dense rows of simplified Chinese characters, leaving the entire court of officials looking utterly bewildered as they exchanged puzzled glances. Goldie tried switching the font to traditional Chinese characters, and the crowd instantly understood, nodding in agreement. All set. She'd already downloaded and saved these guides long ago and could print them out at any time. She planned to head straight to a nearby print shop to print out the full version of the manual on paper, so the ancient people could use it as a reference for planting. With everything arranged, she called out into thin air, "Hey, everyone online, could you keep an eye on the shop for me for a bit?" The Emperor and his entourage looked around the shop but saw not a soul besides the owner. The mere thought of invisible people lurking in the shadows sent a chill down their spines. The group stood rigidly in place, tense as wooden stakes, not daring to breathe a single breath out of place. The live stream chat instantly exploded with comments. buzzing with excitement. Ha 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 ha. These guys are standing so straight, just like being punished during military training. They're freaking out, terrified of triggering some unknown rule. Everyone south frozen in place, their acting skills are off the charts. Ha ha. They're standing completely still, just like statues. The print shop worked incredibly fast. In just over 10 minutes, Goldie returned to the store with a stack of brand new, still warm printed planting instructions. When he looked up, he was surprised to see that everyone was still holding the same poses, standing stiffly in place, not daring to move a muscle. While the store was eerily quiet, Jean Manchong was already running around like a man possessed. After receiving a message from his wife, he didn't dare waste a moment and drove his little three-wheeler straight to the agricultural supply market. The owner of the agricultural supply store beamed with joy the moment he heard the customer wanted 1,300 Jean of high-yield premium seeds, and he swiftly bagged, weighed, and packed the order. Looking at the mountain of seed bags, Jean Manchong realized that the visitors to his daughter's store were genuine people from ancient times. So he took the opportunity to round up all sorts of miscellaneous grains and vegetable seeds from the store and bought them all as well. In less than half an hour, Jean Manchong, pulling a tricycle loaded to the brim with bulging seed bags, rushed headlong to the entrance of the blind box shop. Chapter 47. The Magical Tricycle. Goldie raised her hand to lift the plastic curtain. The shop on Old Street had no high steps, just a gentle slope perfect for a tricycle to roll in and out. She immediately waved for her dad to back the tricycle right into the store. Upon hearing that the visitor was the shop owner's father, the emperor and his ministers were instantly filled with curiosity. If the owner of this little shop possessed such extraordinary abilities, then her father must surely be no ordinary person either. Just as everyone was speculating, a loud electronic reverse warning suddenly blared. Caution! Reversing! Caution! Reversing! Everyone in the hall, dressed in ancient attire, jumped in unison and turned their heads to look. Goldie quickly called out, "Everyone, please move to the sides and don't block the path." No sooner had she spoken than a strangely shaped tricycle slowly rolled into the shop. The cold metal frame, the odd design, the black wheels, and the cart loaded to the brim with bulging woven sacks all were novel objects the people of De Jong had never seen before. Everyone stared wide-eyed, frozen in place, their expressions a mix of shock and wonder. Someone whispered in bewilderment, What on earth is that? It moves on its own without being pulled by oxen or horses. Could it be a magical artifact from the realm of immortals? Where did that warning voice come from just now? Could there be a mysterious being hidden inside the cart? The emperor stared intently at the iron contraption before him, his eyebrows slightly raised, utterly astonished. Having spent half his life in high office, he had seen fine steeds capable of traveling 1,000 li and imperial carriages, but he had never encountered such a bizarre vehicle. The more he looked at it, the more incredible it seemed. A group of pampered ministers gathered around, peering curiously yet nervously. They dared not move or speak, fearing the strange vehicle might suddenly make a sudden move. Jean Manchong brought the vehicle to a stop and deftly unloaded sack after sack of high-quality seeds onto the ground. He specifically handed the brightly colored vegetable and grain seeds to Goldie, asking her to take care of them. Jean Manchong glanced at the room full of people dressed in period costumes, and couldn't help but feel they looked no different from actors in a short film. He remembered that his family's braised meat shop was in the midst of its peak hours, and worried that his wife wouldn't be able to handle everything on her own. So Jean Manchong didn't linger long. He hopped back on his tricycle and hurried away. Only after the vehicle had completely disappeared from sight did the emperor snap back to his senses. He immediately ordered in a deep voice, "Everyone, split up and get to work. Carry all the seeds outside and store them properly." Xiao Ran, Shane, and the rest of the group instantly wore grim expressions. They already handed over every treasure they obtained from opening the mystery boxes earlier without reaping a single benefit. They thought the matter was over, but now they were being forced to do the backbreaking work of moving cargo. But the emperor's command was as unyielding as a mountain no one dared disobey. With their heads hanging low and expressions of utter despair, they had no choice but to step forward and get to work. Li Tong, trained in martial arts, didn't complain. He hoisted a large sack of seeds in each hand and strode purposefully toward the exit. The rest had no choice but to grit their teeth and start hauling the cargo. This was especially true for Xiao Ran, Shane, and Susu. The three of them had lived a life of luxury since childhood, surrounded by servants, and had never done such heavy, manual labor before. With the heavy grain sacks pressing down on their shoulders, the three of them mentally ranted. So, we came here today to open mystery boxes, but first we all had to be the Emperor's errand boys, and now we have to work for free. Our whole day has been completely dictated to us. By the time everyone had finished moving the seeds, they were all completely exhausted. Goldie then pointed to the pile of colorful little seed packets and said in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, distinguished officials, these are miscellaneous grain and vegetable seeds that my shop is giving away as a bonus. There aren't many, but the varieties are novel and rare. Please take them home to try growing them and sample the new flavors. Consider it a small token of my appreciation." Upon hearing they were free gifts, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. They had thought that exchanging their jade pendants and treasures for high-yield staple grains was already a tremendous stroke of luck. They never expected there would be extra perks. The Emperor was particularly delighted, repeatedly praising the Jean family father and daughter for their generosity, magnanimity, and integrity. With all matters settled, the group prepared to set off on their return journey. The Emperor deliberately paused, solemnly took Goldie by the arm, and sealed a long-term partnership on the spot. "From now on, our empire will purchase large quantities of high-quality seeds for all kinds of grains, vegetables, and fruits, as well as various fruit tree saplings. Next time, we'll bring antiques, jade artifacts, and rare treasures directly from the palace, and we'll continue to exchange them on an equal value basis, just as we did today." Those standing beside the Emperor chimed in one after another, their eyes brimming with eager anticipation. Their minds were fixated on the miraculous seeds that would boost national yields and bring bountiful harvests to the people, and they were already looking forward to the next transaction. Goldie's smile stretched from ear to ear. She was over the moon inside. Securing the royal family as a top-tier, long-term client, this was an absolute windfall. The live stream went completely wild, with a dense stream of comments flooding the screen non-stop. Cross-time bartering. This plot is way more thrilling than any short drama. Dodo really knows how to play the game. She snagged both the Emperor's jade pendant and the Crown Princess folding fan. What a masterstroke! A few packets of seeds in exchange for a long-term contract with the entire royal family. Can't wait for the royal family to show up in droves with their treasures. This is going to be a massive money-making spectacle. As the Great Yong Dynasty crew huffed and puffed their way through unloading the grain and seeds, then headed home carrying the junk mystery boxes they just opened, watching the Emperor's entourage finally emerge from the mystery box shop, lugging bags of all sizes and glancing back every few steps, Goldie let out a long sigh of relief and plopped down into the chair behind the counter. She pulled out her phone to check her back-end. Wow! Today's live stream tips were absolutely staggering. The screen was flooded with carnival and rocket emojis. This single wave of tips alone was enough to cover her entire monthly income from before. Goldie looked around again. The shelves, which had once been packed to the brim, were now completely empty. Not even a single blind box fragment remained. The entire store was so quiet she could hear nothing but her own breathing. Goldie glanced up at the wall clock. It was exactly noon. She picked up her phone, brought it close to the camera, and waved at the viewers still in the live stream, smiling broadly. All right, my friends. Today's script is officially wrapped up. Let us celebrate. Our cross-time blind box shop is closed for the day." Seeing the flood of comments in the chat like, "Is that it? Don't leave, streamer," and "We're not done yet," Goldie couldn't help but burst out laughing. Don't worry, I've got to go grab a bite to eat too. After lunch, I'll be rushing right back to restock. After all, the Royal Supergroup is coming tomorrow with crates full of antique treasures to stock up. If I don't fill the shelves, what am I going to trade with the Emperor? She deliberately left them in suspense, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Everyone, go grab some lunch and take a break. Rest up, and be sure to tune in on time tomorrow. See you all tomorrow. Let us look forward to seeing what even more outrageous and fun treasures we'll unbox. With that, Goldie flashed a big heart at the camera and cut off the live stream with a crisp, decisive action. As the screen went black, the bustling live chat instantly fell silent. Goldie stretched her arms wide, and her stomach promptly let out a gurgle in protest. The restocking plan can wait. I need to eat first. Humming a little tune, she hopped on her electric scooter and rode happily toward her family's braised meat shop, her mind already racing with plans for where to go that afternoon to hunt down a batch of even weirder and more unique treasures. Chapter 48. Expert. Am I seeing things? Goldie rode her beloved little electric scooter at breakneck speed to her second aunt's house, expertly packed several portions of fragrant boxed meals, and headed straight back to her braised meat shop. At the shop, the family of 3 sat together and enjoyed a hearty meal. Once they were full, Goldie immediately switched into crazy stockpiling mode. With nimble hands, she used vacuum-sealed bags to portion out the shop's freshly cooked, bright red braised meat and quietly stashed it in her storage space, planning to slip a few pieces into some special mystery boxes tomorrow to give those ancient folks a little taste sensation. Right after that, she rushed straight to the seed shop. This time she learned her lesson. Not only did she sweep up all kinds of vegetable seeds, but she also made a point of buying a huge pile of sweet potatoes and potatoes. Her mind was racing with calculations. People from the Great Yong dynasty had surely never seen such high yield. Hardy crops, she could sell them as miracle seeds tomorrow. After that, like a shopping maniac, she bought up every kind of modern seasoning: fine salt, white sugar, pepper, Sichuan peppercorns, chili peppers, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, and more, planning to pack them all into the small mystery boxes. Just having small mystery boxes isn't enough. I need to create a tiered selection. Goldie thought for a moment, then headed back to her uncle's supermarket, where she stocked up on a huge batch of snacks and drinks at wholesale prices and packed them into medium-sized mystery boxes. As for the large mystery boxes, she'd have to fill them with some heavy hitters: thick cotton quilts, non-slip rain boots, and those life-sized plush toys, all designed to be both practical and impressive. To keep track of all these assorted items, Goldie specifically bought a batch of plain, unprinted white boxes. To prevent herself from getting them mixed up, she took a pencil and wrote codes in inconspicuous corners of the boxes, codes only she could understand, such as sugar, salt, braised meat, farm tools, and so on. There were simply too many purchases to fit on that little tricycle, and Goldie didn't want to make multiple trips back and forth. So she deliberately chose deserted alleys, avoiding surveillance blind spots, and with a sweeping gesture, stowed the mountain of goods all at once into her storage bracelet. Finally, she didn't forget the brilliant ideas from her livestream viewers. She made a special trip to a print shop to have practical modern techniques such as how to produce granulated sugar, how to refine table salt, and how to forge and temper iron printed out in both simplified and traditional Chinese characters. When Goldie returned to the store and saw the goods piled up like small mountains throughout the room, along with the floor littered with cardboard boxes, she was instantly dumbfounded. With a workload like this, she'd probably work herself to death doing it all alone. Her eyes darted around, and she immediately thought of her mom, Qian Jinxiu. Since Mom now had the all-purpose kitchen cheat code, allowing her to whip up delicious braised meat with minimal effort, Dad would have no problem running the shop on his own. Besides, the black mystery boxes had already sold out today, so the portal to the other world was closed, and those ancient people couldn't come in anyway. Mom was just sitting around with nothing to do, so she might as well be roped in as free labor. So mother and daughter worked feverishly all afternoon. Before they knew it, evening had fallen, and the 3 elderly professors, Zhou Jinghong and the others, finally couldn't hold back any longer. Although Goldie's livestream had ended long ago, they had no idea when the shop would close. Their curiosity was driving them crazy. They just had to know if all those amazing items featured in today's livestream were real. Seeing this, Goldie calmly closed the shop door from the inside. She casually pulled out of her spatial pocket the pile of jewelry she'd traded with the Empress that morning, along with the dozen or so treasures she'd obtained in exchange for grain seeds, and spread them out on the table. These senior experts were no ordinary figures. The one sitting in the middle, gray-haired yet vigorous, was none other than Zhou Jinghong, the leading authority in China's archaeological community and a lifetime academician at the National Institute of Cultural Heritage and Archaeology. The man beside him, with piercing eyes, was Yang Yongxing, director of the Provincial Archaeological Research Institute, who specialized in dating artifacts and authenticating their authenticity. The other was Shi Jiahui, a senior researcher of imperial artifacts specializing in ancient royal artifacts from the Tang, Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties. The 3 eminent experts had long been so captivated by the treasures that they hadn't even noticed where Goldie had produced them from. Their eyes were glued to the artifacts, and they were so excited their hands were trembling. "This jade pendant is authentic. My goodness, the quality of this jade is absolutely stunning, and the craftsmanship, it's simply divine. Look at the carving on this jade hairpin, the lines are so fluid they seem alive. It must have been crafted by the imperial court's master artisans. And the patina on this jade pendant so warm and rich. You couldn't achieve that without hundreds of years of aging. If this were in a museum, it would definitely be the crown jewel of the collection." Just as they were enthusiastically discussing the pieces, eager to examine them with a magnifying glass, Goldie had a sudden thought and waved her hand, and with a whoosh, all the treasures on the table vanished. The elderly experts froze in their tracks, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg. Goldie chuckled and began to educate them. Guys, to be honest, I've linked myself to a blind box system. Even though you didn't see this morning's multiverse blind box with your own eyes, it really does exist. I opened a multiverse blind box through the system myself, and even got a storage bracelet. I stowed all those treasures inside it just now. To prove she wasn't lying, she took the treasures out and put them back in front of them, repeating the process several times. Although the experts were stunned, being academics, their first reaction was still one of skepticism, wondering if it was some kind of high-tech sleight of hand. At that moment, her mother, Chen Jinxiu, couldn't stand it anymore, and led the three elderly experts straight to the back kitchen of their family's braised meat shop. Holding the spatial egg in her hand, Chen Jinxiu tapped it lightly toward the center of the kitchen, while muttering, "Retrieve." The very next second, a scene unfolded that completely shattered the three professors' worldview. The vast, all-purpose kitchen actually vanished into thin air, just like a magic trick. Before the group could recover from their shock, Chen Jinxiu calmly summoned the all-purpose kitchen back, and it instantly returned to its original state. "Am I seeing things?" one of the professors asked, rubbing his eyes. Without another word, Chen Jinxiu put the all-purpose kitchen away again, then brought it back, then put it away once more. At that point, the three professors were completely convinced. This was definitely not a sleight of hand, it was a genuine miracle. Chapter 49. No more pretending. Time to show my hand. Immediately afterward, to really blow their minds, Chen Jinxiu tossed some unprocessed raw meat and ingredients directly into the sink. The washing station automatically activated, water swirled, and the ingredients were instantly washed spotless. Immediately afterward, they were automatically cut into uniform-sized pieces and dropped plop, plop, straight into the braising pot. The entire process required no human intervention, not even a single splash of water. It was incredible. The veteran experts had never seen anything like this before. They were so excited their faces turned red. Goldie seized the moment, cleared her throat, and instantly switched to sweet and obedient little angel mode. Blinking her big, watery eyes, she spoke with a sincere expression. "Dear experts, let me be completely honest with you. Our family is just ordinary folks. We've never even met a high-ranking official before. You gentlemen, however, are the kind of people who have connections all the way to the top. Could you please put in a good word for us with the higher-ups? If, by any chance, I ever actually unbox some earth-shattering treasure from one of these blind boxes, we'll hand it over to the state without a second thought. Right now, no one has figured out the trick behind my blind box shop. But what if word gets out someday? Our whole family is counting on the state to back us up and keep us safe." At this point, Goldie deliberately built up the suspense, paused for a moment, and then dropped tonight's most explosive ace up her sleeve. "Oh, and one more thing, sirs, I need to confess a huge secret to you all. Actually, the only people who can come into my blind box shop and open multiverse blind boxes are all those destined individuals from other worlds. Even those treasures you just saw with your own eyes were brought by our guests from other worlds. Those big shots in period costumes in our livestream aren't hired extras at all, let alone following a script. They're the real deal. Genuine ancient people. Our store specializes in doing business across time and space." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the three elderly professors froze in place, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Wow! The shock they experienced today was greater than the sum of their entire lives combined. Once he regained his composure, academician Zhou Jinghong took a deep breath and immediately adopted his most rigorous academic demeanor. He knew full well that with such earth-shattering events, relying solely on memory was absolutely out of the question. "Quick, quick, quick. Old Yang, old Sure, record this right away. This is irrefutable evidence." Academician Zhou acted decisively, slapping his thigh in frustration. Director Yang Yongxing frantically pulled out his phone, though his hands shook like he had Parkinson's. He held the camera steadier than a tripod. First, he recorded the entire process of the all-purpose kitchen operating unmanned, automatically chopping vegetables and washing pots, then had Goldie cooperate by taking those precious jewels from the other world out of the bracelet's storage space, one by one, and putting them back. The entire process was captured in high definition and censored video, and he even snapped several sets of close-up photos, afraid to miss a single pixel. With such irrefutable evidence, How could the three veteran experts possibly sit idly by? Normally, a simple phone call would have sufficed to report this, but given that this top-secret information involved crossing time and space, different systems, and another world, the consequences of even a single word being leaked over the phone were simply too terrifying to contemplate. No, this is too big a deal, we must report it in person. Academician Zhou Jinghong settled the matter decisively. The three summoned their driver that very night. Not daring to waste a single moment, they stepped on the gas and headed straight for the highway back to Beijing. Inside the car, the three eminent experts clutched their phones filled with videos and photos as tightly as if they were guarding the imperial seal, their hearts racing with excitement. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Early the next morning, the dawn in SC City still carried a hint of damp, cool air. Goldie arrived at the shop early as usual, humming a tune as she pushed open the familiar door. Little did she know that her home had already been thoroughly searched by the authorities, and even distant relatives and friends with no connection to the matter had been investigated. Undercover agents dispatched by the government had long since taken their positions silently, providing covert protection while preparing to verify whether this Ms. Jean was truly as extraordinary as the three academicians had reported. At the breakfast stall across from Old Street, in the vacant house diagonally across that was up for sublease, and even in the shop next door that appeared to be closed, several pairs of sharp eyes were intently watching her every move. Goldie, completely oblivious, expertly set up her phone, started the live stream, and shouted cheerfully, "Good morning, family. A new day. New blind boxes, let us see which lucky person gets to unbox the grand prize today." As soon as the live stream went live, a row of multiverse blind boxes was clearly visible on the shelf behind the counter in the camera's view. The inspectors lying in wait at a concealed location across the street immediately clicked into Goldie's live stream, keeping their eyes glued to the screen the entire time, ready to document any irregularities at a moment's notice. Just as Goldie was chatting casually with her viewers, the curtain parted, and a young woman with a sharp, professional demeanor carrying a small backpack stepped inside, heading straight for the counter. "Hey, streamer. I came here after stumbling upon your stream. It looked so fun, I'd like to open a multiverse blind box." With that, she pulled out 5 2 silver bars and slammed them down on the counter, showing off her deep pockets. Goldie's eyes lit up, and she immediately began frantically calling out in her mind, System. She came here after watching the live stream, that means she's from our world, right? Could she be a destined customer for our store?" She waited 3 seconds, but the system didn't respond at all. "Goldie? This crappy system letting me down at a critical moment? Is actually offline." With no other choice, Goldie steeled herself and pointed toward the counter where the multiverse blind boxes were displayed. "Excuse me, do you see any multiverse blind boxes over there?" The woman followed the direction of her finger, but the counter was completely empty. She reached out again, feeling around the spot where the black blind boxes were supposed to be, but came up empty-handed. But from the perspective of the live stream, the footage was crystal clear. The woman's hand passed right through the spot where the blind boxes were supposed to be, her fingertips touching nothing at all. Goldie leaned in, lowered his voice, and whispered in a breathy tone that only the two of them could hear. "Hey, miss, let me tell you a secret. These multiverse blind boxes are just special effects for the live stream. They don't actually exist in real life." Upon hearing this, the woman froze in shock. Goldie immediately sat up straight and said in a normal voice, "Beautiful lady, you're not one of our store's chosen ones, so you don't have permission to open that black blind box." The woman nodded, her expression saying, "I get it. Since I'm not meant to have it, I won't bother you anymore." With that, she pocketed her silver and turned to walk away with a flourish. As soon as she reached a secluded spot by the street, several SWAT teammates waiting there immediately surrounded her. One of the team members, who had been watching the live stream with the others, exclaimed excitedly, "We saw the entire thing clearly in the live stream. Her hand passed right through the multiverse blind box. The tech team just finished verifying it. There was no special effects software installed on her live streaming equipment, and there was no post-production overlay. It was definitely not a man-made special effect." Chapter 50. The Great Yong Dynasty Portal Closes. The group whispered among themselves, carefully documenting this bizarre situation in preparation for a follow-up report. Meanwhile, Goldie had no idea that her whisper had been picked up crystal clear by the live stream. The moment her explanation ended, the live chat exploded with a flood of question marks. Why did the streamer just give herself away? I just started believing the guest was from another world, and now you're saying it's just special effects. What is going on? Did you switch to a new script today? 1 minute it's real, the next it's fake. Which statement can we actually believe? So all those historical costumes and ancient figures from before were just an act. Goldie, seeing the screen flooded with comments like, "Streamer is a fraud," and "Proof it's scripted," frantically waved her hands at the camera. No, it's not a script. There really isn't a script. I don't have a script at all. The guests who came before were all from different worlds. The chat wasn't buying it. We don't believe you. You just said yourself that multiverse blind box is just special effects. Goldie wore an expression that said, "I'll just sit back and watch your show," spread her hands wide, and adopted a "I'm not worried about anything" attitude.
Fine, fine, fine.
Believe it or not, I haven't received any script, and I have a clear conscience. However, as time ticked by from early morning until the sun was high in the sky, apart from a few passing tourists and elderly folks buying groceries, not a single person in period costume had shown up at the storefront. Goldie slumped over the counter, staring at the empty doorway, on the verge of tears. System, when on earth are you going to come online? I'm about to burst from all this hot air. And just like that, the entire morning passed. The shop was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Goldie leaned on the counter, idly tapping the surface, unable to resist screaming inside her head once again. System, system, calling the system. What time is it anyway? Why aren't the guests from the Great Yong Dynasty here yet? Could they have gotten lost in the time tunnel? This time, the system actually came online and replied instantly. Its cold, mechanical voice even carrying a hint of schadenfreude. Host, don't wait anymore. The people from the Great Yong Dynasty want to be coming. What's going on? Goldie was so startled she nearly jumped out of her chair. Only then did the system leisurely explain. Each alternate world is limited to a maximum of 9 predestined individuals. Once all the predestined individuals from that world have visited the multiverse blind box store, the world south spacetime portal will close permanently. The portal for the Great Yong Dynasty has already closed completely. After hearing this, Goldie was completely dumbfounded. So yesterday was the very last transaction? Her entire stash of antique treasures was just down the drain like that? Wah! Her heart was bleeding. Goldie rubbed her hands together and, refusing to give up, asked the system in her mind again. System, are there any guests from other worlds coming today after all? Host, don't panic. You can't make room for the new without letting go of the old. A new world portal has already opened, and those destined to meet you are rushing here as fast as they can. Goldie's eyes lit up, and she quickly seized the opportunity. Oh my! That's great news! System, spill the beans. What kind of world is on the other side of the portal this time? System. The next second, the familiar red but no reply scenario played out again. The system had run off yet again. The viewers in the livestream chat, who had started out saying things like, "Waiting for the period drama dream team," and "Can't wait for the Emperor's second run," gradually shifted to comments like, "Did the streamer run out of a script today? And why hasn't anyone shown up yet?" The number of online viewers dropped dramatically before her very eyes, leaving only a handful of die-hard fans still waiting patiently, sending comments like, "It's okay, streamer. We'll wait for your update." Seeing this, Goldie could only clear her throat twice and start frantically trying to salvage the situation in front of the camera. Ahem. Let me fill you in, everyone. I'm not going to pretend anymore. I just got word that the young actors and actresses playing the historical figures had to leave at the last minute because of other commitments. They have to work to support their families, too. It was already so kind of them to come make a guest appearance at my little shop for a few days without charging me a fee. I'm truly grateful to them. The live stream's comment section was instantly flooded again. No way. I want to get to see that super handsome crown prince. My emperor is way cooler. I want to watch the Emperor's rerun. That Emperor's way too old. I still prefer that young General Li Tong. He is so strong. He has definitely got 8-pack abs. Doesn't anyone like eunuch Defu? Are you out of your mind? Liking a eunuch? Didn't the host just swear up and down there was no script? Seeing everyone discussing it so heatedly, Goldie quickly seized the moment. I've got some more good news for you all. Even though those ancient characters aren't coming back, new actors will be stepping in very soon. The live stream livened up again, with viewers eagerly asking what the next script would be and who would be appearing. Goldie spread her hands, looking innocent. I don't have a script, and I don't know who's coming next, but it's still worth looking forward to. right? Fortunately, some viewers were cracking jokes in the chat, so the past half day hadn't been too hard to get through. But even after Goldie finished her lunch, not a single customer had shown up. Goldie looked at the empty store and the room full of blind boxes she and her mom had worked so hard to pack yesterday. Her frustration began to rise rapidly. No way am I really going to make 0 sales today? She slumped behind the counter with a long face, staring at the room full of cardboard boxes labeled sugar, salt, braised pork, and quilt. She felt like crying but had no tears left. I worked my back to the bone packing those blind boxes yesterday. Is all that effort going to be for nothing today? Just as Goldie was fretting over the room full of mystery boxes, pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, a group of people from the Great Yong dynasty were also deeply troubled. It was already afternoon, and the most distinguished figures of the Great Yong dynasty were crouching in front of a dilapidated tile-roofed house, having braved the cold wind for most of the day. The story begins this morning. To stock up at Goldie's today, this group had really gone all out. The Emperor had pulled out his prized night pearl, the Empress had taken off her favorite phoenix hairpin, and even the Chancellor had reluctantly brought along his family's heirloom jade ruby. Crammed into the carriage, each of them clutched a heavy bundle, their faces glowing with excitement at the prospect of making a killer profit. But when they jumped out of the carriage full of anticipation and looked up, everyone's smiles froze instantly. The once exquisitely decorated multiverse blind box store had vanished into thin air. In its place stood a dilapidated tile-roofed house, half its plaster peeling off and its doorframe covered in thick cobwebs. This can't be. Eunuch Defu rubbed his eyes and took 2 steps forward in disbelief. I clearly remember this being the spot. I still have one multiverse blind box left to open. Chapter 51. Cross-World Visitor Star. His Imperial Majesty, refusing to give up, circled the dilapidated house 3 times before reaching out to push the rickety wooden door. With a loud creak, the door fell straight to the ground, kicking up a cloud of choking dust. Cough, cough, cough. The Emperor coughed violently, his face turning pale in an instant. Gone? My blind box shop is gone. I still wanted so many treasures. The Empress was even more stunned, as if struck by lightning. With trembling hands, she pulled out her pearl hairpin and muttered to herself, I even brought my favorite hairpin, and now the shop is gone? Could it be that we were too greedy opening blind boxes yesterday and angered the gods? And so, this group of dignitaries dressed in lavish ancient attire had been waiting in front of the dilapidated tile-roofed house from morning until now. Overcome with grief, the Chancellor looked up to the heavens and sighed deeply. Heaven does not favor our Great Yong. Our supply of high-yield grain seeds has been cut off just like that. Eunuch Defu patted the Emperor on the back to soothe him while wiping away his tears. Your Majesty, let us go back. This shop looks like it's been abandoned for ages. We simply can't keep the immortals here. Just as everyone was looking gloomy and the sky seemed about to fall, Xiao Ran, the calmest person in the room, stepped forward. He shook his head in resignation and spoke up to offer comfort. Your Majesty, Her Majesty, and all the officials were people who've seen the world. Why are we so downcast now? Look at it this way. Since that multiverse blind box shop came here, it's a blessing from heaven, a source of sustenance for our Great Yong. Think about it, we still have those high-yield grain seeds. As long as we plant them and tend to them carefully, and set aside the entire harvest as seed stock in 3 to 5 years, will the people of Great Yong ever have to worry about going hungry? The store may be gone, but they've taught us how to farm. That's the real treasure trove. Shouldn't we be grateful for that? Xiao Ran's words suddenly brought the crowd to their senses. Everyone exchanged glances, realizing there was some truth to what he said, and the despair in their hearts finally began to fade a little. As the sun set in the west, a group of local leaders stood before a dilapidated tile-roofed house, sighing deeply, a scene that was both desolate and strangely comical. From then on, the Emperor would come here on incognito visits every now and then, but unfortunately, right up until the very end, that mysterious shop door never opened for them again. And at this very moment, inside the multiverse blind box store that everyone in Great Yong had been longing for, just as Goldie was fretting over the room full of blind boxes. Ding dong! Welcome! The sensor-activated doorbell at the entrance suddenly emitted a crisp electronic chime, making Goldie jump. She snapped back to her senses and instinctively glanced toward the door, secretly hoping. Could a visitor from another realm have arrived? She looked more closely and saw that the person walking in was a little girl who looked to be only 15 or 16. so thin she seemed as if a gust of wind could blow her over. She was wearing a gray jumpsuit that was clearly too big for her. The cuffs and hem were frayed and torn, revealing alarmingly thin wrists and ankles. Her dry, yellow hair was tied haphazardly at the back of her head. Her small face was a dirty, bluish-gray, with high, prominent cheekbones. Only her large eyes, hollow and lifeless from long-term malnutrition, stood out. Goldie stared at this little girl, who looked as if she de-emerged from the ruins, completely stunned. Who on earth is this soulmate from another world? The girl's name was Star, a scavenger on Scrap Planet 9527, an abandoned world on the fringes of the Interstellar Alliance. She hadn't had a single drop of nutrient solution in 3 full days. She was so starved she was seeing stars and could pass out at any moment, never to wake up again. Today, while rummaging through a mountain of trash, she had unexpectedly stumbled upon a small pile of discarded silver ingots. This type of metallic silver had long been phased out as industrial scrap across the galaxy. She initially clung to a sliver of hope, thinking she could trade it for the cheapest basic nutrient solution to keep herself alive. But the staff at the scrap yard didn't even bother to look up. They simply shooed her out. She sighed and resignedly prepared to go back to rummaging through the trash heap for more valuable junk. But who could have imagined that, just as she was passing by this mysterious little shop that had seemingly appeared out of thin air, a strange fragrance like a hook with barbs firmly gripped her nose and forcibly pulled her soul inside. She sniffed cautiously, as if unable to believe her senses. The air inside this little shop was surprisingly free of the ubiquitous, acrid smell of radiation and rot that permeated Scrap Planet 9527 instead. It carried a crisp, sweet fragrance she never smelled before. The moment the door swung open, an indescribable, exotic fragrance washed over her. Star froze in her tracks, instinctively holding her breath, afraid that the stale air she exhaled would instantly dispel this dreamlike scent. But after just 2 seconds, the crisp fragrance, as if alive, made its way down her nasal passages straight into her lungs. Unable to resist her body's instinct any longer, she took a greedy, deep breath, just like someone on the verge of drowning finally breaking the surface. Her parched lungs felt as if they'd been instantly cleansed by a clear spring, and every fiber of her being went limp. She stood frozen at the doorway, her mind filled with a single thought. Had she starved to death and ended up in heaven? Just as she stood there dumbfounded like a wooden stake, Goldie came out to greet her. When Goldie saw the little girl at the door who looked as if she'd just been dug out of a garbage heap, she visibly paused for a moment. The girl was filthy from head to toe, looking every bit like a refugee who'd just escaped from a camp. But Goldie, having been in business for years, quickly recovered from her brief surprise and put on a flawless smile. "Little one, would you like to come in and take a look? We're a blind box shop. You might just find a surprise inside." Star, however, remained frozen in place, timidly lowering her head, not daring to move even half an inch toward the entrance. She was terrified that the inescapable sour stench and grime clinging to her would soil the floor, which was so clean it seemed to reflect light. She stole a glance up at Goldie's fair, beautiful face and the elegant clothes she'd never even seen before. Listening to that soft, gentle voice, Star felt as if everything were so unreal, as if separated by a thick pane of glass, so very, very far away from her. This wasn't paradise at all. It was clearly just a store. She instinctively slipped her frozen hand into her tattered pocket and clutched tightly to the few scraps of discarded silver she'd just picked up. The silver ingots were bone-chillingly cold. They were all she owned right now. I don't have any money." Star's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz due to chronic malnutrition. Her voice was hoarse, as if it had been sanded down with sandpaper. Seeing her looking so frail, as if she might faint at any moment, Goldie felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. But she knew that for someone so deeply insecure, any direct handout would become a dagger that pierced their pride. So, she softened her tone with a warm smile. "It's okay, we do barter here. Anything you think is valuable, feel free to try offering it." Chapter 52. Endless Steamed Buns. Those light-hearted words were like a pair of warm hands, gently catching Star's heart as it plummeted. She hesitated for a moment, then finally bit her chapped lip, took a heavy step, and cautiously walked into the store. With trembling hands, she fished the few blackened, discarded silver ingots out of her pocket and placed them on the counter. A system notification sounded in Goldie's mind. "Interstellar scrap silver detected, equivalent to 15 taels of silver." Goldie's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected this pile of junk to be worth so much. Seeing Star looking completely at a loss and having no idea what to choose, She smiled and picked up a standard blind box labeled Braised to hand it to her. Little sister, with your silver, you can buy one multiverse blind box and one standard blind box. Since it's your first time, why not start with a regular one to test the waters? Star's palms were sweating with nervousness as she gently lifted the lid with her hand, which was covered in tiny cuts. In that instant, she felt an overwhelmingly rich, meaty aroma explode out of the box with a boom. Inside lay a bright red, braised pork trotter with a heady, savory aroma, resting quietly in an elegant food-grade packaging box. The pork skin was springy and wobbly, with the braising sauce still glistening on its surface, giving off an aroma that made her mouth water uncontrollably. Star was completely stunned. Star was completely stunned as she stared at the pork knuckle and inhaled its aroma. In the stars, natural food was extremely rare, only the wealthy and powerful nobility could enjoy it. For a lowly scavenger like her, who had spent her entire life surviving on synthetic nutritional supplements that tasted like toothpaste, she had never seen such a large, fragrant, and visibly energy-packed piece of real food. Seeing Star staring intently at the pig-esque trotter, her throat bobbing uncontrollably, Goldie quickly pulled 2 wet wipes from under the counter and handed them to her. "Quick, wipe your hands." Star snapped out of her daze, took the wet wipes, and roughly wiped her hands a couple of times, not caring in the least about her appearance. She tore open the vacuum-sealed package with her teeth, grabbed the greasy, massive pork knuckle with both hands, and shoveled it into her mouth in huge, ravenous bites. So fragrant, Star's mouth was dripping with grease. She almost choked from eating so quickly, but she simply couldn't bear to stop. That authentic meaty aroma and tender, chewy texture exploded on her taste buds. It was the ultimate delicacy she'd never experienced in her life. By the time she finished, she had gnawed every last bit of connective tissue off the bone. She couldn't bear to throw away the remaining bones either, so she tucked them away in her own storage node as if they were treasures. The live stream chat, which had been sparse until then, instantly exploded upon seeing this braised pig-esque trotter and Star's uninhibited eating style. Holy crap! Who is this girl? Her makeup and styling are way too realistic. She is so skinny it's heartbreaking. Is the streamer going for a refugee-style concept? Wait, what was that special effect just now? How did the pig trotter's bone just vanish into thin air? Hey guys, don't make such a big deal out of it, it's obviously a holographic projection. But that pork knuckle looks so delicious. The way she eats looks so real, it's making me hungry just watching. Goldie gazed at Star's eyes, which were shining so brightly from that bite of braised pork knuckle they could serve as searchlights, and her heart instantly burst with joy. Hey, this business is totally worth it. Star devoured that braised pork knuckle like a whirlwind, leaving not a single scrap of meat behind, and her once waxy, sallow face visibly flushed with a healthy glow. She instinctively rubbed her still flat stomach, her eyes brimming with the longing that screamed, "I want to eat 10 more of these." Goldie looked at Star, grinning like the big bad wolf trying to trick Little Red Riding Hood. "Little sister, with the silver you just gave me, you could open another, even higher tier multiverse blind box. Want to try your luck?" Star's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded her head like a chick pecking at grain. She took a deep breath, trembling as she picked up a multiverse blind box, her face a picture of innocent naivety. "Sister, how do I open this?" Goldie smiled warmly as she instructed. "This is a voice-activated blind box. Just shout open at it." Star cautiously leaned toward the box and called out in a soft, sweet voice, "Open." With a click, the lid sprang open. Star peered inside and froze. Inside the box lay a round, plump, white steamed bun. She cradled the white, plump bun in the palm of her hand and examined it closely. A strange, faint glow shimmered across the bun's surface, and it gave off a subtle, mouth-watering scent of wheat. The moment the box opened, Goldie realized just how special this steamed bun was. She couldn't help but gasp. "Wow, this isn't just any steamed bun. It's practically an Aladdin-esque lamp for interstellar refugees. With this thing, who'd ever have to worry about going hungry again? It's practically a walking perpetual motion machine." Seeing how cautious Star looked, she immediately put on a warm, top-notch salesperson smile and took the initiative to explain. "Little sister, you've got unbelievably good luck. This is our store's crown jewel, the infinite bun."
Infinite bun.
Star froze, forgetting to even take a bite of the bun in her hand. "That's right." Goldie pointed at the plump white bun and explained with a beaming smile. "It's infused with high-purity life energy. Just take a tiny bite, and it'll keep you full for an entire day. And the most amazing part is, as long as you're not greedy enough to eat more than half in one go, the rest will automatically regrow in 3 seconds with a whoosh. It stays good for a full 3 years, only after that will it disappear on its own. At this point, seeing Star's hungry expression, Goldie couldn't help but laugh as she added, "And don't worry, it only takes care of your basic nutrition, and keeps you full. It won't affect your ability to eat other things at all." Once Star learned about the steamed bun's incredible properties, she felt that this plump, white bun in her hand gave off a warm, reassuring vibe. She carefully took a small bite. The soft, chewy, and sweet texture instantly melted in her mouth. It was so delicious she almost swallowed her tongue. A miraculous scene unfolded. The very moment she took that first bite, a warm current flowed down her throat into her stomach. Her stomach, which had been aching faintly from prolonged hunger, was instantly filled with a gentle warmth. That gnawing hunger which had tormented her for years miraculously vanished. Star's eyes widened in astonishment as she watched the steamed bun in her hand. Now missing only a small bite, whoosh, returned to its original state within 3 seconds. White, plump, and perfectly intact. Skeptical, she took another bite. The feeling of fullness and warmth grew even stronger. Her whole body felt as comfortable as if she were soaking in a hot spring. Goldie looked at her dazed and adorable expression and couldn't help but laugh as she reminded her. "What do you think? Amazing, right? From now on, you'll never have to worry about running out of food again. But remember, don't eat more than half in one bite. If you do, it won't be able to restore itself." Chapter 53. Snow is back again and again. Star listened blankly, seemingly not yet fully grasping the meaning of Goldie's words. 3 years. A whole 3 years without going hungry? She held the plump white steamed bun in her hands, her mind buzzing as if countless strings that had been taut for over a decade had all snapped at once. What kind of life had she been living on Scrap Planet 9527? Today she'd been lucky she'd found an expired nutrient solution that would barely get her through the night. But what about tomorrow? Or the day after? She didn't know. All she knew was that the first thing she did every morning was to scramble into the garbage heap, terrified that if she was even a moment too late, someone else would snatch everything away. She often went from one meal to the next without knowing where her next meal would come from. The longest stretch she went without a single sip of nutrient solution was 5 days. When hunger made her dizzy and her vision blurry, she couldn't even stand steady. She could only curl up in a pile of trash, listening to her stomach growl, and count the stars until dawn. That fear of living from one day to the next, of starving to death at any moment in some stinking ditch, had long been etched into her very bones. But now, the plump, white creature in her hands told her that for the next 3 years, she would never go hungry again. 3 whole years. Over 1,000 days and nights she'd never again have to fight stray dogs for half a vial of nutrient solution. Nor would she ever be woken by hunger in the middle of the night. Star's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, which streamed down her cheeks and trickled into her mouth, salty, yet sweeter than anything she'd ever tasted. She clutched that big white steamed bun tightly to her chest, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world, then bowed deeply to Goldie, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "Hey, thank you, big sister. Thank you." The viewers in the livestream went absolutely wild. Holy crap.
Infinite bun?
The streamer's script is getting more and more outlandish. Even though I know it's special effects, why am I suddenly feeling like crying? This little girl's acting is incredible. Those tears just started flowing out of nowhere. If this were real, this steamed bun could literally save the world. I want an infinite bun too. It'd save me so much money on food delivery. Goldie looked at Star, who was clutching the steamed bun and crying her eyes out, and felt a warm glow in her heart. She suddenly felt that her blind box shop might actually be able to change some people's destinies. As she opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to the little girl, she curiously looked over the frail young girl in front of her and couldn't help but ask, "By the way, little sister, what's your name? And are you from the interstellar world?" Star had just had her stomach filled by that warm current and was still floating in a dazed state of bliss. Hearing Goldie's question, she instinctively shrank her neck, lowered her head in fear, and replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "Big sister, my name is Star. I don't have a last name. No one on Scrap Planet 9527 has a last name." She paused for a moment, her eyes revealing a hint of fear and bewilderment toward that world, then continued in a whisper, "I'm from Scrap Planet 9527, on the outskirts of the Galactic Alliance. There are mountains of trash everywhere. The sky is always gray. The air is toxic, and only scavengers like us who lack psi power live there, surviving by collecting the trash other planets discard. At this point, Star, seemingly afraid that Goldie would look down on her background, hurriedly looked up, her eyes betraying a hint of flattery and nervousness. Sister, is this place heaven? The air here is so sweet, and their meat so big and fragrant. Star has never seen a fairy sister as wonderful as you. After hearing Star's description, a million holy crap thoughts raced through Goldie's mind. It really was the stars. She originally thought Star was just from a poor family, but she never expected her to come from a technologically advanced yet extremely brutal interstellar world, and to be a scavenger abandoned on scrap planet 9527. She wasn't even living as well as an ordinary person in the modern world. Watching Star's cautious demeanor, as if she were terrified of being looked down upon, Goldie's heart melted completely. Then, Goldie's eyes twinkled, and she immediately came up with a brilliant idea that would satisfy everyone. Star, Goldie said, softening her voice as if coaxing a child. I happen to be in need of some of that junk from your world. Next time you come by, could you bring me some discarded parts, broken machinery, or unwanted scrap from there? Star froze, her wide, vacant eyes filled with disbelief. Sis, what do you want that junk for? It's all useless scrap metal. Oh, in my eyes, that's not junk, it's treasure, Goldie said with a beaming smile, telling a white lie. I need some special metal materials for my research. So, as long as you bring them over, whether they're valuable or not, I'll trade you for something delicious. Even a single discarded part is fine with me. In reality, Goldie's mind was racing with calculations. With technology so advanced in the interstellar world, even a discarded part might still contain some cutting-edge tech. Even in the worst-case scenario, if it really was all scrap metal, she wouldn't lose out. After all, she had plenty of snacks and drinks in the store. Giving Star something to eat while collecting some interstellar specialties on the side was a win-win. Seeing that Star still looked skeptical, Goldie reached under the counter and pulled out a big bag of potato chips and a bottle of Coke, shoving them all into Star's arms. Here, this is a welcome gift from me. If you ever get hungry, or if you find any treasures, come see me anytime. I've got plenty of good stuff here. Holding that bulging bag of snacks which she'd never seen before and the ice-cold drink, tears instantly welled up in Star's eyes. She bit her lip tightly, nodded vigorously, and said in a choked voice, "Thank you, big sister. Star will definitely find the very, very best treasures for you." Watching this scene, the viewers in the live stream instantly filled the chat with heartwarming comments. Sniff sniff. The streamer is truly beautiful inside and out. This isn't just business, it's clearly charity. Star is so pitiful. I hope she brings more stuff next time and gets to eat lots of good treats. The streamer's gesture is so heartwarming, I've got to tip her to show my support. Just as Star was putting the steamed buns, snacks, and drinks into her storage node and getting ready to say goodbye to Goldie, the doorbell rang. Chapter 54. Regular Customer Snow. The person walking in this time was Snow, a regular customer. Today she was wearing a tracksuit, looking youthful and radiant. She was carrying a huge insulated bag, beaming with joy, and seemed full of energy. Shop owner, I'm back. Snow set the heavy bag down on the table and rubbed her hands together excitedly. I'm on a roll today. I set up my food truck under the office building and made 500 yuan in just one day. This is way better than working a regular job. It was just so crowded I couldn't keep up with the demand. If I prepared the food in advance, it would affected the taste. I was so stressed out I wished I could grow 3 heads and 6 arms. Goldie's eyes lit up, and she gave her a generous thumbs up. Wow, you're so amazing. A great start on your very first day. You're definitely a money-making whiz. Snow chuckled as she pulled items out of the bag, saying, I figured I'm no master chef, so I just make something simple. Today's menu is full of goodies: pizza, burgers, fried chicken, and freshly made milk tea. I thought I'd bring you some to try. As she opened the bag, a rich aroma instantly filled the entire little shop. The live stream's comment section instantly exploded. Holy crap, I can smell it right through the screen. I'm at work right now, and tears are uncontrollably streaming down the corners of my mouth. Host, you're too cruel. Who could resist this? Does Miss Snow need any more fans? The kind who shout, 666, all the time. Please buy some for me. I'd pay double the price for a burger. Star was about to leave when she caught a whiff of that unfamiliar fried aroma. She stopped in her tracks, staring longingly at the golden, crispy food, her mouth watering. Only then did Snow notice the painfully thin little girl in the corner. She paused for a moment, then her heart softened. Without a word, Snow picked up a freshly made double cheeseburger, added 2 pieces of fried chicken, and held them out to Star. "Little sister, here you go, it's on me. It tastes best while it's hot." Star was both flattered and surprised, and looked timidly at Goldie. Only after receiving a nod of approval from Goldie did she cautiously take the burger, retreat to a corner, and begin nibbling at it bit by bit. The rich aroma of cheese and the patty inside the burger made her realize once again what a delicacy of this world truly was. Star still managed to resist the temptation to devour the whole thing. While Goldie and Snow weren't looking, she stashed the 2 pieces of fried chicken into her storage node, planning to save them for later. Snow pulled a heavy silver bar from her bosom and handed it to Goldie. "Shopkeeper, I made some money today. Here, let us open another multiverse blind box." Goldie raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but tease. "Whoa, young lady, aren't you going to complain about me anymore? Not calling me a rip-off shop?" The comment section immediately erupted with wild cheering. "Ha ha ha ha, the streamer's little grudge notebook is out again. Snow, back then, I spoke too loudly now. The boss is my own dad. Ha ha. This is hilarious, a lightning fast about face. Snow, as long as I get good prizes from the blind boxes, I'll treat even a rip-off shop like a treasure." The way Star secretly stashed away the chicken nuggets is so heartbreaking. Snow forced a smile, clasped her hands together, and bowed. "Oh my, I was just blind. This is clearly a trustworthy, honest shop, it's my lucky spot." After saying that, Snow walked with confidence to the shelf displaying the multiverse blind boxes. 9 multiverse blind boxes were neatly arranged on the shelf. She circled the shelf twice, her eyes darting back and forth over the boxes as if she were picking out a watermelon. Finally, her gaze settled on one of the multiverse blind boxes. "This is the one." Snow pointed at the blind box instinctively. Goldie walked over with a smile, took the blind box down, and handed it to her. "You've always had good luck, miss, so this time won't be any different." Snow rubbed her hands together, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation, and whispered to the blind box, "Open!" The blind box popped open, revealing a sci-fi style stasis food case with a cool, glowing finish lying quietly inside. Goldie listened to the system's description and chuckled. This thing was practically tailor-made for Snow. No matter how hot the fried chicken or how icy the milk tea, as long as you put it inside, it'll come out just like it was freshly cooked or made with absolutely no compromise on taste. In the corner, Star was munching on a burger. She looked at the little metal box in Snow's hand. Although she didn't quite understand what was going on, she felt like everyone in this shop seemed to be experiencing something truly amazing. Just as Goldie, Snow, and Star were enjoying their meal together, a thriller-style drama was unfolding outside the shop. The agents dispatched from headquarters had been stationed near the live stream in the shop, urgently reporting to their superiors. They'd clearly seen 2 girls enter the shop via the live stream, yet while they were lying in wait near Goldie's blind box shop, they hadn't seen a single person go inside. And this little shop didn't have any other entrances or exits. Drake, the captain of the ad hoc task force, acted decisively and decided to pretend to buy a blind box himself to go inside and investigate. The entire team was already in plain clothes, so there was no need to change. Drake took the 10 liang of silver he'd prepared in advance, put it in a bag, and strode into the blind box shop as the doorbell rang out clearly. Inside the shop, the 3 of them had just finished eating what they were holding. Seeing a customer arrive, Snow and Star sensibly stepped aside, partly because they didn't want to disturb Goldie's business, and partly because they wanted to see what kind of treasure this new customer might unbox. Goldie wiped her hands as she stepped forward. "Handsome guy, want to open a blind box?" On the surface, Goldie was as calm as a veteran, but deep down, she was frantically pecking at the system. System. Which world is this guy from? Give me a hint." But the system played dead, not even letting out a fart. Drake cleared his throat and said with a straight face, "Streamer, I came here after watching your live stream. I'd like to buy a multiverse blind box." As he spoke, he placed 10 taels of silver on the counter. Looking at that ingot of silver, Goldie's head spun. Snow and Star were both right there, This guy had clearly found his way here from the livestream. He was from the same world as her. What if he couldn't see the multiverse blind boxes on the counter? How was she supposed to explain that? Was she supposed to say, "Handsome guy, are you blind?" Goldie suppressed her thoughts and feigned calmness, saying, "Which one do you want? Go ahead and pick one yourself." Drake remained outwardly unfazed, but inside, a storm was raging. Earlier that morning, his colleague Jade had stopped by the blind box shop. She couldn't see a single multiverse blind box, nor could she reach out and touch one. Everyone assumed those multiverse blind boxes could only be seen in the livestream. But the moment he stepped through the door, he saw a whole row of black blind boxes lined up neatly on the shelf, exactly the same as in the livestream. He forced himself to stay calm as he walked up to the shelf, pretending to browse, and even deliberately reached out to touch one. His hand didn't pass right through it. He actually felt the physical item. He ran his hand along the row, silently counting in his head. 1, 2, 8. That's right, exactly 8. He could see them and touch them. Chapter 55. Stellar climbing suit so awesome. Drake took a deep breath, trying hard to maintain his aloof persona, but inside he was screaming with excitement. This store is out of this world. On the other side of the livestream, Drake's colleagues were also stunned. The captain had actually touched that multiverse blind box. Everyone turned to look at Jade, who wore an expression of utter disbelief. When I walked into the store, I couldn't see or touch a single one, and nothing had moved in the livestream, but it looks like the captain can actually see the multiverse blind boxes. Drake pretended to pace back and forth in front of the shelf a couple of times, then finally picked one at random from the remaining 8 blind boxes. "I'll take this one," he said, feigning profundity. Goldie reminded him, "This is a voice-activated blind box, just say open." Drake whispered, "Open." With a click, the box popped open. The moment the blind box opened, a system notification immediately popped into Goldie's mind, and all the information about the item became instantly clear to her. She deftly picked up the ultra-futuristic, form-fitting combat suit from inside the box, cleared her throat, and switched into top salesperson mode. "Hey, handsome, congratulations on winning this top-tier gear. This is the stellar climbing suit, featuring the latest anti-gravity nano-adhesion technology. It's ultra-lightweight with 0 sense of weight. Once you put it on, you can climb freely and adhere to any surface just like Spider-Man, and you'll never fall." As Goldie continued her introduction, the suit revealed a subtle matte black finish, with a faint, eerie blue glow shimmering across its surface. The material looked like some kind of liquid metal, as thin as a cicada's wing, exuding an air of high-end luxury that screamed, "I'm damn expensive." When the stellar climbing suit was unboxed, the live stream's comment section instantly exploded. "Holy crap, stellar climbing suit? That name alone sounds awesome. Wait, what did the streamer just say? Like Spider-Man? Whoa, this is basically the interstellar version of the stellar climbing suit. That streamlined design, that deep blue glow, it's incredible. If you wear this on an undercover mission, who could possibly catch you? Hunk, put this on, and you'll be the coolest guy around." Drake's eyes widened in awe. That streamlined design, that intimidating sheen, this is definitely top-tier special ops gear. Man, this isn't just some regular combat suit. It's clearly an interstellar version of the stellar climbing suit. Drake's mouth twitched. The fabric feels great, but can it really let you stick to glass? That's a bit hard to believe. Isn't it? Besides, even if it's true, he is a tough, no-nonsense guy if he wears this thing. Does that mean he'll have to lie on rooftops and spy from the shadows on every mission from now on? Seeing Drake's questioning the meaning of life expression, Goldie fought back a laugh and continued in a deadpan tone. "Hunk, don't underestimate this suit. It's high-tech. Just think about it, if you lie flat against the ceiling, who is going to spot you? It's an absolute must-have for home, travel, and undercover operations." Drake returned to the makeshift command post, clutching the feather-light stellar climbing suit, as if it were a ticking time bomb. As soon as he walked in, several plainclothes team members swarmed around him, their eyes fixed intently on the suit in his hands. "Captain, what do you think? Is this suit for real?" Drake took a deep breath, tossed the suit onto the table, and uttered 3 words with a blank expression. "I don't know." The team members exchanged glances. One of the younger members couldn't help but mutter, "Why don't you try it on? Is it bulletproof?" "I don't know if it's bulletproof, but they say it prevents falls," Drake replied, his face darkening. "It prevents you from falling off the ceiling." "Holy shit. Isn't this just Spider-Man?" Captain, why don't you give it a try? Drake pointed to a relatively slender and agile soldier. Jala, you try it. Fortunately, this stellar climbing suit didn't require a specific user, anyone could wear it. The young soldier named Jala was curious too, so he went ahead and put it on. Once he was all suited up, you've got to admit, he really did look a bit like Spider-Man. Kai walked up to a wall, raised his hand and started climbing. His movements were effortless, he scaled the wall without breaking a sweat. His head soon hitting the ceiling. He even turned around and waved to his teammates below, leaving everyone staring in awe. Kai continued climbing along the wall all the way up to the ceiling. As he moved, he joked with his teammates, saying that this stellar climbing suit felt exceptionally comfortable to wear. When he reached the center of the room, near the overhead light, there was a sudden crack. The suspended ceiling was clearly unable to bear the weight. It was already too late for him to scramble back to the wall. With a loud thud, he plummeted to the ground along with several ceiling panels. Fortunately, several soldiers reached out in time to catch him securely, preventing him from getting hurt. Debris from the shattered ceiling was scattered everywhere, and everyone was covered in dust from the cloud that had been kicked up. Everyone stared at the mess on the floor, falling into a moment of silence. It seemed the load-bearing capacity of the ceiling was truly inadequate, but this stellar climbing suit was indeed very effective. Once everyone had cleaned up, Drake asked, "Was the video of me opening mystery boxes at the store just now streamed live to the higher-ups?" A team member immediately snapped to attention. "Reporting, Captain. The higher-ups watched the stream and are taking this very seriously. They said this store is deeply mysterious, and we must continue probing it. They want you to open 2 more mystery boxes." Drake's mouth twitched. "Open them 2 more times? That's going to cost a pretty penny." "Here." The team member handed him a heavy cloth bag. The higher-up said as long as you can get something useful out of them, funding is unlimited. Drake. All right, since the higher-ups have spoken, what else could he say? Drake stepped back into Goldie's blind box shop. "Welcome." The doorbell rang with a crisp chime. Goldie was dozing off, her head resting on the counter. Hearing the sound, she lazily lifted her head. "Hey, handsome, back again?" Drake placed the cloth bag on the counter with a blank expression. His tone is serious, as if he were handing over classified documents. "Boss, I'd like to open 2 more multiverse blind boxes." Goldie raised an eyebrow, inwardly beaming. "Hey, a big spender." "Sure thing," Goldie said with a smile, pointing to the shelves. "Same as always, help yourself." Drake took a deep breath and strode purposefully toward the shelves. He grabbed one at random, his heart racing with anticipation of what game-changing artifact he might find inside. But the moment he opened the box, he was completely dumbfounded. It was completely empty, not a single item in sight. Drake's mouth twitched violently, his face a mask of disbelief. "It's empty! I spent 10 taels of silver on this mystery box, and you actually forgot to put anything inside." Chapter 56. The Fasting Pill. Goldie was also taken aback for a moment, then laughed awkwardly to smooth things over. "Oh my! It's purely a matter of probability. With blind boxes, it's normal to win some and lose some. Your good luck is just saved for the next one." The viewers in the live stream instantly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Poor guy. He just opened a box of air. I'm dying of laughter, spending 10 taels of silver on a voice-activated box. What a total rip-off. It's okay, it's okay. Good luck always comes last. The second one is definitely going to be something great." I took a screenshot of that handsome guy's eyes popping out of his head. That LL keep me laughing for a whole year. Drake had learned his lesson this time and didn't rush into making a move. He clasped his hands together and silently chanted in his heart. "Buddha, the Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and all the gods and immortals, please bless me. This time, I absolutely must get something practical and solid." After finishing his prayer, he suddenly opened his eyes and, guided by intuition, pulled a multiverse blind box off the shelf, gently placing it on the counter. "Open." With a click, the lid popped open. There was no dazzling golden light, nor any sci-fi special effects inside the box. Round, lustrous white pills were neatly stacked. The pills were completely translucent, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance, and filled the entire blind box to the brim. A subtle herbal scent instantly filled the small shop. Drake leaned in for a closer look, a puzzled look in his eyes. "Pills? What are these?" Goldie's eyes lit up instantly, and she immediately explained, "You've hit the jackpot. These are premium fasting pills. A full 10,000 of them. These pills are incredibly powerful. Just one will completely satisfy your hunger, lasting an entire month. You won't need to eat or drink, and you won't feel the slightest bit of hunger or fatigue. Plus, there are absolutely no side effects. At those words, Drake froze on the spot. The gloom on his face vanished instantly, replaced by utter astonishment. 10,000 pills? One pill lasts a whole month. So this box alone would be enough to keep him going without food or water for 10,000 months. The live stream instantly exploded with excitement. 10,000 fasting pills? That's insane. This guy has just achieved freedom from eating. One pill lasts a whole month. This is practically a field agent's dream. No more need to carry rations on missions. It looks just like those candy balls I used to eat as a kid, a smooth, milky white, crispy sugar shell on the outside, with soft candy inside. They used to sell them loose at the corner store for 1 fin each. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of candy ball I'm talking about. I've had those before. I'm so jealous. Think of how much money he'll save on meals. It's even better value than that infinite bun. Drake carefully picked up a fasting pill. It felt warm to the touch. With a fragrant medicinal aroma, the texture was incredible. He examined the box full of pills over and over, his feelings incredibly mixed. The frustration he felt moments ago over the empty box had now vanished without a trace. Goldie watched him with a smile. What do you think, handsome? Was it worth the trip? These are rare, high-quality goods. So many people beg for them but can't get their hands on them. Drake took a deep breath, nodded solemnly, and reached out to carefully tuck the entire box of figu pills away, afraid to spill even a single one. He looked at Goldie, his eyes full of sincerity. Boss, your shop is truly full of hidden gems. Goldie smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Thank you for the compliment. Drake turned to leave, but as he reached the doorway, his steps suddenly faltered. He glanced back at Goldie with a hint of barely perceptible conflict in his eyes, as if he wanted to say something. But he took a deep breath, turned away, and strode quickly out of the small shop. Back at their temporary hideout, the team members who had been waiting for quite some time immediately surrounded him, their faces full of anticipation. Captain, how did it go? Let us see. Drake held up the box filled with fasting pills, his expression impassive, and said calmly, "One empty box, 1 box of fasting pills, 10,000 pills. 1 pill covers a month's worth of food and drink." Upon hearing this, the team members' pupils suddenly contracted, and they all gasped in shock. Holy cow! 10,000 fasting pills? This is so practical. From now on, when we're on long assignments or staking out a case, we'll never have to bring our own food again. We're totally raking it in here. The empty box is practically nothing. Drake waved his hand with a grim expression. Who wants to try one of these fasting pills? No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 soldiers immediately volunteered. Captain, I'll do it. Captain, let me try it. Drake took out 2 pills and handed them over. The 2 men took them, looked at the crystal-clear pills that gave off a faint, pleasant fragrance, and popped them into their mouths without hesitation. With a gulp, they swallowed them, without even tasting a hint of flavor. But the very next second, both of them widened their eyes in surprise. Captain, this stuff is amazing. One soldier was so excited he kept slapping his thigh. I didn't eat enough at lunch, and my stomach has been growling for ages. Now that I've taken this pill, not only am I full, but even that tiredness from earlier is gone. I've got endless energy all over my body. Another soldier nodded vigorously, his face full of disbelief. It's true. My stomach feels all warm. Just like I've just finished a big meal. I don't even want a sip of water. Upon hearing this, a gleam flashed in Drake's eyes, and he immediately ordered, "All right, pack up the rest and take them back for the research team to study." He turned to the team member in charge of finances and asked, "Do we have any silver left?" Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Drake waved his hand dramatically. "Have everyone line up and take turns checking out Goldie's blind box shop. Let us see if anyone besides me can spot the black blind box." Their group consisted of 6 men and 4 women. Aside from Drake and Jade, the other 8 arrived at Goldie's shop one after another. These 8 were quite in sync. They knew to come in batches, some in small groups of 3 or 2, others going it alone. As it turned out, without exception, none of them could see the multiverse blind box. One of them was even holding a cell phone, streaming Goldie's live broadcast. As soon as he walked in, he held up his phone, pointed at the screen, and asked, "Boss, there's clearly a black blind box in this live stream. Why can't I see it in real life?" Goldie looked around the store. There were no other customers besides him. So she decided to come clean. "Sorry, but these blind boxes just aren't meant for you." So the man had no choice but to leave with a look of disappointment on his face. Goldie made sure to walk him to the door and added, "That multiverse blind box you saw in the live stream just now was actually a special effect. Don't take it personally. Okay?" The live stream instantly went wild. "Ha ha ha ha. Look at the way that guy walks. His back is straight as a javelin. He's definitely no ordinary person." "Exactly. That girl too. She walks with such confidence and has such a sharp gaze. She's clearly been trained." "Host, are these your new actors? Their acting is way too good. Wait, didn't you guys notice? They're all standing in exactly the same way." "Host, why didn't you let them stay a little longer and open some blind boxes for them?" Look at the host's lip movements. It looks like she's saying the black mystery boxes in the live stream are all special effects. "Host, these people aren't actually soldiers, are they? Holy crap. Has the host been spotted by the higher-ups?" Chapter 57. A Big Payday. Goldie was wiping down the counter when she saw a wave of comments in the chat saying, "They look like soldiers." And her hands suddenly froze. Wait a minute. These guys walk with a confident stride, stand ramrod straight, have sharp eyes, and they're all coming in batches to test the waters. Could these guys really be soldiers? Could they have been sent by the higher-ups to test her shop? Goldie swallowed hard and frantically pounded away at the system in her mind. System, say something. Who the hell are these people?" But the system remained silent. Not even a single punctuation mark popping up. "Fine, if I can't rely on the system, I'll have to rely on myself." Goldie took a deep breath and forced herself to stay calm as she continued wiping down the counter, though her mind was spinning like a top. Timing-wise, Professor Zhou Jinghong and his team should have reported the situation long ago. If the higher-ups believed it, they would definitely sent people to investigate by now. And thinking back to the young woman who was the first customer this morning, she was probably here to scout things out, too. Thinking it through, her shop had definitely been flagged by the authorities. But then again, Goldie realized this was actually a huge stroke of luck with high-ranking officials backing her up. Wouldn't her personal safety be completely guaranteed? Even if the viewers in her livestream really figured out that this shop could connect to the 10,000 realms, absolutely no one would dare touch her or her family. As evening fell, the afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the glass windows and cast a warm glow on the counter. Goldie stretched her arms wide. Although she only sold 5 mystery boxes today, she made 5 taels of silver, which worked out to a full 1,000 yuan. Add to that the gifts sent by viewers in her livestream, and she brought in over 1,000 more. She was over the moon. Earning 2,000 yuan in a single day put her among the top earners in all of SC City. "Folks, time to call it a day." She cheerfully greeted her viewers before decisively clicking the button to end the live stream. Just as she was packing up to close shop, a tall, imposing figure blocked the setting sun at the doorway. Drake was dressed in casual clothes and carrying a backpack. He looked like an ordinary office worker, but he couldn't hide his sharp, military bearing. Standing outside the door, he spoke with a solemn expression. "Hello, Boss Jean. I'm Drake, the officer assigned by higher-ups to protect you." Goldie paused for a moment, blinked, and let her gaze sweep over his face. As if afraid she wouldn't believe him, Drake explained, "Actually, I'm here today mainly to confirm once more the unique nature of your live stream and those blind boxes. I can see and touch those multiverse blind boxes, but my colleagues can't see them at all. What's going on here?" Hearing this, Goldie's last shred of doubt vanished completely. Goldie ushered Drake into the store and locked the door behind them. She carefully examined Drake's credentials once more, and only then did she come clean with him. She had previously linked her account to the multiverse blind box system, where she opened a storage bracelet. She also traded 2 bags of rice with Muchang Feng from ancient times for a voice-controlled thermos from a blind box, and exchanged some common medicines with General Mulin for a small, temperature-adjustable air conditioner. She also mentioned the great items that visitors with a special connection to this alternate world had opened from the blind boxes over the past few days. Finally, Goldie looked at Drake and explained with a smile, "Because you're the one destined to be here in the world of the multiverse blind box shop, you're able to see the multiverse blind box. As for why others can't see it, it's simply because they lack that connection. With blind boxes, it's all about fate. Since only you can see them, it means you're destined to be with them." After a brief pause, she added earnestly, And those things I asked the professors to report to the higher-ups, they're all true. Drake looked into Goldie's clear, open eyes and, without a word, nodded solemnly. He believed her. He truly believed her. Having experienced the extraordinary nature of the multiverse blind box firsthand, he had absolute faith in Goldie's words. Goldie was a down-to-earth person herself. She pulled out the voice-controlled temperature-regulating thermos and the mini temperature-adjustable air conditioner and shoved them all into Drake's hands at once. Here, take these. Have the researchers open them up and take a look. Who knows? They might uncover some cutting-edge technology or new materials we don't have yet. Drake took the 2 items and explained. Our superiors specifically instructed that every item obtained from you must be meticulously recorded. Once the final accounting is complete, the government will issue the corresponding subsidy. The amount might not match the value of the items themselves, but they'll definitely make sure your effort isn't in vain. Goldie smiled at this, feeling much more at ease, and remarked with emotion. I knew it, the government never shortchanges us ordinary folks. With that assurance, I'm completely at ease and don't feel the slightest bit of regret about parting with these things. After speaking, he pulled out his small notebook and quickly jotted down the names of the items, their uses and activation times. He then carefully tested them on the spot. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he even issued Goldie a handover certificate, clearly stating in black and white that she had personally handed these 2 items over to him. Once all the handover procedures were completed, he carefully stowed the 2 items in his backpack and turned to Goldie, his tone firm and decisive. I'll walk you back and ensure your safety at all times. Just as the 2 were about to head out, 3 people swept in like a gust of wind. Zhou Jinghong, Yang Yongxing, and Shi Jiahui, the 3 veteran experts, had rushed back, looking thoroughly worn out. These 3 old gentlemen had rushed back to Beijing City overnight yesterday and had been dragged into an all-night meeting by various leaders, leaving their eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. They managed to catch a brief nap in Beijing that morning, and right after lunch, without even taking a moment to drink a sip of water, they hit the gas and raced back to Shenzhen. Why? They were worried about the remaining treasures in Goldie's storage bracelet, afraid that if they were even a moment too late, someone else would snap them up. Well, there was no getting away now. Goldie could only sigh in resignation and turn back toward the store. She opened the storage bracelet and dumped out the antiques, silver ingots, and some 20 or 30 rare items like the jade pendant and the crown princess folding fan she traded for earlier onto the table as if spilling beans. She packed them up and sold them to the 3 elderly professors for over 20 million. Of course, she secretly kept for herself a jade hairpin with exceptional translucency. This was the one the Empress had personally plucked from her own hair to trade for supplies back then. She loved it dearly and simply had to keep it to polish herself. Ding! The payment cleared instantly. The moment the funds arrived, Goldie didn't even blink, strictly adhering to national regulations. She proactively, fully, and seamlessly filed her taxes. Her motto: abide by the law and leave absolutely no room for trouble. Drake, who had been standing by watching the whole thing, was completely dumbfounded. His brain had completely shut down. That was a solid 20 million plus. An astronomical sum that an ordinary person couldn't earn even if they worked their entire life, yet this young shop owner had effortlessly pocketed it in just a few minutes. That pace of making money was so outrageous it was off the charts, utterly mind-bogglingly outrageous. Once the transaction was complete, Goldie and Drake walked back to Goldie's apartment complex, one in front of the other. With Drake by her side, Goldie kept her composure the whole way, pretending to be completely calm. But only she knew just how badly she wanted to let out a triumphant howl to the heavens. 20 million. A whole 20 million. On the surface, she was as steady as an old dog, her stride steady and even, her breathing not a bit out of rhythm, as if she just pocketed a mere 2,000. Chapter 58. Star is back. But in reality, inside her head, 10,000 llamas were already going wild at a rave. Oh my god, that's 20 million. Not happy beans. Not game currency. It's real. Hard cash enough to knock someone out. Fireworks were already going off uncontrollably in her head, and she even felt like doing a Thomas spin right there on the spot. No, she had to hold it together. There were bodyguards sent by the government right beside her. As a worldly, mature blind box shop owner, she absolutely couldn't act like a hick who'd never seen money before. Goldie clenched her back teeth tightly, her mouth twitching wildly as she forced the urge to burst out laughing back down her throat. She took a deep breath and frantically drilled the mantra into her mind. Stay calm. You're a multimillionaire now. Be composed. Be elegant. Stay unflappable even if Mount Tai were to collapse before your eyes. But this really feels so amazing. When they reached her front door, Drake stopped, glanced up at the tightly shut security door across the way, and spoke with a composed expression. Our team lives right across the hall from you, so we can provide backup at any time. If anything unexpected happens in the future, just smash the door down and call out for us. Goldie got it instantly. The apartment directly across from hers had originally belonged to a local family displaced by urban redevelopment. It had been vacant for years, and she assumed the higher-ups had specifically rented it out to serve as a security outpost. Drake continued, "Rest assured, our people are keeping a close watch on the entire building and the surrounding street. We'll provide comprehensive protection for you and your family. Not even a fly will get in." He paused for a moment, then added another reassuring remark. "In addition to our close protection, the higher-ups have also assigned a special task force. From now on, whenever you unpack any special items or things from another world, they'll be responsible for handling, transporting, and researching them without ever disrupting your normal life." After hearing these airtight arrangements, Goldie's heart, which had been in her throat all day, finally settled back into her chest, and her sense of security shot through the roof. She looked at Drake's stern yet dependable face, her eyes crinkling as she smiled radiantly. To prevent her parents from getting the wrong idea if they saw someone hanging around across the street every day, Goldie enthusiastically invited Drake inside and explained the whole situation to her parents in person. After seeing Drake off, Goldie casually opened her mobile banking app and held the screen up for her parents to see. "Dad, Mom, I sold some more stuff to those 3 experts. Take a look at the balance." The couple leaned in to take a look, and wow, that long string of countless zeros was crammed so densely across the screen it made their eyes spin. They both froze in place, their brains completely shut down. It took a full 10 or so seconds before the house suddenly erupted with an uncontrollable gasp. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, oh my God! The scream was so piercing that even Drake, who had just walked past their door, stumbled back a step. The elderly couple had spent half their lives selling braised meat, working from dawn till dusk for over 20 years. They managed to save just over $2 million. But now, overnight, their family had become 10 millionaires. This overwhelming wealth came crashing down on them, leaving the 2 ordinary people completely dazed. They were now both excited and anxious, terrified that their phones might have been infected with a virus and the money would vanish into thin air. So the very next day, as soon as the bank opened, they went to deposit the money into fixed-term accounts. They divided the 20 million equally into 4 portions, with each family member depositing 5 million in a 5-year fixed-term account. The remaining few million were managed using the staged deposit method, split into terms ranging from 1 to 3 years, ensuring they had both long-term interest income and funds for immediate emergencies. Looking at the printed deposit slips, Goldie tucked them into her bag, or rather, into her storage bracelet, and Jean Manchong and Chen Jinsho's taut nerves finally relaxed completely. Once the deposit slips were all set, Goldie still had over 1 million left in her checking account. A thought crossed her mind. What if visitors from another world couldn't produce any silver in the future? Why not stockpile some silver bars herself? That way, she could settle transactions directly with standard silver bars and even make a profit on the price difference. She made the decision on the spot and pulled out 500,000 to buy silver bars. Since purchasing large quantities of silver bars required a real name reservation, Goldie thought for a moment and decided to register the order under her mother's name. By the time she finished the entire process, it was already 11 a.m. Goldie hurried back to the blind box shop and pushed open the door. Right then, 10 jet black multiverse blind boxes were neatly arranged there, solid and substantial, understated yet mysterious. Goldie was a bit puzzled and silently asked the system in her mind, "System, why are there only 10 blind boxes today? There were clearly 5 left yesterday." The system's mechanical prompt sounded right on cue. "Host, please note, this store's daily refresh limit is fixed at 10 blind box slots, resetting at midnight each day. Remaining blind boxes do not carry over or accumulate." Goldie understood immediately. So no matter how many were left over from the previous day, they were all reset to 0 the next day, a maximum of 10 orders per day. The rules were strictly enforced. Once she understood the rules, Goldie stopped dwelling on it and raised her hand to open the live stream room she hadn't visited in ages. After a few seconds of a black screen, the image flashed, and she successfully went live. Almost the moment the stream started, the waiting viewers rushed in all at once, and the chat instantly flooded the screen with comments so dense you couldn't make out a single word. Holy crap! The The streamer's finally here. I've been waiting forever. I've been here from 9 to 11. I thought you just bailed. The store's closed and the stream's down first thing in the morning, Goldie. That's way too much. The screen was filled with viewers' aggrieved questions and complaints. Goldie looked at the lively stream comments and couldn't help but laugh out loud. In a light-hearted and gentle tone, she explained, "Sorry to keep you all waiting. I really had some personal business to take care of this morning, something very important. As soon as I finished, I rushed right back to open the shop and start the stream. I definitely didn't forget about you guys." While bantering with viewers in the live chat, she casually tidied up the knickknacks on the counter, creating a serene and peaceful atmosphere. Just then, the doorbell rang with a crisp ding-dong, and the automated greeting "Welcome" echoed through the store. The curtain was gently lifted, and a slender figure walked in with her head bowed. Goldie looked up. Oh, wasn't that Star? The little girl from StarCraft she'd met yesterday. Star was still wearing that old, ill-fitting work uniform, and standing in the shop, she looked especially frail and pitiful. She raised her big, crystal-clear eyes and gazed longingly at Goldie, speaking in a soft, sweet voice. "Big sister, I thought you weren't opening the shop today. I've been waiting for you right outside since early this morning, but the door wouldn't open, so I just crouched there for a really, really long time." Her dejected little expression, she looked just like an abandoned kitten, instantly melted the hearts of everyone watching the live stream. Chapter 59. Star unlocks the spirit tree. Star's soft, sweet voice carried a hint of barely perceptible hurt. As soon as Goldie heard this, her heart gave a sudden twinge, and she felt overwhelmingly guilty. She quickly bent down to meet Star's eye level and apologized in a soft, gentle voice. "I'm so sorry, Star. I had an urgent matter at home today, so I opened up late. I made you wait for nothing. You must be starving, right?" As she spoke, she casually pulled open a drawer under the counter, fished out a few packs of snacks, and stuffed them all into Star's arms. This hefty apology gift made up for the little girl's frustration from waiting so long. Star clutched the snacks tightly. Her eyes, which had been dull moments before, instantly lit up as if filled with little stars. She carefully placed the snacks on the counter, then waved her little hand. Whoosh! A jumble of random objects appeared out of thin air on the counter, leaving the viewers in the live stream speechless. There were rusty, discarded mechanical parts, a few dull-looking pieces of rare metal, and an old, battered storage node with a cracked casing. All of it was interstellar scrap dug out of a garbage heap, piled up into a small stack. Star clutched the hem of her worn-out shirt tightly, her little face ashen, her tone full of hesitation and pleading. "Sis, my friends and I collected all this. Could we trade it for some food?" At this point, she paused, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "He's about to starve to death." She lowered her head, confessing honestly like a child who'd done something wrong. "Actually, I have an infinite bun on me, but I didn't dare take it out. I was afraid my friend would be too hungry or too greedy and would just snatch my bun right away, then I'd have nothing left." The live stream's comment section was instantly flooded with reactions to this down-to-earth remark. Holy crap! This plot makes so much sense. Star is definitely not some brainless do-gooder. Exactly. In a post-apocalyptic or interstellar survival scenario, you have to protect yourself while helping others. So true, you can't be too careful. If it were me, I wouldn't dare bring out the infinite bun to show off either. Seeing the young girl's pitiful expression, Goldie's heart softened, and she immediately spoke in a gentle voice to reassure her. "Of course there's food, don't worry." As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled out her phone, deftly opened the food delivery app, and ordered 3 hearty meals in one go. One was for herself, one to tide Star over, and another was carefully packed for her to take back to her friend who was on the verge of fainting from hunger. After placing the orders, Goldie put away her phone and said with a smile to Star, "I've already ordered food for you, but we'll have to wait a little while for it to arrive." Then, recalling the system's valuation from earlier, she continued, "Those scrap parts and interstellar supplies you just brought over are worth 30 taels. According to the shop's rules, you can now open 2 multiverse blind boxes and 2 standard blind boxes. Do you want to open them?" The moment she heard she could open a multiverse blind box, Star's eyes lit up instantly. She still vividly remembered the surprise of pulling an infinite bun yesterday. It was a life-saving item. Thinking of the possibilities hidden inside the multiverse blind box, she could no longer contain her excitement. She hurriedly took a step forward and clutched the first multiverse blind box tightly in her small hands. Star took a deep breath and whispered, "Open." With a soft click, the blind box opened gently. There was no mouth-watering food or cool self-defense gadget instead. Resting quietly at the bottom of the box was a tiny, tender seedling. The little seedling looked incredibly unremarkable, with two delicate, fresh little leaves perched on its slender stem. The whole plant was only about 3 or 4 centimeters tall. So delicate it seemed like a breeze could snap it in two, so tiny that she couldn't help but want to cradle it in the palm of her hand. Star was momentarily dumbfounded, her big, watery eyes brimming with confusion. She looked at the tender seedling in her hand, then at Goldie, her little mouth pouting slightly, clearly thinking she had terrible luck with this draw. The live stream's comment section instantly exploded with activity, as viewers flooded the screen with curious remarks. "Ha ha ha, why is it just a little seedling? I thought it would be some kind of high-tech weapon. It looks way too unremarkable, just like a bean sprout. What's a little girl from the interstellar wasteland supposed to do with a sapling? Isn't even the soil over there toxic?" Seeing the little girl's dejected expression, Goldie couldn't help but burst out laughing. She quickly explained with a smile, clearing up Star's confusion. "Don't underestimate it, this isn't just any ordinary plant. It's called the fairy spirit tree, a truly precious treasure across all realms. This tree's greatest ability is that it can absorb radiation, purify the air, and break down all toxins and harmful substances in the soil." Goldie pointed at the two tender green leaves, her tone both mysterious and confident. She patiently instructed him in detail. "When you get back, just find an inconspicuous corner to plant it, and then you don't have to worry about it, it'll grow on its own. The spirit tree has its own protective barrier, no one can harm it for 3 years. Don't let its small size fool you, it grows exceptionally well. The more radiation it absorbs and the more toxins it purifies, the faster and bigger it'll grow." At this point, Goldie looked at Star with a gentle gaze. "In your environment, which is full of radiation and pollution, this tree can provide you with clean air, soil, and water. You could say it's truly precious." After hearing Goldie's explanation, Star's eyes widened instantly. Her earlier sense of disappointment vanished completely, replaced by a sense of wonder and cherishment. She carefully cradled the miniature spirit tree sapling, afraid to damage even the slightest part of it, treating it as if it were a priceless treasure. For them, living in an interstellar wasteland riddled with radiation, highly toxic soil, and depleted resources, a sapling capable of purifying the environment and warding off radiation was nothing short of a miraculous treasure. Star placed the spirit tree back into the black blind box and stowed it away in the storage node. Without pausing, she reached for the second multiverse blind box on the table. When she opened it, a small palm-sized golden bell with a simple, rounded design lay quietly inside. The bell was engraved with intricate patterns. It looked delicate and exquisite, yet felt surprisingly heavy in her hand. Star tilted her head, staring at the little golden bell with a puzzled expression, unable to fathom what a bell-shaped object could possibly be used for. Goldie pointed at the little golden bell and explained its purpose earnestly. "This is a protective golden bell, a defensive magical artifact. Just place a drop of your blood on the bell's surface to bind it to you. From then on, whenever anyone tries to hit you or harm you, the bell will automatically activate, unfolding a transparent protective shield that completely envelopes you, so no one can hurt you." She paused for a moment, then continued, "But it has a limited lifespan. The protective effect lasts only 3 years. After 3 years, its protective power will be exhausted, and it will become nothing more than an ordinary little ornament, no longer capable of defending you." Chapter 60. The Protective Golden Bell. As soon as Goldie finished speaking, Star's eyes lit up, her face instantly flooding with joy, and she quickly clutched the little golden bell tightly in her small hands. She murmured happily to herself, "That's great. Now I don't have to be afraid of anyone trying to steal my infinite bun anymore. With this protective shield around me, even if someone tries to get physical, they won't be able to touch me, and my stuff won't get snatched away." The live stream chat immediately lit up with comments. Got her lifesaver. This little girl's sense of security just skyrocketed. A 3-year protection period, just enough to help her safely get through the toughest times. Rumor has it that the interstellar scrap planet 9527 is a chaotic place. A protective talisman is definitely a must-have. How do you know scrap planet 9527 is chaotic? Did you write the script? Goldie watched her delighted expression and gently advised, Remember to perform the blood-binding ritual as soon as you get back. Keep it with you at all times. It'll only take effect in time if you're in danger. We've opened both black boxes. There are still 2 standard blind boxes left. Do you want to keep opening them? Star nodded, her gaze falling on the small craft knife in the corner of the table, the kind used to open packages. The blade was short and didn't look particularly sharp, but it was more than enough to cut through a layer of skin and draw a drop of blood. Without hesitation, she picked up the knife and gently scraped it against her fingertip. A small cut immediately appeared, and a crimson drop of blood slowly seeped out. Throughout the entire process, her expression remained calm. She didn't even furrow her brow once, as if she were long accustomed to injury and pain. Don't Goldie's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively reached out to stop her. But she was a step too late. Star, her expression unflinching, leaned forward and let the drop of blood fall onto the little golden bell without hesitation. The moment the drop touched the bella's surface, it was instantly and slowly absorbed by the golden bell. The next second, the tiny golden bell trembled slightly, transforming into a stream of fine golden light that slipped into Star's palm and merged with her body. A faint golden halo suddenly shone around Star. The light flashed for only an instant before quickly fading away, vanishing completely, as if the extraordinary sight had never occurred. The live stream chat instantly exploded with a flurry of comments. Oh my god! She didn't even flinch when cutting her finger. This little girl looks petite, but she's got some serious grit. Just watching her makes my fingers hurt for her. How come she didn't react at all? What was that golden glow around her just now? It flashed and vanished. That was so mysterious. It fuses directly into her body after the blood-binding ritual? This thing doesn't look like an ordinary trinket. Is that really a special effect? Goldie glanced at the comments, offered no further explanation, and turned to Star. There are 2 standard blind boxes left. You can pick them yourself. If you open one and find something you don't need or don't like, I can exchange it for something more practical. Star nodded vigorously, took a deep breath, and reached out to pick the first standard blind box. She carefully unwrapped the packaging to reveal a vacuum-sealed package of braised meat. It was meat from Goldie's own braised meat shop, vacuum-sealed to perfection. Since the shop was kept cool, it could safely last a week without spoiling, even without refrigeration. Star stared at the dark red chunks of meat, a look of confusion in her eyes. She couldn't tell what kind of animal the meat came from, let alone how to eat it, so she could only look longingly at Goldie. This is braised meat. It's even more fragrant than braised pork trotters, Goldie explained with a smile, her tone patient and gentle. Just open the package and eat it right away. It's very flavorful and really filling. At the thought of braised pork trotters, Star's eyes lit up instantly, and she secretly swallowed hard. As if cradling a rare treasure, she stowed the braised meat away in her old storage node. Immediately afterward, she opened the second mystery box, which contained a bag of no less than 10 kilograms of rice. Looking at the pure white, distinct grains inside the bag, Star was completely stunned. In her experience, food was either unpalatable nutritional paste or oddly shaped synthetic blocks. She had never seen anything that looked like little pebbles before, let alone known that this stuff was actually edible. This is rice, Goldie, sensing her confusion, patiently demonstrated with hand gestures. You can't eat it as is. You have to add water and cook it first until it turns into soft rice or rice porridge. It's incredibly fragrant and goes perfectly with the braised pork we just had. Star nodded, half understanding. Although she still couldn't imagine what cooked rice actually tasted like, she knew it was something good that would fill her stomach. She carefully stowed the rice away in the old storage node once more. Before long, a delivery rider's loud shout came from outside. Goldie's takeout had arrived. She took the orders, left one portion at the shop, and handed the other 2 to Star. Noticing that Star was still a bit reserved, Goldie patiently pointed at the meal boxes and instructed, "These 2 are for you. The food inside is all ready to eat, just open them up and dig in." As she spoke, Goldie opened her own meal box and explained softly, "This white, soft stuff is rice. It's made from the kind of rice we were talking about earlier. The dish next to it is a vegetable side. It tastes best when eaten hot." Then, she unwrapped the utensils the restaurant had included. Inside, besides chopsticks, there was also a spoon. After asking, Goldie realized that Star really didn't know how to use chopsticks or a spoon, so she taught her step by step how to use the spoon to eat the rice. Star clutched the 2 warm meal boxes tightly. After briefly saying goodbye to Goldie, she turned and left the shop, setting off on her way back to scrap planet 9527. Back at the secluded corner where she and her friend were hiding, the two of them deftly slipped into a dilapidated, abandoned shelter before carefully unwrapping the boxed meals. Star had already tasted braised pork knuckles, infinite buns, and the hamburger Snow had given her, and at one point had declared them the most delicious things in the world. But when the steaming hot rice, mingled with the aroma of the vegetables, melted on her tongue, she couldn't help but marvel once again. This boxed meal was equally one of the world's most exquisite delicacies. Her companion, sitting nearby, could smell the aroma of the fresh food. His stomach was growling with hunger. His face, already haggard and weak, now betrayed his intense craving. But he merely swallowed hard, deliberately suppressing his instincts, and ate small spoonfuls at a time. After finishing only half of the meal, he forced himself to stop. He stowed the remaining food in his storage node. A hint of unmistakable worry flashing in his eyes, he feared that if he ate it all today, he would have nothing left to eat afterward. In the end, he would inevitably have to go hungry or even starve to death. In these precarious times, he had no choice but to cling desperately to this last bit of rations. Star watched her childhood friend struggle with hunger, her heart twisting with pain. She didn't want to stand by and watch him slowly give up. As Star ate her meal, her mind raced. She glanced at her friend's cautious demeanor beside her, then thought of the kind shopkeeper, and after a moment's reflection, she finally made up her mind. Chapter 61. A Visitor from the Stars. Star put down her spoon, leaned close to her friend's ear, and whispered, "You know, this food wasn't stolen or taken by force. It's made from all that unsellable junk we used to collect. I traded it for this at a little shop." Seeing a flicker of surprise and hope in her friend's eyes, Star didn't give him much time to react. She decisively reached out, pulled him up, and brushed the dust off his clothes. "Come on, follow me," she said firmly and urgently, dragging him toward the exit. "That place called Multiverse Blind Box Shop. Maybe you can trade for some food there, too. Let us survive together." But when the two reached the entrance of the blind box shop, something strange happened. Star could clearly see the shop's curtain and the scene inside, but when her friend looked around, all he saw was an empty lot next to a mountain of trash. Not a trace of the shop was visible. Star clutched her friend's hand tightly, took a deep breath, pulled back the curtain, and stepped straight into the blind box shop. But when she turned around, her heart full of joy, she found her hand was empty. Her friend was still standing all alone outside the door, as if an invisible wall separated them. Star froze for a moment, then hurried back out of the store and reached back to pull him in. "Hurry up and come in," she urged him anxiously, pulling him inside. But when she stepped back into the store and looked back, her friend was still standing outside the door. Star was completely stunned, and a wave of inexplicable panic washed over her. She hurriedly turned to look at Goldie, her voice rising with urgency. "Sis, my friend and I came in together. Why can't he get in?" Goldie looked at Star's anxious face and reddened eyes, and her heart instantly melted. She reached out and gently pulled Star over, guiding her to stand in front of the counter, and soothed her in a soft, gentle voice. Don't worry. Your friend is perfectly safe right now. You see, this multiverse blind box store isn't open to just anyone. It is all about fate." Goldie pointed at the invisible wall of air outside the door and explained with a smile. "You have a connection with this blind box shop, so you were able to walk right in without a hitch, but your friend hasn't formed a connection with this shop yet, so to him, this place might just look like an ordinary pile of rubble. He can't see the shop, so naturally he can't get in." Star looked disappointed. "Then how am I supposed to get food for my friend?" Goldie continued. "Here's what you can do. Collect the scrap and metal parts he finds, bring them into the shop to exchange for food and supplies, and then take them back out to give to him. That way, he'll still get something to eat and won't starve." She paused, her tone turning serious. "But there's one thing you must remember. You must make sure to warn your friend not to blab about the existence of this shop to anyone, and not to mention to outsiders that you're able to come here to exchange items. If word gets out, it will attract people with malicious intentions. Whether it's you or your companion, you'll invite danger and trouble. Your very lives could be at risk. This must remain a secret." Star listened intently, nodded vigorously, and committed her words firmly to memory. Star said goodbye to Goldie and left the multiverse blind box store. When Star reappeared on scrap planet 9527, her companion sprang up like a coiled spring. He was so anxious that he grabbed Star's shoulders and inspected her from head to toe, not missing a single strand of hair. Only after confirming that Star was safe and sound, not even a scratch on her oil-coated skin, did his heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally plop back into his stomach. His eyes brimming with curiosity and anxiety, he whispered urgently, "What kind of magical place did you just step into? How did you vanish in the blink of an eye? I didn't even touch a doorframe." Star warily scanned her surroundings, making sure no one was eavesdropping in this remote wilderness, before leaning close to his ear and whispering the truth. "That little shop is magical. It seems to only admit those with a special connection, which is why you couldn't get in. But don't worry, as long as I can still get into that shop, I'll get you some food." At this point, she set her little face straight and admonished him with the utmost seriousness. "But you must keep this completely to yourself. Don't tell a soul. It's a magical little barter shop. We got lucky today that broken storage node fetched a great price, and that's how we managed to get 2 steaming hot boxed meals." Star's eyes sparkled with hope for the future. "From now on, let us work hard and head over to the trash heap more often to dig up discarded parts and scrap metal. As long as we save up enough stuff, I'll go to the shop to trade for food. We'll never have to go hungry again." Her friend listened, nodding excitedly over and over, swearing to keep it a secret. On this ruthless scrap planet 9527, having a place like this to trade for a meal was nothing short of a miracle. The scene cuts back to the multiverse blind box store. After seeing Star off, the store instantly fell silent. Goldie happily finished the last bite of her boxed meal and let out a satisfied belch. Seeing that no new customers were coming in anytime soon, and that the number of viewers in her livestream was plummeting, she simply slumped her arms and sprawled across the counter like a piece of dried fish, chatting idly with her viewers about everyday life. The comments section in her livestream, however, was buzzing with activity as everyone relived the drama from moments ago. "Wah, this little girl is so frail, she's as thin as a piece of paper. It breaks my heart. I've been watching her on camera the whole time, and it just feels like she's trying to play on our sympathy. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Streamer, switch things up already. We want to see handsome guys, beautiful girls, and those epic period drama characters. Yeah, it's just too heartbreaking to see her struggling like that. Streamer, give her some perks. Think of it as poverty relief." Looking at the screen filled with comments expressing sympathy for the little girl, Goldie couldn't help but chuckle softly as she explained in a gentle voice, "I know everyone feels sorry for Star, but her living conditions are truly harsh over there. It's really not intentional to use her to elicit sympathy." She paused for a moment, then said with a straight face, "This is a legitimate multiverse blind box shop. Our guests are randomly dropped in from countless worlds. It's all about fate. I can't specify who comes here, but don't worry, as long as she brings something with her, I'll definitely make sure she gets the most practical supplies. As for who the next visitor will be, that's up to fate. Who knows? The next person to walk through the door might just be that historical figure you've all been dreaming of." As soon as she said this, the tone of the live chat instantly shifted. Netizens stopped nagging and began placing all sorts of creative requests. "Since these are visitors from across the multiverse, I'm not going to hold back. Please bring on Emperor Qin Shi Huang. I want Li Bai, the poet immortal Li Bai. Come open a blind box. I want to see him drink. Ha 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 ha. I'm different, I want to see Ultraman." Goldie was at a loss for words upon seeing these outlandish requests. She quickly waved her hands and joked, Stop. Everyone, don't get too excited. Who shows up is all about fate. It's random, and I can't control it. Who knows? The next person might just be the one you've been dreaming of." No sooner had she finished speaking than a crisp doorbell rang. Everyone in the live stream turned their gaze toward the door at once, and the chat messages froze. A tall, slender figure strode confidently into the room. The visitor was completely encased in a shimmering silver protective suit. Covered from head to toe, even their face was hidden by a special hood, making it impossible to tell their age or gender. Chapter 62. Cubia, the Interstellar Heartthrob. The visitor stood in the shop, glanced around, and upon seeing Goldie, said with surprise, "Shopkeeper, why aren't you wearing protective gear? Isn't there radiation in here?" Hearing that clear, pleasant voice, Goldie paused for a moment. She thought to herself, "Not wearing protective gear? We don't need to wear that stuff around here anyway." Judging by that reaction, this must be another interstellar traveler. Oh, another interstellar traveler? Looking at that outfit, it's definitely way cooler than the junk Star has been bringing in. Goldie thought to herself, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. I'll have to sweet-talk him a bit later and get him to trade some more interstellar goodies. While Goldie was scheming to herself, she gave nothing away on her face. With a beaming smile, she stepped forward and greeted the handsome guy warmly. Don't worry, handsome. The air here is fresh and unpolluted, with zero radiation. It's totally fine to take off your helmet. No sooner had Goldie finished speaking than a soft click sounded. The man's slender fingers rested on the clasp at the side of his neck and deftly unfastened the seal. Accompanied by a faint whoosh of air, the heavy metal helmet was slowly removed. No sooner had Goldie finished speaking than a soft click sounded. The man raised his hand and removed the heavy helmet. Holy crap! A face with deep-set features and striking, three-dimensional contours burst into view, completely unguarded. His skin, having seen little sunlight over the years, was pale and almost translucent. His eyebrows and eyes were as exquisitely crafted as a work of art, and he exuded an air of aloof, high-class coolness that kept others at a distance. The live stream's comment section immediately exploded like fireworks. Quick, take a screenshot. His looks are off the charts. Holding the helmet with one hand, decked out in silver, the vibe is off the charts. Seriously, oh my god. Where did this interstellar mixed-race hottie come from? He's way too good-looking. He's just average. Not as handsome as me. Dogface. Hey, you up there, snap out of it. Have some self-respect. Even Goldie, who was used to scrolling through photos of handsome guys and beautiful girls on her phone, couldn't help but take a second look when her eyes landed on the newcomer's face, and she was momentarily taken aback. She felt a subtle warmth creeping up her cheeks. Her heart skipped a beat, and a little groundhog inside her mind was screaming frantically, "Help! This guy is way too hot, it's practically cheating." Cubia took a few deep breaths of the shoppish air, squinting his eyes in pure bliss, his face radiating contentment. Hey, shop owner. The air in here is absolutely amazing. So much better than back at my place. What kind of top-of-the-line air purifier are you using? Goldie smiled and waved her hand. What equipment? The environment here is just naturally like this, all natural and pollution-free. Upon hearing this, Cubia froze in place, looking around curiously like a wide-eyed child. There really weren't any machines visible inside or outside the shop, and his face was a picture of disbelief. That's impossible. There aren't any radiation-free zones left on the entire planet. You've already stepped out of your original world, Goldie explained patiently. This is the multiverse blind box store. Once you walk through that door, you'll find yourself in another world. Cubia's expression changed instantly, and a hint of anxiety crept into his voice. Then can I go back? Of course you can, Goldie nodded confidently. Just walk out the door, and you'll return to your original world. Upon learning he could return safely, Cubia let out a long sigh, his eyes brimming with longing. If it weren't for my family still back there, I'd really love to stay here forever, it's so comfortable. Seeing his entranced expression, Goldie seized the opportunity to switch into sales mode. Since you and this little shop have such a strong connection, why not try opening a blind box? You might just find a pleasant surprise inside. Cubia looked puzzled. Open a mystery box? What currency do you use here? Goldie immediately realized that the interstellar world didn't recognize silver coins at all, so she quickly corrected herself. We use silver, but it's okay if you don't have any, you can just trade an item you're carrying. Cubia had a light bulb moment and raised his hand to open his storage node. In a flash, a pile of oddly shaped high-tech gadgets instantly covered the counter. He looked at Goldie. Shopkeeper, take a look at these. Can I trade them for a chance to open a mystery box? Goldie stared at the unfamiliar devices before her, completely baffled. Handsome guy, what are all these things? Don't keep calling me handsome guy, my name is Cubia. He began introducing them one by one, a touch of pride in his voice. This is a mecha-specific robotic arm. Its sensors are far more sensitive than standard models. This is a fully automatic micro-drone encased in a transparent film. On our planet, it can fly up to 3,000 meters. I figure with your world's stronger gravity, it'll probably still manage 2,000 meters. Goldie stared at the items Cubia had pulled out, completely dumbfounded. In her mind, she kept calling out to the system, trying to calculate how much silver these treasures were worth. But the system stubbornly played dead, giving no response at all. Seeing that she remained silent, Cubia mistakenly assumed the items weren't valuable enough, so he pulled out two more, a small spatial storage device and a mini smart robot. All of these together should be enough to trade for one blind box, right? That's enough. Goldie replied hastily, though she was already running the numbers in her head. She certainly didn't dare let the other party trade items directly for a blind box. What if the system took back half of them afterward? That would be a huge loss. A transaction in silver would be a different story. The system would deduct only the silver, and she could keep all these valuable items for herself. Without batting an eye, she took out 30 taels of silver and handed them over. Then, in the blink of an eye, she swiftly stowed the mech arm, the flying machine, the spatial device, and the robot into her storage space all in one fluid motion. Once everything was stowed away, Goldie announced the shop's rules with a smile. Let me go over the rules with you. Each lucky customer is limited to opening 3 multiverse blind boxes in their lifetime, and a maximum of 2 standard blind boxes per day. Black boxes are 10 taels of silver each, and standard blind boxes are 5 taels each. You've got 30 taels here. Cubia weighed the 30 taels of silver in his hand, placed the entire amount on the counter, and after a moment's thought, decided to open a standard blind box first to test the waters. He scanned the rows of boxes back and forth, his gaze finally settling on a blind box labeled clothing. Goldia's heart skipped a beat, and she thought to herself, this isn't good. Interstellar clothing was completely different from what they wore here. If he actually got ordinary clothes, he'd most likely feel cheated and might even change his mind and demand the interstellar items back. Taking advantage of the moment when Cubia turned his head to look at other boxes, she moved swiftly and quietly swapped that mystery box for one labeled braised. Chapter 63. A craving for both taste and sight. By the time Cubia turned back, Goldie had already opened the box herself, and there, right before her eyes, was a glossy, intact, vacuum-sealed roast chicken, its aroma wafting through the air. She explained with a smile, "You're in luck, you got a whole chicken. It smells so good. Can I eat this?" Cubia swallowed hard, staring intently at the chicken as she asked, "Of course you can, and it's absolutely delicious. A whole chicken I can eat?" Cubia was stunned for a moment, then jumped up and down with excitement, his voice filled with nostalgia and enthusiasm. "In my whole life, the only time I've ever had chicken was 3 years ago, on my 28th birthday. I still can't forget that taste. I never imagined I'd be able to trade for a whole chicken today." Goldie and the viewers in the livestream were all taken aback. The next second, the comment feed exploded with messages. "He.S. jumping for joy over just one chicken? That essay bit over the top. Wait, he was 28 3 years ago, so he.S. 31 now, but he looks like he.S. in his early 20s. That's heartbreaking, bro. I look older than him even at 21. I'm crying. Where did the host find this actor? Get him into the industry ASAP, I want to be his #1 fan." Goldie snapped back to reality and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do you guys consider 28 to be the age of adulthood over there? How long do ordinary people usually live?" Cubia replied calmly, "The average lifespan on our planet is very long. You can't officially retire until you're 200. It's just that my grandfather passed away early. He was only 180 this year, and hadn't even reached retirement age yet when he died unexpectedly." Goldie's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "So there's a difference of nearly 150 years between you and your grandfather? What's so strange about that?" Cubia asked, looking puzzled. "So when did your parents have you, roughly?" "My father was 70 when he had me," Cubia explained. "Most of our people don't consider having children until they're in their 80s or 90s. My parents conceived me naturally by accident when they were 70. The more Goldie listened, the more amazing it seemed to her. "Does that mean most people aren't born naturally?" "Not exactly," Cubia replied honestly. "Everyone selects the best genetic samples, combines them in a cultivation chamber, screens out defective genes in advance, and the child grows entirely inside an incubation chamber. People like me conceived and born naturally are few and far between on our planet. It's considered a very rare occurrence." Goldie took the opportunity to ask more about daily life in the interstellar world. Cubia was nothing like the aloof person she first met. He was very easygoing and showed not a hint of impatience, patiently explaining everything to her one by one. He said that people on their planet lived very long lives, so their working years were correspondingly extended. They spent most of their lives working. It was truly a case of working until you die. The live stream's comment section instantly buzzed with activity. "Wow! Living to be 200 means working for over 100 years? I couldn't handle being a workhorse for even a few decades, let alone 100 years. Life's still better on our side, we can retire at 60 and enjoy our golden years. That's a brutal comparison. Longevity is one thing, but that working lifespan is terrifying. Even capitalists would shed a tear at that. When the conversation turned to diet, Cubia mentioned that his people relied entirely on nutrient solutions for sustenance. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the wilted pot hose on the windowsill, his eyes brimming with undisguised envy. Goldie, ever quick-witted, immediately sensed a business opportunity upon hearing this and asked with a smile, "So it seems real green plants are extremely rare over there, right?" "They're indeed extremely rare," Cubia replied candidly. "The lush-looking plants you see on the streets are all imitations made from radiation-resistant materials. Painted green to spruce up the facade, they're not living things at all. Only wealthy families keep real, living plants in their private, temperature-controlled greenhouses. They're incredibly precious." "So, where does your family rank in terms of wealth over there?" Goldie continued to pry. "It's not too bad. We have 2 pots of real plants at home, and my parents treasure them more than anything else." Cubia really got into the conversation, enthusiastically recounting his family's daily routine of carefully tending to the plants until his throat went dry. Seeing this, Goldie reached under the counter and pulled out a row of Waha bottles. She popped in a straw and started drinking on her own, then handed a bottle to Cubia. Cubia followed her example, inserted a straw, and took a small sip. The next second, his eyes widened in surprise. He took several more gulps in quick succession, exclaiming, "This tastes amazing. What kind of drink is this?" "It's a milk-based drink," Goldie explained. "Milk? And what is milk?" Cubia asked, like a curious child, firing off one question after another. He went on to describe the diet in space. "We eat just 1 tube of nutritional supplement every day, made from a mixture of various basic substances blended with starch extracted from filtered air. These supplements come in all sorts of grades. The cheapest ones are sour and astringent, hard to swallow, while those with slightly better taste cost twice as much. A drink like the one in your hand with such an outstanding flavor would cost an astronomical price back home." Cubia looked back at the roasted chicken, swallowed hard, and said with a tone full of wonder, "The tiny piece of chicken wing I ate on the day I came of age cost as much as a single-person spacecraft. Even if you had the money, you'd have to make a reservation way in advance just to get it. And now I've got a whole one. I've really hit the jackpot." As Cubia continued to ramble on, viewers in the livestream chat teased him. "I thought he was a cool, aloof interstellar hunk, but turns out he has a total chatterbox. Suggest the host grab some duct tape and just tape his mouth shut. Ha ha ha. His persona has completely collapsed. The contrast couldn't be more extreme." Goldie didn't pay attention to the comments, but inside he was already calculating. With a shortage of plants and food in the stars, isn't this the perfect trading opportunity? He is sure to make a fortune down the line. After chatting for a long time, Cubia suddenly remembered the main event. He still had to keep opening blind boxes. He prepared to pick out his second standard blind box and immediately pointed to a box containing a stuffed animal. Goldie thought to himself that this wasn't right. Plush toys were useless in the resource-scarce stars, and the other party would most likely think they weren't worth it. Once again, while Cubia turned to examine the other blind boxes, Goldie deftly and quietly swapped the boxes, replacing it with one containing rice. When the box was opened, Cubia looked at the bag of gleaming white rice grains with a puzzled expression. "What is this?" "Rice, it's the staple food we eat most often here," Goldie replied. "Rice? Is that the food humans used to eat in ancient times, the kind that's long since gone extinct?" Cubia asked in astonishment. "It's not ancient at all. We eat it every day." Chapter 64. Qingling Grass and the Safe House. When Cubia heard Goldie say the bag was full of rice, and that people still eat it today, he perked up immediately and asked, "Can it be planted as a seed?" "This is hulled, highly processed table rice. The germ has already been ground away, so if you use it for planting, more than 80% of the grains 1 tea sprout." Goldie explained patiently, then described how to cook the rice. "Add water and simmer. Use more water for congee, less for steamed rice. It tastes great. You should try it when you get back." Cubia nodded and stowed both the whole roasted chicken and the rice into his personal storage space. Amazingly, the moment he finished stowing the items, he immediately stopped talking and reverted to the cool, reserved demeanor he'd shown when they first met, standing quietly to the side without any further chatter. The live stream chat was flooded with comments once again. "I bet he was talking non-stop just now because he was craving that chicken. He was trying to distract himself, so he wouldn't lose his composure. That makes perfect sense. Now that he's put everything away, he's instantly back to being aloof. Look closely, he's still stealing glances at the potholes on the windowsill every now and then. It's proof positive he's craving both the food and the plant. Cubia paused briefly, then picked up the last mystery box and opened it. Inside was neither food nor a utensil, but rather a small packet of fine grass seeds. He picked up the packet and examined it, his eyes full of confusion. Seeing his reaction, Goldie quickly explained, "These are Qingling grass seeds. Don't let their unassuming appearance fool you, they're incredibly useful. They can be planted anywhere. Not only do they improve soil quality, but they also absorb radiation from the air, gradually purifying the surrounding environment." The moment he heard the words, absorb radiation, Cubia's eyes lit up instantly. In the interstellar void, where radiation is everywhere, radiation-resistant plants are already few and far between, let alone ones that can improve soil quality. This stuff is even more in demand than houseplants. He carefully cradled the packet of seeds and placed it back in the box, as if holding a priceless treasure. The live stream's comment section instantly erupted. Holy crap, he hit the jackpot. SNT, this tailor made for him? Just a moment ago I was jealous of that pot hose, and now he has found radiation-resistant grass seeds? That's some insane luck. With this, the environment around my home is saved. Cubia solemnly thanked Goldie. Today's trip was practically a shopping spree: roast chicken, rice, and these precious grass seeds. The haul completely exceeded his expectations. He stowed the grass seeds in his storage node and eagerly opened the second multiverse blind box. Inside the blind box lay an oval-shaped egg. It was pure white all over, with a faint, soft glow emanating from its surface. It looked quite peculiar. Cubia cradled the egg, furrowing his brow slightly, his face full of confusion. "What is this?" Goldie glanced at the item details and immediately explained, "This is a spatial egg. The egg itself is just a container. The real treasure is inside a self-contained safe house." She paused for a moment, then dropped the bombshell. "All you have to do is place it on the ground, and it will instantly deploy a protective barrier. It's absolutely safe inside. It's radiation-proof and gas-proof. You can even stay in there without protective gear. Ordinary attacks simply can't break through this barrier." However, Goldie changed the subject. There's one limitation. The safe house is only valid for 3 years. Once that time is up, the barrier will deactivate. Upon hearing this, Cubia froze for a moment, then felt a surge of elation. So what if it's only 3 years? In this star system rife with danger, being able to carry an absolutely safe sanctuary with you is practically a life-saving gadget. Whether it's for field operations or a temporary stopover, having this gives you peace of mind. Viewers in the livestream went wild. "Oh my god, this is way too practical. It's like carrying a fortress with you." It's a perfect fit for his survival environment, right? Even though it only lasts 3 years, it's still amazing. This interstellar hunk is so lucky. The plot is so satisfying. Give the director a chicken drumstick. Cubia caressed the eggshell fondly, unable to put it down, and carefully stowed the spatial egg away with great care. He glanced down at his portable storage node. It was already completely empty. He had nothing of equal value to trade, so he'd have to spend some silver to open another mystery box. His gaze drifted involuntarily toward the ordinary pothose plant on the windowsill, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Thinking of how live plants were worth their weight in gold on his home planet, he silently vowed to himself. Once he got back, he'd have to ask his parents for more rare supplies, save up enough resources, and come back to trade to his hardest content. Having made up his mind, he sincerely thanked Goldie. "I've gained so much today, thank you, shopkeeper. I don't have anything to trade right now, so I'll head back for a bit. I'll come back to visit once I've got more good stuff." Goldie nodded with a smile. "Sure, you're welcome anytime. But I don't know when this portal will close, so if you want to trade, you'd better hurry." Cubia nodded in understanding. Before leaving, he took a couple more glances around the shop, then put on his helmet, turned, and walked out, disappearing beyond the door. The live stream was still flooded with comments. He's got his eye on the pothose, doesn't he? He'll definitely be back to trade for a houseplant next time. He's returning with a full haul. Can't wait for this handsome guy to come back and open more mystery boxes. This interstellar big shot pulled off a major comeback. He's got a safe house and all the radiation protection gear he needs. I wonder if this handsome guy will come back today? The shop fell silent again. Goldie stretched her arms wide, leaned on the counter, and continued chatting with her viewers, waiting for her next lucky customer. Meanwhile, the moment Cubia stepped out of the shop, Drake appeared at the store entrance. Drake stared intently at his phone screen, watching Goldie's livestream without blinking. When that customer named Star had visited earlier, he'd been waiting outside the door, but in the end, he didn't see anyone come out the entire time. Having learned from that experience, this time, as soon as he spotted Cubia dressed in his peculiar outfit enter the store, he immediately brought two people to the storefront to observe from the shadows. Even after Cubia's figure disappeared from the livestream, the area outside remained deathly quiet, not a soul in sight. Drake exchanged a glance with his teammates. They weren't surprised, since Star had left just as silently. Seeing this, the two teammates quickly turned and headed back to report the situation. Drake stood quietly outside for a moment, peering into the store through a gap in the curtain. He hesitated over whether to go in now and retrieve what the crossworld visitor had left behind. But then he thought better of it. It was unclear whether those objects from an unknown world emitted radiation, and without professional protection, the risk of handling them recklessly was too great. Besides, he knew Goldie was protected by the system and was absolutely safe inside the store. Given that, it would be safer to contact his superiors immediately and have experts come to test them. With that in mind, Drake averted his gaze, turned around, and walked away from the blind box shop's entrance. At that moment, sharp-eyed viewers in the livestream caught a fleeting glimpse of that tall figure outside through the gap in the curtain, and the chat exploded instantly. "Host, is that your boyfriend at the door? Wow, yes, so tall and well-built. Come on, admit it, is he your boyfriend?" Chapter 65. The Cruel World of the Stars. Goldie glanced outside the door, smiled, and waved her hands repeatedly in denial. "I don't have a boyfriend, okay? But to be honest, if I ever do find a partner, I'd really hope they had looks like Cubia's." As soon as she said that, the comment stream went completely wild. "Look at me. I may not be as handsome as him, but I have less hair than he does. Did the guy above just get carried away? My skin isn't as fair as his, but I have more body hair than he does. I may be younger than him, but I look older than he does. I may not be as tall as him, but I'm heavier than he is. Streamer, please give us some consideration." Looking at the screen filled with playful comments, Goldie couldn't help but chuckle softly, her tone tinged with a touch of resignation. "It's funny, actually. Back in school, my mom was really strict and wouldn't let me date at all. Now that I've graduated and want to find a serious relationship, I've realized I can't seem to meet anyone suitable around here." The atmosphere in the shop instantly became cheerful, with netizens flooding the chat with messages like, "Hugs," and "You deserve the best," comforting her. Leaning lazily against the counter, Goldie chatted casually with everyone and casually brought up a new topic. "Since you all love those handsome guys from StarCraft so much, if you ever run into a rich guy like Cubia again, what do you think would be a good thing to trade for stuff? Give me some ideas." As soon as Goldie said this, the streamers' imaginations went wild. Trade flowers for mechs. A bouquet of roses for a mech, just thinking about it is thrilling. Don't novels say their psi power is prone to going haywire? Trade loads of green plants for cutting-edge tech. Stock up on natural foods and snacks. Interstellar folks definitely won't be able to resist. Just as the conversation was heating up, a serious question suddenly popped up in the comment stream. Just a quick question: can the streamer's shop really connect to all realms? I saw someone online say it's true. Before Goldie could even speak, other viewers jumped in with replies, filling the screen with "ha ha ha ha." Someone actually took that seriously? The streamer's acting is so convincing, even bystanders believe it. Watching this group of drama-loving netizens treat the truth like a joke, Goldie couldn't help but laugh along. Just then, a skeptical comment floated across the screen. "But the streamer's character design is a bit off, isn't it? Both Star and Cubia are interstellar beings. How come one is dressed in rags with arms and legs exposed, while the other is wrapped up tight from head to toe like a mummy?" Knowledgeable netizens immediately jumped in to play plot analysts. "Think about it, poster above, if Cubia can even keep houseplants, his living conditions must be great. Star is probably playing a scavenger on Scrap Planet 9527. He might not even have access to the most basic nutrient solution. How could he afford protective gear?" Seeing the screen filled with commenters analyzing the plot with such deadpan seriousness, Goldie couldn't help but laugh along. Following the netizens' line of reasoning, she realized that the two characters' attire did indeed starkly contrast that of a rich young master and a lowly scavenger. Thinking of Star's frail appearance, Goldie couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Should she ask Cubia to swap for a better-fitting suit of protective gear to give to Star? But upon further reflection, she shook her head. Interstellar protective suits were genuine cutting-edge technology. If she actually managed to get her hands on one, how could she just casually give it away? That was a treasure that should be handed over to the government and given to researchers for thorough study. Her reason told her she should prioritize the greater good, but whenever she thought of Star's pitiful state, she couldn't bring herself to do it. And so, over something that hadn't even happened yet, Goldie's brow knotted with inner conflict. However, Goldie didn't know that the casual speculations of netizens had, by a stroke of luck, hit upon part of the truth, yet they had vastly underestimated the cruelty of that interstellar world. In that real interstellar world, the reason Star was dressed in rags wasn't because she was poor at all, but because she was a defective individual with absolutely no psi power. As a child, she had been ruthlessly abandoned by her family on the extremely harsh scrap planet 9527, where she was raised by a kind elderly woman. In the interstellar age, lacking psi power meant being worthless, unable to even command an ordinary robot, let alone pilot a mech or engage in research and development. The family wasn't short on nutrient solution, but keeping a child without psi power would be seen as a disgrace. So, once a child was tested and found to lack psi power at the age of 7 or 8, they would be cast out onto scrap planet 9527 to fend for themselves. The reason those parents were so cruel was that the children were raised by robots from an early age, and the parents had never formed any real emotional bond with them. In contrast, children with psi power, especially those with strong abilities, were carefully nurtured by their families, and their parents were treated with special favor. Across the entire galaxy, there are at least 50, if not 100, scrap planets like 9527. On scrap planet 9527, radiation is everywhere. Exposure to the air doesn't kill you instantly. Instead, it erodes your body bit by bit like a dull knife cutting through flesh, causing you to grow weaker and weaker. This is why Star looks so frail. Prolonged radiation and malnutrition have long since drained her vitality. Even more despairing is the fact that people here generally have extremely short lifespans. Living to be in one's 60s or 70s is considered a long life, nowhere near the interstellar average of retiring at 200 that Cubia mentioned. Cubia, however, is at the complete opposite extreme. He was conceived naturally by his parents, possesses exceptional psi power, and is the hope of the entire Vitten family. He has been carefully nurtured since childhood, excels academically, and is currently studying to become a commander of future in which he will bring glory to his family. To protect this hope of the entire family, his relatives have equipped him with the most effective full set of advanced protective gear, wrapping him tightly from head to toe to shield him from even the slightest harm from the outside world. One is a frail young girl struggling at the bottom of society, abandoned by fate. The other is a prodigy cherished by his family and fully armed. Although they come from the same interstellar world, it's as if they exist in two completely different universes. Cubia returned home with a bountiful haul of loot. Looking back, he originally just wanted to buy a small mech accessory. Who would thought that, by sheer accident, he'd stumble into that magical multiverse blind box store? Never mind how outrageous the treasures he unboxed were. Just the fresh air in the store and that vibrant potted plant left him utterly awestruck. That plant was so much more vibrant than the one at his own home, which, despite the fortune he spent and the professional care it received, still had yellowing leaves. Chapter 66. New guest Zhang Wan. As soon as he got home, Cubia didn't even bother taking off his protective suit. He couldn't wait to share the fragrant roast chicken with his family. The family couldn't bring themselves to eat their fill. They sent a chicken drumstick to their great-grandfather, who was over 200 years old, and his parents each took just a chicken wing tip to satisfy their cravings. As for the rest, his parents repeatedly urged Cubia to take it back to his room to enjoy at his leisure, and under no circumstances was he to make a big deal out of it. Looking at their sensible son, their eyes were filled with pride and affection. To support Cubia in going back to that magical blind box store to trade for some great items, the two elders had really splurged, especially bringing over a huge pile of supplies they weren't currently using. Robots, parts, hover cars, basic shields, household robots, storage nodes, spacesuits, energy guns, ecopods, gene serums, energy crystals. Looking at the mountain of items, Cubia felt confident with such generous bargaining chips. He was absolutely going to trade like crazy when he returned to the blind box shop tomorrow. After calming his excited family, Cubia dug out the recipe book that came with the blind box set, intending to cook some rice himself. However, this interstellar young master, accustomed to operating precision instruments and mechs, was clearly at a loss in the kitchen. He stared at the measuring cup for ages, relying solely on his instincts to decide whether to add too much or too little water. Cubia added water according to the 1-to-1 ratio listed in the recipe and pressed the cook button. Before long, steam began to bubble up from the pot, and a rich, heady aroma of rice instantly filled the entire kitchen. The whole family, drawn by the scent, gathered around with eager eyes. Full of anticipation, Cubia lifted the lid and scooped up a few grains of rice to taste. The moment he tasted it, his eyes lit up. It smelled so good. It tasted better than any nutritional solution he'd ever had. But after chewing a couple of times, he noticed the center of the grains was still a bit hard. It seemed they weren't quite cooked through. He figured he must have used too little water, so he simply added some more to the pot, put the lid back on, and let it simmer. But that was his mistake. When he lifted the lid again, he was completely dumbfounded. The rice, which should have been fluffy and separate, had been boiled down thanks to his second addition of water into a pot of something that was stickier than porridge yet more mushy than rice. A complete mess. Looking at the gooey mess in the pot, Cubia smiled helplessly. He decided to just go ahead and serve himself a bowl, scooping up a spoonful and popping it into his mouth. To his surprise, the moment it touched his tongue, his eyes lit up again. Although it looked absolutely dreadful, this seemingly overcooked rice not only lacked any raw or burnt taste, but had actually brought out the deep, natural sweetness hidden within the grains. The grains were soft, chewy, and dense, melting in his mouth. Accompanied by a pure and rich, grainy fragrance, it was 100 times more delicious than any high-grade nutritional supplement he'd ever had. This pot of overcooked white congee turned out to be the warmest, most delicious meal his whole family had enjoyed that night. After a hearty meal, Cubia found a large flower pot, carefully picked up a few seeds of the clear spirit herb, and buried them in the soil. He carefully wrapped up and stored the remaining seeds. It wasn't that he was stingy, it was simply that this stuff was far too precious. If he didn't master the planting method and none of them sprouted after planting them all, that would be a huge loss. It was safer to start with just a few to test the waters. After planting those seeds, Cubia didn't give them another thought. After all, plants don't sprout and grow that quickly. It takes time, doesn't it? Besides, it was already dark, so he couldn't rush back to the shop right away. However, that didn't dampen his excitement in the slightest. As he lay in bed, his mind was filled with all the amazing things he'd seen at the store, and he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He had only one thought on his mind. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, he absolutely had to get to that multiverse blind box store early. Over at Goldie's, as the sky grew dark, she stretched and was just about to finish her broadcast and close-up shop. Welcome. The crisp ring of the doorbell suddenly broke the silence in the shop. Goldie looked up to see Snow walking in with a girl who bore a slight resemblance to her. Miss, I'm back. Snow greeted her warmly, pointing to the girl beside her and introducing her. This is my cousin, Jiangwan. I found some great stuff here, so I rushed over today to bring her along to try her luck too. Goldie looked at the two sisters and couldn't help but marvel. These two really do have incredible luck. Good things always come in pairs. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Snow, as if by magic, pulled out a palm-sized stasis food case and began pulling out one delicious treat after another. First came fried chicken, then pizza, followed by burgers one after another. She laid them all out on the table. The aroma that wafted out the moment she took them out instantly filled the entire little shop, and unbelievably, every single item was still steaming hot. As Snow kept pulling items out, she said, "This food case is a total game changer. Don't let its small size fool you. It's got a huge interior. No matter how long you leave things in there, they come out just as hot and fresh as if they just come out of the oven." Snow shoved a cup of milk tea into Goldie's hand and said with a smile, "I noticed it was pretty cold when I came into the shop yesterday. Since you're dressed so lightly, I figured you'd need something hot to warm you up." As soon as she said that, the live chat exploded with comments. Wow, she's dressed lightly herself. Yet she's still worried about whether the streamer is cold. Look at the streamer's outfit, she's bundled up tight. How could she possibly be cold? The person above must be a new fan. Did you guys forget? The first time she came here, she was wearing short sleeves and shorts. She didn't even say she was cold back then. Seeing this comment, Goldie finally had a light bulb moment. As she slurped her hot milk tea, she muttered to herself. The first time she met Snow, she was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts and didn't say she was cold. That's because the store still had that temperature-controlled air conditioner back then. which General Mu Lin of the Tianqi dynasty had obtained from a blind box. She spent several hundred yuan on potions to trade for it. The air it blew was warm and comfortable for everyone, so of course she wasn't cold. But that temperature-regulating air conditioner had already been turned in. Although she turned on her own air conditioner, the room was only in the teens, so the young lady was definitely cold in her thin clothes. Goldie took a sip of her steaming milk tea, set the cup down, and smiled at Jiang Wan. "Miss, Snow must have explained the rules for opening blind boxes to you, right? You use silver to open them." Jiang Wan nodded decisively. Without a word, she immediately removed the gold bracelet from her wrist and the gold necklace from her neck, placing them on the counter. Goldie looked at the jewelry, still wondering to herself, is this pure gold, or just silver plated with gold? Before she could figure it out, the system's familiar notification sounded in her mind. Ding! Detected a pure gold bracelet and necklace, valued at 35 taels of silver. Chapter 67, Great Wealth and Prestige. Hearing the system's voice, Goldie's eyes lit up, and she quietly asked in her mind, "System, where have you been? You're finally back. It just occurred to me I'm a little worried. The items I traded for from that interstellar customer, they aren't radioactive. Are they?" "Host, put your mind at ease." The system's voice was confident and assured. "Any item that enters the store, as long as it contains substances harmful to you or this world, will be automatically filtered out and purified. You can now use them with complete peace of mind." "Thanks, system. It's so great to have you." Goldie mentally gave the system a huge thumbs up, her smile growing even brighter. She turned to Jiang Wan and enthusiastically pitched her wares. "Miss, that bracelet and necklace together are worth exactly 35 taels of silver. Do you want to use it all to open blind boxes?" Jiang Wan glanced at Goldie, looking a bit embarrassed. She reached out to take the necklace back and said softly, "Do you think this bracelet is worth 30 taels? I only want to open the black blind boxes." It seems Snow had also told her that the items in standard blind boxes weren't all that special. The system immediately provided a precise valuation. "Host, this bracelet is worth 30.5 taels. Goldie's eyes darted about. True to the fine tradition of a sly merchant, she had no desire to go to the trouble of giving the customer change, so she nodded without batting an eye. "It's worth it. This bracelet is worth 30 taels, enough to open 3 multiverse blind boxes." "Thanks, boss." My cousin immediately walked over to the shelves, carefully selected 3 black blind boxes, and carried them back. She took a deep breath, picked up the first blind box, and whispered, "Open." The blind box popped open, revealing a seemingly ordinary canvas bag inside. Snow, standing nearby, was the first to jump out. She leaned in, her face full of skepticism. "No way? A canvas bag? This definitely isn't just an ordinary canvas bag." Goldie explained with a smile. "You've got great taste, young lady. This is a Chenquin bag, what's often called a storage bag in novels. It comes with 10 cubic meters of built-in space. Once you mark it with a drop of blood to bind it to you, it's ready to use, and it's valid for 3 years." Jiang Wan took the bag out and slung it over her shoulder. Though it wasn't clear if she believed her, her movements were still very nimble. Next, she picked up the second multiverse blind box without hesitation. "Open it." The box opened to reveal an empty interior, nothing at all. The air suddenly fell silent for a second. The live chat instantly erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. I knew it. This streamer gets an empty blind box every single day. I figured out this trick. Even an empty blind box is worth 10 taels of silver. Too bad your luck's just bad." Faced with this moment of bad luck, the cousin didn't hesitate for a second. After all, she heard Snow talk about the thrill of opening blind boxes long ago. She took a deep breath and decisively opened the last multiverse blind box. This time, when the box opened, a lustrous jade codex appeared. As soon as Goldie checked the item details, she perked up and began explaining excitedly, "Congratulations, young lady. You've opened the complete record of the yin-yang arts of the mortal realm. It also requires a blood ritual to bind it to you. Once that's done, you'll instantly master everything inside." She paused for a moment, her tone tinged with mystery. "It covers face reading and fortune telling, exorcising ghosts and evil spirits, and subduing malevolent forces. Once you've mastered it, you'll even be able to draw amulets for safety and protection against evil." Jiang Wan tucked the item into her bosom, grabbed Snow's hand, and turned to head for the exit. She was eager to get back and find a secluded spot to thoroughly test whether this storage pouch and the jade codex were really as miraculous as they seemed. Snow was startled and quickly grabbed her arm. "Sis, are you crazy? What if someone snatches it from you out there? You need to mark it with your blood right now. Once it's bound to you, it won't go anywhere. If you take it out like this, forget about others trying to snatch it, even I'd be so jealous I'd want to grab it myself." Hearing that, Jiangwan realized she had a point. She stopped in her tracks, turned to Goldie, and asked, "Owner, do you have a needle here?" Without a word, Goldie dug into a drawer and pulled out a disposable blood-drawing needle, the kind used for extracting blackheads, and handed it to her. Jiangwan held the tiny needle, fiddling with it against her middle finger for a long time. Her brow furrowed, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it. Snow, standing nearby, couldn't stand watching any longer. She snatched the needle away and, with a pop, jabbed it into Jiangwan's middle finger. "Ouch! That hurts. Be gentler." Jiangwan sucked in a sharp breath from the pain, her eyes welling up with tears. The viewers in the live stream went wild with laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! That girl's way too rough. That gave me a total jolt. Wait, am I the only one who noticed how she screamed in pain? It made my bones go all tingly. You up there, are you even human? Host, kick this pervert out." Actually, Goldie hadn't expected Snow to be so fierce if it had been her. She probably wouldn't have dared to be so ruthless. As soon as the needle went in, a plump drop of blood immediately welled up from Jiangwan's middle finger. She quickly let the blood drip onto the storage pouch. The moment the blood touched the bag, Jiangwan felt a hum in her mind, and a strange sense of connection welled up within her. There really was a 10 cubic meter space inside. She sensed the storage bag briefly, then quickly squeezed her finger again, forcing out a second drop of blood, which landed steadily on the jade codex. The next second, a magical scene unfolded. A soft glow emanated from the surface of the jade codex, which then transformed into specks of light that instantly vanished into the space between her eyebrows. The physical jade codex vanished into thin air, and a massive flood of knowledge surged into her mind like a burst dam. The comment stream exploded once again. "Holy crap, those special effects are insane. Is this for real?" Knowledge pouring straight into her head. "I'm starting to doubt if this is even real." At that moment, the comment stream rolled in like a tidal wave, filling the screen with excitement. Jiangwan paused for a moment, took a deep breath to calm herself, and casually stowed the 3 empty multiverse blind box shells which had already been opened into her storage bag, wasting not a single bit. After doing all that, she suddenly turned her head and stared intently at Goldie without blinking. She stared for several full seconds before snapping back to reality. She quickly waved her hands and explained, Sorry boss. I was just using the new face reading technique I learned to read your face." Goldie, feeling a bit creeped out by the intense stare, asked curiously, "So, did you see anything?" Jiangwan scrutinized her carefully for a few more moments, then nodded and said, "You have a unique destiny and a divine blessing. You're destined for great wealth and prestige. As for the rest, my skills are still too limited. I can't tell just yet." Goldie burst out laughing upon hearing this and nodded repeatedly. "Oh my, I knew you'd be spot on, young lady." Snow, standing nearby, couldn't wait any longer. She stepped forward, tugged at Jiangwan's sleeve, and asked, "Sis, take a look at me. What's my destiny?" Jiangwan looked at her cousin and smiled, saying, "As for you, you have profound fortune and are also destined for great wealth and prestige." As soon as she said this, the viewers in the live stream went completely wild. "Miss, look at me. Do I also have deep karmic fortune and a destiny of great wealth and prestige?" Me too, me too. Read my fortune for me." Host, don't just sit there laughing, let me share in the good fortune too. Miss, is great wealth and prestige the only phrase you've learned? Chapter 68. Jiangwan reads faces. Goldie propped her chin in her hands, shamelessly leaning in a bit closer, and smiled sweetly as she tried to strike up a conversation with Jiangwan. "You're really lucky today, sis. When you learn to draw amulets for safety or good luck in the future, don't forget to send me a few." Jiangwan was a straightforward person herself and didn't hesitate at all. She nodded immediately. "Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely remember. Once I've mastered it, I'll be sure to bring you a few." The comment stream instantly filled with a string of messages. "I want 1 + 1. I want 1 + 2. I want 1 + 10,000. After seeing Snow and Jiangwan off, Goldie turned to look out the window. It was already completely dark outside, and she figured no more customers would be coming in tonight. She waved to the viewers in the live stream to say goodbye and wrapped up today's broadcast with a crisp, decisive end. After going offline, she deftly stowed all the leftover fried chicken, pizza, and milk tea on the table into her spatial pocket in one go. Just then, the curtain was gently lifted, and Drake walked in. Actually, he had arrived a long time ago. Earlier, he'd seen the comment streamer's boyfriend paying a visit pop up online. Afraid that his appearance might cause unnecessary trouble for this mysterious shop owner, he'd been hiding in the shadows just out of sight by the door, making sure he wouldn't be caught on camera. It wasn't until he was certain the livestream had completely ended that he dared to step out. Drake lowered his voice and said, "Shop owner, I'm here to pick something up." Goldie nodded and pulled all the interstellar supplies she'd traded for today with Star and Cubia out of her storage space. The table couldn't hold them all, so several items were spread out on the floor as well. Drake's expression grew serious, and he quickly asked, "Do these interstellar supplies emit radiation? Are they dangerous for us here?" Goldie replied, "The system automatically blocks any harm that items from other worlds might cause to this world. The system's assurances are definitely reliable." Just then, the blind box system chimed in with a touch of arrogance in her mind. "Of course, when this system steps in, it will never leave even the slightest hidden danger for the host or this world." Drake pulled out the notebook he always carried with him and meticulously recorded every single item of interdimensional supplies, without missing a single one. But looking at the mountain of parts and large robotic arms piled on the table, he realized with a sigh that there was no way he could carry them all away by himself. He immediately pulled out his phone to call for help. Before long, a black, custom-built van pulled up silently outside the store. Several agile figures stepped inside and deftly loaded all the interstellar supplies into specially designed sealed crates, transporting them directly away for security screening. Once the handover was complete, the street returned to its usual tranquility. Only then did Drake turn around and, dutifully escorting Goldie, walk with her through the night toward her home. Meanwhile, in another world, Jiangwan and Snow were eager to return home. They couldn't wait to spread their wings and fly back to check out their new treasure. But just halfway there, they found the intersection ahead completely blocked off. Snow had intended to pull her cousin aside, but Jiangwan stopped in her tracks. The two of them peered over the edge of the crowd and saw that it was a classic, staged accident scene. An elderly woman with gray hair was slumped on the ground, clutching a young food delivery guy's pant leg so tightly her eyebrows were furrowed enough to crush a fly, while she wailed incessantly, "Ouch! My leg! You hit me and now you're trying to run away." The young delivery guy was sweating profusely with anxiety, his hands raised in the air as he explained with a look of utter frustration, "Grandma, I really didn't hit you. I saw you fall and came over to help you up." Voices pointing and whispering rose and fell all around them. Most people sympathized with the young man and called the old lady shameless. The old lady grew agitated. "He's the one who bumped into me." The young man was so flustered he started stamping his feet. "Ladies, I really didn't touch her. I'm in a rush to deliver this order. If I don't leave now, I'll get docked pay for being late." Just as everyone was urging the old lady to let him go, Jiang Wan's cold voice suddenly rang out. "You're the one who hit the old lady. You should take her to the hospital." The moment those words were spoken, the entire crowd fell silent. Everyone stared at Jiang Wan as if she were a monster, their eyes filled with contempt. Such a beautiful young woman, how could she be so blind to right and wrong? She must be in cahoots with the old lady. Could she possibly be the old lady's granddaughter? Snow tugged frantically at Jiang Wan's sleeve, frantically signaling for her to mind her own business. But Jiang Wan remained unmoved. She took a step forward, fixed a sharp gaze on the young man, and said, enunciating each word clearly, "Your name is Du Fan, and you're 27 years old. You were on the phone while riding your electric scooter just now. Your hand slipped, and you did indeed brush against this elderly woman." With his name and age called out in public, Du Fan's face turned pale in an instant, and his eyes began to dart about nervously. Jiang Wan didn't give him a moment to catch his breath, continuing, "You were scared after hitting her, so you didn't dare stop and rode straight across the street. Later, your conscience got the better of you, so you came back to help the old lady up, only to find she was actually injured. You were afraid of having to pay compensation, so you tried to pretend to be a kind-hearted passerby, right?" These words rained down like a barrage of bullets, laying bare every thought in Du Fan's mind. His legs gave way, and he completely broke down, crouching on the ground with his face in his hands, wailing uncontrollably. It turned out that everything Jiang Wan had said was true. Earlier, while riding his bike, he answered a phone call, causing him to swerve and knock the old lady over. Terrified, he fled to the other side of the street. But once he calmed down, he realized he couldn't just leave her to die, so he turned back to help her up. But when he saw the old lady's pained expression and thought of his meager salary and the exorbitant medical bills, overwhelming fear instantly engulfed him. Unable to admit the truth, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and put on a show of doing a good deed. The onlookers instantly caught on, and the looks they'd been giving Jiang Wan, which had been filled with disdain and contempt, immediately turned into genuine admiration. Jiang Wan merely cast a casual glance at the crowd, then turned and grabbed Snow, who was still in a daze, and walked away without a word, keeping his good deed and fame to himself. Before long, the elderly woman's family rushed to the scene. Several middle-aged men and women swarmed around her, their hearts breaking at the sight of her sitting on the ground. Du Fan was crouched on the ground, his head buried so deeply he didn't dare lift it even a fraction. With so many people having exposed him right before their eyes, no amount of evasion would help. There was simply no way for him to escape. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stand up, his voice trembling violently. "I'll take Grandma to the hospital. I'll cover all the medical expenses." The old woman's son had been seething with anger, but seeing Du Fan on the verge of tears and hearing the bystanders say he'd taken the blame voluntarily, most of his fury instantly subsided. He shot Du Fan a cold, stern glance. "Let us put everything else aside for now. Take the old lady to the hospital." Du Fan felt as if he'd been given a second chance at life. He hurried forward to lend a hand, helping the elderly woman into the car her family had sent. Before getting in, he instinctively glanced back in the direction Jiang Wan had walked away, his eyes filled with a mix of emotions: shame, gratitude, and a vague sense of relief. Chapter 69. A smart head grows hairy balls. Snow tugged Jiang Wan out of the crowd and, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, "Sis, how did you see everything so clearly just now?" Jiang Wan smiled softly and patted the Chenkuan bag in her arms. "It's a new skill I just learned. This was the perfect opportunity to put it to the test." Snow suddenly understood and immediately gave her a thumbs up. "That is so awesome. By the way, sis, about what you said earlier that I'll be rich and powerful someday. That wasn't just empty flattery," Jiang Wan said earnestly. "You have an exceptionally good destiny, you just haven't realized it yet." The two shared a smile and quickened their pace toward their lodgings. Along the way, Snow still couldn't shake her concern and asked in a low voice, "Sis, do you think that old lady might have suffered any lasting harm?" Jiang Wan reassured her, "Don't worry, that old lady just twisted her ankle, she'll recover quickly, and the medical bill won't be much. Besides, Du Fan isn't a bad person at heart, he's not a major villain." After this incident, he'll feel guilty and start visiting the old lady every day to take care of her. In the end, he'll actually become especially close with her family. That very night after returning home, Jiang Wan buried herself in studying the mortal realm's yin-yang techniques that were etched in her mind. As soon as dawn broke, she immediately bought a large supply of talisman paper and cinnabar and tried her hand at drawing talismans. To her surprise, she actually succeeded, though she couldn't say for certain whether it was the power of the techniques or her own exceptional talent. In just a single day, she had drawn several fully formed protective talismans. Goldie slept like a log that night. Not a single dream disturbed her sleep. She slept soundly until dawn, waking up feeling completely refreshed. But the folks at the Research Institute weren't so lucky. In the dead of night, a shipment of interstellar components and special supplies transported overnight from SC City had just been unloaded. The researchers, who were about to rest, were summoned back en masse. Everyone gathered around the pile of alien supplies, their eyes practically popping out of their heads. They'd never seen materials like these before, and the technology was so advanced it left current industrial standards in the dust. The group stayed up all night with bloodshot eyes, but they still couldn't make head or tail of it. When senior leadership heard about it, they exclaimed, "Wow, this isn't from Earth at all." They immediately made the decision: establish an independent department dedicated to liaising with Goldie. An invisible net was cast out in an instant. Top tech experts were put on 24-hour standby the moment there was the slightest online buzz about the blind box shop. They'd swoop in and nip public opinion in the bud. Top-tier research teams focused intently on deciphering the alien materials. An additional security team was assigned, working day and night shifts, specifically to protect Goldie and her little shop. The leaders also specifically instructed, don't scare the young lady under any circumstances. Observe her discreetly for a few days before paying her a visit. As for the three national treasures Zhou Jinghong, Yang Yongxing, and Shi Jiahui, they rushed back to Beijing overnight. Are you kidding me? If these three bigwigs were holed up in this small county town every day, what if some clueless person set their sights on them and followed the trail to uncover Goldie and the blind box shop as secret? That would spell big trouble. Goldie was completely unaware of all these earth-shattering developments. Today marks the 7th day since she linked to the system time to open another multiverse blind box. The whole family had already agreed. This time, Dad had to be the one to open it. First thing in the morning, Dad Jean Manchong grabbed Goldie and headed straight for the blind box shop. 11 multiverse blind boxes were already neatly arranged inside the store. Jean Manchong rubbed his hands together and picked out a small blind box, about the size of his palm. His daughter had said, the smaller it is, the more concentrated the essence and the more likely it is to contain a rare item. He took a deep breath, cradled the box, and bellowed with all his might, open! With a click, the lid popped open. Inside lay a pill encased in a white plastic shell. The pill was absurdly large, round, and plump, a full size bigger than the 4 Joy meatballs served at a banquet, and it looked solid and substantial just by looking at it. The moment the lid opened, the pill's name and effects popped into Goldie's mind. Hairy Brain Smart Pill. Goldie's eyes widened instantly as he stared at the giant pill, laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up. Wow, so it's a hair growth pill. That name is way too slapdash. A pill this useful should be flying off the shelves at the multiverse marketplace. It must have ended up as leftover stock stuffed into a blind box because of that ridiculous name. Jean reached out and ran his hand over his dad's bald head, then explained, Dad, these are hair regrowth pills. Finish them today, and in 7 days your hair will be growing like crazy, dark and thick. I guarantee you'll look 20 years younger. Jean Manchong started losing his hair like crazy when he was 30. Now 45, the front of his forehead was so bald it could reflect light. Anti-hair loss shampoos, hair growth tonics, washing his hair with beer, rubbing ginger on his scalp. He tried every possible method, but nothing could stop his hair from falling out. After struggling with it for so many years, he eventually just gave up. Let it fall if it wants to. But Jean Manchong refused to wear a wig. Whenever he went out with his shiny, bald forehead, passers-by would always mistake him for an old man in his 50s or 60s. The funniest part was when he went to pick up Goldie from school and was actually mistaken for Goldie's grandfather. Just thinking about that made Goldie burst out laughing. Jean Manchong ran his hand over his shiny bald head and let out a long sigh. Back in the day, your old man here had a thick, lush head of black hair, a real strapping young man. Who would have thought that time S&T just a butcher's knife? It's also a powerful hair removal cream? This hair was gone in the blink of an eye. I just hope these pills really work. Dad, you should try taking one right away. You'll be pleasantly surprised. Jean Manchong ran a braised meat business and was very particular about cleanliness. He grabbed a wet wipe, wiped his hands spotless, and only then carefully picked up the large pill. He opened the plastic wrapper and took a sniff. The pill was grayish-brown, with only a faint, herbal scent, no strange odors at all. He took a small bite and chewed slowly. Huh? It's not bitter at all. It tastes just like a multi-grain steamed bun fresh out of the pot, chewy, and actually pretty tasty. The more Jean Manchong chewed, the better it tasted. So he went ahead and took a big bite. As he munched on the giant pill, he headed for the door. With a pill this big, I don't even need breakfast. Dodo, don't forget to eat. I'm off. Got it, Dad. After seeing his dad off, Goldie quickly tidied up the shop before going live. Early in the morning, a large number of fans flooded into the live stream, and the chat was buzzing with messages all asking when the interstellar heartthrob, Cubia, would arrive. Everyone was clearly still reeling from yesterday's visual overload. Speak of the devil. Cubia pushed open the door wearing a full set of protective gear. The moment he saw Goldie, he was so excited he almost jumped for joy on the spot. Boss, that Qingling grass you gave me is amazing. I just scattered a few seeds in a flower pot last night, and this morning it's already filled the whole pot, so thick, it's a whole bundle tall. The air at home feels so fresh, and even my parents are full of energy. Goldie smiled and replied, if it gets too dense, remember to repot it. A single mature Qingling grass plant can purify the air, soil, and water within 10 cubic meters. I'll go home and repot them right away. No sooner had he finished speaking than Cubia took off his hood and stowed it in his personal space. The live stream chat exploded instantly. So cool. Clutch his heart. Why is there such a huge gap between people? Cubia began pulling items directly out of his personal space parts, hovercars, basic shields, household robots. For every item he pulled out, Goldie hurriedly stowed one away in her own spatial pocket. Once everything was moved, Cubia leaned in eagerly. Boss, how much silver can I get for these? I want to open some blind boxes. Chapter 70. Apply where it hurts. Viewers in the live stream stared at the screen, watching one person pull things out while the other stowed them away. The comment section instantly exploded. Wait, is this really CGI? It feels like they actually have storage spaces. Holy crap. I'm seriously starting to suspect this is a real multiverse blind box store. The guy across from her must be from another world. Right? I've been watching for a while, and it really doesn't look like an act. The script is way too hardcore. Goldie had no idea that her and Cubia's antics had completely stunned the viewers in the livestream. Unfazed, she blurted out, "There's more stuff than yesterday. That LLB 50 Tales of Silver." The system was actually online at that moment, ranting wildly in her head. "Host, you're way too greedy. Even a single item he pulled out at random is worth more than 100 Tales of Silver." Goldie calmly shot back in her mind. "You become like those you associate with, didn't I learn that from you?" She pulled out 50 Tales of solid silver from her storage space. This was physical silver that her mom, Chen Jinsho, had gone to the bank specifically to exchange for yesterday. "Here's 50 Tales for you. You can still open 2 more standard blind boxes and 1 final multiverse blind box. Since you seem to love houseplants so much, you can use the remaining 30 Tales of Silver to buy a potted plant right away." Cubia's eyes lit up instantly like light bulbs. "I can get a houseplant too?" "Of course," Goldie asked. "Do you want one that's all leaves, or one with flowers?" As soon as she heard about flowering plants, Cubia got incredibly excited on the spot. "I want the ones with flowers. The scent of flowers is much more effective at calming psi power surges than just green plants. And the fragrance can even nourish psi power. It's more useful to us than any potion." Goldie immediately pulled out her phone and called her mom, Chen Jinxiu, asking her to go to a flower shop and buy a few potted plants. Chen Jinxiu had been crouched in the live streaming room watching the broadcast the whole time, so she understood immediately her daughter didn't want cut flowers, but rather potted plants complete with soil and pots, and ones that were actually in bloom. Now that the braised meat shop had a fully automated kitchen that could run on its own without supervision, she said a quick goodbye to Jean Manchong, hopped on her tricycle, and raced off to the flower shop to stock up. As soon as Cubia heard Goldie call her mom to go shopping for houseplants, he was instantly overjoyed. After all, there were hardly any flowering houseplants to be found on their entire planet this time. He'd finally be able to own a potted plant with flowers. Yesterday, Cubia didn't have enough silver, so he could only open 2 multiverse blind boxes. Today, he could open 1 more multiverse blind box plus 2 standard blind boxes. Cubia excitedly picked out a multiverse blind box that caught his eye, gave the command, and the box popped open. Inside the box was a neatly stacked pile of pain relief patches, with a few simple words printed on the packaging. "Apply where it hurts." Goldie immediately stepped forward to explain. These are apply where it hurts pain relief patches, also known as pain relief patches. No matter where on your body it hurts, applying one provides instant relief. Each patch lasts a full 7 days, and there are exactly 1,000 of them here. They have a 3-year shelf life. Cubia stared at the stack of patches, his face visibly etched with disappointment as he hung his head and sighed. Every household in their interstellar community had a medical pod. His family had even set up a private one just for him. For them, 80% of physical ailments could be healed simply by lying inside, and the remaining 10% could be quickly treated at an interstellar hospital. The only remaining 10% psi power flare-ups were particularly troublesome. Medical equipment and medication were completely useless against them. The only remedy was slow, natural recovery through diet, herbs, and plants. These patches were completely useless to him. The live stream chat instantly went wild with excitement, flooding the screen with comments. "Handsome guy, if you don't need them, can you spare some for me? I work every day and my whole body aches. I'm in desperate need of these. 1,000 patches. Can you give us a discount? Can you list a few packs of pain relief patches for sale, host? I'll definitely stock up." All the sisters suffering from menstrual cramps want some. As soon as Goldie caught sight of Cubia's disgusted little expression, her heart instantly burst with joy. Her inner shrewd merchant instincts awakened in an instant. Her mental abacus was clicking away like crazy. Back during the Lunar New Year, Grandma kept complaining about lower back pain. She went to the hospital for a round of tests, but there wasn't much they could do. The doctor just told her to rest properly. This would be the perfect opportunity to send Grandma a few of these patches to ease her back pain. A patch this effective actually comes from a blind box. If this were sold in hospitals, it would definitely be a huge hit. Could be used for back and leg pain, menstrual cramps so severe you can't even stand up straight, post-surgery recovery, even for severe pain relief. It's definitely a must-have. In the medical world, this stuff would be an absolute game-changer. At the very least, even if it isn't sold to the public, handing it over to top medical experts to dissect, reverse engineer, and recreate an affordable alternative ointment would still be a great deed that benefits everyone and earns immense merit. The more Goldie thought about it, the happier she became. She couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curl upward. She looked just like a little fox that had stolen a chicken, unable to hide her smugness. She leaned in with a smile and coaxed him in a seductive, high-pitched voice. "Hey, if you really don't need this ointment, I can take it back and exchange it for something else. So, what do you want, some tasty treats or some houseplants?" Cubia hesitated for a moment, torn between the two. After pondering for a while, he finally spoke up. "I want both. Boss, that porridge made from that rice yesterday tasted amazing. Could I trade for some seeds of that rice?" Goldie scratched her head. In their small northern county town, they didn't have any rice seeds at all, but she could easily get other grain seeds. "I don't have any rice seeds here. It'd take at least a few days to get them. But I do have wheat seeds. I can get them today, and the food made from them tastes just as good." "Wheat seeds? Are they really wheat seeds? I'll take them. I'll trade for them." Cubia was instantly so excited he stuttered, his eyes shining brightly. "Do you have wheat on your planet too?" Goldie asked curiously. "Yes, the vast majority of our food and drinks rely on wheat. Beverages brewed from wheat sell for astronomical prices back home. Ordinary people can't afford them at all." Hearing the word drink, Goldie reached under the counter, pulled out a bottle of Waha, and handed it to him. "Here, have this." Cubia inserted a straw and sipped it slowly. He tried this drink once yesterday and was blown away by it. To be able to have it again today, the shop owner was just too kind and generous. As she drank, Cubia complained to Goldie about how difficult it was to grow wheat in space. "Over there, wheat seeds are getting harder to germinate every year. The germination rate is pitifully low, and the yield is ridiculously low." After hearing this, Goldie immediately called her mother again, asking her to pick up some wheat seeds while she was out. Chen Jinxiu had been running a braised meat shop for many years. She believed in honesty in business and understood that retaining repeat customers was the key to long-term success. She went ahead and bought a whole 100 jin of bagged wheat seeds. As for the flowers, she selected over a dozen pots of all kinds, all of them either budding or in full bloom. Before long, Chen Jinxiu rushed back to the blind box shop with a tricycle loaded with potted plants and a bag of wheat seeds. Just then, Cubia had finished opening the remaining 2 standard blind boxes. One contained vacuum-sealed braised pork trotters, and the other held fine white sugar. He was absolutely thrilled with both of these treats. Chapter 71. Flowering Houseplants. Goldie saw that her mom had brought too many items, which would make future exchanges difficult, so she didn't let her mom wheel the tricycle into the blind box shop. A thought struck Goldie, and the bag of wheat seeds was silently stowed away in her storage bracelet. The next second, she turned and walked into the blind box shop with a flick of her wrist. The seed bag appeared out of thin air on the floor. She brushed off some non-existent dust from her hand and nodded toward Cubia. "Here, this bag of wheat seeds is in exchange for the medicinal plaster you opened. You should put it away for now." Cubia paused for a moment, looking at the large, full bag of seeds, and asked, "Are all these wheat seeds for me? Did you trade them all for the ointment from that blind box?" Goldie replied with complete confidence. "Yes, they're all for you. I've always been fair in my business dealings." A string of ha 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 comments instantly flashed across the live stream chat. "You're fair? You traded 300 yuan worth of wheat seeds for someone's 10 taels of silver and you call that fair? You call that fair? That handsome guy had so many items, yet you only charged him 50 taels of silver. Is that how you define fairness? If you were truly fair, there wouldn't be any unscrupulous merchants in the world. Goldie paid no mind to the comments in the chat and turned to go outside, bringing in a potted plant. As she walked inside, she said to Cubia, "This one is called golden-edged Daphne. It smells absolutely wonderful." In truth, Goldie didn't know the names of the flowers on the tricycle, either her mom had just told her that. No sooner had Goldie set the pot down on the floor than Cubia, completely disregarding his dignity, crouched down and sniffed the flowers intently like a puppy. With his eyes closed and a look of pure bliss on his face, he felt that rich, exotic fragrance penetrate deep into his soul, leaving his mind clearer than ever before. In his heart, he couldn't help but exclaim, trading all that stuff for this one pot of flowers was absolutely worth it. But just as he was still lost in that bliss, Goldie came back in carrying another pot of flowers. This one is called the fragrant concubine camellia. Not only is it fragrant, but it's also incredibly beautiful. After saying this, Goldie set down the camellia and went back outside. Cubia leaned in closer to the fragrant concubine camellia and sniffed it carefully. In the eyes of Cubia, an interstellar traveler, these two pots of flowers represented two utterly different extremes. The golden-edged Daphne had a commanding fragrance, like a strong liquor that instantly swept one away, whereas the fragrant concubine camellia was dignified and majestic, exuding a nobility untouched by the dust of the world. Cubia watched Goldie's retreating figure and suddenly felt a pang of doubt. He knew all too well that the interstellar goods he brought were practically worthless back home. If he left them there, they wouldn't have been enough to buy even a single petal, let alone trade for a pot of such a rare and exquisite flower. Yet, right here in this blind box shop, these items worthless in the stars could be exchanged for such precious plants. If the owner really let him choose later, which pot would he pick? Cubia's gaze wandered back and forth between the golden-edged Daphne and the fragrant concubine camellia. What a dilemma! The golden-edged Daphne has an overpowering fragrance, while the Xiangfei camellia is dignified and majestic. How could he possibly choose? Or maybe he could just swallow his pride, go back to his parents, ask them for a few more items and take both plants home? I wonder if the shop owner would be willing to part with them? Just as he was scratching his head and writhing in indecision, almost spinning in circles, Goldie unexpectedly carried in another potted plant. This time, it was a pot of daffodils growing in water, refined and ethereal, with a subtle, lingering fragrance. Goldie set the pot down, looked at Cubia with a smile, and said, "The items you brought in were traded for 50 taels of silver. You spent 20 taels on the mystery boxes, so you have 30 taels left, enough to trade for 3 pots of flowers. Do you think these 3 pots will do?" "What? 3 pots? All mine?" Cubia's eyes widened instantly, and the string in his mind labeled indecision snapped with a pop, exploding into a dazzling display of fireworks. All that decision paralysis and painful sacrifice vanished into thin air in that very moment. He was so excited he almost jumped up on the spot. Slamming both hands down on his thighs, he shouted without hesitation, his voice full of vigor, "Yes, yes, absolutely yes. No problem at all." His voice was so loud it could practically blow the roof off. Just then, seeing that Goldie wasn't moving any more flowers, Chen Jinxiu carried a pot of prickly rose inside. Cubia's eyes lit up again. It was yet another type of flower he'd never seen before. Chen Jinxiu set the prickly rose on the floor and pulled out her phone to show Goldie. On the screen, a message from Zhang Rui stated that the higher-ups hoped to exchange for these supplies. Goldie held the phone, pointed at the pot of prickly rose, and said to Cubia, "Those 3 pots of flowers were traded for 30 taels of silver. This one is a gift for you. However, I hope that the next time you visit, you'll bring some interstellar artifacts that we don't have here. For example, the smart home control robots commonly used in your galaxy, short-range anti-gravity commuter craft, even decommissioned standard-issue powered mechs or damaged lightweight individual combat armor would do. I also accept all kinds of interstellar detection components, small sensor accessories like deep space sensing probes, multispectral environmental sensor modules, gravitational wave detectors, and biosignal capture chips are all welcome. For any equipment you bring, it's best if it comes with the original manufacturer's operating manual in the local star language and disassembly diagrams. For every item you bring in the future, I'll give you a houseplant or a type of food." Cubia possessed powerful psi abilities and a sharp mind. He suddenly realized that the technology in the shopkeeper's world was likely far less advanced than their own. But then he thought, even if their technology isn't advanced, they're rich in resources. Exchanging scrap materials he could easily come by for natural green plants, which are extremely rare in the stars, was a truly lucrative deal. So he gladly agreed. Even if he didn't need that many plants himself, he could sell them for a good price back in the star system. Who knows, maybe a single plant could even be traded for a starship. Although his day off was ending tomorrow, he could always take a day off. His instructor might be a bit difficult to deal with, but at worst, he could just invite him over to admire the plants. He decided to come back tomorrow to trade some more. After all, this was an unpredictable situation. No one knew when the passage would close, so it was better to make the exchange early and get as many as possible. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Goldie pointed to the prickly rose with satisfaction and cautioned. However, the sap of this prickly rose is slightly toxic. Don't accidentally ingest it. Also, don't get too close to that pot of daffodils and sniff them for too long. It might make you dizzy and uncomfortable. Then she turned to Chen Jinxiu and said, Mom, these flowers are enough for now. Why don't you take a break? Chapter 72. Hello everyone, I'm Cubia. Viewers in the live stream could vaguely make out many more flower pots on the tricycle outside the curtain, and the comment section erupted with frenzied remarks. I told you the host was a crooked merchant. With so many flowers, she won't even give any to Cubia. Host, you're being too mean. Cubia is so handsome, you should give him a couple more pots of flowers. Host, don't give him too many. If you give him too many, he won't come back to trade, and we won't get to see him anymore. Host, I'll tip you, please give Cubia 2 more pots of flowers. No one knew who started the trend first, but gift effects began flooding the screen like crazy. Little hearts, lollipops, roses. Wave after wave, they pounded the screen as if they were free. There's an unwritten rule on live streaming platforms. The more gifts are sent, the higher the stream's popularity, and the back-end system automatically pushes the stream into a larger traffic pool. Simply put, the more people send gifts, the more casual viewers are recommended to the stream. The more people come in, the stronger the atmosphere of everyone jumping on the bandwagon. It's a snowball effect. Goldie's stream already had Cubia as its secret to attracting viewers with good looks. And now that the gifts were pouring in, the heat was skyrocketing. The number of online viewers shot up from a few thousand to tens of thousands, and it was still climbing like crazy. The chat exploded instantly. Holy crap! How did this stream suddenly get so many people? I just saw the gifts pop up and jumped in. Who is this hottie? Wait, is this stream selling flowers? I don't get any of this. Don't ask. If you do, you'll get sucked in and never get out. I've already sent 3 little hearts. Goldie watched as Cubia's eyes were glued to those flower pots. So she decided to sit behind the cash register and check out the stream herself. Seeing the screen filled with gifts and the skyrocketing viewer count, she couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Cubia really was a crowd pleaser. The live stream's viewership had skyrocketed several times over. But she didn't stop the fans from sending gifts. After all, they were doing it voluntarily, and this surge in traffic came at just the right time. Just then, she saw a comment float across the screen. Host, I'll send you a gift, just give that handsome guy a couple more flower pots. Cubia, however, was completely oblivious to the fact that he'd become the star of the show. He was still crouched in front of that pot of golden-edged Daphne, inhaling the floral scent with a look of pure bliss on his face, letting out a satisfied sigh every now and then. The comments in the live stream went even wilder. Even his sighs are so handsome, I can't take it. This live stream is addictive. I've already sent 5 lollipops, and I just can't stop. Host, say something. Don't just let this hottie stand there sniffing flowers. Goldie cleared her throat and smiled at the camera. Thanks for everyone's support, but this is a blind box shop. We don't sell anything online. Please tip responsibly. As soon as she said that, the comments flooded in even more fiercely. The more the host tells us to be responsible, the less I can resist. I've already sent 10 little hearts. Cubia, stop sucking on the flowers. Look at the camera. Look at me. Goldie watched as the gift effects grew increasingly flashy, then glanced at the viewers who weren't listening to a word she said, and shook her head in exasperation. She turned to Cubia. Could you say hi to the viewers in the chat? They said they want to send you 2 flower pots. Cubia finally snapped out of it and reluctantly stood up. They were used to streaming holographically directly through their light brains, so this ancient device called a cell phone was quite a novelty to them. But he still cooperated and looked at Goldie. Boss? Where's your live stream? Goldie picked up the phone, turned the screen toward him, and switched the camera to the front-facing lens. Cubia's ridiculously handsome face appeared right on the screen. The chat in the live stream went completely silent for a second, as if everyone had held their breath. Then the comments exploded. Aya, this hottie is killing me. Husband, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. I want to lick the screen so bad. Girl above. Have some decency, this is my husband. Cubia held Goldie's phone. Although he didn't know what the viewers were typing, he smiled anyway, waved, and said hello. Hello everyone. I'm Cubia. Thank you. I heard you're going to send me 2 flower pots, is that true? The live chat went wild again. It's true. It's true. We're sending you flowers. Our streamer is such a scammer, she's pulling your leg. You should ask for a few more pots of flowers. There are even more flowers on her tricycle outside. Cubia looked at the dense stream of comments and gift effects, unable to make out what anyone was saying. He handed the phone back to Goldie, who switched the camera back to the rear lens, pointing it in Cubia's direction. She put the phone away, turned around, and went outside to bring in 2 pots of flowers. Goldie placed the flowers in front of Cubia and said with a smile, "This one is a cyclamen, and this one is a long-life flower. These are gifts from the viewers in the live stream." Cubia noticed that these 2 pots looked completely different from the ones before, so he couldn't help but examine one and then touch the other. The cyclamen was delicate and dainty, its curled petals resembling a rabbit's upright ears. The long-life flower, on the other hand, was bright red, its branches covered with dense clusters of red blossoms that looked like little lanterns, radiating a festive atmosphere. A new wave of gifts instantly flooded the live chat, and the special effects were so dazzling that Goldie could barely keep her eyes open. The comments kept pouring in. The streamer might be stingy, but she keeps her word. I can't believe the streamer even knows the names of all these flowers. The streamer shouldn't have given him so many flowers. What if he doesn't come back now? Just then, the wind chime on the blind box shop's door jingled, and the curtain was pulled aside. In walked Star, a frail little girl from outer space. Viewers in the live stream were instantly curious. Who is this? Why does she look so pitiful? Soon, some longtime fans explained, "This little girl is such a great actress. She's playing a poor little girl from the interstellar scrap planet 9527 who doesn't have enough to eat." The moment Star walked in, she froze in her tracks. She immediately noticed that, besides the shop owner, there was another person standing in the store. That person was completely wrapped up in protective gear, with only their head exposed. But even so, Star could sense the dignity and nobility radiating from that person's very bones, a world apart from someone like her, who crawled out of a garbage heap. She stood there, at a loss, not daring to take a single step forward. Goldie looked up at her and said with a smile, "Star, you're back again? What good stuff did you bring this time?" Seeing Goldie's gentle smile, Star finally mustered the courage to step forward and dumped all the scrap metal and parts from her storage space onto the counter in one go. The counter was instantly piled high, and Goldie quickly used her storage bracelet to stow it all away. Star kept digging through her bag and whispered, "My friends and I collected these together. I was hoping to trade them for something to eat." "No problem. Just wait a moment." Goldie fished 2 bottles of Waha milk from under the counter, handing one to Star and the other to Cubia. Chapter 73, Trading a Star-Rated Medical Pod for a Big Steamed Bun. Cubia took the milk, and only then did his attention shift away from the flowers. He inserted a straw and began drinking in big gulps. Even though he only had 1 bottle so far, the drink was still so refreshing and delicious, and the owner was as generous as ever. As he drank, he sized up the newcomer. The little girl was dressed in rags, filthy from head to toe, with tangled hair and black mud caked under her fingernails. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, "I really don't know which world people could be this poor. The owner is truly kind. He doesn't look down on her at all. It's not like their interstellar world where people judge by clothing, appearance, wealth, and psi power. If you're even slightly lacking, others look down on you." Star held the milk, sipping it while unable to resist glancing at the flower pots. The scent of the flowers drifted over, and she felt her whole body relax, warmed from head to toe. Neither Star nor Cubia realized that they actually came from the same interstellar world, one in the clouds, the other in the mud. Just then, Goldie pulled back the door curtain and called out, "Mom, go buy 10 big steamed buns." Chen Jinsho had been sitting on her tricycle by the door, scrolling through her daughter's live stream. Upon hearing this, she immediately got off, hurried to the nearby breakfast shop, bought 10 large buns, and thoughtfully asked the owner to pack 1 meat-filled and 1 vegetarian bun together. Cubia had just stowed the flower pots into the storage node, and was about to leave when he heard Goldie call out for her mom to buy buns. His footsteps halted. What are buns? Are they for this new little girl? He decided to stay and see. Just 3 or 4 minutes later, Chen Jinxiu returned carrying the buns. Goldie took out 6 and handed them to Star. You earned these with your supplies today. Goldie then took out 2 more buns and handed them to Cubia. Handsome guy. Give him a try. They're on the house. Goldie hadn't eaten breakfast herself. She took a vegetarian bun and bit into it heartily, then handed the meat bun to her mom to eat. Cubia had already caught a whiff of a strange, delicious aroma when Chen Jinxiu came back with the buns. Now, watching Goldie take that first bite, the aroma grew even more intense. He simply couldn't resist any longer. Swallowing hard, he quickly pulled a bun out of the bag and took a bite. Delicious. So delicious. This tasted just as good as yesterday's roast chicken. His eyes lit up. Boss, do you have any more of these? I'll trade you something for them. Goldie replied leisurely. Sure. How many do you want to trade for? Cubia hesitated for a moment. These must be pretty expensive, right? Not really, Goldie said. The viewers in the live stream were going crazy. Don't listen to him. These big buns are cheap, just 1 yuan each. Any single item you pull out would be enough to buy the whole bun stall. Streamer. Look at me. I'll treat him to 200 buns. Gift effects started flooding the screen again. Goldie glanced at the chat and rolled his eyes inwardly. You want me to give them away for free? Then what am I supposed to trade for his interstellar supplies? Do you think this is easy for me? Cubia stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. A thought struck him and he pulled a medical pod straight out of his personal storage space. To be honest, the thing looked downright ugly with its elongated body and transparent canopy. It resembled an ice coffin. But Cubia treated it like the apple of his eye. His family had specially equipped him with this top-of-the-line home medical pod. Fearing he might get injured while out on missions, the rest of the entire clan shared just 2 units between them. Pointing at the medical pod that looked just like an ice coffin, he tentatively asked, Boss, how many buns could I get for this medical pod? Goldie quickly ran through the numbers in his head to figure out a fair price. But before he could speak, Cubia timidly added, How about 20? Goldie's eyes lit up instantly. Afraid he might change his mind on the spot, he lunged forward and effortlessly stowed the medical pod into his storage space. 20? You're thinking way too small. Goldie waved his hand grandly, acting exceptionally generous. I may not have many other virtues, but I'm a straight shooter. I'll give you 30. Now, tell me, do you want meat-filled or vegetarian ones? Either is fine, they're both delicious. Cubia was still reeling from this windfall. Great. Then let us split them 50-50. Goldie looked at the storage space, now packed to the brim, and muttered to herself, System, isn't this space a little too small? When are you going to upgrade it and give me a bigger one? Unfortunately, the system had gone missing lately, vanishing from time to time. After Goldie finished her complaint, her mind went completely silent. Not even a single punctuation mark replied to her. Chen Jinxiu was tucking into a big meat bun with great relish. As she ate, she watched her daughter sweet talk that alien without batting an eye, and couldn't help but wonder, that little brat, she's way too scheming. But then again, if she can trade for high-tech goodies like that, it's definitely worth it. She finished the rest of the bun in 2 bites, then ran off to buy some for Cubia. The live stream's comment section instantly exploded again, and the new viewers' eyes nearly popped out of their heads. In the middle of the room, which had been completely empty just a moment ago, a huge object suddenly materialized out of thin air. Right after that, Goldie walked over, and the massive object vanished into thin air with a whoosh. A flurry of question marks instantly flooded the chat. Holy crap, was that a special effect? That transition was way too smooth. Wait, that lighting and sense of gravity, it looks so real. Hold on, are they filming one of those short dramas with a hidden storage space plot? That prop is way too realistic. Not a single trace of a continuity error. Of course, there were also plenty of comments calling her a stingy, greedy merchant. This streamer is way too cheap. Looking at that handsome guy's face, she should be given him a few more buns. Renting that ice coffin for a day back home costs several hundred yuan, and she traded it for just 30 big buns? Seriously, giving him only 30 buns? That's way too stingy. Goldie looked at the screen full of comments and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Special effects? Short skits? You guys think it's special effects? But it's actually the personal gear of an interstellar big shot. As for those comments calling her a stingy and scrupulous merchant, Goldie's mouth twitched, and she simply filtered them out as system glitches. Are you kidding me? Is this being stingy? This is Reasonable cost control. She cleared her throat and explained earnestly to the camera. Everyone, this is a legitimate multiverse blind box store. We don't use special effects, and we don't film short dramas. Our focus is on authenticity, and our customers are all from other worlds. Please stay rational as you watch the show and give tips. The viewers in the live stream were all about being rebellious. At first, I was actually starting to believe this was a real blind box store connecting all worlds. But hearing the host say it with such a straight face, I don't believe it at all. Screenshot saved. This is definitely the best short drama teaser of the year. Rational tipping? The more you tell me not to tip, the more I'm going to tip and no one else going to stop me. Cubia, you even look cool eating a steamed bun. Goldie chuckled to herself. See? I told you you wouldn't believe me even if I told the truth. Anyway, I've said everything I needed to say. If you don't believe me, don't blame me. In a secret monitoring room somewhere, several high-ranking officials were staring intently at the screens. Chapter 74. The Interstellar Plant Collector. Watching Goldie's deadpan yet composed demeanor, the executives in front of the screen couldn't help but smile and nod. This little girl might look delicate, but she's incredibly sharp. The more earnestly she explained, the more the netizens felt she was playing along with the meme and acting out a short skit. Blurring the lines between truth and fiction, this smoke and mirrors tactic had completely taken hold. Meanwhile, a few quick-fingered netizens captured clips from Goldie's livestream, added various soundtracks, edited them into short videos, and posted them online. And just like that, word spread like wildfire. Goldie's livestream's popularity skyrocketed on the spot, and her online viewership shot past the 100,000 mark in a flash. In a big crowd, you'll find all kinds of people. With so many viewers, the comment stream inevitably included a few snide remarks, and some even tried to stir up trouble on purpose. But the tech team assigned by the higher-ups wasn't one to be messed with. Their response was a total blowout. The bigwigs in the control room didn't even blink as their fingers flew across the keyboards. Dare to make inappropriate jokes that offend the streamer? Kick them out immediately. Dare to post snide remarks or slander? Pinpoint them and ban their accounts in a second. Dare to stir up trouble maliciously? They kicked them out of the stream in a heartbeat, leaving not a single trace of noise behind. After a seamless series of moves, Goldie's livestream was instantly cleansed of all negativity, with the screen filled with positive, friendly, and harmonious comments as pristine as a pure land. Meanwhile, Cubia stowed all the flowers and the buns he traded for the medical pod into his storage node. He bid a sincere farewell to Goldie, Chen Jinxiu, and the viewers watching online before hurriedly leaving the multiverse blind box store. As soon as he returned to his own interstellar world, he didn't dare waste a single moment. He immediately pulled out his light brain and frantically called his parents. His tone frantic as he urged them to drop everything and rush home immediately. He had earth-shattering good news to announce. The couple, who were busy at the interstellar base, felt a jolt of panic when they received their son's urgent message, fearing something terrible had happened. Without a word, they canceled all their work and rushed home as fast as they could. But the moment they pushed open the door, the couple froze in their tracks, their pupils suddenly contracting as they stared in utter disbelief. Their family was considered well off by interstellar standards, and they shelled out a fortune just to barely afford 2 pots of the most ordinary foliage plants. But with the harsh environment, heavy radiation, and thin air of interstellar, those 2 precious plants had been listless and half-dead year after year. It was a miracle they even managed to survive. All their lives, they believed that plants were supposed to be yellowed, wilted, and lifeless. But the scene before them completely overturned their decades-long perception. Fresh, moist air washed over them as they entered the room, which was neatly arranged with several pots of fresh flowers. The leaves were a vibrant, lush green so tender they seemed as if they ooze water if pinched, while the petals were delicate, plump, and brightly colored. A burst of vibrant vitality hit them so vivid it seemed almost unreal, compared to the 2 potted plants at home with their yellowing leaves. Barely clinging to life, this vibrant, natural vitality was like night and day. Forget ordinary energy crystals or rare ores. Even if they sold off their entire fortune, they couldn't buy anything like this anywhere in the galaxy. Cubia's mother, Tilina, immediately widened her eyes, her mouth forming an O. She unconsciously held her breath, her footsteps as light as if she were walking on cotton, afraid that even her heavy breathing might damage these priceless treasures. She cautiously took half a step forward, her hands nervously hovering in midair, afraid to touch or even brush against them. Her voice trembled uncontrollably, brimming with disbelief. These are actually living plants, and they're even in bloom? The leaves are so green, so lush? Did you trade for them at that blind box store? We only had a few ordinary supplies, and yet we managed to get such top-tier spiritual plants. Cubia nodded vigorously, her face beaming with pride. She secretly watched her parents' wide-eyed, wide-world, unseen expressions, feeling utterly delighted. Meanwhile, Cubia's father, Nord, standing nearby, had long since been completely captivated. He was utterly spellbound. In his early years of interstellar warfare, he'd been severely exposed to cosmic radiation, causing him to severely deplete his psi power and suffer from chronic internal injuries. As a result, he'd been restless and listless for years. On ordinary days, he'd stare blankly at the 2 pots of withered, yellow-leaved plants at home, just to absorb a tiny, almost imperceptible spark of vitality. But now, as he leaned close to the vibrant flowers, the sweet, fresh scent of plants filled his nostrils, and threads of pure vitality instantly surged through his entire body. He could clearly feel the fatigue that had built up over the years vanish in an instant, and his depleted psi power was actually rapidly stabilizing and slowly recovering. Nord's eyes widened in utter amazement, his face etched with extreme ecstasy and awe. Completely oblivious to the mother and son's conversation, he clung tightly to the golden-edged Daphne, his head practically buried in its leaves and blossoms. It had been decades. Never in his entire life had he seen a plant so vibrant and so full of life. He was used to seeing wilted, yellow-leaved houseplants, but this pot overflowing with lush, vibrant greenery had him completely hooked. He opened his mouth wide and took deep, frantic breaths. Once, twice, 3 times, his breathing was absurdly rapid. The greedy, forceful inhalations caused an excess of oxygen to flood his brain, making his head spin. His body swayed, and he lunged straight toward the flower pot. It looked like this pot of incredibly rare flowers was about to be crushed by an overexcited Nord. Cubia, quick as a flash and startled out of his wits, darted forward in a single bound, grabbed his dad firmly by the back of his collar, and yanked the dazed man back with all his might. "Dad, pull yourself together. Don't crush those flowers." Nord, still reeling from the pull, was dazed, his gaze unfocused, and his body uncontrollably straining toward the flower pot. His eyes so mesmerized he couldn't tear them away. Standing nearby, Tilina's heart was pounding with fear. She hurriedly patted her chest, her face etched with relief, and immediately spread her arms to gently shield the flower pot, as if protecting a priceless heirloom. "That scared the life out of me. Thank goodness I caught him in time. We treat those 2 pots of yellow leaf grass like treasures, and these are perfectly vibrant green plants with blooming flowers. They're even more precious than our top-tier interstellar collections. They can't stand even the slightest bump." The family of 3 gathered around the vibrant potted plants. Each with a mesmerized look in their eyes and stiff, cautious movements, they treated them with the utmost care and reverence. Good grief, they had somehow, without even realizing it, become the plant magnates of this star system. Chapter 75 New Guests. Nord and Tilina stood around the flower pots, scrutinizing them for over half an hour before they could finally calm their racing hearts. At that moment, Cubia was the only one in the family who remained level-headed. He took a deep breath and said in a hushed voice, "Mom and Dad, we absolutely cannot let a single word of this get out. With so many priceless treasures suddenly appearing, if word gets out, it's bound to attract envious people and bring catastrophic disaster upon our family. We must go see great-grandpa immediately." Cubia's great-grandfather was none other than the current head of the renowned Witten family across the stars. The Witten family boasts deep-rooted heritage and immense influence. Not only do they monopolize the high-end fashion and interstellar entertainment industries, but they also specialize in the manufacture of precision components for mechs and warships, making them a dominant force in the star system. The family of 3 dared not delay for a moment. Clutching the Xiangfei camellia they brought back from the blind box shop, they rushed headlong to the patriarch's residence. In front of their great-grandfather, the 3 held nothing back, spilling everything like beans from a bamboo tube, from how Cubia had stumbled upon the blind box shop, to how they traded ordinary basic supplies for top-tier flowers, white steamed buns, and high-yield wheat seeds. Cubia also added his own speculation. The shop owner only accepts the most basic interstellar supplies, which suggests that the technological level of that world is definitely not very high. Great-grandfather listened quietly, but when he heard about items like cell phones, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wasn't that just outdated technology that had been phased out across the galaxy countless years ago? Something so obsolete it was hard to even find a trace of it in the Interstellar History Museum. The old man slapped his thigh and made a decision on the spot. Easy enough. Instead of trading high-end supplies and advanced technology, we'll just pack up all that obsolete equipment and outdated basic technology from the family warehouse and send it over. These items are worthless to us, with a cost that's practically negligible, but to that low-tech world, they'll be priceless treasures, and we'll actually be able to trade them for more and better quality plants and food. Right after that, Cubia played his trump card, the blue spirit grass. Upon hearing that this herb could purify the soil, and that a single mature blue spirit herb could transform 10 square meters of wasteland into fertile farmland, the old man's eyes lit up with astonishing intensity. This wasn't just any herb, it was clearly the perfect tool for the family's transformation and upgrading. If they could acquire it in bulk, convert all the interstellar wastelands into farms, and plant high-yield wheat, why would the Vitton family ever worry about not becoming as wealthy as a nation? With the family's fate at stake, the four reached an immediate consensus. They would keep this colossal secret tightly under wraps, ensuring not a single whisper leaked out. Next, the family went into frantic preparation mode. They ransacked every nook and cranny, stripping the Vitton family's vast warehouse bare. All the neglected, obsolete equipment, expired basic tech supplies, and long-forgotten spare parts tucked away in the back of the warehouse were stuffed into the storage node. The meticulous Cubia even went online to gather a vast amount of interstellar blueprints and theoretical materials, copying them all onto a smart chip. But then he had a second thought. Equipment on that low-level world might not be able to read interstellar chips. If they couldn't be used, wouldn't all that effort have been for nothing? To leave nothing to chance, Cubia went all out, spending a fortune to print out all the materials on paper. Keep in mind that in the Interstellar, with its unique supply structure, paper is a genuine luxury item, ridiculously expensive. This move was truly a heartfelt investment. The family worked at full speed, and in just one short afternoon, all the supplies for the exchange were prepared. Cubia felt like a cat's claws were scratching at his heart. He couldn't wait to rush into the blind box store and redeem the supplies. Only by getting the items as soon as possible would he feel at ease. The shrewd and calculating Chief Vitton was even more meticulous. While everyone wasn't looking, he secretly attached a miniature, high-precision tracker to Cubia. He secretly calculated. As long as Cubia successfully entered the multiverse blind box store, he could precisely pinpoint the spatial coordinates of that mysterious world. Then he'd simply blast over in his starship, seize the entire planet, and monopolize all the rare plants and food resources. It was a surefire way to get something for nothing, reaping the rewards of an entire world. With everything ready, the entire family escorted him in a grand procession to the Interstellar Plaza. Under the expectant and extremely nervous gazes of his family, Cubia strode quickly to the entrance of the multiverse blind box store and reached out to pull the door open, but there was nothing there. No matter how hard he tugged, the tightly shut door didn't budge an inch. It simply wouldn't open. Cubia was instantly dumbfounded. After pondering for a few seconds, he turned around and explained to his anxious family. There must be a limit on the number of visits. I've already been here once today, so the portal is most likely locked. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to try again. As soon as he said this, a huge weight settled on everyone's hearts, leaving them anxious and uneasy. No one knew whether this mysterious portal to a new world would open normally tomorrow. Refusing to give up, the Vitton clan chief immediately summoned the clan's top scientists. They set up all kinds of sophisticated instruments and frantically surveyed the area Cubia had pointed out, scanning for spatial fluctuations and traces of the portal. Unfortunately, the rules of the multiverse blind box store were simply too strict. After working for most of the day, they didn't find even the slightest clue to a spatial portal and ultimately had to return empty-handed. Meanwhile, Goldie, who was inside the little shop, was completely unaware of all these undercurrents and carefully orchestrated maneuvers. After seeing Cubia off, Goldie and her mom carried all the assorted flowers from the tricycle into the blind box shop and neatly arranged them on the counter, a total of 7 pots. The comment section instantly exploded with comments, all of them criticizing Goldie for being biased and stingy. See that? Streamers are so cheap. There's a whole pile of flowers on that tricycle. And she wouldn't even give Cubia a single bloom. The contrast is so obvious. That pot of fragrant jasmine is blooming so full and lush. It's at least 10 times better than that tiny pot Cubia's holding. Goldie caught a glimpse of the stream of stingy and mean-spirited jibes in the comments and couldn't help but snort softly. She then turned to the camera with a straight face and began to defend herself. What do you guys know? This is strategy. If I gave Cubia all the best flowers right off the bat today, what would I have to give him tomorrow when he comes back to trade for something? When he realizes the difference, he think I'm a stingy shop owner. Think about it the other way around. If I give him something ordinary today and pull out my best hidden treasures tomorrow, he'll definitely think I went out of my way to hunt them down just for him. That's called emotional value, do you get it? As soon as she said this, the live chat instantly split into two camps. Some nodded thoughtfully, feeling that the streamer's argument actually had a certain twisted logic to it. But many more mercilessly flooded the chat with criticism, bluntly calling it pure capitalist sophistry. They said no one else could make being stingy sound so refreshingly unique. Goldie couldn't be bothered to argue with this bunch of haters in the chat, so she simply ignored the protesting comments. She had just seen her mom off and hadn't even had a chance to catch her breath when the sensor doorbell on the blind box shop rang out crisply. Once more the shop had welcomed yet another cross-world visitor. Chapter 76. Su Qinghuan, the fallen noblewoman. This customer was Su Qinghuan of the Tianqi dynasty. Just as she raised her hand to lift the translucent curtain, a crisp, pleasant female voice suddenly rang out, "Welcome!" The sudden voice caused Su Qinghuan, whose heart was filled with sorrow, to freeze in her tracks instantly. Her whole body tensed up, and she was at a loss for what to do. Looking up, the scene inside the shop completely overturned her expectations. Warm sunlight streamed in through the translucent glass windows. The snow-white, spotless walls were dazzlingly bright, and overhead were lights she had never seen before, brighter and more luminous than even the midday sun. Behind the counter sat a young woman with gentle features and a pure, refined demeanor. Today, Goldie was wearing fleece-lined jeans paired with a soft, cozy sweater, topped with an elegant new Chinese-style vest. Her long, jet-black hair fell loosely over her shoulders. She wore no makeup, looking effortlessly beautiful. This outfit and this kind of poise were a sight Su Qinghuan, who had spent her life in the confines of a feudal inner courtyard, surrounded by rules and restrictions, had never seen before. Her heart skipped a beat, and her mind went blank. Had she been kneeling for too long, or were her injuries so severe that her spirit had left her body, leading her to wander into the underworld by mistake? Yet the young woman before her had kind eyes and a gentle smile, and the room was warm and cozy. There wasn't a trace of anything eerie or terrifying. Goldie looked at the girl, whose face was filled with fear and timidity, and whose body bore the scars of injustice, and spoke with a gentle smile. "Come in. Don't be afraid." Su Qinghuan hesitantly took a step forward, limping into the warm little shop. She stood awkwardly in the open space in the center of the room, her eyes darting about, full of caution. Goldie and the viewers in the live stream knew at a single glance that she was a pitiable figure from a wealthy family, trapped in the confines of her family's inner quarters. Though she was clearly wearing a luxurious gown made of the finest brocade, embroidered with exquisite hidden patterns, several dried, jarring streaks of blood were starkly visible beneath the moon-white hem. Her gait was even more pitiful. She limped slightly on her right leg, and with every laborious step forward, her frail body would tremble uncontrollably. She clenched her jaw tightly, forcing down the excruciating pain, and stubbornly maintained the last shred of dignity befitting a lady of high birth. Her entire face was red, swollen, and puffy, her eyes bloodshot, lifeless, and utterly haggard. She bore not a trace of the dignified bearing one would expect from the matriarch of a wealthy family. Goldie smiled warmly and took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello. This is the Multiverse Blind Box Store. Would you like to open a blind box?" Su Qinghuan looked up blankly, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. "Blind box? What's that? I don't know exactly what's inside a blind box either, but they're all full of unexpected treasures." Su Qinghuan looked at the neat row of exquisite little black boxes on the counter and hesitantly asked, "Shopkeeper, how do I get one of these?" Goldie smiled and quoted the price. "A multiverse blind box is 10 liang of silver each, and a standard blind box is 5 liang of silver each." Su Qinghuan didn't have any silver on her. After a moment's hesitation, she carefully pulled a 50 liang silver bill from the inner pocket of her shirt, her fingertips trembling slightly. "Shopkeeper, can I use this?" Just as Goldie was about to reply, a system notification instantly rang in her mind. "This store does not accept silver bills. We only accept pure silver, or equivalent barter in the form of valuable physical items." Goldie immediately explained honestly, I'm sorry, young lady, but our store doesn't accept silver bills, only silver. Alternatively, if you have jewelry, treasures, or similar items, you can bring them in for an equivalent exchange. A hint of disappointment flashed in Su Qinghuan's eyes, but she quickly bit her lip and reached into her innermost pocket, pulling out a large Dongju pearl, round, plump, and radiating an exquisite luster. This was the only treasure she had left on her person. Giving it to the shopkeeper felt better than having it snatched away by someone she despised. Holding the pearl in her hands, she tentatively asked in a soft voice, "Shopkeeper, do you think this could get me a multiverse blind box?" The system instantly completed its appraisal, and Goldie's mind was flooded with a barrage of notifications. Top-tier deep-sea pearl, a rare treasure of the Apocalypse dynasty. The market floor price is a full 1,000 taels of silver. Massive profit. A huge, massive profit. Goldie knew exactly what was going on, but she kept her composure and said calmly, "Let me check our store's pricing. I'll value this pearl at 30 taels of silver, enough to trade for exactly 3 multiverse blind boxes." The system was livid on the spot, roaring furiously in her mind. "Swindler, you're really ripping people off. That SA top-tier Eastern pearl worth 1,000 taels. And you're only offering 30 taels. That's insane." Goldie calmly shot back in her mind. "Stop whining. The blind boxes are clearly priced. I haven't marked them up a single coin. I'm just following the shop's rules. Once the item is sold, you'll get every penny of the profit you're owed." After snapping back at the system, Goldie completely ignored its frantic rant, her expression composed. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghuan actually felt a sense of relief. Exchanging the Dongju pearl for 30 taels of silver, perhaps prices at this little shop were different from back home. Rather than keeping this treasure on her person, only to have it eventually swindled away by Lu Ji and her gang, effectively giving it away to villains for nothing, it was better to trade it for some unknown opportunity. At least the shopkeeper before her seemed gentle and kind. He would certainly never arbitrarily bully or take advantage of her. She did this willingly and didn't feel she lost out in the slightest. Goldie raised her hand to stow the Eastern pearl into her storage bracelet, then retrieved exactly 30 taels of silver from her storage space and neatly arranged them on the counter. "Here's your silver." Su Qinghuan looked at the silver on the table and asked softly, "Shopkeeper, which blind box is better? I don't know much about these. Could you give me some advice?" Goldie looked at this simple, kind-hearted woman from ancient times who had suffered so much and felt a pang of guilt. Having taken such a huge advantage of her, she really felt too embarrassed to keep stringing her along. She spoke honestly, "I suggest you switch everything to multiverse blind boxes. They're high-tier blind boxes. The items you get are far better than those from standard blind boxes, and they offer the best value for money." Su Qinghuan nodded immediately, a faint glimmer of hope finally lighting up in her eyes. "Okay, then I'll switch everything to multiverse blind boxes." Upon hearing that she could sell 3 multiverse blind boxes in one go, the system instantly shut up and stopped teasing Goldie. Goldie pocketed the silver coins and pointed to the 9 multiverse blind boxes neatly arranged on the counter. "Just pick any you like. When your time comes, whatever you open will be exactly what suits you best." Su Qinghuan let her gaze sweep lightly over them, casually picked 3 at random, and carefully placed them on the counter. "Just say open directly to the blind box. Go ahead and open them. You definitely won't lose out," Goldie assured her with a smile. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Qinghuan softly uttered 2 words, "Open." In an instant, the store fell suddenly silent. At the same time, the live stream's once bustling comment section went completely blank, leaving a deathly silence. The next second, the screen was flooded with frantic comments. "Oh? Empty? Is it really an empty box? Host, you just swore on your chest that we wouldn't lose out. This is hilarious. A Dongju pearl is worth 30 taels of silver, and the first box is nothing but air. Proof that you're a scammer. I feel so bad for the girl. That's just too cruel. She's being bullied, and now she gets scammed opening a mystery box." Su Qinghuan stared at the empty mystery box. The glimmer of hope that had just lit up in her eyes instantly faded. Her heart sank as she instinctively assumed she'd been scammed, her mind filled with disappointment and bitterness.
Chapter 77. Su Qinghuan's tragic ordeal.
Seeing this, Goldie immediately launched into a frantic defense. "Miss, don't get upset. Just think about it, this magical box that responds to voice commands. Just this box alone is worth more than 10 taels of silver, right? You definitely didn't lose out. Su Qinghuan stared blankly at the exquisite empty box, then realized she had a point. There had never been such a wondrous object in the world. This magical box alone was already priceless. She suppressed the disappointment in her heart, nodded slightly, and forced herself to let it go. Goldie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she managed to pull it off. Let us open the second one. Su Qinghuan composed herself and whispered once more. Open it. The second mystery box sprang open. A black pill, a full circle larger than a 4-joy meatball, lay quietly inside, its faint, bitter medicinal scent slowly wafting out. Goldie's eyes lit up, and she immediately gave her a detailed explanation. Miss, you're so lucky. This is the pain on me, pain on you pill, also known as the pain transfer pill. It's an incredibly useful treasure. As long as you take this pill for the next 3 years, all the harm you suffer will be automatically transferred. Not only will you feel no pain yourself, but you won't even be left with the slightest scar. Best of all, if anyone within 100 meters harbors ill will toward you, schemes against you, or bullies you, they'll bear double the damage you suffer, 100% guaranteed. The moment those words were spoken, they struck a chord with all of Su Qinghuan's pent-up grievances and heartache. This meant that for the next 3 years, all the suffering inflicted upon her would be doubled and rebounded onto those villains. The pent-up grievances, pain, and despair of the past few years erupted completely at that moment, transforming into an unprecedented sharpness in her eyes. Her body trembled, her eyes instantly reddened, and her knees buckled as she knelt right there on the spot, her voice choked and trembling. Immortal, you're an immortal, aren't you? Did you come here specifically to save me? How did you know my life has been so bitter, so hard? Goldie was startled and quickly stepped out from behind the counter, reaching out to gently help her up. Get up, there's no need for that. We don't do kneeling in our store. In that instant of being treated with such kindness, Su Qinghuan could no longer hold back. All the hardships she endured over the past few years, the loneliness and helplessness of living in the capital, along with all the grievances, heartache, and despair she never dared confide to anyone, poured out of her. With tears welling in her eyes, she sobbed intermittently. I was once the legitimate daughter of the Su family, the wealthiest clan in Jiangnan. I never had to lift a finger, living a carefree and radiant life. But ever since I married into the general's manor, my Su family has spent half its fortune, endlessly funding the northern frontier's military rations, just to help my husband, Chu Junmo, rise to legendary status in a single battle and become renowned throughout Tianqi. But once the birds are all shot, the fine bough is put away. With the war over, he turned his back on me, looking down on my merchant background and claiming I couldn't uphold the prestige of his title as general of the northern frontier. I am gentle and virtuous, enduring everything in silence, yet he calls me dull and boring. His childhood cousin, Lu Ji, who is willful and spoiled, stirring up trouble all day long, he favors her dearly, praising her for being lively and genuine. Above, I'm tormented by a biased and meddlesome mother-in-law. Below, I'm harassed by a concubine who is arrogant because of her favor. This morning, while paying my respects to my mother-in-law, Lu Ji set her sights on the heirloom Eastern pearl necklace from my dowry and demanded it outright. When I politely refused, she threw a tantrum right there on the spot. In my panic while serving tea, the tea slightly scalded the old lady's fingertip. She flew into a rage, slapped me twice, and punished me by making me kneel in the ancestral hall to reflect on my wrongdoing. I don't know who secretly played a dirty trick by hiding a pile of broken porcelain shards in the meditation cushion. I was completely unprepared and knelt down directly onto them. The sharp shards instantly sliced open my right knee, tearing the flesh and blood, which soaked through the hem of my skirt. My mother-in-law's trusted matron held me down tightly, not allowing me to move even half a step. For 3 full hours, I endured until my right leg was a bloody mess and both my legs had gone stiff. The personal maid ID brought with me had long since been sold off and flogged by my mother-in-law on trumped-up charges. In this vast, gilded general's mansion, I was the nominal legal wife, but in reality, I was utterly alone and helpless. She wept with a heart-wrenching grief, every word drenched in tears of blood. Goldie listened quietly, watching the tormented woman from ancient times before her, her gaze gradually hardening. Since you've come to the multiverse blind box store, from now on, those who bullied you will get a taste of the suffering you've endured. Viewers in the livestream were absolutely livid after hearing the whole story. Unbelievable. What kind of ungrateful scumbag is this? living off his wife's money and abusing his lawful wife. The Su family drained their entire fortune to help him become a marquis and general, only for him to turn around and favor his concubine while mistreating his wife, utterly ungrateful. My heart breaks for this young lady, so gentle, virtuous, and devoted. Yet all she gets in return are scars all over her body and a heart full of grievances. Those pills were totally worth it. Let that mother-son duo and that biased old woman get a taste of physical pain. Su Qinghuan slowly calmed her churning emotions, took a deep breath, and reached out to open the last mystery box. Open it. The third mystery box popped open, revealing a smooth, translucent spatial egg that shimmered with a faint silvery glow, lying quietly inside. Goldie quickly ran through the possibilities in her mind as she hurriedly explained, "This is a space egg. It contains a high-precision genetic sequencing laboratory." Goldie thought to herself that while this would be cutting-edge technology in the modern world, it would be utterly useless in an ancient dynasty, nothing more than a useless trinket. She looked at Su Qinghuan's injured, limping leg, and an idea instantly formed in her mind. Since the young lady wouldn't be able to use this lab anyway, she might as well trade it for something practical and make it up to this poor girl in the process. In the blink of an eye, Goldie made up her mind and began to explain earnestly, "Young lady, this contains a high-tech lab with powerful capabilities, but it's certainly of no use in your era." Upon hearing this, Su Qinghuan showed not a hint of disappointment. Instead, she looked into Goldie's sparkling eyes. She could tell that the shopkeeper was exceptionally delighted upon seeing this spatial egg clearly. It was extremely precious to her. Today, a single pain relief pill had completely saved her from the depths of despair, giving her hope to live on and get back on her feet. To her, the shopkeeper was a benefactor who had come to her aid in her hour of need. How could she possibly be stingy when her benefactor had a need? Su Qinghuan's expression was gentle and exceptionally generous. "Shopkeeper, this item is of no use to me, but it will benefit you. Since you've helped me so greatly, I'll give you this opportunity as a token of my gratitude. Consider it passing on a blessing." The live chat instantly flooded with praise. "Oh my goodness! This young lady is so generous and kind. She remains kind and clear-headed even in the face of despair, a million times better than that family of villains. She knows how to repay kindness. Her values are spot on. Love her. Love her." Goldie's heart warmed, and she felt even more embarrassed to take advantage of the situation. So she immediately spoke up, "Miss, I can't just take your things for free." Her gaze fell on Su Qinghuan's blood-stained dress, and she said with a smile, "I can see your leg is badly injured. You've been walking while gritting your teeth against the pain. I have these special pain-relieving patches here. Just apply one wherever it hurts. It works instantly, and the effect lasts a full 7 days. I'll give you 2. Chapter 78. Digging Up Potatoes. After saying that, Goldie pulled her behind the counter, out of the live stream's view. To her surprise, the area was filled with vibrant, beautiful flowers she'd never seen before, a riot of colors, full of life. It was a world apart from the lifeless, scheming General's mansion. "Young lady, lift your skirt just a little, so I can apply the patch for you. The pain will be gone in no time." Su Qinghuan instantly felt a bit self-conscious and shy. In ancient times, Confucian etiquette was strict. A woman's skin was not to be revealed casually. Lifting her skirt to expose her leg in public was far too forward. But looking into Goldie's pure, innocent, and gentle eyes free of any impure thoughts and feeling the only warmth and kindness in this world, she finally let go of all her reserve and guard. She carefully lifted the frayed, blood-stained hem of her skirt, revealing a red, swollen, and gruesomely raw wound on her knee. Goldie gently took out the medicated patch and applied it steadily to the wound. In an instant, a cool, soothing sensation spread across the entire wound, and the excruciating pain dissipated and faded at a visible pace. Her knee, which had been stiff and swollen, causing a tearing pain with every step, suddenly felt incredibly light, as if it had never been injured at all. Su Qinghuan lifted her leg and bent her knee gently, still in disbelief. A genuine smile, long absent, instantly lit up her eyes, and her voice carried a lightness of surprise. "It really doesn't hurt anymore. Not even a little bit." Goldie watched her joyful expression, and her own eyes crinkled in a smile. However, she quickly suppressed her smile and, looking at the dark, ominous pain-transferring pill, couldn't help but advise her, "Miss, why don't you just take the pill now? If you carry something so conspicuous back to the General's mansion, and someone else happens to see it, they'll definitely try to snatch it away. It won't be worth the trouble. Su Qinghuana's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately realized there was truth to those words. The general's mansion was full of wolves eyeing her possessions. She absolutely couldn't carry such a precious pill on her person and risk arousing others' greed. She promptly cupped the pill in her hands and began eating it slowly, one small bite at a time. The bitter taste burned her throat after just a couple of chews. Her brows furrowed slightly. Goldie, standing nearby, caught a whiff of that pungent bitterness and quickly bent down to pull a bottle of Waha from under the counter. She inserted a straw and handed it to her. The live stream's comment section instantly filled with a flurry of playful teasing. Just how much Waha does the streamer have stockpiled? Giving away a bottle to every guest is practically becoming the standard. When is Waha going to pay the streamer for advertising? Hurry up! I can taste the bitterness even through the screen. Good thing the sweet milk helps cut through it. Su Qinghuan was always gentle and graceful in her manner. She chewed her food slowly and carefully, taking small sips of milk while swallowing the pills one by one, without the slightest hint of impatience. The comments, on the other hand, were full of concern and tenderness. No one rushed her. This young lady is so gentle, she even eats so tenderly. Swallowing a pill, that big one that fill you up? Su Qinghuan finally managed to swallow the entire pill, and the whole bottle of Waha was now empty. She couldn't help but let out a soft belch. A faint blush instantly spread across her cheeks. Embarrassed, she lowered her eyes and explained in a soft voice, "I've been kneeling at the ancestral hall since early this morning and haven't had a single bite to eat until now. This pill has essentially served as both my breakfast and lunch." Goldie's heart tugged at the sight. This girl was truly living a hard life. She even valued the Dongju pearl worth 1,000 taels at only 30 taels, which was a massive bargain. Goldie felt guilty about it. Earlier, while applying the medicated patch, she'd clearly been staring intently at the flowers behind the cash register, unable to look away. So she decided to be generous and said, "Young lady, I can see you really like these flowers. Pick any pot you like, it's a gift from me." "No charge." Su Qinghuana's eyes lit up, and her gaze fell directly on the pot of Xiangfei camellias, which were in full bloom. This one was the most beautiful of them all, and she was instantly captivated. Seeing this, Goldie smiled and nodded, then added, "You've opened 3 black boxes today, so you can still open 2 standard blind boxes." Su Qinghuan quickly reached into a hidden pocket in her sleeve and pulled out a piece of translucent, warm amber containing a perfectly preserved ancient insect. It was of exceptional quality. The system immediately popped up an appraisal in Goldie's mind. Natural insect amber. Market value, 300 taels of silver. Goldie replied calmly, "This piece of amber is worth 10 taels of silver in our store, just enough to open 2 standard blind boxes." Su Qinghuan hesitated for a moment, then pointed to an unassuming cardboard box in the corner. "Then I'll take this one." When the box was opened, it revealed a bag full of plump, round potatoes. Goldie was taken aback for a moment, then explained carefully, "These are high-yield potatoes. As long as the weather is warm, just cut a sprouting potato into chunks and bury them in the ground. They'll grow into a huge harvest. Around here, even on poor soil, the yield per moo easily exceeds 1,000 jin if planted in fertile fields. 4,000 to 5,000 jin is no problem at all. I don't know if you have these in the Tianqi dynasty, but if you don't, take them back to your village and plant them on a large scale. You'll never have to worry about food again. Even if you do have them there, the yield certainly isn't this high. Planting these will definitely give you a much better harvest. Plus, there are so many ways to cook them: steamed, boiled, stir-fried, or braised. They're all great. They're filling and keep you going." Su Qinghuana's eyes suddenly lit up as she stared intently at the few muddy potatoes in her hands, her fingertips trembling slightly. In these times, food is life. The image of the gaunt, emaciated tenant farmers on the estate flashed through her mind, along with their pitiful plight of boiling wild vegetables to stave off hunger just to save a single mouthful of grain. If she had such a miraculous treasure in her hands, no matter how hard the times might get in the future, the people on the estate could eat their fill and would never have to sell their children again. A wave of scorching warmth surged up into her nose. She clutched the potatoes tightly, her eyes reddening slightly, her heart swelling with an unprecedented sense of elation and security. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Goldie handed her a soft tissue and smiled, pointing to the top shelf to divert her attention. Su Qinghuan followed the direction of her finger and saw a row of large boxes neatly arranged on the shelf. Goldie gave a mysterious smile. "There are some real treasures hidden inside these. Pick any one you like, I guarantee you'll love it." Half believing, half doubting, Su Qinghuan walked over and picked one at random. Goldie quickly fetched a stool, lifted the box down, and opened the lid right in front of her. Inside lay a soft, oversized plush teddy bear, resting quietly in the box. Its round, chubby appearance was exceptionally cute, exuding a sense of novelty and innocence she'd never seen before. Su Qinghuan's heart instantly melted at the sight, and she couldn't resist reaching out to poke the little bear. The texture was even softer and warmer than the finest yun brocade. She immediately couldn't bear to put it down, gently cradling it in her arms as her fingertips kept stroking its soft, fluffy fur. She opened both standard blind boxes and had a bountiful haul. But there were simply too many items. She couldn't possibly carry them all. Chapter 79. The Moment of Revenge. Having opened both standard blind boxes, Su Qinghuan had certainly reaped a bountiful harvest. But there were simply too many items. She couldn't possibly carry them all. Goldie found a sturdy, colorful rope and tied the plush bear securely to her back. Su Qinghuan clutched the pot of Xiangfei camellia tightly to her chest. Stacked on top of the pot were a few potatoes, with 3 empty black blind boxes piled on top of them. Her appearance was indescribably strange and comical. She looked just like a walking general store. Goldie circled her once, clapped her hands in satisfaction, and said, "Perfect! Miss, with this outfit, you'll definitely turn heads walking through the General's mansion." Su Qinghuan looked down at herself, felt the soft touch of the teddy bear on her back, and couldn't help but curve the corners of her lips. Though it was ridiculous, she felt strangely at ease. She quietly thanked Goldie and stepped out of the multiverse blind box store. The live stream chat instantly erupted in laughter. Ha 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 ha. A noble lady in ancient Chinese attire carrying a giant teddy bear and a flower pot. What a visual. If she walks back to the General's mansion looking like that, won't the servants be shocked? The contrast between the young lady's melancholic, gentle aura and the plush bear is absolutely stunning. She's truly breathtaking. The moment she stepped out of the shop, the warm, bright lights and the room's floral fragrance vanished entirely. Su Qinghuan snapped back to reality. She was still standing in the quiet alley leading from the ancestral hall to the courtyard, where was even a trace of the multiverse blind box store. If it weren't for the stuffed animals strapped to her back, the flower pot in her arms, and her legs that felt no pain, she would have thought she had an unreal, beautiful dream. She set down the flower pot, bowed her head deeply several times toward where the multiverse blind box shop had once stood, murmuring her thanks to the immortals, and only then picked up the flower pot again and walked toward her own courtyard. Perhaps the servants had all gone to attend to the main courtyard. She didn't encounter a single soul along the way. It wasn't until she pushed open the gate to her own quiet courtyard, completely shutting out the outside commotion, that she finally relaxed her back, which had been tense the entire way. Su Qinghuan gently closed the courtyard gate behind her and finally let her tense back relax. First, she carefully placed the Xiangfei camellia on the sunny wooden table by the window. Then she unfastened the plush teddy bear from her back, cradled it in her arms, and gave it a couple of gentle strokes, and to her surprise, most of the pent-up resentment she'd been carrying for days began to dissipate. Her knees were still cool to the touch. With no trace of pain, the lingering taste of medicine in her mouth had faded, and the pain relief pill had already dissolved into her flesh and blood. She carefully stowed the potato seeds in a hidden compartment under her bed, then tucked the empty blind box into the deepest recesses of her dresser. Hugging the little teddy bear, she sat by the window and gently pinched her arm. She felt nothing at all, and her skin didn't even show a red mark. It seemed the medicine really worked. Everyone in the Chu family who had ever bullied her was now feeling a sharp pain in their arms. But the sensation vanished just as quickly, so they paid it no mind. Su Qinghuan knew that since Lu Ji hadn't succeeded in getting her East Pearl, she would still come looking for a fight. Sure enough, in no time at all, a maidservant roughly flung open the courtyard gate, and Lu Ji's shrill, cutting voice pierced the air, growing louder as she approached. Well, sister, you sure do have a lot of nerve. You were punished to kneel in the ancestral hall, yet you dared to sneak back to your courtyard to slack off. Your aunt is still waiting for you to attend to her. I think you're becoming more and more undisciplined. Lu Ji was dressed in a dainty brocade gown, her face brimming with arrogance and haughtiness. She strode into Su Qinghuan's room and, catching sight of the vibrantly blooming Xiangfei camellia by the window, a look of greed flashed in her eyes upon seeing the soft, large teddy bear on the couch, one she'd never seen before. Her jealousy flared even more. Where did you get all these flowers, plants, and odd trinkets? Instead of presenting such fine things to your mother-in-law, you've dared to hoard them for yourself. Today, I'll teach you some proper manners on behalf of the old lady." Before she had even finished speaking, Lu Ji raised her hand and slapped Su Qinghuan hard across the cheek. The slap cut through the air with full force, clearly intended to humiliate the legitimate wife in front of everyone. In the past, Su Qinghuan would have either dodged the blow in a fluster or endured it with tears in her eyes. But today was different. Su Qinghuan's eyes remained calm, she neither dodged nor flinched, standing quietly in place as she calmly accepted the slap. She was actually curious to see just how humiliated Lu Ji would look in a moment. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap suddenly echoed through the small courtyard. But a bizarre scene unfolded in an instant. Su Qinghuan's cheek was perfectly clean. Not a scratch on it, not even the slightest red mark had appeared. On the contrary. It was Lu Ji who had just delivered the slap and the vicious servants she brought with her who suddenly let out piercing screams. Their left cheeks instantly swelled up, burning with pain, and one by one, they clutched their faces and staggered backward. "Ah, my face. It hurts so much." Lu Ji's entire face felt as if it were exploding with searing pain, as though someone had slapped her more than a dozen times with all their might. In agony, she rolled around on the floor, tears and snot streaming down her face, as her left cheek swelled up visibly before her very eyes. But this was only the beginning. Su Qinghuan's expression remained unchanged as she raised her hand and slapped her own face several times with all her might. Immediately afterward, she walked straight into the kitchen and plunged her hand directly into the boiling water. She remained completely unharmed, but in the very next instant, the entire general's mansion was struck by a massive backlash. Screams of agony rang out one after another throughout the mansion. To Su Qinghuan's ears, these screams were incredibly satisfying. Lady Chu was holding a cup of hot tea when she suddenly felt a searing, tearing pain in her cheek. The teacup clattered to the floor. Before she could even figure out what was happening, her hands felt as if they were being forced into the boiling water and simmered. The pain made her whole body shake, and she let out a piercing, agonized scream. In the blink of an eye, her well-manicured hands were covered in horrifying blisters. Yet no matter how hard the mansion's physician examined her, he could not determine the cause. In the front hall, General Chu Junmo of the northern frontier was sipping tea with his colleagues when, without warning, a searing pain suddenly shot through his cheek. Immediately afterward, his palms felt as if they'd been thrust into a scorching furnace, and blisters formed before everyone's eyes. In his agony, he violently overturned the entire tea table, and cold sweat instantly soaked through his undergarments. One moment, everyone in the room had been chatting and laughing. The next, the general and his attendants were all clutching their faces and hands, writhing in agony with cold sweat streaming down their bodies as they screamed in pain. The visiting colleagues and guests were instantly petrified, their faces turning deathly pale as they assumed the house was haunted. Without even bothering to take their leave, they fled in a panic. Su Qinghuan, the one who had triggered all this, was completely unharmed, her skin as smooth and flawless as ever. A strange light shone in her eyes. After years of endurance, she had finally turned the tables. From now on, she would reclaim everything with interest. The camera cuts back to Goldie. After seeing Su Qinghuan off, the lights in the multiverse blind box door remained warm and bright. Goldie stretched, glancing at the live chat still flooded with frantic comments, and a hint of anticipation curled the corners of her mouth. All right, everyone. Sister Su's revenge drama has only just begun. Let the dust settle for a bit. Next, let us see which lucky soul will walk through our doors today. Chapter 80, Li Tai-bai, the newcomer from another world. After seeing Su Qinghuan off, Goldie watched the comment stream in the live stream room, which was still flooding with messages, and couldn't help but smile until her eyes crinkled. Netizens were absolutely consumed with worry over the next steps in Su Qinghuan's revenge campaign, and the comment section instantly turned into a massive brainstorming session. When they go to sleep, quickly pinch the back of your thigh. Every morning when you wake up, slap yourself first. Ha ha ha, right? Practice acupuncture on yourself when you're bored just for fun. It's all about keeping yourself company. Listen to me. Wash your face with scalding water in the morning and scald your feet with boiling water at night. Make them suffer double the pain. I bet those bad guys won't wanna live anymore. Life lies in movement, friends. When you're free, practice iron head and iron sand palm to build up your strength. To the person above, can't you go a little easier on them? What if you push them too hard and they can't take it and just run away? You've got to tone it down a bit. Hey, the girl up there has been through so much, how are you supposed to tell her to be gentle? Just as the comment section was heating up, a single comment drifted by, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Stop arguing, the script's already been written. How the rest plays out is entirely up to the director. Goldie looked at the screen filled with joke tellers, each one more ruthless than the last, and couldn't help but smile. She waved at the camera and said cheerfully, all right, let us not worry about it here. Since the young lady already has a way to fight back, let us all wish her peace and prosperity year after year, and may everything go smoothly for her. No sooner had she finished speaking than the sensor doorbell at the shop entrance rang out crisply once more. Ding dong, welcome. Goldie looked up at the newcomer, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Just then, the system notification sounded punctually in her mind. Notice, the portal to the Apocalypse Dynasty world has closed. A brand new portal to another world is about to unlock. Goldie rested her chin in her hand, curiosity welling up inside her, and asked the system. Only 5 people have come from the Apocalypse Dynasty. SNT, it's supposed to be 9 chosen ones from each world? Why did it close? The system replied, Host, I said a maximum of 9. The portal could close at any time. Goldie silently prayed that the interstellar world would close a little later, giving her more time to trade for supplies. She also wondered what the newly opened world would be like. Would it be a cultivation realm teeming with immortal sex, an ancient continent brimming with spiritual energy, or some other wondrous plane? Just as she was lost in thought, 2 familiar figures walked slowly toward the shop entrance. Jiangwan and Snow from the parallel world had returned. As soon as Snow stepped inside, she set down the large bag of food she was carrying all at once on the counter, beaming with a smile. Last time they brought fast food like fried chicken and fries, along with iced milk tea, but this time they added quite a few new treats, the most eye-catching being a whole box of freshly cooked, steaming pan-fried buns. Goldie immediately picked one up and gently bit into the crust. The outer layer was golden and crispy, while the inner dough was soft and tender. The savory meat juices instantly melted in her mouth, bursting with flavor. She hissed and huffed from the heat, but couldn't bear to spit it out, mumbling, This is way too good. These are definitely the most delicious pan-fried buns I've ever had. She silently resolved that the next time she had a free moment, she'd have her mama's magic kitchen recreate this flavor so she could enjoy them anytime. Beside her, Jiangwan pulled a stack of yellow talismans from her cloth pouch, gently placed them on the counter, and sorted them out for Goldie to see. This time, I brought you 10 safety talismans, 10 good luck talismans, and 2 ghost exorcism talismans. Keep them safe. Goldie's gaze fell on the 2 ghost exorcism talismans. She could tell that the ink used to draw the runes was much thicker than on the other talismans. Jiangwan sighed, a hint of exhaustion crossing her face. Exorcism talismans are so hard to draw, there's almost no margin for error. The slightest deviation renders the entire talisman useless. I've been practicing for most of the day and only managed to draw these 2. Make do with these for now. I'll bring you more once I've drawn a few more. Goldie thanked her repeatedly. Having accepted a gift, she naturally felt she had to return the favor. She took out 2 packs of Apply Where It Hurts pain relief patches, handed one to each of them, and instructed, These are pain relief patches. No matter where it hurts, apply one and the pain will go away immediately. But if you're sick, don't use them to relieve pain. First, you should determine if you have an illness before applying them. Otherwise, it might interfere with the doctor's diagnosis. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Those steamed buns look way too tempting. I can practically smell them through the screen. Jiangwan is so reliable. The peace and good fortune charms are for everyday use, while the rare exorcism charms are for emergencies. That's weird. Why is the host being so generous today? Could she have been possessed? She even remembered to return the favor. Just as the chat was buzzing with discussion and Goldie was chatting away happily with the 2 beauties, the air outside the shop suddenly rippled. An evening breeze drifted through the curtains, carrying a faint scent of wine and the fresh fragrance of plants. As the automatic doorbell chimed, Welcome, a figure clad in flowing white robes stepped slowly inside. The visitor wore a simple, snow-white long robe, its sleeves flowing gracefully, untouched by a speck of dust. His jet-black hair was tied back, his features open and handsome, his gaze free-spirited and unrestrained, exuding the elegant and refined aura of the Hai Tang dynasty. A slender sword hung at his waist, and he held a half-full flask of aged wine in his hand, his stride leisurely and carefree. The entire audience and the live chat were instantly stunned. The air fell silent for a second. Then the comment stream exploded. Holy crap, is this an immortal? Yes, radiating an ethereal aura. Is this a clone of the wine sword immortal from the legend of the Condor heroes? Why does he look just like Li Bai to me? The ethereal man was startled by the doorbell. He froze for a moment before regaining his composure. Just as everyone was completely baffled, the man in white raised his hand slightly and gave Goldie, Jiangwan, and Snow a gentle smile. His voice was clear and open, exuding a natural charm.
Iam Li Tai Bai.
My apologies for disturbing you ladies. That single sentence left the entire audience completely dumbfounded. Goldie's eyes widened instantly. The live stream chat went absolutely wild, flooded with a dense barrage of comments. I was right, it really is Li Bai.
Li Bai?
Which Li Bai? I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Li Bai, the poet immortal of the Tang dynasty. It's the world of ancient Tang dynasty literati. I thought it would be some powerful immortal cultivator, but instead, here comes the immortal poet of all time. Goldie's mind was in a whirl. Oh my god, who would V thought? I'm actually seeing Li Bai in the flesh. The new alternate world the system opened is actually the golden age of the Tang dynasty, and the very first person to show up is none other than Li Bai, the immortal poet who could compose 100 poems after a single cup of wine and roamed the world with his sword. Li Bai was completely oblivious to the shockwaves rippling through the crowd inside the shop. He raised the wine flask in his hand, his smile open and carefree. I happened to spot an unusual path ahead, and out of nowhere, a strange shop appeared truly mysterious. I came in to explore a bit, and this place is quite peculiar. Everything within sight is something I've never seen before. It's truly wondrous. He had spent half his life traveling the mountains and rivers, witnessing all the wonders of the world. Yet this was the first time he'd ever seen such a strange little shop appear out of thin air. Chapter 81. Li Bai opens a blind box and gets beer. There stood Li Bai, dressed all in white, in the center of the shop, charming and carefree, with the scent of wine wafting from him. Only then did Goldie snap back to her senses and hurriedly explain, "This isn't your world of the High Tang, sir. This is a world 1,000 years in the future. You and my little shop share a special connection, which is why you've traveled through time to be here." The live stream fell silent for a mere 2 seconds before instantly exploding with chaos. The comment stream piled up so fast that the text became completely unreadable. Help! It's really Li Bai, the living poet immortal. Streamer, stop him. Please, don't let him compose poetry on the spot. I'm in awe. If he is inspired to write even one poem here, it'll be taken back to the Tang dynasty and become a timeless classic. History itself will be rewritten. Someone, please step in. We can't let a historical figure from another era randomly trigger plot twists. Host, talk some sense into him. Skip a couple of poems. Leave a little breathing room for future scholars. After 10 years of grueling study, memorizing Li Bai's poems is the worst. Don't write them. Don't write them. Please, poet immortal, stop. Goldie was left both laughing and crying. She finally understood exactly why the netizens were freaking out. The netizens might have been joking around, but this is the real Li Bai. Who wouldn't he be scared? He spits out timeless masterpieces off the cuff and can compose 100 poems in a drinking contest after just one round of wine. If he were to see the strange sights at the multiverse blind box store, stumble upon some rare treasures, and in a sudden burst of poetic inspiration pick up a brush to write a poem that gets brought back to the High Tang era and goes viral, future textbooks would be flooded with his work. Countless students would be crying themselves to sleep all night. She stifled a laugh as she looked at the carefree and unrestrained poet immortal before her, then spoke gently to persuade him. "Sir, as someone from a later era, I have a small request." Li Bai's expression was gentle as he casually clasped his hands. "My young friend, feel free to speak," Goldie said with a straight face and in all seriousness. "You've traveled the length and breadth of the land, your pen has created masterpieces, and your poems have been passed down for 1,000 years, allowing us, your descendants, to read your fine works. We all know that, but as for what you see, hear, experience, and feel while in this shop, please do try to exercise some restraint. Write fewer poems, inscribe fewer verses, and if you can avoid writing altogether, please do so." Li Bai froze on the spot, his hand, holding the wine jug, paused slightly, his face filled with bewilderment and surprise. He had lived half his life with carefree abandon whenever he encountered majestic landscapes or curious events. Poetic inspiration would well up naturally, and he would write spontaneously. While some had begged him to compose poems, this was the first time anyone had ever tried to stop him from writing. Li Bai's eyes brimmed with confusion, and he laughed heartily. The wondrous sights of the world and the extraordinary encounters of life all are worthy of poetry. Why won't you let me put pen to paper? Goldie's mouth twitched as she pleaded on behalf of millions of students. It's mainly because your literary talent is simply too extraordinary. If you write just one more poem, countless people in future generations will have to memorize one more piece. The pressure is too great. Just think of it as doing a good deed. Please go easy on us and skip writing a couple more. Snow, standing nearby, burst out laughing. The immortal poet of all time, this was likely the first time in his life that someone had begged him, "Please don't write a poem." Jiang Wan's heart gave a sudden jolt, and a hint of unmistakable astonishment flashed across her eyes. She secretly activated her face-reading technique, attempting to peer into the other person's destiny. But that person's features seemed to be tightly shrouded by an invisible mist. No matter how hard she tried, everything remained a chaotic blur. She couldn't make out a single detail. She took a deep breath, forcing down the shock in her eyes, and thought to herself with a start, "It seems my mastery of physiognomy is still shallow after all. Once matters here are settled, I must go into seclusion and train rigorously to thoroughly comprehend this profound art." Li Bai stood there dumbfounded for a moment. When he came to his senses, he couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh heartily, a laugh that was open and carefree, brimming with the charm of the High Tang era. "Ha ha ha! Who would have thought such an amusing incident could occur in this world? Very well, I, Li, shall remember this serendipitous encounter at the inn today. For now, I'll put down my brush and refrain from composing a poem on the spot." He was open-minded, spontaneous, and clear-headed, without a trace of stubbornness. His crisp and decisive agreement actually left Goldie feeling a bit embarrassed. Goldie quickly seized the moment to smooth things over. "That's the spirit. Today, we're here to open mystery boxes and admire curiosities, not to engage in literary creation. Sir, take a look. Would you like to open a mystery box and see what fate has in store?" Li Bai, his interest piqued, let his gaze fall on the rows of exquisite mystery boxes. With the wine warming him and curiosity sparkling in his eyes, he nodded gladly. Just as Goldie was stifling a laugh and planning to continue urging Li Bai to write fewer poems, the system's voice suddenly echoed softly in her mind. "Host, feel free to let him write. This Li Bai comes from a parallel world during the golden age of the Tang dynasty, which isn't on the same timeline as your Earth's history. The poems and verses he composes 1 appear in your world's textbooks, and 1 add to the burden of memorization for future generations." Goldie instantly had an epiphany. So he's the poet immortal, from a parallel world. What's there to be afraid of? Let him write as much as he wants and let them memorize it all. Ha ha ha. Not only was Goldie unafraid, but she was also coming out ahead. She got to watch Tai Bai compose poetry on the spot, and hear timeless verses from another world, all for free to listen to, watch, and collect. Plus, the students on her side wouldn't have to memorize a few extra poems. It was a win-win situation. Goldie's expression changed in an instant, and her attitude did a complete 180. She immediately bowed gently to Li Bai with exceptional sincerity. "Master, I apologize. That was just a thoughtless joke on my part. Please don't take it seriously. Your pen shakes heaven and earth, and your poetic fame crowns the High Tang era. Who in this world doesn't love your poetry? If you find my little shop to your liking today and are inspired by the curios here, please feel free to let your creativity run wild. The more, the better." Before Li Bai could even react, the viewers in the live stream were already up in arms. "Host, how could you betray us? Host, I'm still in school. Please spare me. What happened to convincing the poet immortal to stop? You've already switched sides." Li Bai, who had just been urged to write fewer poems only to be wildly encouraged to write more the next moment, stood there speechless. He was completely baffled, utterly at a loss. This little shopkeeper's mood swings were faster than the inspiration that struck him when writing poetry. Li Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only shake his head and give a carefree smile. The shopkeeper's temperament is truly charming, as changeable as the wind. "Never mind the poetry about those blind boxes you mentioned earlier. May I open one?" Goldie immediately responded enthusiastically. Of course, sir. Feel free to choose any you like. Levi nonchalantly took out some silver, paid the bill without hesitation, and casually picked out a medium-sized multiverse blind box. Goldie explained, "This is a voice-activated blind box. All you have to do is say open to the box, and it will open." Levi nodded slightly and marveled. The inventions of the future are truly wondrous. He then spoke aloud to the black blind box. Open. The first multiverse blind box opened, revealing a glass bottle of beer resting quietly inside. Goldie explained, "This is infinite beer. It has a 3-year shelf life, and 3 seconds after you drink it, the bottle automatically refills to full capacity." Levi stared at the glass bottle for a long time, his eyes brimming with wonder. A transparent bottle and golden liquid, he had never seen anything like it before. He furrowed his brow and murmured, "Beer? There are hundreds of kinds of alcohol in the world: rice wine, fruit wine, yellow wine, but I've never heard of beer. But since it has the character for wine in its name, it must be a fine brew." Levi's throat twitched slightly, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. He looked up at Goldie with a smile. "Do you have any drinking cups, shopkeeper? Lend me one so I can taste this fine brew from 1,000 years in the future and see what it's like." Chapter 82, More Wine. Goldie didn't actually have any wine cups in her shop, but she did have one of those electronically glowing cups from a blind box she'd received before. So she rummaged through her small blind box and found a water-activated glowing cup. This translucent glass cup completely stunned Levi. Goldie explained, "This is a water-activated glowing glass. It lights up when you pour wine into it." Levi cradled the glowing glass in the palm of his hand, turning it over and over to examine it, unable to resist marveling at it. His eyes filled with awe. This little shop from another world was truly brimming with wondrous treasures. Goldie reminded him with a smile, "Since this is your first time tasting wine from another world, if you like it, you might even compose a poem." Levi nodded gladly. His gaze fell on the bottle's mouth, where he discovered an exquisite ring embedded in the wooden stopper. Goldie offered guidance from the side. "Simply give it a gentle tug upward to open it, and once finished, pop it back in exactly as it was. Not a single drop of wine would spill." Levi followed her instructions. With a soft pop, the stopper came loose, and the cool, refreshing aroma of malt instantly filled the shop. As the drink was poured into the glowing cup, Levi was instantly mesmerized. The cup was crystal clear once filled with the pale yellow liquid. A layer of fine, dense bubbles formed on the surface, and a scattering of starlight automatically lit up at the bottom of the cup. The shimmering glow was unbelievably beautiful. Before he'd even taken a sip, the scene had already stirred his emotions, and he composed a poem on the spot. Pure essence, icy skin, untouched by dust, amber first poured, summoning the stars. Shimmering light and shimmering shadows dance within the cup, as if the Milky Way had fallen into a jade goblet. The live stream's comment section instantly exploded with messages. "Oh? He's already writing poetry before he's even taken a sip. Wow!" The moment that cup lit up, the poetry just poured out. They really hit the jackpot with this actor. Those verses are absolutely brilliant. I suspect he's the real Levi. You can't fake that kind of aura. Oh no, the first poem's already here. What's going to happen next? After reciting the poem, Levi raised his cup, tilted his head back, and downed it in one gulp. The beer was refreshing on the palate, with a subtle sweetness and crispness, carrying a unique malty aroma unlike anything he'd ever experienced. It wasn't too harsh or overpowering. It slid smoothly down his throat, crisp and clear, a world apart from the mellow, sweet wines of the Tang dynasty. One glass down, and he felt refreshed and invigorated all over. Levi's eyes suddenly lit up with an astonishing brilliance. The immortal poet of all ages inspired by the scene, his creativity ignited by the wine. He set down his glass, placed one hand behind his back, his eyes shining brightly, and immediately recited a new poem. Ode to beer from another world. Fine brew from another world, pure and mellow, surpassing even the nectar of the gods. One sip washes away the dust of the mundane. I revel in the joy of intoxication in a foreign land. The live stream went absolutely wild. That's the second one. He's written 2 poems after just 1 glass of beer. My textbook can't hold any more. Poet immortal, please reign in your powers. Forget it, I'm recording this first. I have to save these poems. With that little beer poem flowing effortlessly from his lips, Li Bai's spirits soared to the peak, and a carefree buzz surged through his entire body. He couldn't wait to reach for the second blind box, calling out in a loud voice, "Open!" The second multiverse blind box popped open. A vibrantly colored cocktail with beautiful layers stood quietly inside the box. Goldie introduced it again. Infinite cocktail. Valid for 3 years. 3 seconds after drinking, it automatically refills to a full glass. Li Bai was completely baffled. A cocktail? Could it be a fine wine brewed from chicken feathers? The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed, and he muttered to himself, "Things from another world are truly beyond comprehension, even their winemaking is so unique. No rush, I'll find out once I taste it." The cocktail was served in a stem glass with a lid on top, which also had a pull tab embedded in it. This time, Li Bai didn't need Goldie to tell him. He knew right away that pulling the tab would open it. He picked up the glass and examined it closely for a moment, then couldn't help but marvel. A fine wine from another world, even its color is so exquisite. Truly, I've never heard of anything like this, nor seen anything like it. Without further hesitation, he raised the glass and drank it all in one gulp. 3 seconds later, the glass was indeed automatically refilled with the cocktail. The cocktail was light, sweet, and smooth on the palate, with a rich, sweet fruit aroma and a subtle hint of alcohol. The interplay of sweet and tart flavors created an utterly magical taste experience. There was none of the burning sensation of hard liquor, only a mouthful of fresh, fragrant flavors and a lingering aftertaste. The Tang dynasty has never known such a beautiful blend of flowers and fruits in a drink. As the cocktail settled in his stomach, a warm sensation slowly spread through his limbs. Li Bai felt completely at ease, as if floating on air, and the poetic inspiration in his eyes grew ever more intense. Inspiration struck in an instant, and he recited his third new poem aloud. Ode to the Otherworldly Cocktail. The colorful wine glows with the hues of the sunset, its delicate fragrance intoxicates the soul. A foreign land hides this exquisite flavor, one sip makes one forget the passing of time. The live stream's comment section had completely spiraled out of control. The third poem. 2 drinks, 3 poems. With this efficiency, even Bai Juyi would be impressed. The colorful wine glows with the hues of the sunset. I've memorized it. This poem is so beautiful. Host, why don't you stop him? Stop him? The host is even more excited than the poet immortal right now. I suspect the host is the one pushing for more updates. Li Bai drained the last of the wine in his glass and was just about to return the crystal-stemmed glass to the blind box when his wrist suddenly felt a heavy pull. He looked down, his pupils suddenly contracting. The bottom of the glass, which had been completely empty, was now once again filled to the brim with that same vibrantly colored, shimmering wine. Only then did Li Bai suddenly recall that the shopkeeper had mentioned earlier that the glass would automatically refill 3 seconds after drinking. But just how long were those 3 seconds? Could it be the time it takes to silently count 3 breaths in his mind? In disbelief, he swirled the stemmed glass in his hand, watching the liquor dance gracefully within. He brought it to his nose for a deep sniff. The rich, fruity aroma was still as intoxicating as ever. Li Bai gasped sharply and exclaimed in astonishment. Could this be the legendary, inexhaustible magical artifact of the immortals? To confirm his suspicion, he couldn't resist raising the glass again and taking a gentle sip. In the blink of an eye, the glass in his hand glowed faintly once more, and the wine rose silently, restoring it to its overflowing state without the slightest deviation. Li Bai's hand holding the glass trembled slightly. He abruptly turned his head to look at the beer bottle on the table. He had just poured a full glass from it. Yet now the bottle was also brimming to the brim, not a drop of beer missing. Come to think of it, while drinking the beer just now, his attention had been completely captivated by the surging foam in the glass and the starlight swirling at the bottom. He hadn't even noticed anything unusual about the bottle. It wasn't until this moment, when he felt the wondrous sensation of the stemmed glass refilling itself out of thin air in his palm, that he truly realized the mystery behind it all. The items in this otherworldly little shop were nothing short of miraculous. They completely overturned his understanding of reality. Li Bai was absolutely thrilled. The surge of excitement in his chest could no longer be contained. He took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with curiosity and anticipation, and eagerly reached out to tap the third mystery box, shouting loudly, "Open!" Chapter 83. A once-in-a-lifetime moment that wasn't recorded. The third mystery box opened immediately afterward. A bottle labeled 67-degree high-purity grain baijiu lay quietly inside even through the box. Its aroma carried a faint yet piercing intensity. Goldie explained, "Infinite baijiu is good for 3 years, and 3 seconds after you drink it, the bottle automatically refills to full capacity. This baijiu is stronger than the previous 267 degrees. The higher the degree, the stronger the liquor. Beer is about 10 degrees and cocktails are around 20 degrees. Li Bai was completely blown away. He had tasted every famous liquor in the Tang dynasty. Those drinks were, at most, comparable in strength to this fruit wine, but he had never seen a spirit labeled with a numerical alcohol content like this. Goldie added, "This number represents the alcohol content. The higher it is, the stronger the liquor, and the faster it'll go to your head." 67 degrees, a gleam flashed in Li Bai's eyes. It must be an extraordinary brew, extremely potent and exceptionally smooth. He unscrewed the cap of the baijiu bottle, and a sharp, commanding aroma exploded out, powerful and intense, sweeping through the entire small shop. Compared to the mellow rice wine of the Tang dynasty, this aroma was bold and rich. It was in a completely different league. Li Bai inhaled the intense fragrance and poured himself a glass. This flowing light cup was no small vessel. A single serving must have been at least 3 or 4 liang. Li Bai raised the cup without a trace of fear and tilted his head back to gulp it down in one go. The 67-degree high-proof liquor burned fiercely down his throat the moment it hit his esophagus, its searing heat shooting straight to the top of his head. The gentle warmth built up by the first 2 glasses of beer and cocktails was instantly ignited by the firewater. His blood surged, and a wave of heat swept through his entire body. At first, it scorched his throat, then came a rich, mellow aftertaste, and finally, an overwhelming aftereffect. Having traveled for half his life and tasted countless fine wines, Li Bai had never encountered a liquor so fierce and domineering. His body swayed slightly, and his cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. His gaze grew hazy, yet his spirit remained undimmed with passion surging in his chest. He opened his mouth and recited his 4th poem, Ode to the Strong Liquor of Another Realm. This fiery liquor swallows mountains and rivers. Heroic spirit fills my very heart. Drunk, I forget the mortal world. In a foreign land, I seek a kindred spirit. As soon as Li Bai's 4th poem was recited, the live stream's comment feed became so densely packed that it was impossible to make out individual messages. Awaya. That's the 4th one. 3 cups of wine. For poems. Fiery liquor swallows mountains and rivers. I'm crying. This poem is absolutely brilliant. I've already memorized it. Even if they really add it to the textbook tomorrow, I'll accept it. The poet immortal is magnificent. Multiverse blind box is awesome. Tip the streamer. They found such a great actor. I have to tip them. I could watch this stream for the rest of my life. After reciting all 4 poems, Li Bai wanted to open another multiverse blind box. But Goldie said the multiverse blind box had reached its limit. Each person can open a maximum of 3 multiverse blind boxes in their lifetime. Li Bai had already opened 3 bottles of fine wine, so he was content. The aftereffects of the strong liquor surged up in wave after wave, making Li Bai's steps waver slightly. With a clang, the long sword at his waist was drawn from its sheath. His white robe billowed in the wind as he began to dance with his sword right there in the open space of the small shop. Startled, Goldie pulled Jiangwan and Snow behind the counter. The sword's glow flowed gracefully, accompanied by the scent of alcohol on his breath. Every advance and retreat exuded the carefree spirit of the poet immortal of the High Tang dynasty, at times spinning lightly, at others striking with fierce precision. Paired with the strange objects they'd never seen before inside the shop, the sight left Jiangwan and Snow gasping in awe. The live stream chat exploded with comments filling the screen. Holy crap! A sword dance! The poet immortal is dancing with his sword. I just took a screenshot of this. So beautiful. This is what a true poet wine sword immortal looks like. I'm unilaterally declaring this the best livestream of the year. After a moment, the sword dance came to a close. Li Bai was breathing slightly heavily, his eyes veiled with a faint haze of intoxication, yet he remained clear-headed and composed. He raised his hand to gather the boxes containing beer, cocktails, and high-proof baijiu, tucking them one by one into the cloth bag he carried. He gave Goldie a dashing bow, his laughter tinged with a touch of drunken languor. Today I've tasted fine wines from another realm and composed a few new verses. Many thanks to the shopkeeper for making this possible. Li here takes his leave. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Bai's white robe fluttered, and with a slight sway, he stepped out of the multiverse blind box shop, his figure vanishing in an instant. For a long time, there were no comments in the livestream chat. It wasn't until a full 10 seconds had passed that a single line slowly drifted across the screen. He has gone, and my heart has gone with him. Immediately afterward, the chat was once again flooded with messages. Host, when's your next stream? I want to see the poet immortal. I could watch this stream for the rest of my life. I don't care about the textbook anymore. I've already fallen in love with the poet immortal. No sooner had Li Bai left the multiverse blind box store than Jiang Wan and Snow chatted with Goldie for a few more moments, still reluctant to part, before finally leaving, glancing back every few steps. On their way back, the two were practically on a high, chattering nonstop. Seriously, cousin, did you record that just now? Snow rubbed her hands together excitedly. Li Bai was just so real, especially that sword technique swish, swish, swish as smooth as flowing clouds in water. It was so cool it gave me goosebumps. Jiang Wan rolled her eyes dramatically and fired back with a killer retort. You're the one who takes photos and videos of everything that happens to you. You didn't forget to record something this exciting, did you? What? You really didn't record it? Snow scratched his head guiltily and gave a nervous laugh. I was too busy checking out the watching the commotion. I got carried away and completely forgot about it. What about you? Jiang Wan took a deep breath and ground out 3 words through clenched teeth. Me too. Wow. The two stared at each other. Neither had captured a single piece of video evidence. It was a total double wipeout. Jiang Wan's mind was now completely filled with the 4 quatrains the poet immortal had just casually recited. The more she thought about it, the more her heart ached. It was all her own fault for being so mesmerized at the time, so caught up in swooning and excitement that she'd completely forgotten to even pull out her phone. Now look at her, those verses were as if they'd been formatted in her mind. She couldn't recall a single complete line. Arg, I'm such a loser. Jiang Wan stomped her feet in frustration, unable to resist venting wildly to Snow. Snow was slapping her thighs frantically beside her, wringing her hands in despair. It's my fault. It's my fault. I wish I could go back in time and slap myself across the face. The two took turns blaming each other, their regret so intense they were practically eating their hearts out. When they finally made it home, they didn't even bother to change their shoes. They collapsed onto the couch like starving wolves pouncing on their prey, eagerly pulling out their phones and furiously typing multiverse blind box store into the search bar. And what did they find? The screen was flooded with all kinds of nonsense. Things like 9.9 with free shipping blind boxes, TV shopping clearance sales, and even those cultivation-themed short dramas, but there was absolutely no mention of Goldie's multiverse blind box store. Is that it? They both wondered at the same time. This was nothing compared to that magical store they'd just visited. Okay, this multiverse blind box store was definitely no ordinary place, especially that Li Bai. Every move he made, every word he spoke, was as if he'd been plucked straight out of a history book and was standing right there in front of them. Since they hadn't managed to record a video and couldn't find anything by searching, the two of them decided to just give up entirely. They flopped onto the couch and started scrolling through short videos, hoping to calm their roller coaster of emotions. Chapter 84. Li Bai's new poem unearthed. But the moment they opened the app, a blindingly red headline popped right into the center of the screen with a bang. The two leaned in to take a closer look, both gasping in shock, their phones nearly smashing into their faces. Major archaeological breakthrough. Lost Li Bai poems. Long thought lost for 1,000 years. Unearthed from a Tang Dynasty tomb and confirmed as authentic. Jiang Wan's breath caught in her throat as she scanned the unearthed poems word by word. The first one was, to her surprise, a poem about beer. Fine brew from another realm, pure and mellow, surpassing even jade nectar. One sip washes away worldly dust. I'll drink my fill and find joy in a foreign land. The second poem was about cocktails. Colorful wine glows like the afterglow of the sunset. Its clear fragrance fills the drunken belly. A hidden delight in a foreign land. One sip and I forget the passing of time. The third poem was about strong liquor. Strong liquor swallows mountains and rivers. Heroic spirit fills the heart. Drunk. I forget the mundane world in a foreign land. I seek a kindred spirit. Not a single word out of place. Not the slightest alteration. Whoa, Snow's fingertip pressed hard against the screen, her voice trembling. Didn't they say they were just cosplaying? How come these 3 poems were unearthed from a Tang Dynasty tomb of all places? The article made it crystal clear. Whether it was the calligraphic analysis or the writing style, everything matched perfectly with the unique, bold spirit of the poet immortal. Jiang Wan's mind went buzzing, and she slapped her thigh suddenly. That's it! He also wrote a poem about a cup. The news didn't mention it, it must not have been unearthed yet. Oh my god. We've actually witnessed history with our own eyes. Regret washed over her like a tidal wave, and she frantically covered her face. Aya! Why didn't I record it on my phone back then? What a waste! Looking at the flood of critical essays on the screen, along with the countless students in the comment section wailing that yet another poem had been added to their memorization list, Snow suddenly recalled the image of Goldie desperately trying to stop Li-Bai from writing poetry back then. She finally couldn't hold it in any longer and slumped onto the couch, bursting into a fit of laughter. Do you think this multiverse blind box store might not even be in our world at all? Jiang Wan stared at the screen, her voice wavering. We thought we were just walking into a little shop, but what if we actually ended up in another world? The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became, a thin layer of cold sweat breaking out on their backs. Which of the items they pulled from the blind boxes could science even explain? Jiang Wan looked down at the storage bag slung over her shoulder. It was filled with tables, chairs, and benches, yet hung there as light as a feather. She couldn't help but search for, do storage bags exist in real life? But all the results she found were about vacuum compression bags. Staring at her treasure, which could hold an entire set of furniture, she fell silent. Snow took a deep breath and solemnly typed the 5 words, Multiverse Blind Box Store. She scrolled through more than a dozen pages, but found not a single mention of Goldie's shop, just a hopeless void. That store doesn't even exist in our world. Jiang Wan murmured softly, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. She suddenly slapped Snow's thigh, so excited she could barely form coherent sentences. No wonder Li-Bai's face looked off to me before it turns out he is a genuine ancient figure. And when I saw that you had great fortune and would become immensely wealthy and noble, so this store is your destiny. Ouch, that hurt. Snow rubbed her sore thigh and quietly backed away to a safe distance. Jiang Wan slapped the sofa hard, suddenly realizing, I get it. We really aren't from the same world as her. All those people in ancient costumes you saw in the store, including that star, are all from other worlds. The clues fell perfectly into place, and the truth emerged as clearly as clouds parting to reveal the sun. The multiverse blind box store didn't belong to their own spacetime at all. The ancient people they encountered earlier came from parallel dimensions, but the Li-Bai they met today was the real poet immortal of the Tang Dynasty, who had actually existed in their own historical timeline. Snow let out a long breath, her heart filled with mixed emotions. No wonder we couldn't find the store no matter how hard we searched. It turns out this shop exists beyond all timelines. Jiang Wan looked at the expert's excited comments on the screen and chuckled helplessly yet in awe. Now I finally get it. That's why it's called the Multiverse Blind Box Shop. It truly connects countless worlds, allowing us to meet people from parallel universes, as well as historical figures from our own past. Cousin, should we go back to that blind box shop and take another look? Snow asked tentatively, her eyes still gleaming with lingering excitement. Jiang Wan waved her hand, her expression turning serious. Maybe we shouldn't go back. It wouldn't be right to keep bothering the shop owner. What do you think? Should we report this to the higher-ups? Report it? To whom? Snow's eyes widened, and she shook her head repeatedly. They think we're mentally ill or crazy. You've got that fortune-telling knowledge fused into your mind, so you can keep reading people's fortunes. But what if they confiscate my food truck, my hovercraft, and my stasis food case? Losing even one of them would break my heart. How about we just wait and see for now? Jiang Wan thought about it and agreed if the higher-ups were to confiscate her storage pouch, it would break her heart just as much. The two exchanged a glance and, in unison, set aside the idea of reporting it. Cousin? Snow leaned in and whispered, we have to keep these treasures a secret. What if bad guys set their sights on them and try to steal them? Jiang Wan took a deep breath, turned off her phone screen, and let her gaze fall on the sky outside the window as it grew darker. She analyzed the situation softly. The multiverse blind box store doesn't belong to this world. Everything we brought out is a treasure, and since they've already bonded with us, no one can take them away. But what if some deranged person finds out we have these treasures and can't steal them? Might that put us in danger? So, We absolutely must not let this information get out. Snow froze for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Leaning against Jiang Wan with a look of fear, she pleaded, "Sis, please give me a few protective charms."
I am scared.
Jiang Wan ruffled her hair. "I'll draw them for you right away." Jiang Wan calmed her mind, unfolded the yellow paper, and began drawing the talismans. After seeing Jiang Wan and Snow off, Goldie's live stream remained incredibly lively, with the comment stream still buzzing with discussions about Li Bai. "I'll bet 50 cents that S definitely not an actor. Who cares if he is an actor or not, that acting was incredible. Does anyone know this actor S short video account? I want to follow him. Our production team is currently in desperate need of an actor with this kind of ethereal aura. Where is this person? Sign them up ASAP." Goldie was smiling and interacting with her viewers as she looked at the screen filled with comments when Star arrived. She neatly arranged the scrap metal and parts she and her friends had scavenged from space on the ground and traded them with Goldie for some food. Without a word, Goldie shoved all the modern delicacies that Jiang Wan and Snow had brought straight into Star's hands. Star didn't linger, simply thanked her, and turned to leave. Goldie waved goodbye to the viewers in the livestream chat and logged off without further ado. As soon as the livestream ended, Drake walked in with Jinshur, the squad leader in charge of receiving supplies. Goldie stuffed all the interstellar supplies brought by Cubia and Star into the storage node Cubia had given her and handed it to Jinshur without a second thought. But this Jinshur was notoriously meticulous. Chapter 85: The Meticulous Jinshur. He insisted on taking everything out of the storage node piece by piece to count and record it right there in front of her. Goldie rubbed the bridge of her nose in exasperation. "All the interstellar supplies are in there. I didn't keep a single item for myself. I don't even know the names of these things. If you want to take your time recording them here, go ahead, but I've got to head home." With that, she pulled out the box of Apply Where It Hurts pain relief patches from the side, counted out 96 patches, tucked them into her pocket, and pushed the rest toward Jinshur. Jinshur frowned and said very strictly, "You just gave 2 patches to that ancient female guest and 2 to the guest from the parallel modern world. There should still be 996 patches left here. You need to take them all out." Goldie wasn't unreasonable either. She patiently explained, "My grandma often has back pain, so I'm keeping these 96 patches for personal use. The other 900 are for research. That's not too much to ask, is it?" "That won't do," Jinshur said sternly, refusing to back down. "These supplies should be prioritized for research at the Institute. How can you keep them for yourself?" Upon hearing this, Goldie also began to get angry. She turned to Drake, her tone tinged with a mix of resentment and frustration. "Isn't it okay for me to keep just 1/10 for myself? Drake, could you ask the leadership for me? Can I keep 1/10 of these 1,000 pain relief patches for myself?" Jinshur spoke up first, his tone stern and matter-of-fact. "My superior sent me here to handle this matter and explicitly instructed me to bring all the supplies back. It's unreasonable for you to keep any of them for yourself. I traded my own things for these. They're my personal property. What's wrong with keeping a portion for my own use?" Goldie was thoroughly furious. Thinking of her grandmother, who could barely stand up straight when in pain, she gritted her teeth. "Take the rest of the supplies with you first. Come back for these pain relief patches after you've consulted your superiors." Jinshur, however, stood his ground and pressed on. "Also, you still haven't turned in that Eastern Pearl and that piece of amber." Goldie was so furious she burst out laughing. "You've already taken the high-tech stuff. Isn't that enough? What's next? Do you want to take the things I can sell for money, too? Fine. Give me back the storage node, and don't take anything else. I'm carrying out my duties. Please cooperate," Jinshur said, his expression unchanged. As the two stood in a standoff, Drake had already secretly contacted his superiors. After hearing the full story, the supervisor immediately issued an order. Everything should be based on Goldie's wishes. Whatever she was willing to hand over would be accepted, whatever she wasn't willing to hand over would not be demanded, and coercion was strictly forbidden. Drake handed the phone to Jinshur. Upon hearing the supervisor's words, Jinshur's expression shifted slightly. He immediately turned to Goldie and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, I was too rigid." Seeing how sincere his apology was, Goldie's anger subsided considerably. She waved her hand, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Jinshur took the storage node and the 900 pain relief patches, carefully recorded the information, and was escorted by Drake to the car waiting at the entrance. After the car drove away, Drake turned to Goldie and explained, "They sent him here precisely because he is so meticulous. With him around, there is absolutely no chance that any valuable items will be embezzled." Goldie was taken aback for a moment, then smiled in relief, thinking to herself, as expected, the higher-ups would never send someone unreliable. It turned out that Chinshur wasn't targeting her personally, he was simply meticulous by nature and dedicated to the public good. Drake watched her relax, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. He couldn't help but speak softly, revealing a bit of what the higher-ups had in mind. "Actually, the boss has been saying for a while now that he'd like to find time to meet with you." "Huh? Meet me?" Upon hearing this, Goldie's hand, which had been locking the door, paused for a moment, and her heart immediately began to race. That was a high-ranking official who frequently appeared on TV. What if she said the wrong thing, or didn't he make a good impression? Drake sensed her nervousness, smiled gently, and reassured her softly. "Don't worry. The boss has a very gentle personality. He is always joking and laughing with us. He is really not scary at all." Goldie took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Then couldn't help but look at Drake curiously and ask tentatively, "So, are you afraid of your boss?" Drake's smile stiffened slightly, his gaze shifted nervously, and his face flushed ever so slightly. He nodded gently, lowering his voice, his tone tinged with a hint of unmistakable reverence. "It'd be a lie to say I'm not afraid. The boss doesn't usually lose his temper. But when he gets serious, his aura is so intimidating that even someone as stern and incorruptible as Chinshur wouldn't dare breathe a sigh." Seeing Drake's meek and honest demeanor, Goldie couldn't help but burst out laughing. That slight sense of tension she'd been feeling was now significantly eased. "Come on, don't overthink it," Drake said with a smile. "The boss has a very good impression of you. This meeting is just a casual chat, just relax." Goldie nodded. Although she still felt a little anxious, she was mostly looking forward to it. She was curious to see what kind of person this boss was, someone even Drake held in such high regard. Drake watched her as she braced herself as if facing a major battle and nodded solemnly. "Don't worry. As soon as the boss sets a time, I'll let you know right away. I'll never send you into battle unprepared." Only then did Goldie let out a long sigh of relief and pat her chest. After locking up the shop, Goldie prepared to head back to her hometown to deliver some medicinal plasters to her grandmother. Her hometown wasn't far from the county seat, just 5 li in total, and it usually took only a few minutes to get there on her electric scooter. But there was no way Drake was going to let her travel alone at night. As the bodyguard specifically assigned by higher-ups to protect her, he didn't hesitate. He immediately arranged for an unassuming black SUV, with Jade behind the wheel and himself accompanying her. Goldie smiled and greeted Jade. On the way, she leaned back in the passenger seat, gazing out at the familiar country roads, her heart filled with warmth. When they arrived at the gate of her family home, Goldie pushed the gate open and walked in alone, just as she spotted her grandmother inside, rubbing her lower back with a deep frown on her face. "Grandma, I'm back." Goldie hurried over, pulled a pain relief patch from her pocket, and carefully applied it to the spot where Grandma's pain was worst. Something miraculous happened. As soon as the patch was applied, Grandma's furrowed brow smoothed out. She tried twisting her waist a little, and her eyes lit up suddenly. "Oh my! It doesn't hurt anymore. It really doesn't hurt at all," she exclaimed with delight. The old lady was overjoyed. Like a child who'd just been given candy, she hopped up and down in place a couple of times, muttering, "It's a miracle! This patch is a miracle." Chapter 86. Only kids have to choose. I'll take both. Goldie quickly steadied her. "Grandma, take it easy. Don't jump around, you might strain your back." But Grandma grabbed Goldie's hand, her face beaming, and said, "Dowdu, don't leave tonight. Grandma's going to make you some chicken soup." The old lady was impatient. Without waiting for Goldie to answer, she rolled up her sleeves and rushed into the yard, reaching out to grab an old hen crouching in the coop. The hen flapped and squawked in fright, and the remaining chickens, startled, fluttered their wings and scattered in all directions. Goldie didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly called out to her, "Grandma, Grandma, I really can't stay tonight. Someone's waiting for me outside." "Someone's waiting for you?" Grandma paused for a moment, peered out the courtyard gate, and sure enough, saw a black car parked by the roadside. "Oh my, you silly child. Why didn't you invite your friend in for a drink of water? Since they're still waiting for you, how could you possibly make them wait?" Although Grandma was reluctant to let her go, she knew what was important. She quickly took Goldie's hand and urged, "Well then, you better go. Next time, Grandma will slaughter a chicken for you." "Okay. Next time I come back, I'll definitely eat Grandma's stewed chicken." Goldie agreed with a smile, casually handing Grandma a pain relief patch and, with a hint of mystery, reminding her that this ointment was priceless before leaving. It wasn't that she was reluctant to part with it, she simply knew Grandma's temperament all too well. The neighbors were getting on in years, who among them didn't have some aches and pains? If Grandma let it slip during a chat and attracted a crowd asking for some, she wouldn't be able to give it to everyone, and refusing would only offend people. It was better to give her just this one patch. Grandma would treasure it herself and wouldn't dare share it with anyone else. Jade saw her come out and quickly opened the car door. Once she was settled in her seat, Jade asked softly, "Is Grandma feeling better?" Goldie fastened her seatbelt, nodded, and beamed. "The pain went away as soon as I put the patch on. It's just that Grandma was so happy she insisted on slaughtering our old hen to make me some soup. It took me a lot of effort to talk her out of it." Hearing this, Drake couldn't help but laugh. "Your Grandma really cares about you. No wonder she was the first person you thought of when you got something good. Come on, let us head back." The car slowly pulled away and drove off into the night. As for Levi, his steps were unsteady, as if he were walking on a pile of cotton, as he staggered out the front door of the multiverse blind box store. He just downed a little over 3 liang of 67-degree baijiu in one gulp back in the store, and now the aftereffects were kicking in. Levi had loved drinking since he was a child and had tasted all kinds of fine wines, but this was his first time encountering something this strong. While drinking, he'd been too caught up in the thrill, but now his stomach was burning like fire, and his head felt as heavy as 1,000 jin of stone. His legs were so wobbly he could barely stay upright, and his body swayed from side to side several times. He nearly fell face first into the dirt. In a panic, he yanked the sword from his waist and used it as a cane, stumbling with every 3 steps, a sight of utter disarray. Fortunately, he ran into an old friend along the way. The friend caught the overpowering stench of alcohol from a distance. Seeing Levi's flushed face and his inability to stand straight, he rushed over to support him, hoisted the utterly drunk Levi onto his back, and carried him back to his own home to settle him down. It wasn't until midnight that Levi finally opened his eyes in a daze. His mind was a muddled mess, and it took him a long time to come to his senses. By the dim light, he glanced sideways at his friend sleeping beside him and realized that his friend must have picked him up off the street and brought him home. All memories of opening mystery boxes, drinking, and composing poetry at the shop the previous day had vanished. Not a single impression remained. The only thing he remembered clearly was that he unexpectedly acquired 3 varieties of exquisite wine. Ignoring the lingering headache from just waking up, he immediately brought out the 3 bottles, deftly set the table, and forcibly roused his fast-asleep friend. The 2 of them set about tasting the fine wines right then and there. The 3 drinks had completely different flavors. The more they drank, the more intoxicated they became, and their excitement surged right to their heads. Levi grabbed a brush. Inspiration gushed forth, and he wrote 3 poems in one fluid motion, each corresponding to beer, a cocktail, and high-proof baijiu. The funny thing was, these 3 poems were identical word for word to the one he'd written the day before at the blind box shop. Yet he didn't notice a thing. After finishing, he was beaming with pride, dragging his friend around to show off his new work, utterly smug. However, he couldn't recall a single line of the poem he'd written that day at the blind box shop praising the flowing light cup. It was as if that entire experience had been completely erased from his memory. Jiang Wan and Snow from the parallel world still thought that ode to the glowing cup hadn't been unearthed yet. Little did they know that, fundamentally, Levi had never written that poem after returning to the Tang dynasty, and no matter how hard the 2 of them searched, they couldn't find a single trace of it. No sooner had he finished writing the poem than the effects of the alcohol surged through him again. Levi and his friend both slumped over the table and fell into a deep sleep, not waking until broad daylight. His friend, curious, kept asking him where he'd gotten those 3 rare and exquisite wines. Levi racked his brain, but could only vaguely recall a strange little shop. He had absolutely no clue where it was located. After wolfing down a few bites of breakfast, he wandered through the streets and alleys, scouring every nook and cranny. But there was not a trace of the multiverse blind box shop, as if last night's extraordinary encounter had been nothing more than a bizarre, drunken hallucination. His friend saw him searching until he was drenched in sweat, yet unable to pinpoint the shop's exact location. So they assumed he was just drunk and his memory was playing tricks on him, and stopped asking questions. Li Bai was wandering aimlessly through the streets, searching for that strange little shop. Meanwhile, Goldie had already opened for business and casually started a live stream. Wow! The moment the live stream went live today, the viewer count skyrocketed instantly, shooting up to tens of thousands in a flash. It turned out that the video of Li Bai drinking, composing poetry, and sword dancing in the blind box shop yesterday had been wildly edited and shared all over the internet. Every major platform was abuzz, and the entire web was frantically trying to track him down. Who exactly is this divine young man? Where is he performing? The buzz made it to the trending list, and many netizens followed the trail online to find Goldie's livestream. Goldie's stream went completely viral, drawing tens of thousands of viewers right at the start, and this is a weekday. The chat was flooding with comments as viewers went wild. Holy crap! I finally found the blind box shop where Li Bai hangs out. The store looks pretty ordinary. Am I really in the right place? Host, is Li Bai coming today? I've scoured short video platforms and WeChat official accounts, but I can't find a single blogger impersonating Li Bai. He might actually have time-traveled here from the Tang dynasty. That aura and the way he wields the sword, no ordinary person could pull that off. Just as everyone was rubbing their hands in anticipation of Li Bai's return, the shop's crisp, electronic doorbell rang. The first customer to walk in nearly blinded the live stream viewers dressed head to toe in metallic-looking space armor. Not a single strand of hair showing. The live stream instantly went wild. Whoa, who is this? Wrapped up so tightly, is that bulletproof vest come to life? It's not Li Bai. I even had my sunflower seeds ready. I was just waiting for the poet immortal. Let us call it a day. The blind box shop owner is all about going with the flow. Let us just wait for the next big shot. As expected, a longtime fan immediately jumped in to set the record straight. Stop making a fuss. This is Cubia, a big shot from the stars. He is just as good-looking as Li Bai. No sooner had the words left their mouths than Cubia raised his hand and, with a click, removed his heavy anti-radiation hood. The next second, a face so exquisitely sculpted it looked like it had built-in 3D effects suddenly appeared right in front of the camera, completely unguarded. Those sculpted, deep-set features exuded an otherworldly, aloof aura that instantly silenced the live chat for a second. Then, the comment stream went completely wild. Help! What kind of divine being has descended to Earth with looks like this? He is so handsome I can't even hold my phone steady. Right after that, someone set the tone, and the discussion took a sudden turn. The screen was flooded with, Li Bai is the hottest. No arguments allowed.